And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the up. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem.
Okay.
I literally said they need to understand
that they bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
I hate to be such a cliche psychoanalyst, but there's this thing called the Oedipus complex.
My 52-year-old friend recently separated from her husband, so I made her a dating profile. And it made me realize something.
The oldest age gap that I had was 8 years, and she was 35 and I was 27 years old.
So I'm 34. The oldest I've been on a date with, I want to say, is like close to 50.
I am 28 years old, and my ex-girlfriend was 42 and had 2 kids that were the same age as my siblings.
More young men are seeking to date older women than ever before.
I was really attracted to the level of emotional maturity that they could give me.
Just the openness for a relationship, a real relationship, exclusivity, something longer lasting.
They tend to be more in their careers, and they tend to be more peaceful when it comes to dating.
The dating app field reports huge.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, Saturday edition. And yes, folks, Stanley versus the World makes the world feel better by being an ism. What's up there, SD? So I have not watched all of this, a couple minutes of it, but the premise, maybe these YNs need to date older Black women to learn how to be men. I think it's worth a think about. So everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please subscribe to it to replace some people who apparently don't like the show and have unsubscribed. Dude, I've lost like 5 viewers. Probably because of last night or maybe even the night before. It was rowdy, rough, rugged, and just raucous. And look, only the strong can survive this show. So salute and farewell to the people who decided it wasn't for them. No hard feelings. Everyone, please support the show by supporting the host. Cash App. I have a PayPal for the Kelvins of the world who say they don't have Cash App in Britain. I've trumped you, bitch. So support the show. So hey, CK, how you doing? So anyway, I've already had a couple. I just finished watching The Martian. I'd seen it before, I think, years ago. And on YouTube, I kept getting these little shorts about it. So wound up going and renting it from Amazon. I love that movie. It gives us hope. So let us proceed. And let me go ahead and post this link before I forget. People come up, hit the link if you want, but maybe before I post the link, I should play this short as a warning. So this is the panel. We'll pin that. And then I want to play this short from last night. And it's gotten like 300 views. It is hilarious. Mike123, if he can do nothing else, he will make you laugh, but not for the right reasons. So this is from last night. Some bullshit about a dog and his woman. Give me one sec here. Let me find the short. Should have had it queued up. Oh, here it is. Oops. Let's do content. Let's do shorts. Let's do this.
I don't call.
Here, let me restart it if I can. Actually, let me do this. Let's just refresh it.
Call it what you want, G, but don't skirt around in and try to
Call
make
it
it
what
seem
you
like
want, G. But I called my bitch down. I gave her a Scooby snack.
I don't call my woman. I don't call my woman a bitch. It's not a bitch. I call them Sugarfoot,
I'm not
Honey Bear.
talking about your woman, idiot.
Well,
I'm
you mentioned
talking
it.
about, I'm talking about
You
the
mentioned it
barking
and thought it went
dog.
over my head.
The
didn't you?
dog was barking like a bitch. I bet it's a bitch.
You bet it, but you wouldn't bet your Social Security check on that.
You thought I was talking about your woman?
You wouldn't bet my dog is not a
Okay,
bitch. It's
seriously.
a part of me.
No.
Part of my
Seriously.
woman.
You thought
What the
I
fuck
was
is wrong
calling
with
your
you?
woman a bitch?
My dog is
There's
a
a
part of me
dog
and my woman.
barking. There is a dog barking, and I make a bitch joke, and you think I'm talking about your woman?
I did think that.
Oh
Until
my
you
God.
was
Really, Mike?
well, you have to
Mike.
be clear.
Mike, seriously, Mike.
Seriously, I didn't think you
You
were
are seriously slow.
well, call it what
So
you
a
want.
dog is barking, and I make a joke about a bitch, and you automatically go thinking I'm insulting your woman.
That is
Now,
correct,
either
because
you
you
need to
wasn't clear.
apologize to
All
your
you have to say
woman for making the comparison,
well,
or you're slow. Which
all-
is it? You
all you have to-
apologize to your woman for comparing her to a barking dog.
call it what you want, G, but don't skirt around in and try to make it
Dude,
seem like
these people, but I call people get mad. People say that I'm verbally abusive, but dude is seriously slow. I'm sorry. I'm not verbally abusive. I am just a person who will call a spade or a bitch. Y'all need to get the fuck over it. And if it's funny, I'm gonna double down on it. So Mike, I was talking about your dog, bitch. You're a bitch too. Don't know. I didn't even know you had a woman. So there's that. 12th man, I just posted the link. And you know what? You might not want to hit the link. I'm in no mood for your foolishness.
Growth in this area in just the past 2 years.
Really because of a toxic dating world. All social media is men are trash. You know who's not saying that? The older ones up there.
Not, ghosting me after 6 weeks.
Women over 40 have more spending power and social capital than ever before. So, is that why these new age gap relationships are all the rage? To find out, I spoke with writer and psychoanalyst Jamison Webster and New York Magazine writer Emily Liebert. Thank you both so much for being here. Hi, Emily.
Hello.
Hi, Jamison.
Hi.
We're going to talk in quite general stereotypes because that's the only way to talk about large groups of people by gender and age. And we've all been seeing this in film and television. There's Baby Girl.
You think I don't like power?
No, I think you like to be told what to do.
The reality show Age of Attraction.
I'm 54.
I am 27.
There's The Idea of You.
I'm too old for you.
There's more than I can list over the past several years. And so I was also really curious of is this actually happening in the world, not just in the media? And I reached out to the dating app field and I asked them to run numbers about this and was just like, are you seeing this data in your dating app data? And they said that over the past 2 years, the number of men who are exclusively interested in dating women older than themselves has increased by 64%.
Wow.
And that is particularly true among the youngest bracket of men, 18 to 25-year-old men. And so I'm just really curious. This is happening, and I'm really curious about why it's happening now. Emily, you reported a whole story on this. So what were you expecting to find? What did you find? What surprised you in your reporting?
From the women that I spoke to in my reporting, and these are women across all ages, I think the biggest thing was a sense of freedom, that they're not really beholden to this mold that men might have held them to before, that they can just simply be themselves, that they don't have to pine for male validation and male desire. And instead, men can just come to them. Like, they wanted to find somebody who isn't necessarily like economically out earning them. They didn't necessarily want to be with somebody who is more successful than them. They don't care about those things. They just want to be in a relationship, a loving relationship with a partner who sees and respects them. I think the other thing is that they do get a sense of joy in being able to shape a young man. I think some of the women that I spoke to were very interested in building a boyfriend as a sort of perfect product that they can carry on their arms, sort of like a purse.
I love how one of the women you spoke to called it a build-a-boyfriend. There's a lot more sense of shaping it. And I'm curious about a little bit more about what you were saying at first of part of the pleasure is that men come to them, that they don't have to be in pursuit. It sort of reverses our image of the cougar who is predatory. For a lot of these women, are they describing that they are being approached by these young men?
Yeah. There was like a stampede of young men coming up to them in bars. Like, one of the women was at a Times Square, like, random dive bar. And she was like, I could not even take a breath. I could not take a sip. Every 20 seconds, some 20-something was coming up to me. But I think that's really exciting for them, even if they are just, in their late 20s or early 30s, to see that all of the work that they've put into their education and their personal finances, to see that being valued instead of purely just as a young woman, purely an object. Like, I think that is really cool for them.
Yeah. I love that. And Jameson, are you seeing this happen either in your social life, in your practice? Are you seeing this happen around you, this kind of relationship?
I'm not seeing it in any particular fashion personally, but I certainly have seen it pop up in the culture and have been thinking about it. And I think a lot of what I do hear about is dating fatigue with respect to the apps. And, what's being called the manosphere is something that I think is, kind of on everybody's mind, and what's happening for men and their sense of possibility, which seems to be part of the story of this question of age gap relationships. One of the things that I think is like shockingly more visible and present, especially in the lives of my patient, and that the apps kind of highlight, is just the feeling of the sheer number of other people and the ruthless competition in that, which isn't helped in a society that doesn't particularly, that is increasing inequality rather than reducing inequality. So on the one hand, you have a situation which is increasingly unequal, and then you have a sense of just the sheer number of other people out there as a pool in which you're competing with. And there's something about this for men, including the fact that women and men the equality is shifting, and it's not great, it's not where it should be, but there's greater equality between men and women. And so there's something about trying to find a place in which something of themselves feels like they have a leg up. And it seems like this age gap relationship is a place where they can feel that, especially as a very young man, where you haven't proved your potential yet.
Yeah. And so obviously we do have double standards around how we perceive age gap relationships. And I'm curious why you think that is. And if you think that perhaps it's like seen as a bit more subversive or less predatory for older women to want to date younger men, and why?
Yeah. From my perspective, I think that the intention matters deeply. I think what we've seen play out on reality TV a million times over is this idea of an older, wealthy man, finds himself a very attractive young woman to procreate with and to have her sort of look after the house. And guess what happens 30 years later, almost every time? Like, he moves on to the younger model. But I think it comes back to, well, what was the intent of that relationship? Did you just want somebody to like crank out some children for you? And I think when we're talking about older women dating younger men.
What's up, 12th man?
Hey, Stanley, how you doing today? Happy Saturday.
I'm good.
And trying to figure out how to get this new puppy. 8 weeks old, nice looking dog. So might be getting a new family member.
I see.
Plus, Fisher, he's like I think he's 11 years old now, so he's only gonna be with me a few more years, and I need him to help me train a new one.
Well, that's good. Good to hear. Good to hear the new bundle of joy. Or you're trying to get one. What's up, Calvin? Any
what are
comment
you
about
doing
the
this
video before I
Saturday?
start it? I'm doing a show watching this video. Is it not obvious?
That's it?
Pretty much. Unless you have something for me to do.
I was watching CT earlier, and he was doing an IRL, like actually walking around Cleveland.
I
and
don't give a
shit.
fuck what CT does. I actually saw something about your fat ass get up and walk with me. Good for him.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't care what CT does.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind then.
So let's get back to this video.
And a lot of the stories that I have heard often include women looking for an equal partner, somebody that, maybe they aren't on the same economic standing to begin with, but who she's hoping to nurture so that they can be on an equal footing eventually. And I don't think that is always or necessarily true with men.
I made a dating profile for a friend of mine who is in her early 50s, who recently who recently separated from a very long marriage that she'd entered quite young. And I was like, just watch, you're about to be inundated with requests from young men. And she was like, why would that be? I don't understand. Like, why would young men be interested in me? That makes no sense. And then as we were sitting there, as I set up the profile for her, it happened instantly, like floods of requests from men in their early 30s. And she says this is still happening, and it's very specifically men who are 35. And I feel so much glee for her. I feel really happy. I don't know how much she's going on these dates, but I just feel happy for her that she's getting this attention, that she has this amount of possibility, that if she wants to date men purely for their bodies, not that would be the only reason to date a younger man, but that she has this available to her. And I know that I would not feel this way if the genders were reversed. And so I'm just curious about thinking that through a little bit more. What do you think about it?
Well, I don't think that we previously were allowed to be outwardly horny.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we were not necessarily allowed to talk about our desires and the strangeness and singularity of them. So it does feel transgressive to be able to look at a dating app profile and really objectify like a very strong young man who's maybe been tanning in Costa Rica for a bit. I don't know. I'm just spitballing. So while that does feel fun, obviously we understand how really filthy and disgusting being objectified over and over again can feel. So again, it is imperfect, but I understand why that can feel like a nice power grab to sit there and be like, you know what? I wasn't afforded this privilege in the past. I'm going to sit here and objectify the hell out of these 24-year-olds.
What do you think, Jameson? Why are these women seeking relationships with younger men? What would you imagine they get from it?
Because I imagine that if there's a caretaking element in terms of the build a boyfriend or curate the boyfriend or help the boyfriend grow up. That it's a relationship of care that also gets to be mixed with sexuality rather than the sort of necessity that a woman care for so much and take on all of the responsibility of care. So it's care with a plus rather than the absolute negative that it is over time when it's too much for a woman to handle.
So a way of being sexualized for being caregiving rather than caregiving being a desexualizing act.
Yeah. Yeah. I imagine that that's important. And I also think that there must be a
You know, one of the weird things that I know that I'm probably I'm missing something, but all these dumb fucks who whine about, oh, I came from a single mother household. I didn't have a man in my life. Therefore, I'm like a woman. You would actually think that if you come from a single woman household, she would teach you how to get women. Dude, y'all are morons. These motherfucking YNs that I wind up talking to day after day after day after day think they understand women. Let me tell you what I think. I think your fucking mothers literally
Come on now, Stanley. Don't have to be
okay,
a
don't you,
mother.
motherfucker, I will drop your ass right quick. I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say, and you can listen. You can comment when I'm done. But, dude, I'm not in the mood for this interruption in the middle of a sentence. I think your mothers are training you not to get women because they don't want the transfer of your Y chromosomes. They want you to fail. Your mothers see such horrible little boys that they don't want that shit to procreate. I see all kinds of dumb shit day after day after day on YouTube, show after show after show. The Black community is not failing. Just the Black community on YouTube is failing. Everyone else is doing fine. It's like if you become a YouTube creator, you will fail at the procreation game, the relationship game. And thank God, you know, I'm older, so I've had my, you know, my family life. Dude, these motherfuckers are failures. Everyone, dude, name me a Black male content creator, and I will tell you they're a failure. That might be that might be motherfucker. Don't interrupt when I don't motherfucking interrupt when I'm talking. Why are you doing this? I just asked you not to. This is why I get so annoyed. Who
I
are you
didn't
about
come
to
up
ask?
here to piss you off, Stanley.
Well, apparently you did, because that's what you're doing. What did you have to say? What about whom?
The Officer Tatum, you think he's a failure?
Officer Tatum is literally a fucking moron. He is literally on the low end of a group that I think is unintelligent in the first place. Officer Tatum is literally a kindergartner.
Seems pretty patriotic to me.
Okay, I'm not criticizing his patriotism. I'm criticizing his intelligence. You don't have to be a motherfucking smart. You don't have to be a genius to be a patriot. Did you not know this?
Well, I didn't say he was a genius.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what you think I just said about what you said. I'm not quoting you. I'm saying Officer Tatum being a patriot is not what I'm criticizing. I'm criticizing his intelligence. I don't think he's smart. And it does not take a genius to wave a piece of cloth called a flag.
Well, he does a lot more than that.
I don't give a fuck what he does, and I don't care to hear. I know who Officer Tatum is. You do realize this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, my opinion is my opinion. We're not going to go back and forth about Officer Tatum. You think patriotism is enough? I don't. I think you need be a good to be a good American, patriotism is not enough.
I've seen this one time he went.
There's more.
Yeah, he went to this Antifa
I don't give a fuck.
LGBTQ
I
thing
don't
one time.
give a fuck what he's done. I don't care. Why are you talking about it? My
Well, I just
opinion
wanted to
of
tell you how he knocked them fools out.
Don't tell me I'm not interested.
Beat their asses.
I am literally not interested. My opinion of Officer Tatum is formed. It will not change. You're wasting your time. I guess
He's a tough motherfucker.
Who gives a fuck?
I bet he could kick your ass.
You know what, 12th man? You're an honorary YN.
Honorary? Wow, thank you.
Yep.
Anxieties that with the younger person, there's somehow less anxiety. I don't know if it's that he's less predatory or that he's more dependent or that he's more worshiping, but it must be treating anxiety of some kind.
I wonder because I don't know that I fully understand what you mean when you talk about the ways in which anxiety plays into sexual desire. And can you just say a little bit more about that? Like what do you mean by anxiety and how does that relate?
I mean, I think anxiety is on the one hand about like what it means to submit to the other person and to be dependent on them. So, I mean, part of what happens in relationships is that they are a playground for dependency, but they also become material dependencies in terms of how you put your lives together, and what that inevitably entails. And so I wonder what in these relationships treats it on both these levels. And, obviously the idea is that the man is willingly putting himself in a more dependent position with respect to the older woman and enjoying this. And what this does for her, I guess, is the question is like, what is it for them to have someone who has this obvious dependency on them? Well, how does that help them?
And how much does this have to do with the economics, with women being more economically independent?
I don't know, because we'd have to find out if all of these relationships also have that class dimension in it. But I certainly think the fact that women have more economic independence and that the divorce rates are such that women are now used to, in a way, having to imagine or actually being in the position to raise a family on their own, and the fact that households require two incomes at this point really changes something, such that you can ask a question about what kind of relationship that you would want as opposed to the one that you have to have.
Yeah.
So it must be, it must be wild to just like for women to be like, what do I want?
Yeah. What did you find in your reporting about the economics of it all?
I think that they were able to take career and that pure dollar sign out of things. Like if I were to take the finance bro out of finance, would I actually like who he is inside? And I think a lot of people would say maybe not. Sorry to the finance bros. So that ability to say, I am going to center myself, center my career and my ambition, and know that perhaps this person is dependent on me in that financial sense, but they are contributing around the house in different ways, or they're offering to get the groceries. Like it's almost like the woman gets to step into that very Mad Men tropey sense of like what it meant to be the provider. And I think that is refreshing.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder also, I feel like in a lot of traditional heterosexual relationships, a woman who begins out earning her partner can be seen as very threatening. And I wonder if this is sort of an antidote to that.
Yeah. I mean, again, all my references are reality TV, but I see this across Housewives franchises, seeing the woman through the platform of television becoming more and more successful. Or in other circumstances, and I have personal experience in this, I think that men are attracted to women with ambition and with careers until they understand what that means on a sort of domestic level and how much time and access they have to you. So yeah, I think the reality of that is very different. And if young men are down to be home more often and to wait for mommy to come home, then like, great, go for it.
It's so dependent on the male anxiety. I mean, in a funny way, we often think like at best women actually don't have anxiety. They just have anxiety about other people's anxieties and how it's going to like smear on them. And, if it's the male's anxiety about like not being powerful enough or needing to be really powerful or like needing to be in a position in which he feels like he has a leg up, and like the woman's just there like trying to manage all of these men's castration anxiety. And figure out like where a little sexual pleasure like can come from in any of this, is kind of the feeling you have.
Totally.
But yeah, it does seem like the young men are sort of coming into these dynamics accepting of the fact that they might always be in a beta role.
Mm-hmm.
They might always be the person who is cleaning up and not actually being the provider, as they were told this myth their entire life that is their role and that is their usefulness on earth.
Absolutely. My producer reached out to a whole bunch of young men and asked them, why do you like dating older women? And there was a huge range of responses from people saying, I'm looking for maturity.
There was a sense of maturity that I got from older women that I wasn't getting with women my age.
I'm looking for a relationship with more equality, to young men saying, for younger women, they're like, all of social media is men are trash.
Girls my age they're fucking mean. They're not nice.
They want us to be earning more and they want our money.
Not just me paying for things, not just going out to a bar.
And with an older woman, we don't have those pressures. And does that speak to what you were saying before, Jameson, about the manosphere? How do you understand young men who feel that way?
I mean, there's so much anxiety in those tapes that
look at her. No
you guys
wonder she
collected in
can't get a
terms of
fucking date.
It's just being parsed differently by them than.
I'm sorry, what?
Look at that bitch. No wonder she can't
Whoa. Let's slow this down. Which woman are you referring to?
The one on screen right now talking about dating.
Why are you calling a woman you don't even know a bitch?
You could tell she's got that
Okay,
look.
motherfucker, you can tell just from looking at her on a screen that she's a bitch?
Yep.
Okay, dude, you are the lowest of the low. This is what white trash does. They just look at some woman. They have no clue what her background is. She's just saying something they disagree with.
What her background
motherfucker, is. I don't give a fuck if you're on this panel right now. What if I just drop you?
I guess that's your prerogative, Stanley.
It is my prerogative, and your prerogative is answering my question. Why would you call a woman you don't even know a bitch?
And look what she's saying.
Okay, I need to know why you would call some random woman. The only way you would ever know she exists is watching her on my show, and she's automatically a bitch because she says something your failed ass doesn't like.
She has to dye her hair black in order to be
listen to
presentable.
what so she's a bitch because she dyes her hair. Like, dude, coloring hair is something women have been doing for eons. A lot of women do it. I'm sorry, what?
Not my women.
Motherfucker, you don't have a woman.
I have a lot of women.
Good. I don't care. Coloring hair has been something women have been doing for quite some time. She's a bitch because she colors her hair.
She trying to look like Joan
She's
Jett
a
or Pat
bitch.
Benatar.
She is a bitch because she colors her hair.
At least Joan Jett has natural
Okay, my
black hair.
God. Why am I exposing myself to this pure form of crystallized stupidity? This is
You know who Joan
stupidity.
Jett is? That's a woman.
Your point is stupidity on steroids. This is what happens when stupidity goes unchecked.
Or is that a wig? Is that a wig?
Dude,
Then?
do you know how stupid you sound right now? You sound like a misogynistic, low-class, stupid.
You sure that's
fuck.
not a wig, bro?
I don't give a fuck. Why do you? Literally, why do you care?
I'm just curious. Like a lot of women wear wigs.
I'm
They don't
just
even
curious.
have hair.
So that you're just curious gives you the right to call a woman a bitch?
She might be a bitch. She sounds like one.
Motherfucker, you're a monster and part of why America is failing. We have too many people like you, 12th man.
Yeah, we need more of us.
No, we need less.
That's why they keep
The way that it had been.
Okay,
previously.
you can stop talking now.
So I mean, something about that is a tale as old as time, just in a new package. On the other hand, I see that the question of a woman's desire, which is, I think, kind of what you were picking up on, like what a woman wants, which is what no man wants to deal with. So they're trying to find a way to deal with it. So before you dealt with it by being a man who has the right to whatever woman he wants, and for her to be the mother to his children, or to be his sexual object, or to be whatever it was, and that he could feel secure in that because the patriarchy helps him feel secure in that. Now that they don't feel secure,
even
they're
the
trying to
fat
find
girl
other
has
needs.
better hair.
Dude, you're about to wear out your welcome. Let me just give you that warning. And King Pix, King Pix, you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. And CKJ3 is right. John Galt keeps talking about how much leverage he has in these properties and shit. Dude, he doesn't have that much say so. He has partners in his business. Stop sucking the dick of a perverted. You know what? I'm not gonna go there because I don't want to.
Yeah, don't go there.
Okay,
Stan.
bitch, don't you? If you say another word about what I'm saying, I'll drop you. You have reached your limit of my patience.
I was agreeing with you.
Okay, so CKJ3, you're right. King Pix, you have picked. It is just weird that you think that a landlord is doing a service. He's a business owner. Okay, he's not a charity. He's not a nun or a priest. He's not Catholic Charities. You literally sound like motherfucking Mike 123 talking about Trump. You loved you some John Galt. If he's doing such great work, why don't you go and be his apprentice? Man, I had no idea that I was going to be so annoyed by idiots today.
By which to
God
have
bless
security.
you, Stanley.
So we have a moment in which many things are
He
shifting
already has,
economically and
Fluffman.
politically and socially, and we don't know where we're going. We don't know where this is going to land. And I think what's going to happen is that there's going to be a lot of experiments in intimacy. But I think we have to be careful of the old wine in new bottles.
Yeah. How
But
do you think people react to these relationships between older women and younger men? How do you see it being perceived in the world?
Yeah, I think speaking back to that double standard that we spoke about initially, there is a huge amount of sexism that we see towards older men dating younger women. But the difference again is that women are taking back power, and even if it is imperfect, even if it is a small amount of power, it is something to them. And I don't think it's necessarily up to
She's
us to
got
sit
nice
here
hair,
and tell a
Stanley.
woman how much power
Okay,
she does
I
or does
do
not
not want
have
you over
in
talking
her
this video.
relationship
If
or
you
in her
need
sex
to stop
life.
it,
Like the
ask me
reality
to do
is,
so.
while many of these women are saying that they're having amazing sex, and I am very, very happy for them, we're not in those bedrooms, and we don't know what sort of dynamics are playing out and how they are testing the waters of that. Another thing that I think is really interesting is that I think we have to take into account aesthetics and beautification, because women are getting facelifts at 35, 40, 45 years old. It is possible to technically look young forever. And in that sense, I don't think outwardly there is as much taboo, because you could technically look very similar age to a 25-year-old or 28-year-old. But again, that points out the inherent sexism in that you should be able to date whoever you want. And why are we judging older women for dating throughout the aging spectrum?
Mm-hmm. We got this data from the Kinsey Center that 1 in 5 young straight men regularly fantasize about older women. And the reverse is also true. 64% of Gen X women say they fantasized at least once about being with a younger man. And in 2025 on Pornhub, a website that is primarily used by many people, but primarily used, I think their biggest demographic is younger men. Search terms like cougar or 50 plus have risen by, I think, cougar 85%, 50 plus 105%. How do you think the fantasy element of this plays into it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I hate to be such a cliche psychoanalyst, but, there's this thing called the Oedipus complex that Freud talked about once upon a time. And again, it's this idea that ideas that we have about love and intimacy and sexuality and excitement are born at home. And they're born in the familial relationship, and children feel incredibly sexually towards their parents. And then this goes into repression, and, then it's only supposed to color your relationship with a not maternal or paternal figure or something. But lo and behold, repressions aren't always so sturdy. And so
What's up, CKJ3? You there? Your audio. Oh, well, come on back. Your audio was muted, and so you're probably in the car. Yet if a 40-year-old man dates a 21-year-old. Hey, Kelvin, that is a very interesting point. But guess who makes it problematic? Kelvin, I don't know if you've ever heard and the person who stands out in this sort of scenario is Nightish. This 40-year-old man dates a 21-year-old. I have heard Nightish and all kinds of old YNs like him call that 40-year-old a pedophile. So the problem
he's too
is,
fat, Stanley.
okay, I don't know why the fuck you're talking while I'm talking. You're treading on thin ice. I keep telling you this, and you don't seem to be able to understand how annoying.
When am I allowed to talk?
Never. You're just here. You're just the peanut gallery. You don't need to talk.
A peanut gallery.
So you don't know what a peanut gallery is?
Yeah, it's where everyone's crazy.
Anyway, as I was saying, and let me just hold on one sec, CK. The people who have a problem with 40-year-old men dating 21-year-old women are old YNs like Nightish. All these motherfuckers. I've been hearing this for like probably the last year. So the problem is black men. So Kelvin, go talk to Nightish about that point. What's up, CK?
What's up, Stanley? What's up, Talk Man?
What's up, CK?
Well, I just thought the premise of this particular video was interesting, and wanted to hear what these women had to say. And by the way, I think green dress, and yeah, she's probably obese under there, but I think she's got an incredibly pretty face. So that's part of it. I think she is attractive.
She's got nice hair too, Stanley, unlike that black-haired bitch.
Well, let me
I
just
think
set a
that's a
ground.
wig.
Let me set a ground rule for you, 12th man. If you call her a bitch again, I'm just gonna kick you from the panel. How about that? Is that okay with you? Can you keep control and not call her a bitch anymore?
Yeah, as long as you don't call me
Okay,
one.
motherfucker, you don't set counter conditions. Call her a bitch again, and I'm gonna punch you. Them's the rules.
I think incestuous fantasies have always been a part of sexuality. And so the interesting thing for me is like, why is this thing that's supposed to be repressed and displaced like wide out in the open?
Yeah.
And what's going on with
What do you
that?
think? What's going on with that?
I think that it's a sign of the decline of civilization, to be honest. I mean, that's what Freud said, is that civilization is dependent on the prohibition against incest. It's like you separate the generations and you send the person out on their own as an independent person to rediscover sex and love for themselves. And if our needs aren't being met, or if repressions aren't holding in some way, shape, or form, then there's something wrong.
I think in the tape that we heard, I think the first young man was talking about, he thought younger women are mean and older women are like, come here, honey.
The older ones up there, they're like, come on, I got snacks right here. I got a juice box and some crackers just for you, big guy. Come tell me your feelings. I care.
You are exactly describing, this is still sort of that MILF idea of mommy's going to take care of you. Now it's just happening in a different direction. Before it was women sort of emotionally caretaking older men who had not worked out how to use or understand their emotions and communicate them. Now it's in the other direction, right? Like it's just mothering a young man into adulthood. And is that progressive? Is that empowering? I'm not sure.
I wonder how much of it, I mean, I fully buy what you guys are saying. And I also wonder how much of it can be attributed to a liberation of female sexual desire and an ability to be following that desire more purely when one has more economic independence. There was another study in 2025 published in the National Academy of Sciences journal where they asked people if they were comfortable dating older or younger, if they wanted to date older or younger. And most women said they did not want to date younger. But then they made those same people do blind dating. And women, both women and men, when they were actually blind dating, tended to prefer slightly younger partners. So women's stated preference to which age they wanted to date did not match to their actual preference once they were dating. And how much of that is about just sort of younger bodies are more fit, more beautiful. And this is women just being able to be purely driven by sexual desire.
I interviewed Kathy Griffin at the end of last year, and she wrote this very sprawling, long Substack post about falling in love with a 23-year-old. And I think she's in her 60s. She was very explicit about the fact the best part of the relationship was their sexual relationship. And she said that she had found with him and other younger men that she had dated that they were far more interested in sort of giving than taking. And in that sense, I imagine for someone of Kathy's age, that must be such a massive flip of the script, For younger women, not so much, because they've been raised with a more sprawling sexual education. They know what it means to be able to come in multiple ways, to be able to express their desire, to ask if they can receive pleasure first. I think that is sadly somewhat new.
I mean, how much of this is about a version of feminism, which is simply about saying women should be able to replicate all the behavior men do, including the behavior that we stigmatize men for doing? Is that part of what this is? Like, is this the end goal of feminism, that like women should also be able to be...
Women should be like men?
Yes, exactly.
I just hope for something else than that. As a feminist, personally.
Well, talk more about that.
I don't know. I think that I just, as an analyst and listening to people, sexuality, reproduction, intimacy, and care are really fraught. And we'd have had a greatly unequal society that, has been what has scripted these for us. And so when we talk about freedom and choices and being able to be comfortable sexually in our lives, with partners, we have such a long way to go. And, to just merely flip the script is, to me, like, point A when we need to get to point Z.
That makes so much sense. What do you think, Emily? Is the end goal of feminism that women should just be able to act like men?
No, because men have historically been very coercive and sort of been pillaging through communities. So no, I don't think we...
Let me help some of the YNs in the chat. And YN is not even a racial term at this point. YN is probably one of the few multiracial categories I can think of, at least for the moment. You listen to things like this so you know what people you may disagree with are thinking. It makes your arguments better. It makes your opposition better. So you little fucking assholes in the chat who just hold your dick and stroke it, maybe you'll be able to calm down. There's a reason I'm showing this, and if you can't fucking figure it out, that's a you problem, but I'm gonna show it.
The goal should be to act like men. I think that we deserve to hope for more than that. Like in a perfect matriarchal society, women do not want to be overlords. We don't want to tell people how to live. We just want to be able to live freely and to give that right and that privilege to anyone who walks the earth.
Mm-hmm. But where, like, do we still, I mean, I'm going to use this word problematic, but like when does an age gap get problematic? I think maybe, and we can totally disagree, but I think we would agree that a 40-year-old man dating a 20-year-old woman feels uncomfortable because of the power dynamic between them. Does a 40-year-old woman dating a 20-year-old man feel just as uncomfortable in exactly the same way?
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it all comes down to procreation. 40-year-old man, 21-year-old woman, the man at 40 is still fairly fit, virile, if he's been taking care of himself. The woman, they won't have much to talk about, but that's not an insurmountable issue. Maybe he's as immature as she is. The reverse is problematic. A 40-year-old woman is not as virile, not as fertile, etc. That's the problem. It literally comes down to simple biology. These women are a little bit, what would you call them? Champagne liberals or some bullshit like that. It's still an interesting conversation. I will say it's a useless conversation. But all three of them are interesting points, and not much longer to go. There's only like 6 minutes left.
Which isn't to prohibit it, you know, it's not to prohibit it, but to say that there's something uncomfortable about the recognition of the inequality by virtue of whatever 20 years. 20 years is a long time, and if you think of who you were when you were 20 and you think of who you are when you were 40, it's mind-boggling what those 20 years makes. And for a long time, we haven't been able to say that a 20-year-old woman dating a 40-year-old man is insane. We say it now. Why wouldn't we say it in reverse? But I mean, something about recognizing.
Look, it's not the same thing. And most people know this. We don't need these three ladies telling us or even refuting that very obvious point. What I do find interesting, and again, Nightdish stood out. I've seen him and I've seen some other people of his ilk on other panels just spaz out about if my daughter brought home a 40-year-old. As a matter of fact, I went up on back a few months ago up on Drip's panel. It was like 2:00 in the morning, and I woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. So I turned on the phone. It's like, you know what, who's live? And I wound up going up on that panel. And, you know, I'm always going to be fine on a panel, but I was not about to get wrapped around the axle about, you know, an older man dating a 19, 20, 21-year-old. I just basically used the law as my defense. It's legal. It really doesn't matter what daddy thinks. It really doesn't matter what anyone thinks. The lady, the young woman, is legal. She can make her own decision, at least according to the law, and her daddy spazzing out is just going to make it worse. But people like Nightdish, they think this emotional outburst, this being down, and dude, honestly, I get chastised by people like Nightdish for, I don't even have to say it. They can just kind of feel it. Like, you think I'm dumb. Well, yes, I do. And thank you for not making me say it. Motherfucker, you need to be able to think with more than one lobe of your brain on stuff like this. And if it's not, none of this stuff is affecting me personally. Hearing what other people may think, whether I agree with what they're saying or not, it's just a conversation, motherfucker. It's not an existential crisis when people disagree with you. Old YNs, the anti-black blacks, the Thomas Sowell brothers, y'all need to motherfucking get a goddamn grip. Any comment before I start this video again, CK? Because you have been mighty patient.
No. I really don't care about it. I don't think.
Well, I've actually been in a relationship with I think I was maybe 35, and I dated a 42-year-old. So probably about 5 years, in 35, 42, that's 7 years. So, but that's not that much of a May, December sort of thing. So it happens. But we all knew, especially the 42-year-old, we knew that marriage isn't something that's going to happen. We just had fun. At least on my part. Now, I don't know. one of these days I'll tell the story of how we broke up. You know, I had to kind of pull the ripcord.
Yeah, but a
And
20
it,
year old and a guy that's 40, what type of space are they in for them
I
to, you know what I'm
don't
saying?
care.
For like I'm not
I
I'm
I
39,
really
but
don't
I'm not
care.
around um 20-year-old, kids.
Okay, calling them kids,
Well,
they're not
I'm
they're not
not
kids.
kids, Stanley, but I was
They
just
are
saying,
literally
yeah, they're an
adults.
adult, but I'm not in the club where 21-year-old girl.
Oh, well, yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah.
going to
I
a
get what
bar.
you No,
I'm
you're
not going
not
to a
there to meet
club.
them.
I'm not going to never
Okay, but
interact with them.
you're a different come on, CK. You're a different animal. You're a family man.
Yeah, but I'm
Dude,
just saying, if I was a single guy, me being almost 40, I'm not in those spaces to even see them. I'm not on the
well, the
college
thing is,
campus.
CK, look, I've been I remember I think I maybe mentioned it, and one of these days I'll get into details. I was probably 35, and and this is a Savannah thing, those clubs down on Bull Street. Like, I don't think I ever told my mother I went to these clubs. But dude, I'm 35. I was recovering from a surgery, and I literally was off work for 6 months. And the nice thing is back then, I was getting full pay. It was FMLA. I was getting full salary. And, I had gotten to a point to where, everything was okay. So I had friends from work of all places. Like, Stanley, you need to get out. Meet us at the club. So I go walking in the fucking club in a pair of Levi's and a yellow Izod shirt. What the fuck was I thinking? This is down on Bull Street. But you know what? No one really cared. I look like a nerd. So I met this woman who was totally opposite of me. But the thing is you're right. No one goes into a club, 40-year-olds. If I were 40 and had never been married, your problem's bigger than meeting a 21-year-old, quite frankly. Um, you should go where 40-year-old women are. Now, you do hear people going, and shit, when I met my wife, I was 38, and I was not about, even at 38. The older you get, the more likely it is you're going to meet a woman who has children. And, luckily she met some things that, had they been opposite, like had she been a divorcee, we never would have gotten together, not on a permanent basis. I'm not having another man dictate, you know, things, with kids and stuff like that. I'm not attracted to women. When I was 40, I probably, of course, I'd physically be attracted, but what do you talk about after you're done? Um, Kids can be sloppy, and I'm using the word kids. Probably shouldn't.
You're not a
But
Coach Greg Adams.
but it is legal. There is nothing that is illegal about it. I don't think there's anything immoral about a 40-year-old dating a 21-year-old, marrying a 21-year-old, especially. There's no morality issue. And these motherfucking dude, there's no morality involved. There's certainly no legal issues involved. Should it be done? Maybe. Maybe there's an ethics thing, but there's not a morality thing. And ethics and morals are two different things. So anyway, I'm done with my preaching, and let's see. King Pix is right about no, King Pix, I didn't kick 12th man off the panel. He left. He often does when it gets boring. He came like most YNs, 12th man needs a mess or some shit to just be a YN about. So let's get back to this video.
Time, and that you also the asymmetry is such that the 20-year-old man has no idea what he doesn't understand about being 40. A 40-year-old woman must understand something about what it is to be 20, even though she was never obviously a 20-year-old boy, but she was a 20-year-old girl. And so what is that in the relationship? I don't know. I mean, that's between them.
Yeah. I mean, I understand. I've dated people who were older, and I've always felt like we were, like I was very mature and we were very equal. And you don't know what you don't know. Like you simply don't know what you don't know. When I've hit the age that they were when we met, I've been like, what were they thinking? I was really young. I hadn't even graduated from college. I was probably very annoying to date. I wonder, like, do you think that it's possible to be in an age gap relationship that doesn't have a power imbalance? And for the sake of argument, let's talk about a relationship that has at least a 10-year difference. Is it possible in that kind of a relationship to be fully equal?
I was going to say no, but I think I'm going to change my answer. I don't know if you've read the novel Lester by Raven Leilani. There's this particular passage. She is a younger woman dating an older married man. The married man has opened his marriage and drama ensues. She talks about how the mere passage of years does not necessarily give anyone more wisdom, more creativity, more passion. Like there is a scenario in which dating an older man is simply just dating an older man, and maybe he is useless. But yeah, I think, again, we're trying to even the score of an imperfect system. And if we're netting out at an older woman is trying to get to the potential power that an older man might have in a relationship, I just don't know if that's what we want.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
It's like squaring the circle.
It's just like a cursed game.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that you can't unilaterally say no, that just because there's an age gap, there can't be equality. I think the question would be how they negotiate it, how open they are about it, how much they have a capacity to confront what it's about. And also the phases that a relationship is going to have to inevitably go through. Because what happens when, I don't know, you're 60 and they're 90?
I want to end with a segment called coinage. Basically, words like cougar feel predatory, MILF feels explicitly sexual. This phenomenon is happening, but we don't have language for it. And I wonder if you might be willing to propose new language.
Oh, I thought of adulting.
Adulting. Adulting to mean dating an older woman.
Yeah, you're trying to adult. You're adulting. This is what my son says when he's like, that he did his errands, that he was adulting. So.
and now you have to really question what he means by having done his errands.
Yes, that's right.
It is hard though. It's hard. Okay, so my first instinct was something about like the nannies or the babysitters, because ideally you would be mothering them, but it's temporary. You're mothering them into adulthood. But then I was like, well, that's not helpful for us. Then I was thinking, what if it was like, instead of MILF,
then they're like
just
preppers?
Women I'd like to date. So it's just
wild.
I was like, wild things, wild and out.
I love that.
Yeah.
I was going to propose, I mean, this has been true. These kinds of age gap relationships have been true in queer communities for a long time. And in gay male culture, it's daddies and twinks. So I was thinking mommies and minnows, like mommy's a minnow magnet. Look at that mommy at the bar. She's being surrounded by minnows. Thought that might work.
It draws a very sharp visual
Yes.
that I think feels spiritually correct.
Thank you both so much for being here.
Thank
It was really a
you.
pleasure to talk about this with you.
You too.
Damn it, folks. Let me just play this next one and I'll be right back.
I have such a hard time with somebody hanging all of their politics on, like, I want to be able to say the R word. I'm like, not even taxes?
Did woke go too far?
It might be one of the most overused words of the last decade.
Wokery is profoundly authoritarian.
That woke shit's out the window.
I've noticed people are saying the R word again.
Retard comes flying out of these kids' mouths.
5 years ago, people were being crucified for saying retard.
Claude, what is the R word?
Retard.
And pronouns in emails no longer feel so obligatory.
Starting off with AOC, she has apparently removed pronouns from her X profile.
Sadiq Khan removing pronouns from his Twitter bio.
Does a blatantly cishet 30-year-old white woman need to have she, her in her Instagram bio?
Lately, it feels like we're being a little less careful about what we say and who we might offend, both on the right and now maybe also on the left. So where are we with language policing? And are we done being politically correct? To find out, I talked to my friends, writer and culture critic Aminatou Sow and New York Magazine writer Brock Collier. Hi, thank you so much for being here with me. We're going to talk about these shifts that feel like they're happening specifically around language and political correctness, things that some people might also call woke or not woke. And so to start, I wanted to play a game where I'm going to say a word and you guys are going to tell me if it is alive, dying, or dead.
Sounds
Let's
great.
do it.
Okay. Problematic.
Dead.
Should die. Should die. But it's around. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? It's like it's around, but it should die.
Triggered.
That one's going to come back. It's going to come back, but it's dead.
I still see quite a bit of that, especially on the internet, which is really disturbing because it's like trigger warning, and then here's a video of like.
I know.
What? I bet there's some people in the chat going crazy. Let me have a look at it. Hey, what's up there? It's my time. Anyway, I had to meet the Uber driver at the door. Sorry for that, folks. So where I'm going to go next is, you know what? I'm going to do this. I can never resist someone talking. I can never resist someone talking about Frederick Douglass. This is a very good history podcast, by the way. So we go. King picks. I did not kick 12th man off. You know what? Let me take a deep, deep breath and let everyone notice. Let me notify everyone. I have a low, I do not suffer fools gladly. 12th man is about the only one I have to suffer through occasionally. If I'm going to kick him off, there's going to be a whole lot more fireworks and cursing. He left of his own volition. Man.
Podcast. I'm really excited today to be talking with August Nimps, and we're going to get into August's work. August, you're the author of several books that fill in important gaps in our historical knowledge of the Marxist left, and I'll name just two of them. Your 2000 book, Marx and Engels, Their Contribution to the Democratic Breakthrough, challenges the supposed incompatibility between the projects of Marx and Engels and political democracy. That's a quote. Your 2014 work, The Ballot, the Streets, or Both, introduces us to Lenin's electoral strategy, which was really the electoral strategy of social democracy, or the parties of the Second International. Lenin and the Bolsheviks, one could argue, did that strategy the best. So that's a very important contribution to that conversation. All that aside, I wanted to talk with you today about your latest book, which you co-authored with Kyle A. Edwards, The Communist and the Revolutionary Liberal in the Second American Revolution, Comparing Karl Marx and Frederick Douglass in Real Time. So, first off, thanks, August. Please introduce yourself, including how your interests in politics and history developed.
Thanks, Luke. Again, it's a privilege to be interviewed by you. It's been a while. I'm thinking about my background and so on. I guess we are all, in many ways, products of the worlds in which we grew up in. And I grew up in a very political household. Both my parents were trade union activists. They were also active in the civil rights movement. Politics was always around the household. The moment in which I grew up in the McCarthy witch hunt and so on had a big impact on me, and that combined with the fight against the Jim Crow system, the fight against racial segregation in New Orleans. I was involved in that movement without knowing I was in the movement.
Two things. It's my time. That comment was for King Pix. Excuse me. And let me also mention the people who are responsible for this Saturday show. Thank you to It's My Time ×3. Deacon Dave, Brooklyn Watson, my darling Brooklyn Watson, and Ryan Bardwell. So support the show by supporting the host, folks.
Teachers recruited me to be a part of that, and that was the reality. That's the way big social movements operate. You get sucked up in them without necessarily knowing you're a part of them. That was the background, and one thing led to another, and the reality of the Jim Crow system revealed at a very early age that all was not well with regard to democracy within the United States. And so I began to look for alternatives. I was open to radical solutions. And
that's a very good point. America has only been an actual democracy since 1964. Before 1964, it was not. And people don't seem to fucking realize this. We are actually not the world's oldest democracy. People need to read history books.
Perspectives, and as a youth, sort of my infantile way of looking at the world. If the racists hated the communists, then there must be something good about the communists. That was the youthful conclusions I drew.
That was a very powerful thing you said about the Jim Crow system, obviously being such an affront to any ideas of American democracy. Was that particularly prevalent in your mind when you then got into Marx and Engels, their contribution to the democratic breakthrough, the need to talk about democracy, where that comes from?
Yeah, in one way or another. The first time I tried to vote in Jim Crow New Orleans in 1964 for the presidential election, I was not allowed to vote because of my skin color. I had gone to a voter registration school, thought I had learned all the tricks about how to fill out the registration form. I turned it into the good old boy. He looked at it, he said, why didn't you fill out these lines? I said, it didn't apply to me. He said, come back in 2 weeks and try again. That was my experience. And because I was on my way to graduate school, I didn't have time to go back. So I didn't get a chance to vote for the first time until 1972. And And the first time I had a chance to vote, I voted for a socialist, a member of the Socialist Workers' Party. So I'm very proud of the fact that I've never voted for a bourgeois politician. I tried, but they wouldn't let me. So the first time I was able to participate in the electoral process, I voted for a socialist. And one thing led to another. I was a member of the Socialist Workers' Party for about 20 years. And it was during that period where we had a educational campaign for the entire membership to go back and read Marx and Engels in their own words, rather than through the lens of Trotsky, to read Lenin in his own words, rather than through the lens of Trotsky. And it was a group effort for the entire party. So yeah, I purchased eventually the 50 volume collected works of Marx and Engels, and did a deep dive. The first book was a product of that deep dive. The book, the Douglas Marx book, in many ways, it has its roots in the 2000 book, Marx and Engels' Contribution to the Democratic Breakthrough. The claim I'm making in that 2000 book is that no two individuals had better democratic credentials and did more for the democratic breakthrough than Marx and Engels, because of what they were doing in the workers' movement, bringing the working class into politics, into electoral politics, the mass political.
You know, that is another good point. People seem to think that democracy can only happen in in a liberalism sort of environment. Marx is a product of the Enlightenment. People don't, and I'm into political philosophy and all that stuff. It is possible when they say democratic socialist, the two can coexist. Okay, it's what the people vote for. It's what the people want. Communism is not, it is a form of socialism, but it is a coercive socialism. Just like um, somewhere like a fascist government, it can be a democracy too, but it comes down to what the people want. I wish people were really interested in this sort of political theory sort of stuff. It can actually be fascinating.
Party. So that's the central argument of that book. I was trained as a comparativist, not as a political theorist, but as a comparativist. And so if you're going to make a claim like that, you got to make comparisons. If Marx and Engels were the best that democracy had to offer, then, I mean, the leading lights, the advocates of the democratic breakthrough, then that implicitly you're making comparisons. So in that book, I devoted a chapter to a comparison of Marx and Engels on one side and Alexis de Tocqueville on the other side, because de Tocqueville, because of his reputation and so on and all of that. And I said, well, let's put Marx and Engels up against Tocqueville and look at how they performed at a crucial moment in the 19th century. That is with the European Spring, the 1848, 1849 revolutions. Let's see how they performed and see which of the two sides deserve to be called Democrats. And the fact is that Marx and Engels outperformed Tocqueville when it came to the 1848, 1849 revolutions. I said in making that comparison that if I get another occasion, I'll do another comparison, and that is to look at the Civil War, the U.S. Civil War, because that's the other big breakthrough for the Democrat in the 19th century. And I said that one day I'll look at John Stuart Mill, perhaps. And so, but I never got around to John Stuart Mill until almost 20 years later. And so in my 2000 18 book, Marxism versus Liberalism, I did 4 comparisons. Marx and Engels on one side, Tocqueville on the other. I went back to that. Secondly, Marx on one side and John Stuart Mill on the other side with regard to the Civil War. Third, Lenin on one side and Max Weber on the other side with regard to the 1905 revolution. And lastly, Lenin on one side and Woodrow Wilson on the other with regard to the First World War. And I came up with what I think is an original method as far as I know, and I call it a comparative real-time political analysis. I think real-time analysis, that's the real test of political perspective, making decisions in the moment. In hindsight, we all can look smart. All of us look smart. The real test of political perspective is making decisions in the moment. And I call that real-time political analysis. And comparing people, looking at the same moment, the same historical moment, looking at 2 actors and how they're behaving, how they're performing, and so on. And again, what those moments reveal about their democratic credentials. So while I was doing that 2018 book, a former student of mine, Kyle Edwards, happened to be reading David Blight's new book on Frederick Douglass. And so Kyle came to me, kept pestering me with questions about Douglass. Well, what about Douglass? What do you think Marx would have said about Douglass and so on? So he kept asking me, and I said, look, I don't know. Why don't we find out? Let's do that. So it was through his questioning that I decided to do that comparison, because you could argue in comparing Marx on one side and John Stuart Mill on the other with regard to the Civil War, it's like comparing apples and oranges, because Mill never claimed to be a political activist. He was always saw himself as a thinker, and he only became a real activist to a certain degree. He ran for Parliament, served in Parliament for a few years, because it was the Civil War that politicized him. He became a political activist because of the Civil War. We started thinking about the comparisons and realized that Douglass was a real activist. Douglass was a revolutionary. He was an activist. So doing that kind of comparison seemed more appropriate. And the fact that they happened to be born in the same year, 1818, was nice also too, because it meant that one didn't have the advantage of age and experience and so on over the other.
One of the stories you bring in is about how Douglass, Marx, and Engels, they all interacted with Chartism. And Marx and Engels, as I understand it, wanted to merge the socialist movement with the Chartist struggle for democracy, to set the abolition of private property as the final goal of the struggle for political power. So since the Chartists are also such an interesting historical phenomena in and of themselves, I wonder if you could talk more about those interactions and what came out of them.
Yes, to understand their interactions with the Chartists, you have to begin with their own political trajectory before meeting the Chartists. And by the time that Marx met the Chartists, he had already become a communist. Douglass was a liberal. He was recruited by the liberal wing of U.S. politics, the abolitionist movement. He was a Garrisonian, but he was a committed liberal in defense of private property, all of the basic liberal pillars of liberalism. That's what he brought with him too when he met the Chartists. The Chartists themselves were all over the map politically. You had a much more moderate middle class wing, and you also had a working class wing. And not surprisingly, Marx and Engels were attracted to the working class wing of the Chartist movement, whereas when Douglass meets the Chartists and so on, he's attracted more to the the more liberal, moderate wing. He had been put in touch with them by Garrison, understandably, and that's who Douglas related to in U.S. politics. It was that wing of U.S. politics, moderate liberals, radical in many ways for that period in U.S. history. Douglas himself really didn't think much of the working class. He had very different views from Marx and Engels on the property question as a good liberal in defense of private property. So yes, when they almost overlapped, that is the visit of Marx to England and Douglas's visit to England comes close to almost for a few days, but I don't think they actually were there together. So there was never really any possibility of them meeting. But it's interesting though that they encountered the Chartists at about the same time, but gravitate toward different wings of the Chartist movement. And again, it's because of Douglas's background in U.S. politics and who he related to. And in some ways, Douglas was a victim of the world in which he lived, in which the working class really had not displayed anything yet in U.S. politics that might have attracted him. It's understandable why Douglas might have not looked to have been attracted to the working class wing of the Chartist movement. That was the wing that Marx and Engels, but Marx and Engels by that time, Marx and Engels already won to a communist perspective, that the real effective Democrats in society are the workers, the proletariat. That's the view by the time they meet. What the Chartists for Marx and Engels, the important thing for Marx and Engels about the Chartists was that these were workers who were willing to engage in the political struggle, whereas a lot of socialists on the continent abstained from politics. And so the lesson for Marx and Engels, that's what was so important for the Chartists for Marx and Engels, that is the workers embracing the political.
I actually have a question for the chat. So what this man looks like is more important than what he's saying or what the premise of his argument is? Am I wasting my time?
The political struggle. Douglas was a defender of, he was a classic, we consider him a classic liberal, but during the Civil War period, before the Civil War period, around the John Brown events, from that period when he begins to collaborate with John Brown until right after the Civil War, we characterize Douglas as a revolutionary liberal. Why? Because he was willing to use revolutionary methods to realize liberal ends. That's why we can call him a revolutionary liberal. But before the war, before the John Brown period and after the war, he reverts to the classical liberal, especially on the property question. Douglas was a small businessman. He was self-employed. It's important to understand. He spent maybe a year as a worker after he escaped from slavery, living in Massachusetts and so on, working on the docks there. Maybe a year, but once he's on the payroll of the abolition movement, he's self-employed most of his life. And he's a property owner, and that's why he was able to vote, because he was a property owner. After the war, he had property in Washington, D.C. He was a landlord. One of his tenants actually sued him for being a slumlord because of the way in which he maintained or didn't maintain his property. And so it's really the property question that distinguishes in a fundamental way Marx on the one hand, Marx and Engels on the one hand, and Douglas on the other hand. But for 4 years, April 1861 to April 1865, they're on the same they're on the same political page, but for very different reasons. And we can get into that, but before the war, no, Douglas opposed when the Chartists staged the demonstration in April of 1848 in London. That was England's response to what was going on the continent. It was a weak action. It was a demonstration. It was peaceful and so on. Douglas denounced it. Douglas denounced that Chartist demonstration, while Marx and Engels praised it. That was very, very, very telling. And they had different opinions with regard to the proletariat in Paris when the proletariat took to the barricades in June of 1848 in Paris. Douglas denounced them. Douglas denounced that action and so on. And how dare you do this? And even something as mild and moderate as what the Chartists did, and that was the working class wing of the Chartists who staged that demonstration. That was too much. That was too much for Douglas. His view was that as long as workers had the right to vote, or there was no need to resort to extra parliamentary action. They could address their grievances through the electoral process and through Parliament. So, and then after the Civil War, again, we can talk about how Marx and Engels go in very different. They go back to their default positions.
You raise an important point, which is to consider how a lot of events are happening very quickly, and more generally, how events can also change people, which goes back to your point about the importance of doing a real-time comparison, seeing how people are relating to things in time. Because Douglas himself goes through different stages. At first, attached to Garrison, anti-political, the Constitution not as an aid to abolishing slavery, then changing. Yes, engage in politics. The Constitution can be used in that way. Then, as you say, engaging with John Brown, fully supporting that. Then changing in many ways too after, or perhaps after the Civil War. Speaking on that point, Marx had engaged with the U.S. before, to some extent, before the Civil War. He famously wrote his On the Jewish Question text in 1843, and as I understand it, had either on his bookshelf or maybe someone else's bookshelf the Pennsylvania Constitution. He was not a scholar of the United States, but had studied it to some extent. And then he returns to it, perhaps with more concentration around the Civil War. But there's a gap. There's a gap there. Do you think Marx changed his views on the United States between 1843 and 1861, or do you think that the events of the Civil War changed how Marx had seen the United States? Was there something going on there?
I think it's a much richer approach, much richer information, knowledge that he had about the United States from that earlier assessment, but I don't think anything really fundamentally changes. We know, by the way, that he also read Tocqueville, and he also read Tocqueville's travel companion, Gustave de Beaumont, his little book, novel on slavery. And at the end of that novel, there are a bunch of appendices with all kinds of fascinating data at the end of that novel. We can tell from Marx's notebooks, yeah, he really enjoyed reading that and learned a lot about the United States and so on. His very first writing, his first publication, reveals a lot of knowledge about the United States, particularly on press censorship, press laws, and so on. And so this is why he considers the United States the most politically liberal country in the world, in the Western world, certainly. So he was very informed in that regard. I argue that it's that understanding of the United States as being the most liberal, politically liberal country certainly in the Atlantic world at that moment, that leads Marx to communist conclusions. And what I mean by that if this is the best that political liberalism has to offer, then we need something else. Something else is required for real liberation, for human emancipation. The United States is great. It's the best when it comes to political liberties, censorship laws, and so on are absent in the United States in the way they are within Europe and so on. And so if this is the best that political democracy has to offer, then something else is needed when it comes to human emancipation. And that's the argument I've made in my 2003 book on Marx and Tocqueville. That was the motivation, I claim, for Marx looking for more revolutionary radical solution, leading him to communist conclusions. How do you explain what's the most politically liberal country in the Western world with all of these social inequalities? How do you put those two together? And that's the claim I'm making about him looking for more radical, revolutionary solutions for human emancipation. So when the war breaks out, what he has to do is true. He has to get up to speed. And one of the reasons why he never completed Capital is because in order to be able to write about what was going on in the United States, remember his main source of employment is writing for the most important newspaper in the United States and maybe in the Western world, Horace Greeley's Tribune, the daily and the weekly Tribune. And as the occasional correspondent from London, when the war broke out, he had to drop almost everything in order to get up to speed. So he has to do a crash course on U.S. history. And but I think what he learns basically confirms what he already knew, especially with regard to the social inequalities. He makes yet before the Civil War, his critique of Proudhon's philosophy of poverty reveals his knowledge about how slave trade and slavery were vital to understanding capitalist development within the United States. So he has a general overall view, which I think is pretty accurate. I don't see any real fundamental changes that take place. I think what he learns once he gets up to speed on U.S. history, it confirms, I think, what he already knows in kind of an outline form in a broad way. That is again, you got political democracy combined with lots and lots of social inequalities and especially with regard to the slavery question. But it's not just the slavery, but it's within the North itself, the inequalities that existed between elites and between the working class.
Let's go to the Civil War, and we're covering large swaths of history in a short amount of time. How would you say Marx and Douglas understood the Civil War? I think from what we've talked about, it might already be clear that they might see different social forces at play. They might put the event in a longer narrative or a different narrative. So how did they see the Civil War? And I guess exploring the commonalities, but also the differences.
Yeah, for Douglas, the Civil War was an opportunity to finally get rid of the institution of chattel slavery. Up until then, he was very pessimistic. In fact, it looks like he was considering leaving the United States, moving perhaps to Haiti, because he had become very discouraged with developments within the United States. But once Fort Sumter happens, and boy, he's all enthusiastic. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for. He sees the Civil War as an opportunity to finally get rid of this atrocious institution and all of the horrors connected with it. for Marx, the big difference for Marx, getting rid of slavery was simply the prelude to doing something much more radical, revolutionary. That is, the end of slavery, chattel slavery, was seen by Marx as a way to deepen capitalist relations of production in the United States, and therefore bringing to existence for the first time a hereditary proletariat. And again, underlying that assumption were the communist conclusions that he and his partner Engels had reached in about 1848, 1847. Well, okay, with the German ideology, 1845, that the proletariat, the real effective Democrats in society, in class society, for the first time, the only efficacious Democrats are the proletariat. That's the proletariat was the vehicle, the means, the agent for bringing about real democracy. And as long as chattel slavery was in place, the United States was limited in really being able to bring about any kind of emancipatory project. So, yeah, both of them see the Civil War as profoundly important, but for different reasons. For Douglass, finally, to get rid of this the bastard republic, as he referred to it, finally cleanse the United States of chattel slavery. For Marx, getting rid of chattel slavery was a means to an end. The end to bring about a hereditary proletariat for the first time, and that proletariat would the real agent, the effective agents of human emancipation. So that's why they could be on the same political page for those 4 years. They're on the same political page. Marx is doing everything he can from London to try to advance the union cause. He's more optimistic in many ways than Douglass. It's fascinating to see the differences between the two. And Marx, in some ways, had the advantage of being 4,000 miles away, perhaps. So he could see the bigger picture. He could understand Lincoln in many ways. He could anticipate Lincoln's actions much better than Douglass. Douglass was oftentimes very, very frustrated. But at the same time, Marx and Engels had a very different position. They had a 3-year, I think for about 3 years, Marx and Engels had a political disagreement about how Lincoln was conducting the war. And it's very important, I think, for Marxists to appreciate that. Just because they had the same theoretical perspective, the same method, historical materialism, didn't always mean that they had the same conclusions in looking at politics, real day-to-day politics. But that difference of opinion lasted for almost three years. In many ways, Douglass's pessimism about Lincoln was oftentimes complemented by Engels's pessimism also about Lincoln. Marx, in many ways, he understood Lincoln, the lawyer. And maybe we think, as some scholars have pointed out, but Marx was trained as a lawyer, as you know, and he had an appreciation of constitutional matters and so on in a way that Douglass didn't necessarily understand what Lincoln had to deal with. Marx understood what he sometimes called the humbug of bourgeois politics, all the maneuvering, electoral politics, all of the maneuvering, all the compromises, the constant compromises that Lincoln had to make because of the nature of bourgeois politics. It's the longest revolution that Marx and Engels ever lived through.
Were there other moments that Marx and Engels and Douglass seemed to...
I mean, dude, comparative politics, comparative culture, making comparisons at this academic level, I'm sorry, I just found it. I find stuff like this to be a goat rope, if not an outright clown show. I will never understand why people give all this fucking Marxism or Marxists. It takes on a religious dimension, which maybe I'm just anti-religion to a point. Dude, Marx is a good critique of capitalism. People who think it's any more than just a good critique, they want to buy into, the historicism or dude, people give Marx way too much credit. It's excellent as a critique of capitalism, but that's where it ends. Ugh.
Converge in their thinking, or is the story mostly one of difference, convergence around the Civil War, and then sort of a, I don't know if parting of ways is the right way, but Engels and Marx go on to comment about other things. Is that a correct way to map out their interactions, or are there other moments in which they seem to come into alignment?
I can't think of anything before the Civil War, anything after the Civil War. And during the Civil War, the moment of greatest convergence is the Emancipation Proclamation. They both are all in praise of Lincoln. Lincoln and emancipation, that you really see the convergence. It really comes through at that moment. And what both of them write about Lincoln and the emancipation, it's fascinating to see how close in much in sync they're in on appreciating the significance of the Emancipation Proclamation. That's I think the high watermark of their conversion. Lincoln's their reaction to Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. But after and there's some other moments during the war, perhaps Marx plays a very important role, we think, in staying the hand, perhaps, of Britain. The British ruling class came close to intervening in the war on behalf of the Confederacy. And there was an incident that took place called the Trent Affair. There was an incident that took place on the high seas, the Union taking over a British ship, arresting on a British ship 2 Confederate officials and so on. Came close to giving the ruling class in England, which supported the Confederacy for obvious reasons, because the question of cotton, and it almost gave them an excuse to intervene on behalf of the Confederacy. Marx is doing everything he can with the newspapers and so on, with the Herald Tribune, a call for cooler heads in Washington and not be provoked into giving the British ruling class an excuse. And that's when Marx, he sees the importance of the working class in some of the mill towns up in Lancaster, Manchester, and elsewhere. Workers who had lost their jobs because of the embargo, they were not getting cotton anymore, but those workers who came out in support of the union. For Marx, that was really, really significant. These unemployed workers are pulling for the union, even though they've lost their jobs because of the war and so on. And that was, Marx is doing everything to let Lincoln know. He knows Lincoln is reading his articles. He's writing for the newspaper that Lincoln read. So he's trying to convey that exactly to Washington, to Lincoln and so on, letting Lincoln know about what the working class is doing in England on behalf of the union. So Douglas finally gets on board. So there's some convergence around the Trent Affair between Douglas and Marx, but I think it really is the emancipation, is a high watermark, is the Emancipation Proclamation.
Your book begins and ends with Martin Luther King Jr. And I was curious why it's important to bring Martin Luther King Jr. into this discussion.
Yeah, I think when you're doing history books and so on, you need to try to how to engage readers for the present. What does this history book have to do with the present? And one of the realities about the present, as you are no doubt familiar with, is a tendency on the part of a lot of people, and I think it really is in the aftermath of the Obama years, a kind of pessimism that sets in. And Black Lives Matter, I think, is the product of that pessimism. That is a disappointment, the assumption that something fundamentally had changed in U.S. politics with the Obama administration. And so what I do is to pick up on something that King said in the last year of his life, his epiphany, I call it, that is oftentimes it goes unmentioned. It's dismissed or almost ignored. And that is that insight that there can never be racial equality in the United States unless there is a radical redistribution of economic and political power. There can never be racial equality in the United States without a radical redistribution of economic and political power. So what we're doing is just kind of opportunistically seizing on that insight to make the case for Marx and Engels, to make the case for what Marx and Engels stood for. What that is, not just the end of,
and that is a fundamental misunderstanding of what race is. That's simply like money is going to change people's hearts. Can't imagine anything more, can't imagine something that misunderstands the human heart more than that statement.
the chattel slavery, but also to do something radically different, a radical redistribution of economic and political power. Very different from what Douglass. That wasn't Douglass's program. And so, yeah, we're simply just taking advantage of that most important insight on the part of King to remind readers or to let them know for the first time.
It's not an insight. It is out and out wrong.
This is why the Obama years, the Obama presidency did not lead to a radical redistribution of economic and political power. There was nothing fun. Why we're still beset with racial inequality and other inequalities, as long as capital, in other words, as long as the capitalist mode of production is in place, we cannot have racial equality or any kind of social equality. That's the lesson. That was the argument that Marx and Engels. That's why we begin with King, we come back to King at the end, and again, it's an effort to make a case for why Marx and Engels and their position on the Civil War is as relevant today as it was then. In other words, a radical redistribution of economic and political power. That's why we begin with King and end with King.
I want to end by bringing up this question of a democratic constitution, and you'll have to forgive me because as I'm looking at the question I've written, I realize that I might have messed up the quote, but I think the point will come across. So again, I wanted to end with the demand for a democratic constitution, one that to draw from the 1903 Russian Social Democratic Labor Party program, because this is what I see as a democratic constitution, concentrates supreme state power in a unicameral legislature elected by universal, direct, and equal suffrage. So to defend my position and to basically say demanding a democratic constitution, I think is something as radical and has a tradition in Marxism. I sometimes cite Engels in 1982, and this is the quote: "Marx and I for
1892." Yeah,
you're right. Thank you very much. Not 1982. Thank you. Marx and I for 40 years repeated ad nauseum that for us the democratic republic is the only political form in which the struggle between the working class and the capitalist class can first be generalized and then culminate in the decisive victory of the proletariat. So I was reading your work, and you have that exact quote, which just in and of itself is sort of interesting. I actually rarely see that quote from Engels used. So I was pleasantly surprised to even see it used in your work. You use the same quote, and you add that for the Marx Party, overthrowing the slave power and ending slavery, and I think this is where I screwed up your quote, that the institution of the bourgeois republic in all of the United States was the prerequisite for the decisive victory of the proletariat. Perhaps I got it right. My point is that I see the bourgeois republic and the democratic republic as distinct. So basically saying, I think we have a bourgeois republic in the United States due to the constitution that we have, the undemocratic constitution, and that's not a system through which the working class could come to power. So when I hear Engels saying that Marx and I for 40 years, I hear him saying something that would still be very radical in the United States today, saying we need a constitution along the lines of the 1903 quote that I shared. I wanted to ask you about this because to make matters even more confusing, in my opinion, Engels refers to the United States as a democratic republic, as does Marx in 1843, as we mentioned. But I'm not confident that they're correct in using that term, a democratic republic, to say that this is the best that political democracy has to offer because of the particularly undemocratic nature of our Constitution.
Yeah, no, I my reading of that and what you're referring to is, I think, encapsulated in the first part of the Communist Manifesto. Marx and Engels say that the advantages of a bourgeois democracy, a liberal democracy, a political democracy, is that they are weapons that can be utilized by the proletariat for its own political ascendancy. Just as the bourgeoisie used these political rights to advance its interests, those rights can be used as weapons by the proletariat. And so my reading of what they're saying is they see these political rights as in a very utilitarian fashion, not as an end in themselves, but as a means to an end. And if the bourgeoisie was able to use elections, not only elections, but also civil liberties to advance this interest, those are the weapons that the proletariat can also make use of. That's my reading of it. That is, they saw liberal democracy not as an end in itself, but as a means to an end. And as long as you had bourgeois property relations, you could never have real democracy as long as bourgeois property relations prevailed. But that didn't mean that you should ignore Constitution.
Dude, this is where Marxism goes horribly wrong. The proletariat wants to be bourgeois. It is human desire to own property that pretty much destroys Marxism. I've never been able to understand why people, Marxists, cannot understand to get what they want as far as redistribution of wealth and all that stuff, you're going to have to use violence to do it. You're not going to be able to coerce people without violence to follow that program. But keep trying.
Rights and so on. So from at least my reading of what they're saying is that wherever you have those kinds of rights, and if you're thinking about this country in particular, the most progressive feature, in my opinion, of the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights. And the two provisions.
The Bill of Rights is not progressive.
There's not much else in that document. Not much, yeah, but those are extremely important.
Okay, again, if you know the history of the Bill of Rights, progressive is about the least thing you would call it. It was basically Madison had to do it or there would be no Constitution.
Weapons.
It was a compromise.
Weapons for the proletariat. We want to preserve them. We want to fight for them. We don't want to do anything to jeopardize those provisions, the Bill of Rights, those basic civil liberties, and so on.
That's like saying the 14th Amendment or the 13th Amendment actually is progressive. The 13th Amendment is not a progressive idea. It is the right thing to do. God damn, dude is slow.
So my reading of them with regard to constitutions and the U.S. Constitution in particular is to see its most progressive features as weapons that can be utilized by the proletariat for its own advancement. Marx had I think one of his most pregnant comments with regard to this topic that you just raised during the Civil War, the Emancipation Proclamation. Remember his comment about Lincoln? He said Lincoln tore up. He tore up by issuing the Emancipation Proclamation. Lincoln tore up the old Constitution. He applauded Lincoln. He tore up the old Constitution. So Marx had no illusions, it seems to me, about the old Constitution.
Yeah, this is an interesting point, because I think it gets into some current discussions around Reconstruction as a second founding, or as perhaps even giving us a new constitution. Because I that was a striking quote from Marx to read in your book, and I found myself thinking, Marx, it changed the Constitution in some ways, but we still have the Senate, the Supreme Court worked to roll back all those things. The presidency is now more powerful than ever. So if only it had really torn up the Constitution. Now, of course, I'm looking at it in hindsight, and the abolition of slavery, that was the largest abolition of slavery, as I understand it, in a single stroke ever. So it's an immense thing. But that particular point, I found myself thinking, many of those undemocratic features of the Constitution have stuck around, and they're really giving us a hard time these days. So,
yeah, and but we still got those weapons. We still have those weapons that we need to fight for and make use of it. And again, as long as you have bourgeois relations, property relations in place, we can never have a real human emancipation in the United States. It will require a radical redistribution of economic and political power. And in that old document, you still the foundation, the amendments, the amendments to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is a very, very important weapon in the hands of the working class, and we have to make sure we do everything not to jeopardize them, not to give ruling elites an opportunity to take away those those important rights, which can only be, as you know, those rights can only be realized by taking us actually using them. No, it's an important question. It's a very important question because there's a tendency among some writers to assume that Marx had no interest in constitutional matters. You'll see that among some very well-known, apparently smart individuals. No, Marx took constitutions very, very seriously, very, very seriously. And I think he was referring to specifically the Fifth Amendment about compensation. If your property is confiscated, if your property is, it's the largest appropriation of private property in modern history.
That's a very fair point to think about what he might have meant in that particular case, and also a very important point: Marx's interest in constitutions and in political structures and in the laws.
The election. He took U.S. elections. He combed through U.S. elections. He followed very closely the elections in the fall of 1862. He's trying to figure out to what extent is there political support.
What do you say, Stanley?
Emancipation Proclamation. So he's looking closely.
I think these two are giving Marx too much credit.
Yeah, at the same time that I was reading your book, I found I was preparing a presentation that I'm hoping to give to my local DSA chapter about Reconstruction. And I realized that peppering the presentation with some quotes by Marx could really, I don't want to say help people take Reconstruction seriously, because it's not as if people are so dismissive of the Constitution, of Reconstruction. They're not, and they shouldn't be. But it's as if to say, hey, Marx was interested in these constitutional struggles and what the two parties were doing, and what Congress was doing versus the president. That mattered. Politics mattered in the most general sense.
Sure. But he also understood too. There's a term that he and Engels coined and used during the 1848 revolutions, and that was parliamentary cretinism. The mistaken belief that what takes place inside the parliamentary arena is the end-all and be-all of politics. Nope, it's what takes place outside, and that's the lesson of the Civil War. You remember the Civil War? There were no constitutional solutions to ending slavery. Nothing in the Constitution made that possible. How was slavery ended? On the battlefield. On the battlefield. That's the lesson.
By Republicans.
That's what it was. It could not be solved. There was no election. There was no Supreme Court decision. We tried that in 1857 with Dred Scott.
You can take that Republicans ended slavery point and shove it up your dumb ass.
Well, they were Republicans.
Okay, no, Republicans allowed Jim Crow. So I don't give a fuck if they ended slavery. They allowed what people call slavery by another name. What you need to do is stop fucking just crowing about shit you don't know much about. Did Republicans not allow Democrats to do Jim Crow in the South?
I thought those were Democrats.
Okay, did Republicans not allow Democrats to institute black codes and Jim Crow in the South?
So you're saying both parties
were? I'm asking you a question. It's a yes/no question. I don't give a fuck about you waffling about shit you don't know. I'm literally asking you a yes/no question. If the answer is not yes or no, then you have no place on this.
Well, I guess they allowed it, didn't they?
Okay, then if they allowed it, who gives a fuck if they ended slavery?
Or if they were Democrat or Republican.
Who gives a fuck? if Republicans ended slavery when they compromised with Democrats so that Jim Crow could be instituted.
That's
They're just
terrible.
as bad.
Sounds like
Republicans are just as racist as Democrats and vice versa. Talk to someone who doesn't know. Talk to someone who doesn't know what I know. Fuck Republicans ending
well,
slavery.
you said it right there.
Okay,
Stanley.
bitch, you're interrupting me while I'm speaking on shit you have no clue about. Take this fucking bullshit you want to propagate, take it to an anti-black channel or one of these fucking dusty trailer trash panels. Don't bring it to mine. Republicans are as racist. Republicans are as racist as your so-called Democrats. So stop talking up the Republicans.
Tried a presidential election in 1860. The slave owners walked away from the presidential election. Lincoln tried to compensate. He tried to buy the slaves from the slave owners at a certain moment. The Fifth Amendment said we'll compensate you for your slaves. There was no constitutional solution.
Well, August, I really appreciate you coming on and talking with us. And I know we didn't get into your 2014 book, The Ballot, The Streets Are Both, but I do have to say that book taught me a lot of history, and I continually think about it when engaging with other people in this discussion of how should socialists relate to elections? Is there a socialist way of thinking about parliamentary struggle, so on and so forth? Your work, especially in that book, has been really, really important. So
thank you
for your work, and thank you for having this conversation. And perhaps there's another comparative project coming up.
Yes, I have another book. I'll let you know about it.
Please do.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Lou.
Think of it like little siblings and like.
Well, this is where I actually was going to go next. Trump is the end of a 100-year experiment. How can I resist listening to this?
The big sibling is just like sitting on the little one and he can't breathe. The court is trying to get the president to stop sitting on Congress.
Has Donald Trump's pursuit of unbridled executive power changed the very nature of the presidency?
I don't know how it can be challenged. Find a rogue judge. You get a lot of rogue judges.
Or has a powerful Supreme Court already thwarted his revolution?
The tariffs Donald Trump announced back in April on Liberation Day are gone. They have been ruled illegal by this U.S. Supreme Court.
I think we can say this.
I'm going to tell you right now, this is crowing about a victory that has not even happened. Okay, the Supreme Court has allowed Donald Trump not to make a mockery of the Constitution, but they have not checked the goals that he set as a unitary executive. Only Ross Douthat could suck dick this much and make it seem like a serious proposition.
This is one of the most significant Supreme Court losses for a U.S. president in modern history.
My guest this week argues that the Supreme Court is more than just a firewall against Donald Trump. It's the real power center in American democracy right now. She's a lawyer, a conservative court watcher, and the author of the new book, Last Branch Standing. Sarah Isgur, welcome to Interesting Times.
Thanks for having me.
So we're going to talk about the Supreme Court, the divisions within the court, its influence over American politics, and the future of the Constitution, really. We're going to get to some big questions, but we're going to start where all things must start, with President Donald J. Trump and executive power. Because we're about a year and a few months into the second Trump administration. And in the first 3 to 6 months of the administration, all anyone wanted to talk about with constitutional questions was just how much power his administration was consolidating in all kinds of different domains. And I want to give you a chance to talk about where that revolution stands, how successful has been his attempt to remake the presidency's powers.
There's very little that Donald Trump has done. In fact, I'm hard-pressed to think of anything that is wholly unique. What Donald Trump has done is turned the amp up to 11 on places that his predecessors had built on in the past. So on the one hand, we can go back to Obama's pen and phone moment, right?
I've got a pen and I've got a phone. And I can use that pen to sign executive orders and take executive actions and administrative actions that move the ball forward.
In a lot of ways, you can see Trump doing a much bigger pen and a much bigger phone and really having all of government by executive action. In another lens, you could go all the way back to the progressive era, Teddy Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson progressive era, where they think, Congress is a bunch of dum-dums coming from wherever. What if we did government by experts in the executive branch? And instead of having Congress decide this, we'll have the smartest people because there are right and wrong answers. And instead of representative democracy that's so passé, we will have basically this constitutional revolution and move power from Congress over to the executive branch. So in another sense, Trump is the end point of this 100-year experiment that we've been running of, let's just have the presidency do it all.
So it's the end point. So where are we ending, right? Like, what has Trump actually succeeded in claiming, and where have his claims fallen short or not achieved as much as it looked like they might?
I say it's an endpoint because it has so obviously failed. He has failed to implement any of his major policy initiatives through executive order in any realistic sense. You think about Alien Enemies Act, federalizing the National Guard, worldwide tariffs, birthright citizenship. These are the main pillars of Donald Trump's policy.
Oh, by the way, both these two people here are conservatives saying Donald Trump has failed. Is 12th Man still here?
I'm still here, Stanley.
Are you gonna fuss at these two youngish conservatives saying Donald Trump has failed? Any pushback?
The bald one or the other one?
Okay, motherfucker, answer the question. I said there are two of them. Pick
Stanley.
one, goddammit. Pick one.
Well, I think the bald one looks like a Fruit Loop.
Okay, yeah. And you know what? This is the wonderful or interesting thing that I have noticed. People are more interested in how people look in the videos I show than what they're talking about. Typical, just racist, shallow bullshit.
He looks like he's under a lot of
Okay,
stress.
bitch, you're just going to double down on your stupidity. Really? You're going to double down. I'm stupid. Let me emphasize how stupid I am. That's what you're going to do?
Don't do that, Stanley.
Don't do what?
Emphasize how stupid you are.
No, I'm talking about you, 12th Man. You can't even figure out who I'm talking about? Dude, keep how people look to yourselves. I'm more interested in what you think about what they're saying. I guess I should just say that.
Play some more. Play some more of it.
You haven't been
into the
listening
conversation.
Okay. Again, let me summarize. You got two Republican voters. I know Ross Douthat voted for Trump. I don't know about Sarah Isgar, but it wouldn't surprise me if she did. They're saying he has failed. And we're only like a year, not quite a year and a half into his presidency. His own voters are saying he failed. Any response to that?
1 or 2, not a big problem, I don't think. Because
Oh yeah,
Democrats have nothing to run
there
on.
is no big problem when the people who voted for Trump are having a buyer's remorse. Gotcha.
Yeah, a couple of them. It's not a big deal.
A couple of them, dude. Have you looked at his approval ratings? They don't approve of the job he's doing, and the numbers are surprisingly low in his MAGA base. So
I only
anyway,
look at
I'm
Rasmussen.
rubbing in the obvious, just to make you just realize Stanley told you so.
I only look at Rasmussen polls. They're the only one that ever call
you
it right.
only look at your ass in the mirror, probably.
Look up the daily presidential
I
poll
don't
by
give a fuck,
Rasmussen.
dude. Seriously,
I bet it's in the 40s.
No, I am sorry. You and I look up and study and research information differently. I try to actually understand shit. You just want to be told shit.
The presidency, the substantive aspects of it, and they've all failed with the exception of birthright citizenship, which is gonna.
What about Trump's campaign for what you might call legal retribution against his enemies, right? Because this is another area where there was a lot of aggressive movement, and you know, who is an enemy? You could define that to include the, goal of prosecuting James Comey. You could define it to include the president's campaigns against universities, against law firms. Where does that particular campaign stand? And again, we're talking, I guess, a few weeks after Trump fired his attorney general, Pam Bondi. Seemed to be primarily related to the Jeffrey Epstein story, like all things are ultimately. But it was also the sense that, she had been in charge of conducting this campaign and the campaign was not going well. But how do you assess that campaign after a year or so?
Legally, it has failed at every turn. You can't point to success in the retribution campaign. And by the way, my list, I think, looks identical to yours. It's not just the individuals, the entities as well. That being said, politically, I think it's been very successful. So I don't think Trump cares that much about losing in court. I think probably he's pretty satisfied with that, which,
do you think so? I guess I looked at the Bondi firing and I said, no, even though she was willing to do all these things for Trump, he still wasn't satisfied. My sense is that maybe he would have been satisfied if just one of these cases had ended, like if just one presidential enemy had been convicted.
Well, let's say this. There's a way to lose competently and there's a way to lose incompetently. I think President Trump doesn't like displays of incompetence. They're going to lose those cases no matter who the prosecutor is. But culturally, I mean, we're sitting here talking about it. I think we can all point to, areas that has affected. Universities are a great example, by the way, of all sorts of university changes that are downstream from this effort. And so, I focus on law stuff, but it's obvious to me that the legal part is just a very small part of the cultural aspect of the retribution campaign. So I don't know. We'll see what's next. But the good news is that legally none of it has worked.
What about, look forward for a minute, what about the liberal anxiety heading into the midterms around elections and election power? Because this, too, is an area where Trump has threatened to or put out, sort of executive orders suggesting like federal takeovers of election law. Does that follow the same pattern that you've just described, where it only works on paper?
He puts out this executive order about mail-in ballots, and the Constitution quite clearly says that states control their elections subject to regulations by Congress. So once again, we're back to the same question that we've been at, again, through the Obama administration, through the Biden administration, through the Trump administration. A president wants to do something, can't get it done with Congress, so they go find some vague old statute and are like, oh, Congress gave me this power like decades ago, don't worry too much about it, signs an executive order, and then, of course, the whole thing winds up in court. The difference for Trump is that the old statutes that he's finding are less persuasive, are sort of even harder to justify, and I think his election executive order that he did was even flimsier on paper than a lot of these others. But again, I hope it shows people we don't want government by executive order, because either the court will say the president doesn't have the power to do that, or more likely, it's just that the next guy will get rid of it on day one. So if you think about climate change, Obama has his clean power plan. Trump repeals it. Biden comes into office. He doesn't just put Obama's back into effect. He has his own. And then Trump comes back into office. Like, this is no way to run a railroad. We take one step forward, we take one step back. We take one step forward, we take one step back. We're just dancing at this point.
Right. But I mean, the biggest reason, though, that you think it's reached this endpoint, this failure, is that the Supreme Court, the courts generally, but the Supreme Court in particular, have, said no repeatedly, right? To over and over again. And this is sort of the difference between where we are now versus where we were a year ago, is that we have a lot of concrete examples of the Supreme Court saying no to Trump. Can you put those together with the cases where the Supreme Court has said yes to Trump on executive power, of which there have also been a lot, and those got a lot of the attention early on? Is there a coherent Supreme Court approach to the Trump administration that sort of makes sense of the range of decisions that we've had?
Yes. Again, the wins that Trump has had have all been on that emergency docket, interim docket, shadow docket, whatever we're calling. So the wins have been, what will the status quo be while this case is working its way through? Does the policy go into effect, or does the policy not go into effect while we decide whether the policy is constitutional? Biden had fewer of these executive orders, so there were just fewer of these emergency cases. And he, would win one on the interim docket, but lose it in the end, and vice versa. So there's nothing particularly new, and those interim decisions can be quite messy. It's very important to understand the denominator for Trump. So like at one point, there were these blaring headlines that Trump had won 17 cases in a row, but they choose which cases they appeal. There had been about 120 that they did not appeal. They just took the L and lost. And so as a percentage, Donald Trump isn't actually doing that well, even on those. But the conservative legal movement has long had this idea of independent agencies, like that's not a thing. And you can go back to Justice Kavanaugh's writings as a baby circuit judge, where he talks about the problem of presidents running on what they're going to do with the economy and then getting into office and realizing they actually have no say over all these parts of the economy. And as a result, you've created redundancies in the executive branch where parts of the Department of Justice do the exact same thing as the Federal Trade Commission. The difference is the president controls the lawyers in the Department of Justice in a way he doesn't control the Federal Trade Commission. And so there's if you're a corporation or even a person trying not to break the law, you're just in a total mess. There's no political accountability. That has long existed out there. What has happened is Donald Trump is actually willing to, test the waters in it. And so, of course, he's winning on those things because conservatives have been writing about them for decades. And what's funny is before that, it was liberals writing about them as well.
You mean that when liberals were more likely to win the presidency, there was more scholarship, liberal scholarship arguing, wouldn't it be nice if the president had more control over all his independent agencies?
Right. I mean, Chevron doctrine, this idea that courts just defer to whatever the agency thinks its own power is, was Scalia. Like that was a conservative thing that now conservatives are like, ooh, Chevron deference. So things evolve over time, I guess.
Right. Coalition shift. Yes, I've noticed that. So, okay. So basically, the court's understanding of presidential power is, as you're describing it, sort of maximal presidential freedom in terms of what federal agencies and elements of the executive branch are told to do, and then limits where?
Maximal presidential freedom within the executive branch and minimal presidential freedom vis-a-vis Congress. And it's funny, you think about the court decides these individual, questions and cases. But there's also these larger trends. Because they decide what cases they take, they almost can, be on multi-year journeys, projects.
Sculpting.
Yes.
Sculpting a new.
Yes. And so it matters where they think the constitutional problems are emerging. For a long time, the problems I think they felt were emerging were coming from Congress having too much power vis-a-vis the states. This is like the Commerce Clause issue. And so in the 90s, you see the court start saying like, no. Congress is of limited powers. And, just because Congress wants to do it doesn't mean it can. Some things are reserved to the states and the federal government doesn't have any say. But by the time you get to the Roberts Court, the problem seems to be emerging from somewhere else. It's not that Congress is doing too much. It's that Congress is doing too little. And so now you see the court on this 20-year journey to try to rein in the president in the hopes, think of it like little siblings and the big sibling is just like sitting on the little one and he can't breathe. The court is trying to get the president to stop sitting on Congress. They can't make Congress do its job, but they can hope that if it's very clear that the president cannot solve these problems, if a president runs on student loan debt forgiveness and there's a bill pending in Congress and it doesn't pass, and the president just does it by executive order, you're not going to have Congress try to pass bills anymore. If one side knows they can get everything they want through executive order, they don't need to compromise. And so the court has been involved in this multi-decade process to say, nope, you cannot do it that way. You must go back to the negotiation table. We haven't seen Congress actually take them up on that offer yet.
Well, right. Yeah, we'll get to that question of what happens if the court's attempts to sculpt the constitutional order don't get cooperation. But just to keep with this thread. So basically you're saying that there is this sort of fundamental continuity between the court saying that Joe Biden's attempt to forgive large amounts of student loan debt is unconstitutional because it is policymaking that should be reserved to Congress, and the case of the court saying no to Trump on tariffs. Just drill down a little bit on tariffs. Why was that case a situation where the court could say it doesn't matter how much power Trump has over his own executive agencies, he doesn't have this power?
Yeah. I mean, again, to go back to my sibling analogy, like we're in a road trip and the Chief Justice is driving and the two kids are in the back and they keep poking each other. The chief turning back, to the two kids is like, Mr. President, like stay in your seat. Your seat includes all of these agencies. They're not independent of you. You will have more control over them, but they will have less control over anything. And Congress, stop trying to give away all your stuff to the presidency just because you don't want to do it anymore.
Right, because Congress isn't, in the analogy, Congress isn't poking the other sibling. Congress is like, here, take my toys, right?
But then crying that they don't have any toys. Now, again, you go back to that progressive era. When Congress started giving away this power, they did keep two strings, right? One was this idea that there'd be these independent agencies so the president wouldn't have the power to fire them. And the other was this idea of a legislative veto, that Congress at any point could vote on what those independent agencies do and give it a thumbs down. What the court has done, I think that's been really unhelpful for this constitutional balance, is they've taken away those safeguards without taking away the power. So the power keeps accumulating in the executive branch as Congress's strings evaporate. So, the court got rid of the legislative veto in the 1980s. So now Congress had no, version.
Right. What that means in practice, right, is that Congress can't override a president's tariffs without having a 2/3 majority.
Without a veto-proof majority.
Right.
And of course, as they're getting rid of the independence of these agencies, same thing, right? The president becomes more powerful, but the powers of those agencies are now huge. And, Justice Kagan has mentioned this in oral argument. Shouldn't we strike down the whole statute, like the existence of the Federal Trade Commission, not just its independence, for instance? And there's something to that argument. So you have this more powerful presidency.
In the sense that the Federal Trade Commission, by its very existence, infringes on congressional power? What would be the argument for
that Congress created a bundle of sticks, right? And the bundle of sticks included the legislative veto, the independent agency, and all of this power.
Right.
You don't get to take out two of the sticks and then be like, you can just keep that stick because the sticks all came together they're a bundle. It's a bouquet. And so Kagan's point is, let's just strike down the whole thing and make Congress start over. The problem that you'll see over and over again, though, is, this was meant to be a conversation between the president and Congress and the courts. If the court decides a statute means X instead of Y, or decides, the bundle of sticks, you get this stick but not that stick, Congress can then jump in and say, no, that's not what we meant. We actually meant this and not this. The problem that we keep having is that no one thinks Congress will do that. So the court becomes the last word on these questions, and that doesn't really work either.
I want to get to the question of what kinds of powers the president has in the face of Supreme Court opposition, because that is something that I think is also connected to the powers that the court has said the president has, including on presidential immunity. But let's try and do it by sort of walking through a couple of looming cases, right? Just very, very quickly, tariffs are obviously the biggest place where the courts have said no to the president.
Correct.
You expect them to say no on birthright citizenship too.
Absolutely.
And what will be the court's argument or reasoning in that case? Quickly.
Well, this is the problem for the administration. They have to win on like 5 different grounds to win it all, and the other side just needs to win on one. So one version of this is what we've been talking about. Congress did not give the president the ability to redefine this. They have a statute in 1952. It has the same language as the 14th Amendment. All persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof shall be citizens. And that the court will just say, like, look, if Congress wants to make some more refinements in that, like, for instance, someone who's been here on a tourist visa for under 6 months, their child is not automatically a citizen. We'll see that when it comes, and maybe that is or maybe that isn't constitutional. But regardless, the president acting alone has no ability to do this whatsoever. We're not going to be flim-flamming around with executive orders on who's a citizen in this country. The president is saying his is only prospective. What if the next president says his is retrospective? What a mess. Another version is that they just get to the root of it and say the 14th Amendment, which has that language that I just told you, it actually already settled this question. And it's everyone except for diplomats, basically, because subject to the jurisdiction thereof just means you're here. We could arrest you for a crime.
Right. Anyone who doesn't have immunity.
Right. So we're done with that. And I think that would garner different majorities on the court. The chief has wanted to make narrower rulings with larger majorities. But you can also see in this case them wanting to settle the question once and for all and not dare Congress to pass a law and then just do this all over again.
So you would guess anywhere from 7-2 to 9-0?
Correct.
Okay.
But and that's the range.
That's the range. Okay, good. Well, it's all, I like getting actual predictions in these conversations. What else looms besides birthright citizenship that you think bears on any of the questions we've been talking about?
So 2 big cases, they're culturally big cases, but I think they're court big cases for this separation of powers conversation, is the mail-in ballot case about whether Mississippi can have a state law saying that they accept mail-in ballots 5 days after Election Day. The question is whether Congress, in saying that there is an election day, meant you, as one of the advocates said, you must consummate the election on Election Day, not just have voted, but that vote needs to be received by a state election official. Or Election Day doesn't mean anything in particular other than you need to vote. And states can make these rules as they see fit. Some states can have it 2 days. Some states can say, nope, just Election Day. And Mississippi can say 5 days. What's interesting about that case to me is, again, the court being the last word is what's making this all a problem. And so I'll be very interested to see, whichever way the court comes out, how the other 2 branches respond to that. Because again, I think the court's trying to jumpstart these branches into actually responding to them. The other case that's similar to that is the asylum case, whether someone who arrives at the southern border can apply for asylum no matter what, or whether the administration can prevent them from getting to the turnstile and therefore say they do not get to apply for asylum. Again, it's only about a congressional statute and what Congress meant and how the court applies that in this fact pattern. Congress could clarify it tomorrow.
Right.
Instead of saying arrives in the United States, they could change it to arrives at a port of entry or is in the physical,
Right.
contiguous United States.
But that is sort of a great example of an area where a different Republican president coming into a landscape where the prior administration had used a more liberal interpretation of this law to, to allow the largest wave of migration in recent American history. A different Republican administration would have come in and said, okay, we have this asylum law that, Joe Biden used in this ridiculous way. Let's change the law. And Trump has done nothing like that. There's no revision of the asylum laws pending in Congress, anything like that. He's just assuming that you combine executive power with a friendly Supreme Court. But in this case, maybe it will work and he will get the policy outcome that he wants.
Maybe, but again, if you actually care about this issue and you agree with the Trump administration, the next Democratic president to come in can snap their fingers and change it immediately. So you haven't really won anything and you also haven't lost anything. And that's the problem that we seem to have right now. What makes Trump kind of unique is that Joe Biden actually did try to move legislation about student loan debt forgiveness.
Right.
It failed.
It failed.
Obama tried to move legislation on immigration. It failed. Trump hasn't even tried. And remember, before the election, in fact, he told Republicans not to vote for immigration legislation changes because one gets the sense he wanted to do government by executive order because this is more fun.
Yes. So in the end, most likely there'll be some victories for Trump, but there'll be two really large defeats: birthright citizenship and tariffs, both very big issues. Birthright citizenship is more important to the Republican base or the conservative base. Tariffs are obviously close to Trump's own heart. A year ago, there was a lot of conversation, including on this show, about what it would take for Trump to defy the court. In practice, you've had a sequence of setbacks for the president that have been met by, angry tirades on social media, some attempts to do end arounds, but basically Trump has accepted the power of the court to block him. Does that continue? Is there any scenario where Trump acts Andrew Jackson style in defiance of the Supremes?
Not in any of the cases we have yet, really, because first of all...
Well, he hasn't done it yet, but on birthright citizenship, for instance.
I'm saying for the cases that we have pending to talk about, there's not really an option to defy the court. The court has really been defined over the course of our entire American experiment by being at odds with powerful presidents. My argument would be this has actually built its legitimacy as an independent branch. There's only been 17 chief justices and there's been like 50 presidents. These guys look around and are like, we will outlast you and the next guy and the next guy, like no problem. Like on birthright citizenship, for instance, if the Supreme Court, as I predict.
Let me say one thing. I want Trump to defy the court. I want it to happen for my own personal gratification. He will destroy the Republican Party if he has that kind of gumption.
Says no, Donald Trump cannot do that through executive order. That's sort of the end of it for Donald Trump.
Well, just to walk through the maximally sort of paranoid scenario, because I think, there's a lot of people who read the New York Times who entertain these scenarios, right? The one thing we haven't talked about is the court's ruling about broad executive immunity, right? Mm-hmm. From prosecution and legal action. This was a big ruling before Trump came into power. I think there's an argument that the court saw it as much protecting Biden from Trump prosecuting him as protecting Trump. But regardless of that, I think with that in the background, the fears of what a president can do have just gotten stronger. There's just this sense that the court gave the president all this immunity, and so can't he use that to issue crazy pardons and do all kinds of things, knowing that in the end, even if it doesn't work, he won't be prosecuted? What do you make of that argument? Because certainly Trump has not been shy about issuing corrupt pardons.
Nope.
Right. So just how would you reassure someone, if you would reassure them, that is unlikely?
if one were giving a president good legal advice, they would say that that immunity decision should have no bearing on how you act. You should act as if it never happened, because we do not know what immunity this actually gives you. Whatever immunity Donald Trump or any president may enjoy, and I really think of the immunity decision as like a preface to a future immunity decision. You just don't know a lot based on that. There's so many unanswered questions. So I wouldn't rely on that at all if I were giving legal counsel to a president, especially if the president was like, hey, I'll pardon you for a future crime you commit on my order to ignore the Supreme Court decision and affirmatively do this thing. Those people are going to go to jail, and then they can argue about it. And I just don't think there's going to be a lot of executive branch officials that are going to enjoy playing roll the dice with President Trump.
Okay, let's talk then about the court itself for a moment, since we've been talking about its powers and how it shapes the country, but obviously it does not exist. 9 people exist, right? And this is, part of what your book does is try and tease out the actual power dynamics inside this incredibly powerful institution. So just briefly, how do you see the court divided right now beyond the broad conservative majority, liberal minority split?
So I love comparing Justices Gorsuch and Kavanaugh because they're so similar. I mean, they're both the sons of powerful DC mothers. They go to the same high school. They work in the W administration. Oh, I forgot to mention, they clerk at the Supreme Court the same term for the same justice. They go on the circuit court at the same time. They go on the Supreme Court nominated by the president, same president, within 18 months of each other. They are Federalist Society lab creations that are, given the imprimatur of perfect conservative justice. Kavanaugh was more likely to agree with every other justice, including Sotomayor and Kagan. Jackson is the one exception, then Gorsuch. So you've got to come up with some other way other than ideology to explain why these guys repel each other in opinions. They are the only 2 justices to switch spots between the federalizing the National Guard case that Trump lost and the tariff case that Trump lost.
But allowing for that kind of uniqueness, it still seems to be the case that you do have a kind of 3-3-3
totally
division on the court. 3 justices who seem, to the casual observer, at least further to the right, 3 who are conservative but center-right and move back and forth, function as swing votes, and 3 who are more liberal. Is that how you would define the three groupings?
Not quite. I think, what you just described is a horizontal ideological spectrum. But I think there's a vertical one as well that, I've said is institutionalism. You can think of it as respect for precedent, thinking of the court as a single voice, thinking of, its legitimacy and credibility over time and through the other branches. But that's a spectrum as well. And it's temperamental, it seems, more than anything. And yet we see presidents spend so much time thinking about that horizontal axis and making sure they have someone who is going to rule the right way on these, whatever the specific culture war issue of the day is, when in fact that vertical axis is responsible for which cases the Supreme Court decides to take, how narrowly or broadly they decide them, whether, it's 6-3 or 7-2 or 8-1 or 5-4. That has a lot more to do with that axis. And it's interesting that presidents haven't seemed to notice that yet.
Give me just 2 contrasts, one conservative and one liberal, of people who are high versus low on institutionalism.
Yeah, you bet. So Kagan and Kavanaugh are both high institutionalists. They are going to moderate their own positions to get larger majorities on the court. They're far less likely to write separate concurrences with their own sort of idiosyncratic views of the law. Justice Kagan has called concurrences hey, I've got a thought and I want to share it. She poo-poos the very idea of having these concurrences. Low institutionalists, my non-institutionalists, Gorsuch and Jackson, certainly. I've referred to Justice Gorsuch in the book as the great concurrer, after, of course, the great dissenter John Marshall Harlan. They're going to write separately about their own views of the law. They're not going to care very much about precedent. What those guys decided isn't my problem. This is what I think of this case right now. And they're not going to think very much about the court as an institution over time. Again, that leads you to make bad decisions that take into account all sorts of things that aren't your job. Your job is just to read the Constitution, says what the Constitution says, the end. Those are my low institutionalists.
But there's still also just,
and this is where
a pretty.
And I like Sarah Isgar. I think she's really smart, but that's where she gets it wrong. To read the Constitution and just render a decision, that's kind of a narrow perspective of what a Supreme Court justice is. The law is not cut and dried, black or white, 0 or 1. She's a lawyer. She should know this.
Be clear, sort of 3-3-3, or maybe, Gorsuch, I agree, is maybe he's unclassifiable. The first three are the most conservative in any just sort of casual. Yeah, let's be simplistic.
Let's be casual.
Well, no, because I just think it's important to insist upon the evidence of our eyes and ears. Yes, the justices cross lines all the time and have all kinds of eccentricities, but in the end, on the big cases, you would say there's 3 justices who are the furthest to the right, there's 3 who are center right, and there's 3 who are liberal, right?
I'm not sure that Thomas Alito and Gorsuch are more conservative than the Chief Kavanaugh and Barrett.
Okay.
I do think that they are more idiosyncratic. In the book, I call them conservative honey badgers. Like, they are each soloists, but depending on the issue, they can move all around about the conservativeness. And it goes to this definition of what conservative is, and they don't even agree on that. And I think it's going to be really hard for anyone to predict the outcome of cases if all they think about is ideology and which justices are more conservative than the other.
Which of the middle ground justices do you think is the most influential? Because again, I grew up in a world where, for a long time, the only thing you needed to know to figure out how the court was going to rule was to psychoanalyze Sandra Day O'Connor and Anthony Kennedy.
Right.
And then O'Connor retired, and for a little while, it was just like, Anthony Kennedy is in charge of the Supreme Court. He is our philosopher king, and so on. There's no philosopher king out of Roberts, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. But is there a justice that you think is the defining justice of the court right now?
I love the question of who is the most influential justice because it gets to this very interesting question over what it means to have influence over time. So, yes, Justice Kennedy was very influential over how cases turned out. If we're just doing that metric,
right,
it's Kavanaugh. He is in the majority more than any justice in the modern era, more than Justice Kennedy even was. So,
it's really interesting.
Check that as an answer. On the other hand, when we look at that era of the court, we don't think of Justice Kennedy as being influential on the legal project. We think of Justice Scalia as being the most influential. And so in that sense, I think you can come closer to understanding the project that Justice Jackson thinks she is doing, or Justice Thomas, for instance, with text, history, and tradition. He's in the majority less than any justice, some terms. And yet, we do think of him as being quite influential because it's not always about being the 5th vote and being in the majority.
Right. But Kennedy wasn't influential long term, in part because he did play the philosopher king, and each decision seemed to be emanating from his kind of very idiosyncratic and personal reading of the state of the American soul. Someone like Barrett, though, is in the same kind of position as Kavanaugh or Kennedy before her, but is a, sort of Scalian hardcore theorist. So when she's in the majority, she's trying to ground the decision in theory, I think to a greater degree than Kavanaugh or Roberts. So does that mean that you would bet on her as the influencer, just out of that group?
Yeah, she is certainly, like the Dos Equis guy, the most interesting justice in the world, because she is on this formalism project.
All Interesting Times guests are, the most interesting people in the world. So I'm glad to hear that she qualifies. Go on.
For sure. She's on this formalism project, right? She is doing something different than Justice Scalia was. She's doing something different than the other justices are. In what makes it interesting is while being very conservative, if you were to plot that, spectrum on kind of any definition of Federalist Society conservative, she has ruled against the Trump administration more than the other conservative justices. Gorsuch, by the way, has the distinction of ruling against the government more than any justice because he's our libertarian.
Right. He's consistent.
YOLO.
Biden, he's against Biden, he's against Trump, he's against them all.
Yeah. he's the solo dissenter in this IRS tax case that's who cares? Except he was no, screw the IRS. They're always the bad guys. So what Barrett is up to is what everyone is watching, even though she's not the most likely to be the fifth vote, but because there's this sense that she is moving the court more than just as the deciding vote.
So then what about the liberals? So you already mentioned, right, that Justice Jackson is clearly playing for the long term in the sense of writing dissents that, there's no chance she's going to get any of the conservative justices to ever sign on to. But the theory is you are basically trying to establish a view of all of these decisions that will be available to a future liberal majority when it comes time to unwind the decisions of the conservative court. Talk about her, but then talk about how that's different from certainly than what Justice Kagan is doing. And I'm curious where you think Justice Sotomayor fits in that. Because, what you do in dissent is very interesting generally, I think.
Well, let's just make sure we level set on their seniority. So if you're in the majority, it's the senior most justice in the majority who gets to assign the opinion. And if you're in dissent, the senior most justice in dissent gets to assign the dissent. Justice Sotomayor is the senior most of the liberal justices. And so in that sense, she is the great dissenter of this court. She's going to write the dissents in those big cases, the principal dissent. Justice Jackson, though, is writing a whole lot more in sort of a hey, but also, voice where there might be a principal dissent from Justice Sotomayor, and then you get another dissent from Justice Jackson. Again, she's anti-institutionalist. She sees her job as fundamentally different. Every justice signs their name into the flyleaf of John Marshall Harlan's Bible before they take office. His portrait sits in the conference as they vote. He is the justice that they will all tell you is their North Star. He is the sole dissenter in Plessy v. Ferguson upholding Louisiana's separate railroad car. Posterity now says that he was obviously right. And it's this idea that in the moment, you shouldn't be caught up in the culture and what the majority tells you and how you were raised or anything else. Your job is only to say what the Constitution demands. And that is when the court is at its best. And so every justice wants to be John Marshall Harlan. Every justice wants to avoid being Roger Taney, the Chief Justice who decides Dred Scott. And the question is how they all are trying to navigate to do that. And
but many of them don't want to be John Marshall Harlan all the time, right? And so this is the balance where if you look at Justice Kagan, it seems very clear that she is trying to envision a liberal jurisprudence that could take over the court if you just flipped a seat or two.
Right.
Whereas Justice Jackson is envisioning a liberal jurisprudence that would require 5 seats to flip. And that's very different, right?
Yeah, last term we saw several 7-2 decisions where Kagan separates from Sotomayor and Jackson. Even the Childs case this term on conversion therapy and the First Amendment was 8-1. Jackson is still by herself. Jackson's not crazy, though. After FDR left office, there were 9 Democratic appointees on the Supreme Court. As recently as 1992, there were 8 Republican appointees on the Supreme Court. These swings happen faster than I think we think. And so justice, the liberal jurisprudential set has really been struggling to find what's going to replace living constitutionalism. They are all doing versions of textualism and originalism, especially now that those methodologies are against what Donald Trump is doing.
Right.
So as the liberals search for what that jurisprudential methodology is going to be, Jackson is trying to define one, and Kagan is trying to define a different one. She is the
Stanley.
strategic justice.
Right.
She's constantly
Yes,
trying
sir.
to remind the other justices, don't forget, you want to be consistent. Remember
Looks
this
like
other
I'm going to be getting a puppy.
find consistencies in that, or look
good.
at this originalist argument. Aren't you an originalist? What if we take this out and just narrow this decision? What if we don't take this case? So she is winning all sorts of things behind the scenes. And Jackson is like, no, I'm not doing strategy. We're not doing behind the scenes. I'm not narrowing apertures. Who cares about apertures? I'm going to write in nearly every case.
Do you think that's mostly an intellectual or a temperamental difference? Like what
Temperamental.
temperamental?
Yes.
So it's just like the kind of person you are coming into the court matters as much or more than your sort of formal
Yes.
jurisprudential
And
commitments.
presidents have been caring so much about these ideological commitments,
Right.
they haven't paid attention to the temperament at all. And the temperament is defining which cases the court is taking and how narrowly or broadly they're deciding them, far more than the ideological stuff.
Temperament also connects to one of the biggest decisions justices make, which is when to leave, right? A decision that, famously reshaped the court in a profound way when Ruth Bader Ginsburg decided to hang on for one more term. There's a lot of talk actually about both Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas, but it's mostly about Alito potentially retiring now with a situation where, a Republican president can appoint his replacement and a Republican Senate can confirm one, which may not obtain for 2 years, 4 years, much beyond that. Do you think he's going to retire?
It is such a close call. There's just no indications that Justice Thomas wants to leave. That's why we're all ignoring
Right.
that possibility. Justice Alito, there's just evidence on both sides. On the one hand, he has, twin grandbabies, and he's never seemed like much of a people person. On the other hand,
But maybe that means he doesn't like the twin grandbabies. You never know, right?
Oh,
I mean,
I
no,
think
everybody
everyone
likes their twin
grandbabies.
grandbabies.
Lord.
I apologize to the justice for the imputation. Go on.
He has this book coming out, and that set tongues wagging because the book's release is for that first week of oral argument. And on the one hand, a book is going to sell
In the next term.
Yes,
Yeah,
in October. On the one hand, this is his first book. A book is going to sell much better if you're an active Supreme Court justice.
Right.
On the other hand, you're not doing a book tour because it's during that week that you're sitting for oral argument. But of course, this is Justice Alito. Not doing a book tour is a feature, not a bug. So hard to know. That being said, we're certainly all making our short lister lists and taking bets at all the same.
Well, then let's talk about those bets about potential replacements, right? Because the dynamic on the right, we've just been talking about the dynamic among liberals, but the dynamic on the right is itself incredibly complicated because on the one hand, you have sort of the normal range of ideological possibilities. You want, another lab-grown Federalist Society justice. Do you want someone who sort of represents the kind of common good constitutionalism that some conservative theorists have embraced? But then you have Trump himself, who is really angry about the justices he picked, who Leonard Leo and the Federalist Society handed to him, and they've all betrayed him in various ways. And he, I don't think it's not it's not false at all to assume that he wants a yes man, a hack, and a crony on the Supreme Court. So what do you get out of that combination? What kind of nominee?
When we look at the circuit nominations that Donald Trump has made, they all look remarkably similar, and they are all of a first-term ilk. They all have the same resumes that, Federalist Society judges have always had. By the way, I'm becoming increasingly convinced that that is a bad thing. We are so narrowing the resumes that one may have. So by that measure, it sure looks like his Supreme Court nomination would come from the circuits. And, Judge Andy Oldham on the Fifth Circuit clerked for Justice Alito, and currently 3
How
of the
about
9
Pam Bondi
replaced
for
the justice
Supreme
that
Court
they clerked for.
Justice?
The chief replaced the former chief. Justice Kavanaugh replaced Justice Kennedy. Justice Jackson replaced Justice Breyer.
I don't even know what to,
that's why
how to
he is probably at
respond
the
to
top
that.
of everyone's shortlist right now, but that's not necessarily a great thing.
I just
Right.
mentioned
But still,
what
it
he
does seem
said.
like Alito has been the justice most likely to side with the Trump administration in a lot of key cases. He's also a serious, respected jurist and not seen as, a crony or yes man. So it seems like the Alito mold is the place where Trump's desire for court support meets who can actually get confirmed, right? Like, give me a name. Who does Trump nominate where it's perceived as just a Trump pick and Senate confirmation is in doubt?
So I think the just a Trump pick is probably Solicitor General John Sauer. But what's interesting about him is that he would get confirmed quite easily. He has the shininess of the resume while having the, shown loyalty to Trump. Elena Kagan was, of course, Solicitor General and had not been a circuit judge before she went on the court. So John Sauer would easily be following in that model. I think that if we want to keep moving along that spectrum, you probably get to Todd Blanche next.
Who is the acting attorney general in the wake of Pam Bondi's firing?
Right. There's Eileen Cannon, the district judge who ruled in favor of Trump in some questionable motions and areas involving the classified documents case. I hear her name mentioned a lot, but most of the time people sort of giggle afterwards like it would be a troll. But Trump's not opposed to trolling.
Your book is an endorsement of the court as an institution, in the sense
Correct.
that you argue that in a difficult situation, to put it mildly, it's serving the country well. I agree that I think the court is doing a decent job under difficult circumstances, but I did come of age with a common conservative view that said that it's a bad thing for American democracy to have so many crucial questions, culture war questions maybe especially, but not only them, settled in the final analysis by 5-4 votes from a bunch of increasingly Ivy League lawyers. And I'm still sympathetic to that view, even though now that final say aligns much more often than it did 20 years ago with my own political preferences. What about you? Were you a court skeptic 15 years ago in that sense?
Oh, I think everything you're saying is still true and completely consistent with the idea of this institution being the last branch standing. This is the problem we face, which is you need Congress to get back in the game for this whole thing to work. The court cannot stand as an institution by itself. And by the way, I defend the institution. That doesn't mean you can't criticize decisions of the court or think decisions were wrong. It's more about abolish the Supreme Court stuff doesn't make sense when the Supreme Court is the only counter-majoritarian branch we have, which is, to your point, it has to use that counter-majoritarianness sparingly. It is not meant to stand athwart being 9 platonic guardians saying, here's what we think is the better answer. President Lyndon Johnson famously said, why amend the Constitution when Justice Douglas can do it in an afternoon? We don't want that. And that's the imperial court you're talking about. I don't think we have an imperial court by necessity. I think we have an imperial court by choice because we are not voting. We are not creating the incentives to bring in congressmen who legislate.
But to the extent that choice is being made under conditions where, the Constitution, at least as interpreted through Marbury versus Madison, and there are other interpretations, but as interpreted through judicial review, it does. U.S. Supreme Court has sweeping power relative to lots of other modern democracies. It's an unusually powerful court. And some people would say, well, the problems of presidential power, the atrophying of congressional power, they're what you'd expect when the system, by its nature, pools certain kinds of power in the judiciary in this way. Like you get abdication from Congress for a reason. And those people, again, they used to be on the right, now they're on the left more, might say, maybe if we weaken the court to some degree, or weaken the power of the justices, right? And, you have term limits, for instance, or you change the way in which, the way in which the court is constructed.
Okay.
Maybe that
apparently,
drains some power from it.
The blood alcohol level is etching up. You're talking over the video. Just let me know if you need it stopped so you can comment, okay?
What did you hear James Carville, Stanley? He said the first thing Democrats should do once they get in power is stack the courts and make Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. a state. Can you remind James Carville of what that takes? Doesn't that take an overwhelming majority?
Okay, you sound
of
like
Congress?
as big an idiot reacting to that point as James Carville is for making the point. Who's a bigger reactionary, you or James Carville?
Well, can you believe nuts want to
Okay,
do that?
I don't care about any
consolidating?
of that. What I need you to do is answer the question. Who sounds like a bigger reactionary? You reacting to James Carville or James Carville reacting to Trump?
That's what Democrats really want to do.
Okay,
They
you
want
literally do.
consolidated power.
I have spent my fucking week dealing with people who cannot answer direct questions, and I'm frankly frustrated. If you can't answer my fucking question, then just go, I don't want to answer the question and be done with it. I don't care about your wandering, unsubstantiated, dumb fucking points. The question, and I will remind you one last time, who's the bigger reactionary? You reacting to James Carville or James Carville reacting to Donald Trump? Who's the bigger reactionary?
I'm not sure.
Well, then, good. What I need you to do is just wonder about it, ruminate on it, but stop fucking over talking this video.
Well, Stanley, can you
Okay,
remind us?
I don't
of
give
what
a
it takes?
fuck about it. I don't care.
And then that power flows back to Congress. What do you make of that argument?
I suggest several reforms at the end of the book. We could end forum shopping tomorrow. I think that's incredibly dangerous for the judiciary as a branch. This idea that you can pick which judge, here's your case. I don't care how fair that judge is. If everyone knows one side picked you, you're not going to look very fair. And we could easily fix that. Having a binding ethics code. I suggest amendments to the Constitution, the first one of which should be make amending the Constitution easier. By the way, also make the impeachment conviction level lower. So again, creating more accountability and a little more churn, like what I think you want. What I would caution people about is, look at Chesterton's nice fence over there. Before you start tearing it down, make sure you know what's on the other side of the fence. So with term limits, for instance, it sounds nice. Every president would get 2 picks on the court. Those justices would serve for 18 years. It would create a lot more consistency.
Right. You wouldn't be relying on quite literally the workings of divine providence to decide when a justice dies and when there's a big shift on the court.
There are lots of conservatives and liberals who are term limit curious. I would like to disabuse them of that notion based on what the second and third order effects will be. First of all, if every president automatically gets 2 picks, those 2 people will eventually be named ahead of time. And eventually they will end up being part of a ticket campaigning with the president. You will have the president, the vice president, and 2 Supreme Court justices. That will change who becomes a Supreme Court justice, like it's changed who becomes a president. We no longer pick the best president. We pick the best person at running for president. Second, when those people are ready to leave office after 18 years, they are going to want another job. What if they want to be attorney general? Would you trust their decisions in advance of them leaving the court if they're angling for a cabinet spot? What if they want to go join a corporation for a lot of money? What if the other justices know This president has been elected. He's about to get his second pick on the court on. So let's hold these cases until that justice is on, because we think they'll decide it better. It will make the court less independent. It will make trust in the court, I think, deteriorate quite a bit. And remember, the court isn't meant to be democratically accountable. It's meant to be counter-majoritarian, to protect the First Amendment or the Fourth Amendment. We want it to stand against these bare and fleeting majorities in our pluralistic society. And if you get a big enough majority, you amend the Constitution. If you get a long enough majority and the culture has changed, you get new justices on the Supreme Court that reflect that as well. But beware of changing the incentives of these justices, because its independence is the superpower.
So I buy that argument to some degree. I can certainly imagine all kinds of unintended consequences that flow from turning the Supreme Court into a term-limited enterprise. I guess I just wonder, when you describe a better world that involves big changes to the amendment process or things like that, that seems fairly unrealistic to me. And when I look ahead from where we are to where we're going, it seems like, Donald Trump probably is not going to pick a constitutionally existential fight with the Supreme Court, in part just because he's really unpopular right now, and he doesn't have the oomph to pull it off. But it just seems to me like over a longer time horizon, you have an imperial presidency, and we won't call it an imperial court, but you have a very powerful court and a weakened Congress. I just sort of foresee some kind of constitutional crisis in our future, driven by this sort of court versus president collision. And I like the court right now, and I don't like the president, but the president is elected and the court is not. And so I'm not sure how all of that turns out. So that's less a question than a sort of gloomy prophecy. And I'm curious if you have, to carry us out, a more optimistic take on the next 15 years of judicial history.
I think our politics is turning, and politics, of course, is downstream from culture. Reality.
It's more like a whirlpool, surely. Everything's downstream of everything else. But no, go on.
Reality TV viewership is dropping off a cliff. And perhaps we are done with our reality TV era of candidates as well. And it will take a little while. But when people realize over that these executive orders aren't actually working, we're not solving any of the problems. I look at the primary race in Texas between Tallarico and Crockett in the Democratic primary for Senate. And Crockett ran a very traditional, what I'm calling this reality TV-based candidacy. Looks a lot like Donald Trump with, some different policy priorities. Tallarico ran a very Ted Lasso campaign, optimistic. He had campaign mechanics, on the ground type organizing. And Tallarico won in the end. And if that's a harbinger of things to come, we could actually have a functional Congress, and the court can recede back into just being part of the conversation instead of the last word in the conversation. And the other thing I'll just add is, historically, this is not the biggest threat the court has faced in history. That absolutely goes to Thomas Jefferson when he impeaches Samuel Chase for being a partisan hack, basically, with the goal of eventually impeaching Chief Justice John Marshall and ending the Supreme Court before it began. It was not the organization or the institution we think of it as today at all. Marbury versus Madison, the ink was still wet on. So this idea of what it was, what it would be, what its value was in our system was all up for grabs. And Jefferson wanted it to be a reflection of politics and of these elections. That's the biggest threat. So the court, has faced off with greater presidents than this, Lincoln, FDR. I think the institution will survive just fine if we understand it better.
All right. Sarah Isgur, thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
Just go back to the math for a second. By kind of the most conservative estimates, probably this war will cost on the order of $100 billion, but probably it will end up costing, when you consider, that's just the sort of direct cost, but the indirect cost of all the refreshment that you talked about, John, it's probably more than that. It's probably going to be a couple $100 billion. If you think about that, that's about $600 per American. I live in I have 3 children. That's $2,400 for me and my 3 children for a war, which has, now you can say like, okay, has it created $2,400 worth of stability for my family, of benefit for my family? It would be hard to argue that it has. It would be hard to argue that like the world is now more stable. The United States is $2,400 per family richer because of what's going on. And that's just, and that's not even accounting for all the gas costs that everyone's paying.
The people who are getting more wealthy, by the way, are both the executives at oil companies who have seen record profits or record share increases as a result of the price of oil. And also Bank of America announced its earnings, and all of the crazy trading that goes on up and down as people try to bet on which way this war is going. The people who are executing those trades make the money, whether the trade is to buy or to sell. So they enjoy windfalls as a result of this activity. So as you were counting up the cost to the regular American, it's also interesting to think about the people who are benefiting from this war, even if they don't intentionally mean to benefit from it. And in the oil case, I should note that some of those trades that made the CEOs of those companies so much money were booked long before the war started. So it's not like they were totally rushing in to take advantage of the war.
Let's turn to the Pope for a second. John, I'm going to go to you because he's your Pope. What's going on between the Pope and Trump, and who started it?
Oh my God. Well, the Pope said, basically, I guess you could say he started it. Basically, what the Pope said was that, God is not on your side when it comes to war, basically, which is, articulating a moral framework against killing, which is pretty meat and potatoes for a Pope. He's doing his job.
That's a top 5 Pope line.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that when the president threatened, I guess the precipitating event was the president promising to wipe out Iranian civilization, which the Pope said was truly unacceptable. So then the president responded by saying that the Pope was, quote, weak on crime. I mean, it is true that when Jesus says turn the other cheek, it can be considered being weak on crime. Anyway, and then the president said he was not a fan of Pope Leo. And there was a second, just while we're on this topic, there was a second beat on this, which is J.D. Vance said, and I love the New York Times headline, Vance says the Pope should be more careful when talking about theology. So basically what the Pope said was God does not bless any conflict, and to cry out to the world that that whoever is a disciple of Christ, the Prince of Peace, never stands on the side of those who wielded the sword or dropped the bombs. And what he's referring to there, I think, is,
Yeah, I'm going to switch this out for something else. Kelvin, you keep saying I lost to Be Brave. I have no clue what you're talking about. And you'll have to be more specific. I haven't talked to Be Brave in months. Is he still around? You mean the debate that HB hosted? No, I don't think I lost. You might think I lost because I actually read books and could just counter every point. Kelvin, you have this weird lust for bottom feeders that I don't have. So it's okay if you think I lost. I'm not that concerned.
She also serves as the Harvey Goldblatt head of Pearson College. A native of North Carolina, she is a historian of 19th and 20th century African-American history.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to start this from the beginning. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you're still here, please subscribe to the channel if you're new. Support the show by supporting the host. There's PayPal and Cash App information, show ideas. I've also included my new email address there. So don't be shy. If you got a show idea, please don't keep us in the dark about that.
On today's episode of the Black Studies Podcast, we have the pleasure of speaking with Dr. Crystal N. Feinster, Associate Professor of African American Studies and History and affiliated faculty in American Studies and Women's, Gender, and Sexuality Studies at Yale University. She also serves as the Harvey Goldblatt Head of Pearson College. A native of North Carolina, she is a historian of 19th and 20th century African American history, U.S. women's history, and the American South. Her scholarship examines racial and sexual violence, bridging social and political history to illuminate long obscure dimensions of the American past. Attentive to absences and asymmetries in the archive, she draws on gender studies, critical race theory, literary scholarship, and psychoanalysis to interpret some of the most elusive and traumatic facets of human experience. Professor Feinster earned her PhD in history from Princeton University and her BA in history and women's studies from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. She is the author of the prize-winning Southern Horrors, Women in the Politics of Rape and Lynching, recipient of the W.E.B. Du Bois Book Prize, and honorable mention for the Darlene Clark Hine Book Prize. Her award-winning scholarship also includes the article, Keeping a Disorderly House in Civil War Kentucky, which received the Kentucky Historical Society's Collins Award for Best Article in the Register of the Kentucky Historical Society, and Rape and Mutiny at Fort Jackson, Black Laundresses Testify in Civil War Louisiana, which received honorable mention for the Letitia Woods Brown Article Prize from the Association of Black Women Historians. She has published widely in leading journals and has written essays for broader audiences in the New York Times, the Chronicle of Higher Education, and Slate. She is currently completing 2 books, Truth Be Told, The Battle for Freedom in Civil War-Era Louisiana, and Uncivil, Sex and Violence in the Civil War South. Her professional appointments reflect her leadership in the field. She is the president of the Southern Association of Women Historians, a member of the executive board of the Society of American Historians, associate editor of Civil War History, and contributing editor to Labor. She previously served as co-president of the Coordinating Council for Women in History and has held numerous leadership roles in national scholarly organizations. Her research has been supported by the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, the Institute for Advanced Study, and other distinguished institutions. A devoted and award-winning teacher, Professor Feinster offers well-subscribed courses on the long civil rights movement, African American women's history, critical race theory, and the women's liberation movement. In recognition of her commitment to undergraduate and graduate mentorship, she has received multiple honors, including the Pourvu Family Award for Interdisciplinary Teaching, the Yale Provost Teaching Prize, the Berkeley College Faculty Mentoring Prize, the Afro-American Cultural Center's Faculty Excellence Award in Teaching and Mentoring, and the Graduate Mentoring Award in the Humanities. Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of the Black Studies Podcast. On today's episode, we have the pleasure of talking with Dr. Crystal N. Feinster, Associate Professor of African American Studies and History and affiliated faculty in American Studies and Women's, Gender, and Sexuality Studies at Yale University. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I mean, it's Black History Month, like I said, so they're keeping us busy, but happy to be able to do the work. So I'm good. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for being here. We can dive in because I know it is a busy time. How did you get into Black Studies as a field, and what keeps you committed to doing that work?
That's a good question. So I was an undergraduate history and women's studies double major. I can't say that I had no history that counted for anything when I was in high school. Hopefully ain't nobody from high school listening. But nonetheless, I did not even imagine that I would do anything related to history. I think I thought I was going to do theater stuff. But I got to college, really found that I loved history, and the folks who were teaching me American history were scholars who were really invested in African American history specifically. So like when I took my first American history kind of survey class, which was like American history from, Civil War, Reconstruction to the present, really Vietnam at that point. I had Tara Hunter as my professor, and maybe I was a sophomore. So she really taught me my first American history survey course. And without question, she taught it from the perspective of African Americans. And it wasn't an African American history survey from 1865 to the present. It was just American history. I think it was her first job. She had to teach that course, and she taught it. And I happened to be in it. And there were other folks there who I was taking courses with, who Jenna Ray McNeil, of course, on civil rights that I took as an undergraduate. I also had folks like Jacqueline Dowd Hall, who did Southern history, but really had an eye to race and thinking about race in her own work. So in that regard, I had folks who just taught American history in a way that centered Black folks. And by the time I was, I think, a sophomore, Tara was saying to me, "Oh, you should consider going to graduate school," because I thought about going to law school, and I was going to do civil rights law. I had it all figured out, and I was first gen in my family. My sister and I were first generation in college, and so I was like, "I'm going to go to college. We're going to open these doors, and I'm going to have a bank account." Law school was going to be that track, but I was going to be down with the people doing my activism. Not knowing then that like that work wasn't going to be making me a lot of money, but I didn't know better. But I remember Tara came to me and she said, "You're really good at
you
history.
chose history?
You should consider doing a summer internship at the Martin Luther King Papers Project at Stanford." And I was like, I don't know about that. And at that point, I just thought of professors as kind of teachers. And I was like, I'm not going to be a teacher. Like, I already made that decision because I had gotten a teaching fellowship that I didn't take, and it would have paid for all of my education in North Carolina. It was called Teaching Fellows. And I didn't take it at the time because I was like, I'm not sure I want to be a teacher, and I don't want to have to stay in North Carolina to teach for 4 years to pay it back. So in my mind, I was like, when she was like, you would be a good professor, I was like, no, I'm not going to be a teacher. I already said, just because how I understood like the academy, you don't know till you know, right? Right. So, and then I remember on my women's studies side, I actually worked in the women's studies office. That was my work study job. And so I would have to set up for all the events and things like that. And folks like Hazel Carby came through, and Darlene Clark Hine came through. And the head of women's studies was like, "You should meet Darlene Clark Hine and you should have lunch with her." And so I think I had lunch with me and Darlene Clark Hine, and I was 19. I was like, okay, I'll have, I love what she had to say about Black women. That's great. And she was like, your professor said that, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to law school. And she was like, well, we need young women like you doing Black women's history, Black women's history, Black women's history. I was like, I hear you. I'm going to law school. I'm gonna change the world. You know how young people are. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna be an activist. I'm gonna do the real, all that nonsense that I have to tell all my students. They talking nonsense now. But anyway, I had all that. I went through that, and so she tried to encourage me. And then, but also because I just didn't know the world of academia, it didn't really, I didn't really think of it like all these people are trying to encourage me. I was like, what's going on? But they were like trying to get that pipeline going. And so when Tara asked me, I said, no, I'm not going to apply for the Martin Luther King Papers internship because I how do I put it? I got a job. 'Cause I was like, are they gonna pay me any money? She's like, I think you get a stipend, and but I was like, I have to move to California. I had never lived outside of North Carolina. It was like a big deal for me to go to UNC Chapel Hill. And she was like, yeah, you have to move to California. You live there. And I was just like, yeah, so I have this job because in North Carolina, UNC at that time, many schools, predominantly white institutions, would have programs for students. They didn't call us first gen, but the black and browns. It was like a transition program, and ours was called Summer Bridge. And I had done Summer Bridge before I came in, and I was like, I got a job being an RA in Summer Bridge, and I'm gonna work that program. And no, I'm gonna stay here, and because I got a room, it's free, I'm getting paid. Like, I had it figured out. And she was like, okay. But I mean, Tara gives me a hard time now. And I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And then I think my junior year, I was still taking more history classes. And I was like, I do like this history. I do like it. And Tara circled back and she was like, you should apply for this summer internship at the King Papers, and so you can decide if you like doing research.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I'll apply. And at that point, I had kept in touch with Darlene Clark Hahn. She was on the board of it, and so she wrote me a letter, and Tara wrote, and I got the thing, and I went on there, and that's actually where I met. I don't know if you know Erica Armstrong. She was Erica Armstrong then, but she's Erica Armstrong Dunbar now. Mm-hmm. And she was an undergrad at Columbia at the time. And so not at Columbia. She was at UPenn because she went to Columbia for graduate school. So we went and did this summer program. And, she was like, just on it. She was already at Ivy League. I didn't know what Ivy League was. I was just like, I'm at, UNC. It's still like, that was like, the brass ring for me. And so I just remember getting there. She was like, you applying to graduate school? And I was like, I don't know. I mean, I'm just, and she was like, well, who's here? Who's here? I'm applying here. Like, she kind of gave me an education, schooled me pretty quickly. And then I think that summer I also went to the Berks for the first time, the Berkshire Women's Conference of History. And can't remember who was, I think the head of my women's studies at that time where I worked was the president. But I think Patricia Williams was the keynote. I saw Evelyn Higginbotham, Nell Painter, all of them were at that conference. And so I was getting a sense of oh, okay, I see what this is. I see how it's different. And they were all just politically engaged because it was post Anita Hill. Mm-hmm. I was a sophomore, I think, when Anita Hill happened. And I was involved in classes and organizing around it. And so just seeing them kind of rally around, I was like, okay, maybe this is something I could do. And then after that summer at the MLK paper project, I was like, I'm going to go to graduate school. And I applied.
Well, I guess I'll listen to the rest of this on my own. I think she's good looking though. I can live with her. So anyway, this is called The Fall of Intellectual Trumpism, which made me laugh when I read the title. Intellectual and Trumpism, there was such a thing?
See this, that Dick Cheney is now much more popular than J.D. Vance.
Today, we're going to talk about the defeat of a MAGA favorite, Viktor Orban in Hungary. And we got to talk about the Pope. So there's a lot to cover. Let's get into it. First up, the Hungarian election, where Prime Minister Viktor Orban and his Fidesz party got absolutely creamed. Michelle, you've been over there. You've been reporting from Hungary. You were there until just the last couple of days or so. Mm-hmm. What is Orban's connection to Trump and MAGA, and why does this loss matter?
Sure. Well, when Orban was
prime minister in the early 2000s. Then he was defeated. When he came back, he really set about creating what he called an illiberal democracy. And it was the template for a lot of modern authoritarians all over the world, I think very much including Trump. And, Vance himself has said that some of what Orban does should be a model for conservatives. Kevin Roberts, the head of the Heritage Foundation, has said that Orban's state isn't a model, but the model for conservative statecraft. He had a 2/3 majority, which is what you need to rewrite the Constitution. So he rewrote the Constitution. One of the things he did was create these wildly gerrymandered districts that made it very, very difficult for the opposition. He created a network of foundations that he both was able to shut down the preeminent kind of liberal university in Budapest and then set up his own kind of parallel right-wing educational institutions. He took over most of the media, or kind of forced the sale of media outlets to regime-aligned oligarchs, which maybe will sound familiar to people in the United States.
I got to say, I'm having shades of Trump panic here.
Well, yeah, and it's really, I think one of the things that's striking about being there is that this was a process of 16 years. And if you look at kind of how much Donald Trump has done over less than 2 years, it's kind of alarming. On the other hand, Hungary shows that even when this is very, very entrenched, with enough sort of popular will, you can overcome it. But Orban really held himself out as the model for a new sort of regime at a time when people felt like liberal democracy was exhausted. And he invested a lot of state money, a lot of Hungarian money into building out this network in other places. There's a whole subculture in Budapest of these American expats working at state-subsidized think tanks, writing about, kind of how heavenly it is to live in the Orban regime. And I was actually at an event at the Danube Institute, which is one of these think tanks, earlier in the week. And one of the speakers actually said, they were all kind of glum because they could sort of see where things were going. And one of the speakers actually said, without the Hungarian taxpayer, we wouldn't have this right-wing infrastructure in Europe, which I thought was kind of a stunning admission. And I don't know that the Hungarian taxpayer realized that they were subsidizing this new intellectual infrastructure.
David, what are your thoughts? What hit you?
It is difficult to understate how much, for part of the Trump right, Hungary was the model. This was the model. This was the wave of the future. Look, I would not ascribe that to Trump. I from the beginning, I think of Trumpism as just the will to power of one man, Donald Trump. It's not a coherent ideology, but a lot of people who want to have a coherent ideology of illiberalism and authoritarianism have attached themselves to Trump. And I would say Orbanism was what you might call intellectual Trumpism. In other words, how do you create a worldview? How do you create a political philosophy around this concept of the strong man in a Western democracy? And Orban was kind of the model. He was kind of the guy. Now, to me, I found all of this deeply confusing. I remember in the 80s and 90s having all these arguments with my liberal friends who were, holding up Norway as like the model of social democracy. And I'm like, guys, small Scandinavian countries are not one-to-one comparisons with the US. I was completely right. I just forgot. I didn't know which region of Europe, the small country, was going to be the model for the US. Apparently it's Central Europe, and a small Central European country is the model. And it was important enough for the sort of intellectual Trump right for J.D. Vance to go there, to actually essentially appear in a campaign rally, to interfere blatantly, grotesquely in the election. And then after it's over, after Orban loses, it was like, oh, but the right won anyway, because Magyar is conservative and is more conservative than the rest of the EU. So no, we really didn't lose this. He is a conservative politician by European definitions, or right-wing politician by European definitions, but very fundamentally different in the approach to liberal democracy. And that was always the beef with Orban. It wasn't so much that he was a right-leaning politician. It was the illiberal authoritarianism. And That's why that's why Trumpists here at home found him compelling. It wasn't his right-leaning ideology. It was his illiberal authoritarianism. And it's the defeat of that illiberal authoritarianism that is really the big development out of Europe.
I just want to say one quick thing about the comparison between Norway and Hungary, right? So I take your point that maybe you can't kind of base, a model for American governance on these relatively small European countries. But I think the big...
What's up? It's my time. You there? You there? Hello?
Give me a moment.
Hey, what's up, Tropes? Actually, I'm not sure I disagree with that point. If we can agree that most of the Zionists in the American government are Christian evangelicals, they're more Zionist than the Jewish people are. Christian evangelicals. They're more Zionist. Is there there's an echo on your end? My time. There's an echo. There's an echo on your end.
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
Can you?
Okay. I'll take care of it.
Okay. So, Tropes, what's your response to that? I think the actual Zionists are
They're
the
better.
actual Christian evangelicals. Yeah, it seems to be. The echo seems to be solved. You came up to fuss? I wonder if there's a delay. Oh, lost her. Now she's back. You're back. So anyway, we'll move on or continue until my time has solved her technical problems.
difference is that Norway at least works on its own terms, right? Like Norway is a thriving, happy, rich, successful country. Whereas even on the right's own terms, Hungary has become one of the poorest countries in the EU, right? It is the most corrupt on many measures. It is the birth rate. One of Orban's big policies was that he was going to raise the birth rate. I mean, he hasn't. The birth rate is really, really low. I think it's 1.31 or something like that. And so the model doesn't even work, on its own terms. I think it's important, and which is another reason why I think that this has been such a blow, because think about it, this is not on the same scale, but think about kind of American leftists grappling with the failure of communism and what it means when, your God has failed. This is a much lesser God, but the failure is still, I think, going to create a sort of intellectual crisis.
So somebody talked to me about J.D. Vance's role over there. It seems to me that it was extremely risky to send him. I mean, I get his fanboy tendencies with Hungary, especially he himself is a very enthusiastic natalist. I can see some of the appeal, but to send the vice president over there to wrap his arms around.
She just called the vice president of the United States a fanboy. Oh, that's actually fun. That's a kind of backhanded slap that I live for. You still there, my time? Hello? If you're talking, we can't hear you. Oh, Now she's going. I guess she's having technical difficulties.
And Orban on the eve of these elections, and then have such a spectacular belly flop. What do you make of this little adventure?
Oh, by the way, speaking of belly flops, Iran has announced that they're reclosing the Straits of Hormuz. Who's in control of the Strait of Hormuz? Sounds like the Iranians are. Well, they're just basically saying, screw it. Trump talks too much. We're going to reclose it. They're closing it because Trump has decided to blockade their ports. And I'm going to be honest with you, and it's going to be controversial when I say this. Blockading a port is an act of war. There can be no ceasefire if you're doing an act of war. So this is one of these times where I'm going to go Iran's perfectly correct. Don't be blockading during a ceasefire. That's not how ceasefires work.
Sure. And what happens now in terms of where it takes the post-liberal right in the U.S. and what it does for that movement? David, go first.
Can I call this the Strait of Hormuz of electoral interventions?
Please do. I love that.
So, one of the things that has happened is that you have seen.
My time. Have you gotten your audio?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, good. So you came up here to fuss?
No, I'm listening while you're.
Oh, okay. You were telling me don't be chastising people for. Look, the reason I brought up the point is that I think it's okay to compliment someone's looks. I don't think it's okay to disparage someone you don't like. They're two different things. I think it's okay to comment on someone's looks if it's a positive comment. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree.
Okay, and you don't just call someone ugly or just be offensive. Sorry, it's a double standard, but it's one that I don't have a problem with. Especially if you don't know the person. So, all right, well, since we're agreed on that part.
MAGA sort of take this view where they don't believe bad news now, or bad polls or negative reports.
It's all fake.
So
it's all fake.
It's all fake. And so now look, I mean, there's a good reason why, for example, there's some skepticism towards polls, and all three of Trump's presidential elections, he outperformed his polling. But this would have been outperforming by orders of magnitude greater. But what we have seen is a consistent pattern with the administration just overreaches and overreaches and overreaches. There's this underlying hubris that they can bend the world to their will. And it's interesting, Michelle, I honestly think that what was the political project of Orbanism, if you were going to hear the right, it really wasn't to turn Hungary into a thriving democracy.
Mm-hmm.
The political project was the authoritarianism, was sustainable authoritarianism. That was the political project, because for years, when I was writing against this Hungarian experiment in conservative media, and I was comparing Hungary to all kinds of other countries on exactly those metrics, Michelle, birth rate, economic prosperity. I mean, the contrast between Poland and Hungary is just extreme here. It's a large contrast, but that was not what was motivating them here. It was not really, I've gone to Hungary because Hungary has shown how to make its citizens happier, healthier, and more prosperous. It was, I've gone to Hungary because Orban has shown how to all over the world how to deal with the wokesters.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the failure of that particular political enterprise, which was not really rooted in human flourishing and mutual and shared prosperity. It's the failure of that particular enterprise and what they thought of as sort of sustainable authoritarianism. That's the real blow there.
Right. And can I say something that has been driving me crazy since the election? I think you're hearing this over and over again. The new line is, well, the fact that he lost and there looks like there's going to be a peaceful transition of power proves that he was never an authoritarian to begin with. I would point out that there was a peaceful transition after the fall of communism in 1989, and nobody says that that proves that communism was never authoritarian. But also just, I went to one of the last Peter Magyar rallies in this town, a few hours from Budapest, in the northeast, kind of a Fidesz stronghold, and a town of like 16,000, pretty run down, a lot of kind of Soviet-style architecture still around. And there were well over 1,000 people turned out in this square. And Peter Magyar kept saying, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. And the people were chanting, we are not afraid. And so I asked a woman, what does he mean? Like, what have you been afraid of? And she was an elementary school teacher. And she told me that in the past, she would have been afraid to show her support for the opposition because she would have feared that she would lose her job and her ability to support her family. And, and it was only kind of seeing this tidal wave of people that made her think that there was a sort of preference cascade. But you hear that kind of thing all the time. And what's so frustrating is that on the one hand, it's this kind of strong hand, to put it lightly, that the MAGA right admires. And now that it's been rebuked, they want to pretend that it was never there to begin with.
Right.
Well,
exactly.
That's part of the whole admit no defeat, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's just kind of baked into that movement that, nothing is truly a defeat. But you mentioned Poland, Michelle, and you've reported from there where the far-right Law and Justice Party undermined democratic norms for nearly a decade before it was kind of booted in 2023. So what have they done to rebuild that democracy? And is there a lesson or lessons for Hungary to pull from that?
Well, in some ways, it was a sort of similar election in that it was the sort of center right, the center pro-European right versus the far populist right. It's actually, I think, much more difficult in Poland, even though the Law and Justice Party hadn't become quite as entrenched because of the size of the victory in Hungary. So when I was in Poland, it was just a few months after the election. And what the government was dealing with is, I think, what we're going to end up dealing with here too, which is that when you have all of these regime cronies kind of infiltrated all into the administration, into all of these institutions, it becomes very hard to remove them without traducing democratic norms yourself, right? And so it's this sort of paradox of trying to bring back of reform. In Poland, they had created these new judicial roles. They had done sort of, complicated things to shore up the judiciary. How do you undo that without exerting sort of extrajudicial powers yourself? The difference in Hungary, and again, we don't know how this is going to play out, but because Peter Magyar won what they call their constitutional majority, he won 2/3. His party is going to be able to revise the Hungarian constitution. And so they have a much freer hand to undo what Orban has done.
David, what does Peter Magyar, what kind of challenges is he facing with this and ridding the country and kind of like cleansing it of this authoritarian bent that has been, they took 16 years to get this project rolling?
I think Michelle identified the problem very well, and it's a version of the problem that we're going to face the next time there is a non-Trumpist or a Democratic administration, and that is, if one of the violations of norms was purging the bureaucracy and replacing it with your own loyalists, is the correction to that purging the bureaucracy again? And have you essentially created a pattern where, in the desire to avoid something like the corrupt ideological spoil system, you then push it to another level because you have to try to cleanse the products of the corrupt ideological spoil system, which then the other side codes is just and understands is just a purge of my allies. And you realize how much one person who is breaking both legal and sort of traditional moral norms around democracy, how much they can do a generation-long amount of damage.
Okay, so I want to be a little bit of a worrywart on this. You're talking about what happens when we have moved beyond the Trump era and how we get back to some sort of democratic
You're
norms.
saying that may
but
be
we
wildly optimistic.
we still have a few years. And so what lessons do we think that this administration and this president will take from what happened to Orban, and what could we be looking at? Either one of you, grab this.
So I'm not sure that Trump is capable of learning these kind of lessons. I mean, you know, you could argue that they would say, well, this requires that, a sort of even greater level of repression, because in the end,
that's what keeps me up.
I hate to be Pollyanna-ish about this country, because God knows I feel a tremendous sense of despair and horror. But at the end of the day, the reason that I think Orban didn't try to steal the election, even though there was kind of weird, dirty tricks kind of stuff in the run up to it. There was this kind of false flag accusation of Ukrainian sabotage. There were things that Orban was doing that it looked like he might be tiptoeing up to some sort of state of emergency. And, we'll never know how real that danger was. But I think part of the reason that they didn't attempt anything like that was because the opposition was just so overwhelming. You could see it everywhere. They just couldn't have, I don't think, gotten away with it. And I would say similarly, Donald Trump's coalition, although he still has his hardcore base,
Stanley,
you already see it sort of falling apart. And a lot of the people who would have been, I think, in the past cheerleaders for some of the most radical action.
Can you pause?
Yep.
Were you asleep?
No.
Some of the people that are speaking, you pause it? I think I was a little bit, maybe about 4 seconds behind. Some of the people that are speaking, just a little part of me, I don't take some of them serious. I don't know why, but when I look at them and I hear them talk, and some of the things that they talk, how they speak, and it's real playful. Just like, if I can say a little bit about what happened here in Minnesota. For the end of that, before there were the 2 murders that happened, and toward the beginning of that, a lot of Minnesotans and a lot of people here, we really didn't take that serious as it was. It was very serious.
We didn't take what seriously? The murders or the
fact that Trump would do
ICE?
something. Yeah.
Oh.
So ridiculous. A lot of people, if you looked into the crowd, you'd see the majority of the crowd was not Black. Because a lot of Black people refused to go out in that crowd. They said,
Okay,
you know
so
what?
when you say we, you mean Black people or Minnesotans in general?
Black people and Minnesotans, not Minnesotans, because you've seen a lot of white people because.
Okay, so you mean Black people when you say we?
In general, yeah.
Okay.
I know for a fact.
Now I understand. Now I understand who the we is.
Yeah, we didn't. A lot of Black people that I know, and a lot of people that talked among each other. They've watched the news and watched it happen. we weren't going to go out there because we thought Trump was ridiculous by doing what he was doing. And even though, yes, he was stopped, he would have eventually have been stopped. But so ICE is still here, believe it or not.
Oh, they were there. They were there before the surge. The problem was the surge and
Yeah.
and the change in tactics. ICE has been there for ICE is everywhere.
ICE is still here. But
They were there before the surge. ICE has never not been there. That's my point.
no argument. I live right next door to a place that's 90% Somalians. So they were right in my
So
neighborhood.
nobody considers Somalis black.
I pretty much know more than I really talk about on here. But I'm just
Do
saying,
people in Minnesota does the we who are black in Minnesota consider Somalis black?
okay, that wasn't why I asked you to pause the video. I asked you to pause the video because I said,
Ma'am,
oh, here you
I'm
go.
asking a question. I didn't ask you about why you paused the video. You asked for it and I delivered. I don't have a problem with pausing the video, but I mean you're talking about Minneapolis and I have questions. Does that offend you?
No, it doesn't offend me, but if you ask me about something I don't know about, I can be silent. I won't
Okay,
answer
so
it.
you don't know if Somalis are considered black in Minneapolis or Minnesota. Gotcha.
I'm not a Somalian, so I don't know anything about them.
Well, no, I was asking from a we perspective.
Again, I don't know anything about them. All I know
Interesting.
is what I
Do you
listen
know
to.
if black Americans consider Somalis black? Because, I mean, this racial identification thing is really a two-way street. So, and I mean, if you don't know or don't care to comment, I understand that too.
Pretty much that part, but I'm just saying a lot of this I'm not taking serious because I don't take Trump serious. Not even 30% of me, I'm not even going to 99, 80, 50. I have never taken Trump serious. I think the other day you asked me, did I vote for our governor? And I said no. I did not vote for Governor Walz. Not at
Okay.
all. I did not vote for Kamala, and I did not vote for Trump because I took neither one of them serious. And I'm not ashamed to say I did not vote Democrat or Republican. In fact, that year I did not vote. So someone like my father or my mother, which are not here today, would have been highly upset at me. But that year, I took neither one of them serious. Just like I don't take
So
this
you didn't even vote
black
down
hair,
ballot?
I don't take this black haired lady serious.
You didn't even vote down ballot?
That right there would be personal. I'm letting you know I didn't vote for Kamala
Okay,
and I didn't
ma'am,
vote for
you
Trump.
know what? Yeah, it's
And
better
I
we
did
don't talk about voting if when I ask questions, you're going to take it like it's some personal question.
no,
So,
I'm saying that you know what? Can I say something?
Please do.
But I'll wait for you to talk. But then can I say something? Because here's the problem with being on YouTube, and I sit back and I listen a lot, Stanley. It's only
Mhm.
2 times in I think about 5 years or 4 years that I've actually known you. I've literally been knowing you guys since I've been on YouTube way longer than you probably know. Probably way longer than you and Chaotic Truth. I I've been on YouTube for a long time. I knew you guys in the very beginning. I can look at my Cash App and I can tell you I was Cash Apping people in 21 and before 21. I've been supporting people way back years ago that are on panels and doing things that I would never do to anyone. But the thing is, you can listen and not agree, but the controversy comes in is when you choose to have your own mind. You know, there's no big eyes, little U's on here. I mean, of course we can be right and we can be wrong. And if I've made up my mind to say I don't care for this and I don't care for that, I was just simply saying that I don't take these people serious that I'm looking at. It's like the lady before. You said, you know what? I think I'm going to look at this in my own time. And I can truly tell you that her voice and her trying to be cool when she was talking, and he was talking a little bit to, I don't know. I guess it was something. The way it seemed like something I probably could have went back to one of my old neighborhoods and caught in the parking lot. Seriously.
Okay, well, the reason I decided to do it on my own time is she was kind of getting into things that a lot of people aren't that interested about, like her education and her path to, becoming a history professor. She's a history professor at Yale, which is not chopped liver. I
can
personally,
be an educated dummy,
okay,
actually.
don't know if I can get this sentence out or not. I personally am interested and would be happy to play it, but I tend to know the folks in the chat, and they wouldn't be. So I just did it mainly. I made a decision because I knew the audience wouldn't be interested.
So where did
I
Trump go to
usually
school?
just. I'm
Where did
sorry.
Trump go to school?
University of Pennsylvania. He graduated. Before
I
that,
believe he's
he
an
did some.
educated dummy.
Before that, I know he transferred into Penn. It escapes me where he did his first 2 years of school.
Mhm.
So not sure why Trump comes up into.
I mean, we're talking about
Um,
education, and we're talking about
no,
our president of the
no.
United States.
Actually, we weren't. We weren't talking about education. We were
Yes, we
talking
were.
about. We were talking about my decision not to finish the video of the black woman history professor. That's what I
And
was talking
you were
about.
just telling me I would have never known she went to Yale if we weren't talking about her
Yeah, and that has nothing to do with education. The reason I didn't finish the
You told me she
video
was a history
is I
professor, so
knew
that is her education.
okay. Do you have a problem with figuring out where conversations are going? What the topic actually is? If the main topic is not the same thing as the secondary, tertiary, my point in bringing it up was that there was a reason I didn't show or finish watching the video. Nothing to do with Trump. So you were saying?
You just asked the problem. You asked did I have a problem with continuing a topic. Yeah.
No, I asked, do you have a problem figuring out what the main topic is? Because the main topic was not education.
Well, that's where you went. So, and everybody
What's
in the
up, Lupin? Lupin, my friend. It's good to see you. Old buddy of mine.
Oh, good evening. Um,
He's our age.
Good idea.
Which
That's
means he is a seasoned veteran of these intellectual pursuits.
yeah. Um, yeah. I think in earlier you asked me, no, you made the statement, you're not my mother.
Not a what?
You said, and my time, you're not my mom. I said,
No,
wow.
you're not my mother.
That's what I'm saying. I said, you said I'm not your mother.
Correct.
I wouldn't expect that from you.
Well, you were telling me, well, let me go back and read what you wrote. Now, maybe it
You don't want to
wasn't to
address
me.
me stuff like that, Stanley.
Maybe,
You don't take care about it. Because you know
maybe
what?
it was
We
someone
used to say
else
that to
who
our,
was.
our babysitter when we were like in the second
Hold
grade.
on, let me go
You're
back
not my,
and
well, tell us to
do
do
you
something. You ain't
do
my
you
mama.
mind?
You ain't
Do
my
you
mama.
mind?
Yeah, you don't want to be. Yeah,
Do
I
you
understand.
mind if I go back and read the statement you wrote that elicited that comment?
I'm looking at everything that I've ever said to you today as we were looking at the
Really?
video.
That's a whole lot of stuff.
I was reading it. Literally.
Oh,
I'm
there it is. Here, let's bring it up. Thank you. And you have the nerve to talk about someone's look and told us not to. Are you serious? Was that to me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's why I said you're not my mother. You don't you
And
don't
maybe you
have
should have said that.
why on earth would you tell me about what I have nerve to do? That sounds like something my
Why
mother
on
would say.
earth would you tell Brian he couldn't say that the
Because
guy had a
I've
bad
known
haircut?
Brian a while, and sometimes old friends just kind of say shit.
I know, he was
Are you
just joking. He said the guy had a
Are
bad
you
haircut.
Brian's mother? Did you think, or are you trying? Were you
No, I
afraid I was
just
going to hurt Brian? Were you afraid I was going to hurt Brian's feelings?
not at all. But I just know you just shut
Okay.
him down. Like
Why
you were
why do
very
you
mad.
need to why do you need to defend Brian?
I didn't need that. Now, look at what you said.
Yes, I know what I said, and I meant what I said. I'm not going to apologize for what I said. And as I explained to you, I think it's a little bit more acceptable to compliment someone's looks if you don't know them than it is to trash their looks if you don't know them. I feel comfortable saying some woman is attractive. It's better than saying she looks horrible. What are we really talking about here? Are you mad that I complimented another woman's looks? Are you jealous? Well, it's
You have this.
it's a
You have
serious
this
question.
chat going real crazy because yesterday someone put my time in Stanley. You'll have them going real crazy. No, I'm not jealous of anything that you do, Stanley.
Okay,
No.
just checking.
Do you want me to be?
Maybe.
Well, did I hear that?
It would actually not be the worst thing in the world.
No, I can't be jealous of a man today, honey. I don't
Okay,
have that in
just
me.
checking. Just checking, just doing a level set. Ready to get back to the video?
I'm far too conceited.
That Donald Trump could take, who would have been out there excusing or encouraging a January 6th type thing. Those people have fallen off the wagon. Alex Jones is gone. Candace Owens is gone.
When you've lost Candace Owens.
Tucker Carlson is wondering
Tucker.
if Donald Trump is the Antichrist, which is maybe a conversation for another episode of this podcast.
Oh yeah, a whole episode on the religious overtones.
And so I don't want to underestimate how much power Donald Trump still has. He has the military, but I think that the loss of a lot of his most powerful propagandists would just make it much, much harder.
Yeah. David?
I think you're already seeing sort of the smarter folks in MAGA looking at Hungary, looking at the collapse in support, looking at the Iran war. I mean, the Iran war was a break point beyond the Epstein files, especially in sort of the most hardcore elements of the MAGA right. Because, if you were on the other side of them in the 2024 election, all they ever would say to you, warmonger, you want to go to war with Iran. So for a segment of these people, it has been a bridge too far, but here's where I want to introduce a thought to people's minds. This part of MAGA that has broken with him not necessarily because this was an unconstitutional war,
Right,
although
yeah.
that was part of it, right? Because they're furious at him because his foreign policy is distracting them from the real mission, which is the enemy within. And so, part of the frustration with MAGA is that Trump hasn't concentrated enough on the left in suppressing the left in this country. It could be, even if Trump loses, and let's just say Trump midterms, Democrats sweep, the next presidential election, Democrats win and return to power, then the question is really going to be,
Sorry, what?
Why don't they just say the blacks instead of saying the left and the right?
Because they're
And you
not
can
talking
tell-
about. Well, wait, hold it. Because they're not talking about black.
Well, the Republicans or the Democrats, whatever. You can tell that they're not serious. I mean, I almost called you Donald. I'm sorry. I do apologize for that one. I just almost called you Donald. But anyway, honestly, most Republicans, white Republicans, and no offense to anyone, I am not prejudiced, are afraid for their life because Donald is soon going to turn on them. And you heard it from me first. Donald's going to turn on most white Republicans. And he's just about ready to do it. Just like he turned on Minnesotans. He's going to say, hey, you didn't stick up for me? Wait till you see what I'm going to do to you. Because most narcissists, that's what they do when they can't be right. They will get you.
Most narcissists will send ICE to Minnesota.
I didn't say that. Donald Trump sent ICE to Minnesota because he didn't get our votes and because he wanted that Somalian lady out of Minnesota. That's the real truth. He wanted to fight her so harsh that he did something so ugly over one woman. Over one woman that he fought with everything he had. And killed two people doing it. Over one woman. Everybody knows that Donald was fighting that woman. He wasn't against anything but her. And he's going to turn on his Republican white Americans real soon. You just wait and see. Everybody knows how Donald is, our president, President Trump. Everybody knows how he is. And everybody knows what he's going to do next. If Donald don't get his way, he's going to get everybody that didn't come along with him and everything he stood for. And he's not standing for anything that is for us right now. One, he's one of the richest men in America. One of them. I'm not going to say he's the richest, but he's one of them.
Well, he's not even close to the richest.
I said one of them.
To be honest, I don't even think he's in the top 100.
Because he's going broke from lawsuits. And he's lousy with. I thought he was good with money, but our country is going broke, and it's proven me wrong about him being good with money. That's one reason why I would have voted for him, because I think
Okay, well, he's gone through tons of bankruptcies. The thought that he was good with money, just knowing his,
and we can be wrong.
just knowing his business history would dispel that notion.
Well, all I know about his history is not very much. I never really paid him too much attention because I never took Donald Trump serious. I never even thought that he would even run for president after his little game show. You're fired. I'm like, Donald Trump, are you serious? And he really made it. I'm like, are we serious?
So is the lesson learned is when a game show host says he's running for president, from now on you'll take them serious?
I'm not the whole I'm not versed in the world.
Well, you were talking about you. I was
I can only
curious to
speak for
know
myself.
if you've learned any lessons, because
I've
maybe
learned a
we
lot
should.
with this. I've learned a lot because I live in this world. I'm not versing the world. I'm not going to never say I can do anything without God. And if
Okay,
you
well, I
don't want
don't care about any of that. What
no, you don't,
I'm
but you will.
actually asking you is, have you learned to take Donald Trump seriously?
I think you better be careful, Mr. I almost called you Mr. Trump. See, now.
So now you're so serious about him now, you're calling everybody Mr. Trump.
No,
So
just you.
you
Just
have
you.
learned to take Donald Trump
No,
seriously.
I said you should have ran for president earlier in the chat. Did you see that?
No,
I think you
I
could have
couldn't
ran
be
for president,
bothered. I
Stanley.
couldn't be bothered to run for president.
You could have probably ran for president.
I value my privacy too much.
You would have beat him in a debate. I guarantee that.
I don't love America that
Until
much.
you start calling them motherfucker.
Well, I cannot call people that. I do have that much control. But no,
Did you
running for
just say you
president,
cannot call people that?
I have control over my words. I cannot call them that.
You would have called Donald Trump a motherfucker if you would have debated him.
I wouldn't have done it on a national stage.
Oh, yes, you would have. If you
Now I
would
would
have
have
said
maybe
back in the
arranged. I would have arranged for a hot mic.
back, you would have called him a motherfucker. I guarantee it. I can bet my whole life income on you would, and you would be rich if I bet my whole life income.
So anyway, my question is, do you take Donald Trump seriously now?
No, absolutely not.
Do you think Iranians take him seriously?
I think our country is getting ready to find out when they find out that they have people in the United States that can fight back at any time.
Okay, I'm not sure I really get your point. You mean
don't think there's
we
no
have
people
Iranians? We have Iranians in the United States?
You don't think there's no one in our country from Iran?
Okay, we've had Iranians here like forever. Since
Thank you. There's people here.
ever since the Shah of Iran like got overthrown.
You don't think that
as a matter of fact, they made a whole show, Shahs of Sunset, or whatever it's called.
And Jimmy 12th, man, he's gonna get ready to go in on me because of Donald.
No, I was gonna agree with you, sister, because Stanley could not control himself on the national stage. He'd be calling everybody bitches and motherfuckers and all that shit.
Oh, you forgot idiot.
Almost spit my tea out. But actually, Stanley, if I give you the honors of saying that you could actually have ran for president, I think you're highly intelligent.
I don't think I'm that intelligent. And I'm
Well,
certainly not that patient. It
You
takes a
aren't very
very
intelligent. I second that, Stanley. You're not very intelligent.
well. Thanks for the confirmation.
you're one of the
Only
people.
people who really it takes a certain type of ego to run for president, and I don't have
Yeah,
that type of
You
ego.
have the
I
biggest
have a big
ego I've ever
ego,
me neither,
but
Stanley.
I have the type of ego that doesn't want other people to vote for me. Now, if someone decided, hey, Stanley, you can be philosopher king, and we'll just make you philosopher king, and here's your army to make it stick. I'm good with that. But people
I can
voting
prove you
for me,
wrong in one sentence.
Well, you're like
Stanley,
me, Stanley. You like to
Stanley versus the
bitch
world.
about the world with a fishing pole in your hand
Yeah,
at the
Stanley
lake or the
versus the
pond or
world.
the
That's
river.
not an ego.
well, actually, it's a running joke. There's a reason the show is called Stanley versus the World.
And I wanted to
I
share
didn't.
something my granddaughter said
I
about
didn't
you.
even come up with the name. Portia did.
You know, you agreed to it. You know what my granddaughter said
Oh,
about you?
absolutely, I did. I thought it was funny. I like a good joke.
You know what my granddaughter said about you?
Oh no, how old is your granddaughter? Please tell me she's
She's
over
8.
18.
She's 8. No, this was on a good
This
day.
show is not for kids.
No, she just seen your picture in that chair, and she says, "Mimi, what is that? What show is that?" And she said,
Oh my
"Who is
God.
that?"
Now I'm embarrassed.
I said, "That's my friend." She said, "What is his name?" I said, "His name is Stanley." She said, "Can we watch him?" I said, "No." I said,
Thank
if
God. Thank
Hell
God for
no.
if he
adult supervision. That
So
poor
she came
child
and
would be
got under the
scarred.
cover and got ready to, because she liked the cartoon. And she said, "Is he real?" I said, "He's very real." And that's just a picture of him. She said,
But
"Oh,
let me put it
cute."
to you this
She
way.
thought you were
I
cute,
have to say
Stanley.
this. I literally, there's a setting on the back end of YouTube where you can choose whether the show is for kids or whether they'll ask you, show by show if it's for kids. I clicked it. It's never for kids.
Yeah.
Don't ever let your kids listen to this slop.
Actually, she caught a glimpse of you in that chair, and she thought it was cute. She's like, who is that?" I said, "His name is Stanley." And she said,
Well,
"Oh,
see,
you're cute."
I like young people. I would always be courtly to her.
Yeah,
I don't
she's not
curse in front
around
of
today.
children. Like my nieces and nephews, they all like me. But it's so funny you should mention that. One day, we were down at my down in Savannah, and I was doing the show from a bedroom in there, and the door was cracked open, and the house has a really high ceiling, so it's kind of echoey. And I called someone an MF. And my niece heard me, and now she was maybe 17 at the time. So I mean, it wasn't a big deal. But apparently she just died laughing and went back and told my sister. It's like, oh, he is hilarious. He's calling everybody motherfuckers and on his show. So, that's the youngest person that I know
Not
of
that
that's
funny,
ever
Stanley.
listened to the show. Oh, I think it's hilarious. She thought it was,
You shouldn't cuss people out.
wait, hold it. She thought it was funny. That's what counts. My opinion doesn't matter. Her opinion, she got a laugh out of it. So, are you going to tell my niece that it's not funny? She thought it was funny.
My son thought you were hilarious. He came and sat on the bed. He's like, "What are you watching?" I said what I watch practically every day, and it's just
Well,
like,
if you look at Stanley's background picture, that like if he takes this down, you could see
I
like this
know.
great big bug-eyed motherfucker looking at the world, and the world has
Well,
two
wait, it's the
hands.
world. It's
That
the world
reminds
that's
me of Looney Tunes.
it's the world that's
That looks
bug-eyed.
like Looney Tunes.
Wait,
right
hold
there.
it. Does that look bug-eyed to you? It's the world that's bug-eyed.
Yeah, it's looking at you.
Yeah, and the world is mad at you.
And
See that?
the world is basically saying, "Who, me?"
Now I know what made you mad earlier. Now I know where it came from, because not we, but the guy said that guy with those funny teeth looked like you, and you got mad. And you was like, "Are you going to pay attention to
No,
the show? Are you
well,
going to pay
see,
attention to the
here's
show?"
the deal.
Just
No,
because that
I'm
guy said, and I
sorry.
said he looked like Leonard, because he did when he smiled, he looked like Leonard to me. And he said,
Well,
"Did he look like you?"
Stanley needs to make his
I don't
own
even think he look.
cartoon.
I don't even think he looked like Leonard.
Well, he looked like Leonard clean. I mean, not really, but I'm
Who the
saying,
fuck is Leonard?
isn't that his
What's
You know
name?
who
Leonard?
Leonard is from Bob's show.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
he's
he's not
he's
on that
from,
show no more. But
yeah,
yeah,
he's
I
not
know
on
who you're
Bob's
talking
show.
about.
He's on RLM's show, and he when he smiled, looked more like Leonard. I wouldn't think that you looked like Leonard.
Nah, I've seen Stanley before. You don't look like no Leonard.
Well,
He's
I mean,
skinny,
I
got a
guess
big afro, and
So he looks like Shaft.
likes to
if you
talk
want to know,
online.
what I look like, just ask my number one biggest fan, Nightish. He's actually done like artwork.
One night, Stanley went
Nightish
live.
actually has taken time to do AI art of my image.
Yeah, and he probably don't even know what you look like, Stanley, but I do.
No,
Remember
well,
that
wait.
one time?
You remember? Hold on. I do come on camera. I did a debate with Cellulite on the boomer issue, and one of their gay requirements is that I appear on camera. So I was on camera for the whole show, or most of it. This was back in January or December.
Well, you remember that one time I had to remind you to comb your hair before you came up? Because you were all nappy head looking.
Okay, well, number one, of course, you as a white supremacist think all black people have nappy heads. I don't have
No,
nappy hair. Do you
I
even
don't
know what
believe that.
nappy hair? Do you even know what
heard a white
nappy hair
person say
is?
nappy hair in a
Or
long
is this do you know what nappy hair is, or is this what they teach you at
When you
racist
don't
school?
brush your hair.
No.
nappy
Actually
hair.
it's
You
not.
can't brush, 12th man. You can't
Yeah,
brush
he
nappy
he
hair.
he just picked that term up from one of his black racist friends and thought it was like what black people talk about.
Well, look at Stanley on the video screen right there versus the world. He's all nice and groomed and his hair is clean.
Well, that's
and
Frederick
everything.
Douglass. That's an image of Frederick Douglass.
Is
That's
your
not
hair
me.
white, Stanley?
It's
Nope.
graying, but it's not totally white.
So you're salt and pepper. So do you have a beard and a mustache?
No, it's Frederick Douglass. It's an image of Frederick Douglass.
I'm asking you, do you have a beard and mustache?
No. Stubble maybe, but nope, not a full beard. Still can't grow a full beard.
So you kind of look like Grady on Sanford and Son.
No, I
So
kind of look like
Stanley,
I
the
probably
shave
look more like Frederick Douglass than I would Grady.
Stanley, the shaved, can you use a straight razor, or do you have to use that one stuff that, what's that stuff black people put on their face to do a clean shave, or can you just shave it?
I use an electric razor.
What?
Oh, okay.
That black people
The
put on
fuck are
their
you,
face?
dude? Are you really that misinformed?
Well,
Dude,
I remember when I was in prison, there's a lot of.
I use an old Norelco that I bought years ago, and actually, I occasionally
good?
use my son's electric razor. For years, it's kind of funny because when I was in the Navy, I used an electric razor. Then I stopped. For years, I used like a standard, like that Gillette 3-bladed thing. It's the Mach 3 or whatever it's called. For years, I
Yeah.
used that. And then, after my wife died, I just like, you know what? I'll just go back to electric because it doesn't shave as close. However,
That's
it's
what
all
I
I
use.
need. I don't need to shave
Do
close.
you even
So
shave, 12 man? Are you the one that's in bed with the cat all the time?
Cat? Ain't no fucking cats around here. What are you talking about?
There's this man that kind of looks like the Grinch, and he's always in bed with a cat.
Yeah, I don't like cats.
Do y'all know who I'm talking about? I don't know his name.
I don't.
He kind of reminds you of the
She's talking the Grinch. She's
Yeah.
talking about the Grinch, Stanley. Remember? Had that ornery cat.
I mean, he kind of reminds me of the Grinch. He's on Bob's channel.
No, the Grinch did not have a cat. It was a dog.
No, he has
what
a
is this
cat.
dog?
He's always the cat's
That's
always.
Yeah, the one he
ugly ass
hitched,
dog.
the one he hitched up to the sled.
No, I'm saying the guy on Bob's channel kind of reminds you of the Grinch. He has a real.
I don't watch. I don't watch.
Okay, you know why? He's on CT's channel. He has a
I
big.
don't often watch CT show.
Well, this guy's known by everybody. He has a big, long beard, and they call him Uncle something. Uncle Bob?
Oh, you're talking about Bill.
Uncle Bill?
Yeah, he has
okay. I
a
didn't know.
lung problem
Every
and
time I've seen
everything.
him, he's never had a cat. Just the beard.
Yeah, he's laying in bed. He has a real pretty cat, and he has he just is always in bed. I think maybe he might be ill.
Yeah, he has a lung failing him. His lungs are failing.
I was trying to send something for him before I left.
His power went out, and people were trying to raise money so he could get a generator and all that.
I like him. I think he's nice.
He's a nice guy.
But he does remind me of the Grinch.
So anyway, Stanley, when you going fishing again?
I can't.
Don't know. Maybe next week.
Right on.
On the big screen so I can see who he is.
Who is?
12th man. I know your voice, 12th man, because nobody talks like you.
Yeah. I'm the one and only.
You're the only one that talks like this. I just know your voice, but I've never really. I guess I never.
Rescuing a puppy on Monday.
He don't look like that. Come on now.
Yeah, I look like that. Very scary. Seattle Seahawks defense is going to crush it again this year. That's exactly what we look like.
So you're
Very
prejudiced?
scary.
You don't like black people?
Oh, that's a very silly question. Why would I be hanging out with y'all if I didn't like black people?
That's what Stanley just said.
I literally haven't talked.
Stanley says all kinds of
I haven't
shit.
said anything in a couple minutes. And by the way, I said he's a racist. I didn't say
A racist means he doesn't like the opposite color.
No, a racist means someone who judges people by their race.
Well, duh, the same thing.
Okay, ma'am, you the opposite. I don't even know what is an opposite color. I have no idea what that even means.
Well, black
But
is a
now
color,
that
but
we
can't-
agree on what a racist is, it basically a racist who makes judgments of ability and other characteristics,
Oh, he can't be
basically
racist.
judging a book by its cover.
Stanley, if I was a racist, why would my entire
Okay,
defense be
Nightish,
black?
Nightish. Look, don't feel bad. Most people on these YouTube streets in this quote blackosphere are racist.
All my
The black
defense is black,
The
Stanley.
black people are racist. The white people are racist. It's just a racist brew.
Black people can't be racist.
Okay, you don't even know what racism and racist is when
Well,
you say
teach
that.
me.
It's very apparent, and I don't know that I really want to get knee deep into it. That's for a different show.
Teach
But
me.
this is not something that I'm guessing about. I've literally studied it.
Because you're from the South.
No, I studied it.
Stanley is
The
racist.
the South has nothing to do with it, to be honest.
You're
You're
racist,
racist,
Stanley?
Stanley.
Nope, I don't think race exists.
Okay. Neither do I.
So you believe in like we're all just one kind made in the image of God, right?
No,
do.
I think race is not biological. It is all in your head. That's what I think. When they say it's a social construct, they're right.
Honestly, when I see my beautiful 3 grandbabies come from 2 different nationalities, white and black, I kind of change my
Okay,
whole
white and black are not nationalities.
well, if I'm not African American, Black American.
Okay, white and black are literally racial terms. They're not nationalities. There is no United States of black.
So when I go to fill out an application, why does it ask me if I'm Caucasian or not?
Because America is a culture and a country based on race. That's why.
That's racist to ask
when
me
I say
what my race is.
it is literally racist.
Yeah.
Don't be asking me about my race. None of your
Okay,
fucking
well,
business.
then don't fill out the application. I don't care about any of that. You ask me why they're asking you, and I am telling you.
You
because
agree it's racist
It
to
matters.
ask you your race.
Yeah, we're a
That
racist
starts
country.
from our birth.
This country is a racist culture.
It
is a
starts
racist
at our birth.
culture. It is literally founded on race. The economy was built on race. So, of course, they're going to ask you racist questions. What
You
do
know
you
something
expect?
I don't know, Stanley? What's on your child's birth certificate?
Who cares? Why are you asking me this?
Because I don't know what's on my grandchildren. I don't know.
Okay, you're not their parent. Why would you know?
She's a nosy grandma.
Isn't that something? Isn't that something a parent should be concerned with?
I could call their mother right now and ask her, but I
Well,
I
good for
wouldn't do
you.
that.
You do that so she can call you weird.
No, I'm just
Please
wondering.
put the
When a
put the
child is-
call on speakerphone so we can hear her call you weird.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that. That
You know
would be a
what? No,
fun
she
phone
wouldn't.
call.
I'm sorry, but she wouldn't. But I'm wondering.
You have no. Then she
I
must
wonder
respect you
what
Because
Does
if I
anybody
had
in
an
the chat
in-law,
know what's
if I had an
on?
in-law call and ask me that shit, at a minimum, I would go, "Why do you need to know?"
Yeah, me too, Stanley.
I'm just wondering what's on their birth certificate because I never knew.
Okay, well, ask your son or your daughter-in-law.
But I know what's the
To be
dominant.
honest,
I know it's the dominant, and it's
my
black.
son was born in Virginia, so it's bound to have a racial category.
Yes, it has to be black because it's the dominant race.
Well, he's like half white and half black. Which one does he mark, Stanley?
If it's by a black
Well,
person, it's going to be
to be
black.
honest, even Britain actually has a racial category for mixed. So America's kind of behind the times.
That's pretty racist too, isn't it, Stanley?
I got to look that one up because I believe
that you have to put down racial category, of course.
I believe when a child is born in America, it's going to be black.
Male or female, that's it. That's all they should ask.
Not unless the child is not in both parents' life, that child is going to be considered black. Because no hospital is going to let no mixed child come out of a hospital being called white. That's black. Or it has any part of black in it. That's just my personal thought in my head.
It's a very interesting topic. I never really thought about it like Stanley did, and why they got to ask your race on an application
Stanley knows the truth,
or
and he knows I'm
anything you
telling the
fill
truth.
out.
Well, I mean, there are reasons for asking, but that there are reasons for asking, if you want to step back and look at it, kind of from a philosophical perspective, it's a shame that those questions have to be asked. But it is what it is.
When that baby came out with that nose like ours, and that, well, he was bright, but he had dark white hair. He kind of looked native, actually. But his black dad was holding him. They put black. And I'm not laughing at it, but they're not going to let a white baby go out the hospital and the dad sign the birth certificate and call it white. I'm sorry, they're not. And I know your son's birth certificate says black.
Okay, I'm struggling to figure out why this is an important fact that you must get out.
It's not. It's not even important.
Oh, okay. Can we start the video?
It's something I just chose to bring up.
Oh, it's just something you wanted us to know. So I get that part.
Inquiring minds want to know, Stanley.
Well, I suggest you ask your sister-in-law. I'm sorry, your daughter-in-law.
I know the
Well,
answer.
Stanley,
I don't have to
Okay,
ask.
well, if you know the answer, now we know the answer too.
How do you know I don't have their birth certificate?
yeah, Stanley, I heard to get medical care in some of the bigger cities like Atlanta, then they ask you if you're trans or gay or straight or whatever.
Information, Mr. Stanley. I have
That's
their social
important.
security
That's
card.
important.
I have their
That's a-
footprint. I have their birth
That's-
certificate. I have the first day they came out the hospital and everything about them because I have them insured for their college, for everything that they need. So,
Well, why do they
and their-
need? Why
and
do
their-
they need to know if you're gay or straight or anything like that?
Well, a lot of times you're at risk for certain forms of infection, etc. Depending. I mean, you remember John Galt doing that interview where they were talking about PrEP. You need to know the types
PrEP
of
pill.
drugs. You need to know the types of drugs that people are taking, and there's certain drugs that sexual orientation dries up the chances of you taking. Trans, again, if you're taking, hormones and, all that sort of stuff, puberty blockers or who knows what, doctors need to know your medication history. Because there are such things as there are such things as drug interactions. There's some drugs you can't take while taking other drugs. So that's why they ask.
Not anymore.
I think Trump took that off the application.
Trump destroyed that day one.
Okay, have no idea what either of you are talking about.
You didn't know. Well, you need to be discussing that.
Okay, you're probably wrong.
I'm probably right. Trump put that away day one. Trump
Okay, Trump is not going to stop a doctor from asking about what drugs you're taking.
Trump put that away right away.
Trump is not Trump,
which makes me think Trump could have be a little bit.
Trump didn't do shit. Trump is not in your examination room.
Well, if you're not honest with your doctor, he can't help you. He or she can't help you. You have to be honest with
Trump
your
got a
doctor.
little bit of Diddy on the inside of him. We'll soon find that out too.
Trump what?
He's a little bit Diddy. I think Trump's gay.
With
I think Trump was at.
Oh boy, you know what? Thank God I'm not monetized because I wouldn't be after that.
Who's not the only person named Trump?
They won't have to come and say, Stanley, this episode will not be monetized because I'm not monetized. Speaking of which,
you should be monetized then.
Hold on 1 second. Let me do this quick commercial. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button if you're here, because there are very few of you here. If you're new to the show, we need to replenish our numbers. I've gone from 331 to 328. I lost 4 souls because this show is too hot to handle too often. Support the show by supporting me. I actually have PayPal now. You can also support the show by emailing me show ideas. The new email address is Stanley versus the world at gmail.com. Spell out the verses and send me a show idea. I can't come up with this boring content all by myself.
Well, you're the most fun when you're drunk on Saturdays, Stanley.
Well, I'm not really that. I'm actually not that drunk. I've eaten. As a matter of fact, I just finished
I gotta eat
couple hot dogs. So
I got some brisket hot dogs.
You just ate a glizzy, Stanley?
I didn't what?
You just ate a glizzy?
A what? What's a
glizzy?
No, he said hot dogs or something, didn't you, Stanley?
Yeah.
Had some hot dogs?
Yeah, I had hot dogs last night, and I did something I almost never do. I actually threw them in a pot and added water and did like boiled hot dogs.
Yeah.
Which now there's a reason I know why I don't do it very often. They're better just microwaved or, put them in the oven and warm them that way. But I don't know. There's hot dog water. That's
What'd you put on them though? Relish, cheese, chili, anything like that?
I put mustard and homemade mayonnaise. Tonight, if I actually have hot dogs, I'm gonna put mustard and sauerkraut.
You ever put mail on it?
Yeah, I like sauerkraut on my hot dogs.
You ever put mail on it and just eat
mail?
Salad dressing and eat it plain?
I'm not really a salad dressing fan. Mayonnaise is better.
Just eat a glizzy with salad dressing on it.
What kind of mayonnaise you like, Stanley? Like I
Homemade.
think Duke's is the best. Duke's
No,
mayonnaise.
I make homemade mayonnaise.
You ever tried putting some of that mayonnaise on the top of it and just biting it?
On a hot dog? Well, yeah.
That's a
The
joke.
only thing
I don't
for
put mayonnaise on my hot dog. Sorry.
the homemade mayonnaise, I usually just put dried dill in it. I like dill, and usually put a clove of garlic in it too.
You ever eat a pickle on
Nice.
the side of it?
You squish
pickle?
that all up and
I'm
throw
not.
it in there,
Funny
Stanley,
enough,
the
I don't like
garlic.
pickle relish that much. It's too
You
sweet.
don't like a dill pickle every now and then?
I like the sour deal. I don't like the
You
sweet
know,
deal.
I have made cold pickles, like homemade cold pickles. I don't really like pickles from the grocery store, and it's been probably the last time I made a pickle. My son is going to be 20. Probably the last time. It's probably been at least 10 years, if not 15 years, since I've even had a pickle.
You ever eat?
But I made them. There were cucumbers from the garden, and I just went ahead. If you do cold pack pickles, you don't have to can them. You have to sterilize the jar and all, but you just basically keep them in the refrigerator.
Do you ever eat homemade meatballs?
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
There's only one way to make meatballs is homemade. I don't buy store-bought meatballs. I would rather not eat meatballs. And usually when I do it, it's a hot pork sausage, like the Jimmy Dean hot like pork sausage, and I'll mix it with a pound of ground beef.
Do you roll the meatballs up, like roll them perfect?
Usually, yeah.
Maybe a hot dog on the side.
No, hot dogs and like meatballs don't go together. Now,
You only
meatballs
buy
sub, is
beef
that what
hot
you're
dogs,
asking
though,
about?
right,
I've made
Stanley?
I've eaten meatball subs. I've made them.
Have you ever eaten a hot dog with meatball?
You don't eat
A hot
those.
dog with meatballs? No. Why would I do
Stanley,
that?
Stanley, you don't eat those chicken, pork, and beef hot dogs, do you? I mean, you
No.
gotta have all beef,
Nope.
all beef brisket hot dog.
Chicken does not make a good hot dog.
No, those
Oddly
suck.
funny enough, I don't even like the the more expensive beef kosher hot dogs. I don't like those either. I like that cheap shit. Like I have a Gwaltney 48 pack of hot dogs. It's that cheap shit. I think those are great hot dogs.
You still eat bologna?
Yeah, it's been a while since I've had any, but absolutely, I grew up on it.
You eat Spam?
Yeah, it's a little too salty for me these days, but yeah, if someone I probably ate some last summer. My son doesn't eat it, so I
Don't
got
tell
out of
me.
the habit of buying it.
Don't tell me you eat that stuff, the little tiny fish in a can. What's it called?
Like sardines? Oh,
Yeah.
hell yeah.
You eat sardines?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, not a lot, but yeah, if you give me a can of sardines. Now I do like anchovies because I actually use them in multiple type of dishes. But yeah, I'll eat sardines.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of sardines either.
You sound like you eat sardines. Plus, man, your voice sounds like maybe you.
Oh, don't get me started.
I mean, you just sound like a man that eats sardines or hot dishes.
I eat all kinds of fish, including pussy.
Well, I mean, smoked fish is actually really good. That's all sardines are. Like if you've ever had like kippers, it's kind of a weird English thing.
I've seen
It's
those
basically like
before.
smoked what is it? Smoked herring. That stuff's
Yeah,
really good.
herring or canned herring. You can
Cold
herring
cold
and
water cold water fish is the bomb because it's
yeah,
got the oil.
if you catch fresh herring, you just put it in a jar with wine sauce and it'll pickle itself, and that's delicious.
Mm. That
Just
food
let it
is
sit for a
yummy
few
for
days.
people that are like 80,
I mean,
85,
I
90
even
years
like
old.
mackerel, which a lot of people don't, but I like like smoked mackerel.
I'll eat a salmon
It's
croquette.
I'm not. I mean, I can eat salmon croquettes, but that canned salmon, um, my mother used to make it, and I like it. I've even made it maybe in the last year or two,
I'll
but
send you some real salmon if you ever give me your address, and I'll ship you some real like real canned salmon.
oddly enough, funny enough, I'm not a big salmon fan. I mean, I like it, but I, my when we went to Utah years ago, you could get
It's
it at
not
the
like
grocery
I'm gonna
store.
show up at your house if I have your address.
I was
Stanley.
just thinking that
I'm not. Let me
you
put
give
it
a
to you this
braces
way:
man your address.
I'll send you my address in an email, but
Yeah.
where I live, I'll know you're coming up the driveway long before you get to the house. Dude, I have a long driveway.
I live all the way
Shit,
across the country from your ass, Stanley.
like
What the fuck you talking about?
99% of Uber drivers get lost. Like I have to track the Uber driver because I know, especially if it's night, if it's dark, I know they're gonna get lost. So I just track them, and then I'll even call them because I know they're gonna get lost.
I have good Alaska canned salmon up here. It might change your mind on canned salmon. I don't
That's
know.
possible. You know that they just I don't know. To me, the salmon is just they pressure can it or pressure cook it in the can or something like that. It just doesn't taste right. I can eat it.
Well, if you want fresh,
It's at let me say this though. It's actually good stuff, but it's kids' food. It's like I don't eat
well,
fish
you was
sticks
telling
because
me
that's
you
kid
were
food.
getting that Atlantic salmon and it's
No, I don't even, dude.
substandard
I
too.
don't even fucking buy Atlantic salmon. I don't buy that stuff. It's just not
Garbage,
good,
huh?
dude. It's mushy. That actual like Pacific salmon is firm and meaty. Atlantic salmon is just mushy. It's almost like it's hard for me to describe. I just don't like the consistency. I won't eat. I don't buy Atlantic salmon. I don't
Yeah.
buy it.
Well, ship me your address. I'll see what I can do.
Okay, well, let me know. I can pay for it. It's just it's I just but you also have to understand that I'm not that big a salmon fan. I don't know why. I'm just not. But then it's been a while since I've had like actual because they fly it into Utah. Um I can't remember how good salmon tastes, to be honest. It could be part of the problem. The shit you
It was
get on the East
that
Coast,
good
it
salmon
just
on that
sucks.
sourdough bread with a salmon croquette sandwich with some mustard and the sourdough bread. That would taste good.
And even that
No
canned
doubt.
Alaska pink salmon, you can make those fried patties out of that, mix it up with
Mhm.
onions and stuff, and
Mm-hmm.
Well,
roll it in
actually, the
cornmeal
last
and
time I had a good
then
piece of
make a
salmon I
salmon
made,
patty.
last time I had salmon, like actual good salmon, I poached it. I think I poached
Uh,
it in and homemade chicken stock, and it was actually really good.
Why don't you do a cooking show?
You know what? I was hoping to run across Roller Skater Texas Girl.
Mm-hmm.
We had
He was on CT's this morning.
was she? Next time you run into her, ask her to drop by the show. Sometimes she's in the cloud. I haven't seen her in the chat in a while. But we got an island installed, like a marble topped island in my grandmother's kitchen. And I was joking
Oh
with my
wow.
brother. I'm like, yep, next time I go down there, I'm going to take my circle light. It's got like a thing you can put your phone in, like a harness. I probably won't actually do any cooking, but dude, it's it's like distressed wood for the cabinetry with a fucking marble top on top of it. It is beautiful. It's like, dude, people like John Gall, their jaws are gonna drop when they see this shit. My grandmother's been dead for like 40, maybe even 50 years.
God bless
But
her soul.
Yeah.
oh, she was my mother's mother. No, she taught me to read. Or I don't know that she taught me. I'm sure my mother did, but
My
I
mama taught
my
me how to read, Stanley.
yeah, my earliest memories are reading in her. She fucking had a playroom. She literally
Plus, we
had a
had
playroom.
Sesame Street. ABC
So
1,
anyway,
2,
it's
3.
her house, and my father and brother remodeled the house from the inside out. They were going to turn it into an Airbnb, and they just decided, nah, when the family comes down, they can just stay. So the kitchen is really nice. It's better than my home kitchen, and it's big enough to put an island in there, and it literally is stunning.
Around the stove, Stanley.
No, it's in the center of the kitchen. It's a big kitchen.
You got a
As a matter
pot-belly
of fact,
oven?
it was a kitchen waiting for an island. That kitchen had a shitload of room in it.
You got a pot-belly stove?
No, it's a regular electric stove.
Uh-huh. Well, those
I
normally
like
are
it.
in older houses, like in the
No, no,
front.
no, no, no. They remodeled it. It's gutted.
Oh,
They gutted it and remodeled it. So all the appliances are modern.
oh, okay.
And actually the kitchen countertops are marble. Look, I am not rich, but as I have mentioned before, I am related to people who are not poor. So,
Same here.
when they rolled that fucking distressed wood with the marble top in there, I was like, what? That
Yeah,
shit is expensive.
I'd rather have a wooden area for cooking and chopping, not
No,
marble.
let me tell
That's
you
gonna
why. I make bread, marble countertops for bread. The bread doesn't stick. You don't have to use a whole lot of
didn't
flour or
stick to
something.
stainless either.
Yeah, but marble's better. I couldn't tell you why. I just like the marble.
What's the difference
Honestly.
between granite and marble?
Well, granite is granite and marble is marble. They're literally two different stones.
Uh-huh.
Granite has a lot of iron, and if I recall, I'd have to look it up. But marble is more like I want to say it's limestone. I don't remember my geology like I've ever taken a course.
I don't know if mine's a granite or marble. I think it's granite.
Well, granite is nice, but I've never
granite
seen
or
a
marble.
granite countertop though. Can you
Well,
actually
I have an island.
smooth it like that?
I have a island. All my kitchen stuff is either
Really?
granite or marble. Yeah, it's either granite or marble. I don't know. I don't. It's nice.
Right. Well, anyway, the kitchen, the cooking show is why I brought it up. Okay, granite is harder, more durable. Excuse me. Igneous rock, marble is softer. That's why you'll see more marble for in statuary. More porous metamorphic rock formed from limestone. So it is limestone with the marble. Granite has a lot of iron in it.
Hmm.
Yeah, granite's made for more stepping stones, whereas, I mean, granite, that could be used for countertops, I guess, but man, that costs a lot of money
Yeah,
for
my
granite.
bathroom is granite, in my kitchen, in all of my cabinet, everything is granite. Everything's granite, even my windowsills.
All right, well, let's see what this video has to offer. Someone was actually, is the term macking on Michelle Goldberg?
Is this populist reaction that is now drifting increasingly anti-Semitic, is this just what the opposition party is going to be in America? Or would the defeat of that form of the opposition party result in a change in the opposition party? And that's what we don't know. So, I'm sitting here hoping that a defeat of the populist version of the Republican Party could mean at least a ghost of a chance you have a revival of a classical liberal version of a Republican Party. But I could see it going the other way. And, I feel like in Hungary, we're getting a small European version of a dilemma we're going to be facing. And Poland was interesting. One quick thing on Poland. I did this really fun and interesting interview with a Polish law professor. And she and a number of judges and other law professors had done a massive program on civic education in Poland, where they had done things like go to local communities, judges and law professors, and teach people what is the rule of law? What is constitutional law? It wasn't vote for this person and not this person. It was a massive civic education program. And that has stuck with me ever since. One thing we absolutely need in this country is a massive civic education program so that people understand what it is that we're about to lose here in this country if the present trends continue towards Trumpist authoritarianism.
Can I say two quick things? When you talked about the judges, and I know what you mean about the judges in Poland, something not quite analogous, but something that I thought was really interesting in Hungary was what they called these Tisza circles. A Tisza, again, forgive my
Wearing a
pronunciation.
wig,
It's
Stanley?
the name of Magyar's party. It's named after this
No,
Hungarian
I don't
river.
think so.
And there would be these circles in.
Why would that matter to what she's saying?
Looks like she's
Would
wearing
you
a
trust
wig.
her? She's not. Why would you? I mean, does whether she's wearing a wig or not matter to the point she's making?
In a way, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you don't trust people who wear wigs.
No.
Gotcha.
In small towns of just people who would meet and organize and kind of shore each other up, show people that they weren't alone in their opposition. And I think that was very important, that kind of local infrastructure. The other thing I just want to say about the future of the Republican Party, I mean, my guess is that the future of the Republican Party is more nakedly anti-Semitic. And I say this as someone, I think it's always important to say this when you talk about criticism of Israel. I mean, I would like to see the United States foreign policy break with Israel. I would like to see Benjamin Netanyahu in The Hague. I mean, so I have, there's kind of, this is not about thinking that criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. However, I do think that there is now a lot of naked anti-Semitism in the Republican Party. And what I think you'll see, after World War I in Germany, there was the stab in the back theory, the Dolch legend, the idea that it was the Jews that had caused them to be defeated. I think you'll see something similar with MAGA, especially because this war in Iran was so inexplicable and nobody could quite understand why Trump just kind of turned on a dime.
Yeah.
And, there's going to be a sort of obvious explanatory conspiracy theory. And so I would be very worried that we will look back on this period as the sort of precursor to an even more fascist Republican Party.
One of the things that I'm assuming is that the recovery of the Republican Party, and I do mean like recovering from this Trumpish fever, is going to depend on how thoroughly discredited the Trumpism is. And I think the Iran war is an important point in that. And so I feel that we should also point out that in addition to
Stanley,
his field trip
Grok
to
said
Hungary,
she's
the
wearing
vice
a
president
wig.
was sent to
I'm sorry, who?
Grok, the robot. He analyzed the photo of that woman, and he said that she's wearing a wig.
Okay, and that means something to me. Why would you think that I give a fuck what Grok says? I say I disagree with Grok.
Pakistan to lead
You
the
don't
highest
think
level
she's
talks
wearing a
between the
wig
U.S.
back
and Iran in nearly 50
I
years.
literally just said that.
Ostensibly try and reach a deal, even though that seemed very unlikely. And it just struck me as like Vance is completely opposed to this war. He stands by the president in public, but this is a violation of the part of the MAGA base that he has always vibed with. And it seems like this is like putting a nail, so to speak, in the coffin of his future within the movement. Now, obviously, that's, there's still a lot of time. There's overstating, anything can happen. But it does feel like that's an important sort of schism that's going to speak to how discredited the movement winds up, and so how quickly the party can recover. Or maybe I'm just being too optimistic.
Well, I mean, look, political eras do end, parties do reform. So, when it comes to when will this era end, I feel confident it will at some point. I just don't know when and how much damage will be done before it does. That's very much an open question. And I do think in J.D. Vance's failures, we're beginning to see maybe how this political era ends. Because the question has always been, who is getting the baton from Donald Trump? Who is the next standard bearer? And for a long time, it's been J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is sort of the heir apparent.
Your next president, J.D.
He
Vance.
has been face planting time and time and time again. And I think one way to think of his phase as a leader of the Republican Party is that he's got all of the toxicity of Trump and none of that real charisma that Trump has. It's a charisma I don't fully understand. It's never landed with me, although I will say early on, I did enjoy The Apprentice, but it has never really landed with me, this sort of hold, this charisma that he has. But one thing I know is that J.D. Vance does not have it. He just doesn't have it.
No, the man can't order a donut without alienating.
Right. I mean, to the point where, we saw this poll where, and I never thought we'd.
I'm sorry, what?
I said, so he talks about The Apprentice too. That's all you really think about when you think about him.
Okay, well, I guess if you watched it, I've literally never seen an episode of The Apprentice. I've never wasn't a show
every episode.
Did you really? That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I liked it.
It literally sounds like something you would watch.
Yeah, it was funny. He was kind of, we liked him on that. I just don't like him as our president. And I take the lady with the black hair more serious. And I think the man is pretty cool. I just don't take the other one too serious.
The one that wears a wig?
Oh, you're saying the blonde lady has a wig on? I doubt it. You're
No, the one with the black hair. She has a wig on. Even the robot said so.
I think she's very. I think she's. I get her. I think she's. I like what she's saying.
Why can't she wear her own hair?
It is her hair. You and that's
not her hair.
Okay, dude, when I'm talking, don't talk. It is stone cold weird that anyone would ask AI about a woman he doesn't know whether she's wearing a wig or not.
I knew she was wearing a wig, motherfucker.
Do you know, dude, that's borderline perversion.
Is Donald Trump wearing a wig? 12th man?
I don't know. You have to ask AI. I don't know.
He never asks about Donald Trump's hair,
No,
but
ask your robot is Donald
trash.
Trump.
He will trash a female.
Yeah, ask your robot.
That's what these
Trump hair.
That's what these fucking racist manosphere types do. They just trash women. They just trash women they don't know. Why does dude? She's married, I think. Why the fuck are you even caring about whether a married woman is wearing a wig?
That? Who would marry her?
12th man.
Ass?
12th man. 12th man. I don't even know where to begin.
She looks like a witch.
I don't even know where to go with this horrible, points that you're making. But
you don't even know how to dress.
Somewhere between racist and misogynist, there's a 12th man. Somewhere lost in that sauce. What's up, Bobby? What's up, Yakub?
See this, that Dick Cheney is now much more popular than J.D. Vance.
It feels like they keep throwing him under the bus. Vance had barely made it back to the U.S. from his globetrotting when his boss picked a fight with Pope Leo. I mean, the Pope.
Well, and remember. Can we just remember why we have Pope Leo? What happened to the last Pope after J.D. Vance met with him?
I like that conspiracy
Michelle.
theory.
Sorry.
We're back to that.
Michelle.
Okay. Moving along from Michelle's dark view of J.D. Vance's
I'm sorry, that was a joke.
supernatural powers. Vance is the highest ranking Catholic in U.S. politics, and his basic response was the Pope should stay out of it. This feud with the Pope has not played well among a lot of conservative Catholics. Pope Leo is not as unpopular with conservative Catholics as his predecessor. A lot of them are very pleased with him. David, what's going on? What's going on here? What's the Pope up to? What do you make of Vance's response?
Boy, this is fascinating because, it's interesting. MAGA will say, well, this Pope is going after Donald Trump. Well, I'm old enough to remember when John Paul II, who was, conservatives loved John Paul II when he was very much against the Iraq War in 2003. So it is not the case that popes, quote, stay in their lane or however you want to say it. Popes have been talking about war and peace forever. It's what they do. They talk about that along with the treatment of migrants. They've been doing that forever. They talk about it along with, Catholic social teaching when it comes to public policy. I mean, this is something that's been going on for a long time and a role that the church should play. Okay, so if going back to Martin Luther King, and I'm paraphrasing this quote, but the quote is in essence that the church is not the master of the state. The church is not the servant of the state. The church is the conscience of the state. And so it's not that the church runs the country or the church serves the country. It has an entirely separate meaning and purpose and relationship to a country. And that is to provide a moral argument about what a country is. And now, of course, that's not the sum total job of the church, but when in the church-state relations context. So the Pope is doing exactly what popes have done. Popes, in my view, should do. But Trump is stumped by people who do not bend to his bullying and to his will. And so it was only a matter of time before he was going to do this. I mean, I felt this has been inevitable for a while, that there was going to be a direct attack on the Pope, and that it was not going to faze the Pope. The Pope was not going to be intimidated by that, because they're two very different people.
Why should he be?
Right. They're working on two very different institutions, two very different time horizons. I mean, it's so absurd, this attack on the Pope. And Trump is giving his own people off-ramp after off-ramp after off-ramp lately.
David, can I ask you a question? Because I think you can't talk about this fight with the Pope without also talking about that extremely blasphemous image of Donald Trump as a doctor.
Yeah.
You
mean
doctor?
The doctor image. The doctor
My
image.
doctor looks just like that.
Right, but yeah, so of a sort of Donald Trump, of a Christ-like Donald Trump healing someone with both like kind of patriotic paraphernalia, but also a demon figure in the background. But I'm curious because I saw people online, including evangelicals, suddenly saying, people who had supported Trump suddenly saying, wait, he is the
WTF.
Antichrist. But I'm curious to know, a lot of, I think, evangelicals who are still very much on board with Trump. And I'm curious, is this just think they can just dismiss as Trump being Trump, or is this causing some genuine qualms?
Well, let me put it this way. It has, in a small slice of people, caused genuine qualms. It's a chip away moment, but it's more than that. This is wider scale frustration from people whom I've never seen critique Trump. In other words, people who have been with him, who have always had the most the most rationalizing, justifying kind of explanation. And this was a bridge too far. And the way they've cast it is, well, I can disagree with him on some things, or he just made a mistake. Very similar to, remember when he put out the video that had the monkey image, there was some consternation, and then it was, he made a mistake. And here you're seeing more consternation, but less willingness to say, he just made a mistake.
Man, I'm a lapsed evangelical, and even I was like, damn, brother, I don't believe I'd have done that. That's just
well, I could tell you're a lapsed evangelical, Michelle, when your response was, damn, brother.
I'm just saying. Okay. So I feel that was a pretty magical move on his part, and I would like us to leave it there. Just with that image of Trump as Jesus looming over all of us. It seems like a pretty good spot to leave this. And pivot to something more uplifting, dare I say. I want to wrap this thing up, as we always do, with recommendations. What are y'all watching or reading or otherwise enjoying this week? Michelle, you go first. Guest goes first.
Okay. So I'm going to recommend a novel. It actually came out a couple of months ago, but I don't think it's gotten as much attention as it deserves. It's a novel called Good People by Padmina Sabit. Have either of you heard of it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so good. So that shows me that it has not indeed gotten the attention that it deserves. It's this really wonderful and riveting novel about a very assimilated Afghani family where the daughter dies and there's a question of whether or not she was the victim of an honor killing. And so it feels like it has the sort of pace and momentum of like a murder mystery, but it's one of these novels written with like many different voices, and it has this kind of polyphonic quality. It's such a fascinating book about both assimilation and the limits of assimilation. It makes you feel, I think, I would say that this fear of losing face is not one that I typically can sympathize with, but it makes you feel the weight of that. And it also is constantly making you revise what you think is happening. Like, at one moment you'll think, this really is this abusive medieval family. And then you'll think, wait, how different is this really from, kind of a strict parents grounding their daughter? It's so moving, but also just really riveting. Like, it was one of those books that, kind of ruins your next day because you're up late reading it.
Okay. David?
So I'm cheating a little bit here because I know what you're going to say, Michelle. And I'm counter programming you just right off the bat. So whatever Michelle is about to tell you, don't listen to her. Watch this instead. It's season 2 of Friends and Neighbors just came out. This is the John Hamm show. Olivia Munn, Amanda Peet, and now this season, James Marsden, who's just tremendous. And it's about a rich guy who steals nice things from rich people. Is a good way of putting it. He falls on hard times, loses his hedge fund job, and decides to make ends meet by stealing all the extra stuff that his neighbors in this extremely exclusive, like suburban New York neighborhood have. And it's funny, it's lighthearted, it's got elements of mystery to it, and it's just a nice palate cleanser after the trauma of Michelle's recommendation.
I feel targeted, and yet I'm going to plow forward anyway and recommend DTF St. Louis. It's on, I believe it's HBO, right?
Yeah. It's HBO, yeah.
Jason Bateman, David Harbour, and Linda Cardellini with, other kind of smaller roles, people like Richard Jenkins. It is basically starts out with you have a dead body. Somebody's dead. Mm-hmm. And then you're going to go back through what happened. And it's sort of a love triangle about 3 bored, lonely, middle-aged people. But pretty quickly, it just gets weird. And then it gets weird again. And every episode, it's a limited series. It's not going to have a second season. Praise the Lord. Because I hate it when they do that.
Well, maybe it'll be one of those anthology ones where they do DTF Baltimore or something.
There we go. David did not like the ending. Michelle has not seen it all.
Right.
So we're
I've
not
seen
gonna
3. And so
no spoilers.
So far, it's amazing. So far, I thought it was riveting, but
it'll suck you in. It'll pull you in.
The performances are unbelievable. I am just riveted. I can't look away. So fine, David. The ending is not to your liking. I get it. But the show, and it's not a huge commitment, doesn't have that many episodes. Do it. Do yourself a favor.
And then, as part of your therapy, you can turn on the Friends and Neighbors.
Okay. With that, we're going to land this plane. Michelle, David, thank you so much for coming to solve the world's problems. We will do it again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
She was reminding me of Hillary Clinton the whole time. She was reminding me of Hillary.
She was?
Yeah, the younger version of Hillary. Not Hillary's really aged over a year.
Well, was that the accent?
No, it's just something about her.
When Hillary goes, I ain't near tired or whatever that fucking hokey bullshit that she was.
As Hillary Clinton's friend Robert Byrd.
I ain't nowhere near tired.
Please, I actually like Bill.
Sound like the Democrat Party. I'm tired.
I voted for him.
So let me salute my dear shipmate, the CKJ3, because I was going to show another motherfucking boring political video. But one of the ways you can contribute to this show, folks, is like Richard and CKJ3. Give me a show idea or video or something like that to show. But please do support the show. The Cash App and the PayPal helps me pay some bills like newspaper subscriptions.
I'll send you some money
premium.
for the beer fund after I get paid, Stanley, for that 5
Cool.
acres.
I will very much appreciate it. It will be spent wisely.
Spend it on beer. I don't care how you spend it.
Well, I don't know. It might go to a New York Times monthly subscription fee. Would you be mad?
Oh no.
So I was gonna say CKJ3 might have saved the show.
Right on.
You know,
Big up
rather
CKJ3.
than bore you,
I was enjoying their interview, actually. I started
yeah,
in.
well, I
got
enjoyed it.
tired
Look,
of.
you and I are kind of the same with that. I like listening to people talk politics, but not all of the chat in the audience or the subscribers are as sophisticated as you and I. Sometimes we have to take the skinheads bowling.
That one chick with the black wig, that one white woman, her face looks like a puckered up butthole or something.
Yeah, well, there's no end to your misogyny. One of these days you'll reach the limit. and I hope I'm there when it happens.
And one of these days you think a woman will win the presidency, but it's never gonna happen.
I bet it'll happen in your lifetime.
Let's hope not.
So my shipmate, the Admiral CKJ3, is sent, because I'd been kind of wondering a little bit about Rachel Dolezal. Now she's known by a more African sounding name.
African.
So hell, it's an hour. Okay. Are you just randomly blurting out shit?
Is it American or an African? Because there's two different.
Okay. Do you not think pretty much 100% of the people listening to this show right now know that? Why do you feel, okay, I know it's a racist term.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
You don't know what a tether is.
Okay, well, apparently you think because a black man uses the term, it's not racist. Okay, well, you do you with that racist bullshit.
There's different. Either you're American or you're African.
Just because Tariq Nasheed uses the term tether doesn't make it not racist. Black people can be racist too, 12th man. Did you not know that?
Well, it's whether they're American or not is the question.
Okay,
you get a lot of these
you can take the
get a lot of these Africans on over here.
You cannot wash the racist out of these people with knowledge. Once a racist, always a racist.
Yeah, well, Africans did the same thing as Black Americans.
Oh, let me be racist. Let me make a comment about Africans.
Don't that stuff seem played out now? After you get about 60, really 40, that stuff gets old.
I'll hang out with Black Americans, but I ain't hanging out with no others.
A source of mockery for me.
It is, but you know what? It doesn't really bother you like they think it bothers us.
Oh, hey, CKJ3, I already know why it's funny. She looks more. Now, let me say two things. She looks more African than ever. I don't know how she is accomplishing her skin tone, but I have seen like a picture maybe 2 years ago of her OnlyFans. That woman is.
Well, Stanley,
if Rachel Dolezal, and I'd have to look at her name to remember what she's calling herself now. She knocked at my door. I'm afraid I would have to let her in. She is.
Stanley, did your birth
what you need my attention? What is
American or African? What is
I
your
have
birth
no fucking clue what
say?
you're talking about. I moved on if you didn't notice.
He's asking you if the lady is American or African.
Figure it out. So, as I was saying to
are you an American or an African? Which one?
Motherfucker, I'm more American than you.
You think
Want to know
so?
why? See, you want to keep poking this
talking to
bear,
me.
and the bear is trying to avoid you, 12th man. Have you
Better
ever?
avoid
And,
me.
and I know in Alaska, you probably have some experience with bears. Bears usually go out of their way to avoid humans. Keep poking the bear, and the bear is
Well,
going to
tell
come
that
after you,
to the
son.
black bear I had to
The
kick off
bear
my
is going
deck.
to come after you, son, if you keep poking it.
Fuck those bears. I have a
That is
shotgun for that.
literally a warning. That is a straight up warning. Stop fucking with me, son, or else.
I have a 12 gauge slug, and that's
I
about a
don't give a
60
fuck about
caliber
any of that,
traveling
that
at
fake. I don't care about that fake toxic masculinity pose that you're trying to
1200,
do from a shack in Alaska. Keep fucking
12,
with me, and you will find out.
1200 feet per second.
I don't give a motherfucker
I
about
guarantee
any of
you're
that.
going to get off my deck.
Yeah, I see the blood alcohol level rising quickly in this one. So what I
I
was
see
about to
yours
say,
rising, motherfucker. How
all I
many
have to
Guinnesses
say, oh
now?
my God, motherfucker, I am trying to move on. All I have to say is I know you're going to think less of me, Admiral, but I'd have to let her in. I'm sorry. And I would be a better man, happier man if I did.
Even if she's wearing a wig?
All right. So this is Mark Lamont Hill interviewing the artist formerly known as Rachel Dolezal.
Peace, family. This is your brother, Mark Lamont Hill, and you are watching Conversations. Today, we have a very special guest. She is a I want to read it perfectly the way she has been described. She is a multidisciplinary artist. She is an author. She's a master gardener, and she is a social justice activist committed to embodied living, cultural engagement, and self-sufficiency.
I got to stop the presses on this one. This, after 2 or maybe close to 3 years of doing a show, finally someone has figured out how to just get up under my skin and make me unsure of myself. So Bobby Perkins, Stanley, you remind me of Trump. That's why I fuck with you heavy. Dude, I remind you of Donald Trump. All I have to say is this might be my last show, folks. Holy cow. I'm reminding him of Donald Trump. Oh my God.
Remember when I called you Trump today? I called you Donald and a president.
Wait. I might have to delete my channel now, folks.
That was an accident, though.
Okay, CK, then we're gonna find out. You usually send me good stuff to watch, so I will wait to see what the surprise is.
Her current work connects wellness, food justice, and creative practice as forms of everyday liberation. The person I'm talking about is Nkechi Amari Diallo, but you may know her as Rachel Dolezal. Some time ago, the person formerly known as Rachel Dolezal made headlines with conversations and debates and arguments, and maybe even a scandal regarding her racial identity. But since then, she has moved from the public to, I won't say the shadows, but she certainly moved out of the public light and has changed her life in many ways, including a new name. And now she's here with me to have a conversation about what happened, but also what's going on now. Nkechi, it's so good to see you. Welcome.
Thank you.
So first question, I guess, for me is, I don't see you in the media. There was a moment after everything happened, and we'll get into what that means, where I saw you in lots of places. And when I didn't see you, I saw lots of people in those places talking about you. You seem to have retreated from the public. Why?
Well, I definitely haven't retreated, but I did kind of stop trying to engage and relitigate that moment because, you know, I'm just more than a headline. And I feel like there was a lot of tension that the media created between a very complex identity conversation and a headline. And I feel like it was just like impossible.
I'm gonna say it. I loves me some transracial sisters. I like this look. Oh, by the way, folks, the link is posted. Join this party. I'm okay with transracials.
To really flesh out and really tell my story. And so, you know, I wrote my book that was published in 2017. And, you know,
Bobby, this is about.
He's trans.
I'm sorry, what?
She's trans.
Transracial.
Oh, I thought you was talking about trans. Oh,
She's transracial. This is Rachel Dolezal. She has gone from white to black and quite successfully, in my opinion. So like I said, I'm down with some transracial chicks, and Bobby's actually on fire with the show titles tonight. No, this is better than blackface. This is like a total transformation. So I'm impressed, quite frankly. Any comment before I restart this video? You like that? Hey, you like that one? I loves me some transracial sisters. Hey, I swear I'm gonna go up to like Angry Man's panel or CT's panel and start talking about my transracial sisters. I am going to be the transracial sister loving version of Jay Prince for president. I loves me some transracials.
what about a black woman that turns white?
Hey, I'm okay with that too.
Oh my God.
Hey, if she got a fine ass, I'm okay with it.
Oh, you feeling that beer now? Yeah, you
Hey,
have.
you know what? Actually, I need to start drinking beer again. I'm really just having fun with this. Look, as I said a bit ago, I've seen a still shot of her OnlyFans, some like still shots of her poses. You know what? She's got the credentials to be a trans black woman, transracial black woman. She's got the goods.
Okay.
whether or not people choose to read my life story and understand the nuances and the complexity is up to them, but you know, it's out there if they want to. And yeah, I'm just
You're
not
contacting your congressman
and relitigating the headlines. And yeah, I want to talk about what I'm building now.
That totally makes sense. When you wrote that book, which I did have the opportunity to read back then, what was your expectation?
I guess I didn't necessarily have an expectation. I did have an intention though, and my intention in writing the book, as well as agreeing to let a crew create the Netflix documentary, which we didn't know was going to be on Netflix. It was just a private documentary. But
Damn, there's a Netflix
you know,
documentary? Oh, fuck. I am going to watch it, folks. I got Netflix, and I'm going to watch this Rachel Dolezal.
You know what? I think I watched that. That's been out.
Really? Yeah, apparently, but I've never seen it. Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Have you
I
seen
think
it?
I watched that. I
What'd you
think I
think?
know who she is now.
What'd you think? Did you like it? Would you recommend it?
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I would recommend because she didn't change to me. She still looks white.
Mm-hmm. Does she look white now?
Yeah, she looks. Yeah,
Interesting. Is it
she looks
because you know she's
like she
white?
could be
Because
mixed.
to me, she just looks like another high yalla gal. She just looks high yalla to me.
I mean, yeah, she did it all too, didn't she?
She red bone.
He did everything.
You know what? She is the perfect woman for someone like an angry man or a knightish. She's perfect for him. How could they won't be able to criticize her?
Reality TV, I turned down a whole bunch of sensational tabloid type stuff, even paid stuff. But those two projects, Netflix wasn't paid, like that whole thing.
I agree with Dawn. We can't hear you, Stanley.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was laughing at Dawn's comment here. Being a black woman pays well when you're white.
When you're white, I agree with that completely.
I'm not gonna have to come up with show titles for a month. Thank you, Don. That's gonna be a show title too. Man, CKJ3, you have contributed to this show in a way that I actually have to compliment. I wish
You
more
already know Bobby
people-
was going to say something. He can't take it. He lost one, Bobby. But they all.
Stanley, I can't wait till she starts telling black people. Bobby, that is so true. And you know she's going to do it. That is funny, Bobby. That is an excellent
because once
point.
you go black, you can't go back. That
Yeah,
goes
well.
too, Bobby. Once you go black, you ain't going back. So if you would have went for Obama, you wouldn't be such a Trump addict.
Oh, this goes deeper than politics because politics is downstream of culture. This is
No,
like a
she
culture thing.
deeply loved black people. She deeply wanted to be black. There are black people that deeply want to be white, and there are white people that deeply want to be black. I'm with you, Don.
And your point or conclusion is
Be what you want to be, or be who you are. It's her
that's why I'm
prerogative.
down with that's why I'm down with the transracial girlies.
You ought to see the white guys that I've met in Duluth, Minnesota. You couldn't tell them that they weren't white.
I love all my transracial girlies.
We're basically to make a solid good faith effort attempt to correct the narrative and to not lose the nuance. And because I felt like the nuance was being lost, there's a headline, and I've always identified with and lived in Black community spaces, but that was framed as deception instead of complexity. And I felt like, I really wanted to be understood. And at some point when those two projects, finally came out, because it took a year to even get a publisher to publish the book, and it took 2 years for that Netflix doc to land.
Inner person.
Okay, well, Let me put it to you this way. Well, I don't know where she's living now, but everyone in the South knows you don't have to carry around hot sauce. They have hot sauce.
Everywhere you go.
Exactly. It's at the table.
She can send me her EBT card. I can put some more steak in my freezer.
I kind of had moved on, and I feel like growth is quieter than controversy, and I kind of focused on growth for me and my kids and tried to evolve and kind of adjust my advocacy work to something that can be a little bit more behind the scenes so that it isn't continually kind of vulnerable to the media in terms of being exploited and reduced to that headline.
You talk about being behind the scenes. Obviously, when all this happened, you had been in a leadership role in the Spokane NAACP. You talked about just now the lack of nuance and people reducing it to a headline. The complexity of your identity, the complexity of your racial identity is one that you've laid out in lots of sort of interesting ways. In retrospect, do you wish you'd laid that out to more people in public? I know that's how you were making sense of your racial identity in a very particular way, but it seemed like the people you were in community with didn't know that. Do you wish you'd done that differently?
That was portrayed that way, but let's just say for context, in say, for example, the Netflix documentary, there were 14 local Spokane community voices, all of whom were Black voices, like in the NAACP, and at my Africana Studies position at Eastern Washington University, and with the Spokane Police Ombudsman Commission, I was chair of that commission. I was a quarterly professor at the University in Africana Studies, and then also the president of the NAACP, which was an unpaid job, just like the Spokane Police Ombudsman Commission was. But anyway, all of that was, people from those spaces were kind of being questioned and asked, like, do you agree with her? Do you not agree with her? And everybody, say out of 14 voices, for example, the Netflix film, only 2 were actually given airtime in the film. Everything else was edited out, and 12 stood up for me, and 2, opposed me, and the 2 that opposed me are the ones that were exclusively seen in that. So that was pretty common from my ex-husband of 21 years, who lives in Idaho, to his mom in Mississippi, to all kind of Black folks were interviewed, and if anybody said anything relatable or commendable about me, it was like they just never saw the light of day.
Yeah.
So another reason why I really wanted to write the book and do the Netflix doc was because all of this was manufactured as a media frenzy from 2 angles. One was the Spokane Police Department, who was trying to cover up an investigation, and I was the chair of police accountability in the city. Another was the bio parents who were trying to protect their oldest, white son from going to prison as child molester. And so my sister's case, I was her key witness, and as a community leader, I was a very good key witness for her because he had molested me and her. And so I was his bio sibling, and I was testifying in her defense, and she was an non-biological adopted sister. So anyway, her case had a 3-year window. So I was trying really hard to correct because the parents went on TV with, she's a liar, con, fraud, those kind of words.
You keep saying the parents. You mean your parents?
My biological parents, her adoptive parents. Like we all were raised in the same family. But anyway, so they did that in order to discredit my testimony in her case to save their perfect, favorite child from going to prison, and that basically worked. Her case was dropped because of that, because I broke the he said, she said tie, right? But they had to go on national news to make that happen. So I was trying with the book and with the doc and with my interviews there, as you mentioned, there were quite a few of them where I was really trying to communicate something more nuanced, which I feel like my interview with Melissa Harris Perry might have been one of the ones that started to come through a little bit with that. But anyway, that clearly wasn't working out. Not only did it not work out for her case, but it also, she never got justice with more than 30 instances of sexual assault, and that was just heartbreaking. Not,
Oh
for
wow.
her.
Let's examine this hot take. So Bobby Perkins says, not Stanley, Bobby Perkins is saying that white women make better black women anyway. Any comments on that, my time?
I'm noticing I'm noticing his comments, but I'm also at the same time more listening to her and looking at Dawn's comment, which I agree with. I've been looking at his comments, but you can look at something but not be interested in it. So I think
Yeah, I know that.
I think he's one of those people. I basically know he's a white man. Maybe he's not.
Bobby is? I don't think he is.
Are you a black man, Bobby? That would be so hard to believe.
You don't know my audience.
Oh, well,
We've got some
forgive me if you're not. But whatever he is, I mean, he has a right to his opinion on that either. I think she's very pretty, actually.
Now I wouldn't kick her out of bed, but she is obviously, there's been some cosmetic stuff done.
A lot of
yeah, and I would not be able to abide it. I think if I find a woman pretty, look, age happens. It is a natural process. Trying to defeat something that's we all know age is gonna win. Just be yourself. I do not like people who are that uncomfortable in their
Oh,
skin.
he's a proud nigga, man. Is that what that say? Nigga? He's a proud
Well,
nigga.
let me put it up on the big screen. I don't know that I would have used the N word, but you know what? It's his right to describe
He
himself
said
any
he's
way
a
he
proud
wants.
nigga American man. Okay, nigga. And he has a right to his opinion. He's not gonna, I just feel like she made a choice that I could have never made as a white woman, but
Well, I think you bring up a good point. I mean, she may be crazy, but she's also courageous.
But you know what?
And when I say
Okay, I
courageous,
know the
I'm
point
not
that
so
I'm
sure
trying
it's
to
in a
make.
good way.
Okay, I'll make this point like this. Have you ever been around a white American? Where's 12th man at? He left? Huh. Have you ever been around a white person that they just go too far with it?
I mean, been around a white person who goes too far with
Too
what?
far
Trying to
with
be down?
it's trying to be just uh, m- something that we don't even act like. You know what I'm saying? Like if you ever been
That's
like,
every day on YouTube.
okay, have you ever been around a person that's Ray? I don't want to say. Can I say the word G?
Yeah, I don't care. It's a
Have
word.
you been around a gay person that acts so feminine. You'd be like, you know what? If you're mimicking,
You mean they're flamers? That's the word we
yeah,
always use.
flamers, and they're acting
To be
flame.
honest, no.
Okay,
Though
I
I have had contact like in passing, but not like in my friend group or anything like that.
Okay, what I'm trying to explain is they are more flame than we are in the way they're acting. We look at them like, you know what? If you're mimicking us, we don't act like that. We don't do like the Jenner man.
Mhm.
We didn't act like that.
I honestly, that wouldn't be a criticism I make of her. She's not changing her accent or anything like that. She sounds like a white girl.
So no, I'm not specifically speaking about her, but I'm just
Okay.
saying, have you ever seen someone that just went way too far?
I have.
And so
And you know what? I find that kind of behavior repulsive.
yeah, I think it's ridiculous. It's like you can just be yourself, and if you're liked, you're
Right.
liked, and if you're not,
Right.
like my grandkid's mother, she wears a side ponytail like a little barnyard girl, all the way down past her waist. She's on my pictures,
A
and
barnyard girl?
on them like a little barnyard girl, and she has
I've
these big
never
old
heard that
giant.
term before. Is that a Minnesota term?
She's just real, but
Country?
if she, country, she's just real, she doesn't try to be what she's not. She's too busy taking care of the babies. She ain't got time to be putting on makeup and all that. She wears this big side braid that comes all the way down to her waist, well, way past her waist, almost to her thighs, and these big giant glasses,
What, so the babies can tug on it?
and they do. And the little one,
She might have to lose that ponytail at
yeah,
some point.
the little one beats her up all the time. So, and she's, she doesn't, she dresses neat. She doesn't wear nothing like crop tops or showing her breast or none of that. She's just a girl she has a twin too. She's really smart. Her name's Hannah, and she's really nice and really respectable to herself, her children, and I just think she's a nice girl. She doesn't try to be nothing she's not, nothing that she's never been. And she's just a little country, little country little girl.
Well, how long has she been married to your son?
They've been together for like 9 years.
Interesting.
The two
Married?
the two
They're
older
married?
ones, no, they're not married. The two older ones, their mother passed away, and she's raised the two older ones. They've been together way more than 9 years. What am I saying? She's had my grandson that's getting ready to be 16 since he's been 2 years old. And then I have one that's 19. He's had them
Does
almost
he
all.
have kids with Barnyard Girl?
He has my youngest grandson is with her.
Okay, I'm thoroughly lost. So
Okay,
your
my
son
youngest.
has children with Barnyard Girl?
I'm sorry. God forgive me. She's just like one of them little girls that you'll see on the farm with the bibs and
Okay,
the long braid.
the question was, does he
I didn't
have
mean to
kids
call
with
her a
her?
barnyard girl, but
Well,
that's what
that's
she
fine.
reminds
I'm
me of.
okay with that. So, does your son have children by this woman?
Yes, my youngest grandbaby is with her, and
Gotcha.
he's 6.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be 7 next month.
Gotcha.
Then I have a 16 and a 19-year-old that's with my son and another woman that died when the kids were like 2 and 7.
Was he married to the woman who died?
No, she was a nurse and she had a horrific death. Shouldn't ever bring that up on YouTube because my grandson's 19. Um, but his mother passed away, and she was very loving. He was a nurse, and my son was with her since high school.
Is
But
is marriage going out of style in the Black community?
you know, both of my sons are not married, but they are very excellent fathers. Why the younger generation?
Well, when you have to use "but" in a sentence, um,
I
I'm
can't tell
just
you why younger generations just choose. They choose not to. And actually,
Interesting.
uh I'm a justice of the peace. I could have married him. You know what I'm saying? I have papers to marry them, but no, they didn't want to get married. So
well, let me there's some things though. I don't know whether it's for better or for worse. Those sticky marriage vows. But to be honest, I remember, at the end of my wife's hospital stay, um, I I wished they could have gone to her father. I'm like, God damn it, I knew I shouldn't have married her. Now I have to make a decision to pull the plug. Um, I don't know. I just have I think and I'm also whether I like it or not, I was raised Catholic, and even though I mock religion, um, you can't go against the way you were raised. And both my parents were fairly devout, and they're just some things I gotta do by the book, or I just won't be happy.
did you
So
hear me?
not just now.
I was talking to my son called in, and it seemed like you could have heard what I was saying to him.
No, I
Oh,
didn't hear you.
I'm so glad you
You
didn't.
weren't on mute,
Um,
oddly enough. I
no,
did hear
was I
some
on?
feedback, but
No.
it was basically me. It was an echo, but I didn't hear you or your
Yeah.
son.
So would he get married to his girl? Not like the two kids that are staying on night tonight. Those are by his girl. My younger son. Those are by someone that he's been with since he's been 16. He's
Mhm.
39, and but that's not his girlfriend. His girlfriend has a baby that I call my
Okay,
grandson.
I'm lost. So
So
okay, okay,
he's
yeah,
got
that
another
makes sense.
girlfriend from Honduria or Hongor. What is it?
Honduran.
Honduras. And um she's beautiful and has a beautiful son, and her baby models, and my all of my grandkids are doing great. And we share them. All of us love on them. So Hannah, which is the two older kids' grandmother, their whole family helps. I help. My whole family helps. So we all make sure that they know what family is. And it's not like we make sure they know that their mother loved them. So that was like a tragedy, you know. And my other two, their mothers just live a community away from me, but my son, he lives across town. So we all everything we do together. The girlfriends, they all come. We all do things together. They have boyfriends, they come. So they should be married, but you can't make kids do what um I just had to just look at Bobby. He says, I'm a proud Niger. That's funny. Um
Oh, I
can't
don't
make.
think that's how you pronounce that word.
Well, I don't want to say that word. I don't want to say anything that's gonna do something to someone's channel. Um, but yeah, everything's good. Everything's good, and maybe one day
Well,
we'll
good to
have that
hear.
big, giant wedding. I would love to, but she's still my daughter-in-law, and she
Mhm.
knows that me and we all love her. And my kid's father, he comes here every single year. He and his wife, and they're involved. You know, like I said earlier on the text, my children are 40 and 39. It's not
Were
been
you
one
married
day.
to their father?
I shared my age with you. I met him
Well,
when I
no,
was.
I didn't ask you your age.
I wouldn't have never got married at 16. He was 10 years older than me. And
Okay.
his
It's
mother and my father went to high school together. So he's a family friend that was 27 when I was 17. But I actually had a crush on him when I was 16. But he wouldn't come nowhere near me. But when I turned
Gotcha.
17, he liked me back. And we actually had an apartment together. And then at 22, when I got done, with school, and he was a radio broadcaster then. We had kids.
Does the black church talk about marriage at all?
We
You
were engaged to be married, but
Well, no, no,
then
no,
my
no. It's
friends
kind of
started
a
teasing me.
it's kind of a separate question
This
because
is
I
this
know
is
you're religious.
No, I'm not religious. Not
Oh,
one drop am I religious.
really?
Did I used to be
Oh, okay.
when I was in religion? Yes, very
Mhm.
much. I was very religious. I didn't even want cursing around me. I didn't. Oh my God. If I tell you about my religious days, that's why I'm not married right today, because of religion. But I'm not going to share that part of my life. I don't share relationship part of my life. I don't share. In fact, if I was in a relationship, I wouldn't be on YouTube unless my partner and I were.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of the same way with
Yeah,
that.
I would. I
I wouldn't
would
have
share my
I wouldn't have
personal,
the time.
but right now
As a
I'm
matter
on
of fact, I
YouTube.
would have never gotten into YouTube, because I've had a YouTube, like the capability to do a YouTube channel for I think 2012 or something like that is when I joined.
I love, 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 love being able to do whatever I so choose. I have time to study. I have time to do be with my grandchildren. I have time to be with my son. In fact, I just cooked a big old thing of pepper steak today and rice. I'm waiting on him to come and eat. That's what he called me for. He's saying he's on his way. And we have dinner together on the weekend. And if I was even dating, you wouldn't even see me on YouTube every day. But I think I'm almost ready to start dating again. But when I do, you won't see me on YouTube because I'll be too
Okay,
happy.
remind me what prevented you from dating?
Because I don't believe when you I just think that sometimes when you come out of um when you come out of relationships or divorce or whatever, I think it's a good idea to just jump in a relationship. I think that's the time that when you step back and you heal and you have a good time loving on yourself, getting to know what you really want to do, or getting I'm retired, but I'm not done working. I'm getting ready to start a whole new business, a whole new career. I'm getting ready to do something amazing with my life, and I'm so excited about it. I don't have time to talk to someone on the phone, or I don't have time to think about a relationship. Not right now. I just don't. But
Do
I
you?
go.
Well, you're actually helping me out.
Yeah,
At
I don't. I don't have
60
time for that.
plus, at 60 plus, actually caring about teenage details.
Yeah, I mean, because
I'm like,
when I
I'm like,
try to,
you're on the downward slope.
no, I'm
Worrying
not on
about
the
talking
downward
on the
slope
phone.
because a couple of years ago, I met someone, and before I knew it, they were standing up in the church with a 2 carat ring and buying me a truck and
Wait,
introduced
hold
me to
it.
their
So
family.
an old ass man was buying you a 2 carat ring in a truck?
I gave it back and I gave it back and I moved in a whole nother city.
You
I'm
know
like,
what?
I can't do this. No.
Do women your age expect that?
Well,
Because there's
I've been
no way
proposed
I'm
to.
doing
I've been
any of it.
proposed to twice since I've been divorced. In 9 years, I've been proposed to twice because I'm not going to
Really?
be with someone just to be with them. But other
You
than
know
that,
what? I
no.
would buy a prospective wife in Orvis, like a really expensive Orvis fly rod and some waiters.
What is that? What is that? No, I didn't
If
ask
it's
for
not
it. It was a complete surprise for both times.
really.
One time was during COVID, and the other time that was just a COVID shut-in panic thing. And when I got shut in, I was like, "You're not ever going to be my husband because you're a slob." And the other one,
A
I didn't want
flop?
to. Yeah, I can't be around a slob. I don't care who you are. I don't
Oh,
care if you look
slob.
like.
Okay.
I don't care. If a man is a slob, he's not being nowhere attached to me because I am very germophobic and I'm not a slob. So, and no, I,
So dirty underwear is germy?
yes, it is. Oh my God. I'm sure every woman it's germy to even ask that question. So, do you wear dirty underwear? Do you
Uh,
put on,
well, no. I
well, why
mean, I
do you
might
ask?
toss him on the floor.
Would you put them back on the next day?
I know, I
Would
know
you wear them
back in the
twice?
day, I know back in the day when, I had a wife, sometimes that underwear would wind up on the floor till the next morning.
So, would you wear them twice?
Not if I had clean.
Well, your wife should have been doing laundry.
No, I would not let my wife wash my clothes. There's a whole reason behind that. Like
Stanley, you
whites,
can buy
maybe like white underwear.
this
Yeah,
knuckle,
she could wash underwear, but
this old
I have this
guy.
old. Hold on one sec. I have this weird Navy habit. I usually have at least 2 weeks worth of fresh underwear, if not a whole month. I can go a month without washing underwear. It's a Navy thing.
You can go a whole month without washing your underwear?
Yes, because I've got 30 pairs of underwear.
Oh, I was getting ready to say, oh my God, no, you're never getting married. The guy
Okay.
said you can buy a
When I said it's a Navy thing, like sometimes you go on water hours when you're on a ship, which means the ship's laundry isn't functioning. At least 2 weeks worth of underwear. I probably have 2 weeks worth of underwear now. There are
yeah,
times when I had 30 days worth of clean underwear. It's just a habit.
yeah, that's you know what? And you do that like you do paper towels. When you know that they're getting to the place where you're not folding them and they're going flat, that means it's time to throw them away.
Oh,
You
I
have,
don't use no, I throw them away after one use.
that's what I'm saying. You don't keep stuff like that. Just like a face towel. I do not ever, 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 ever use my two washcloths again. Once I use my 2 washcloths, they're going straight. I have a washer and dryer. They're going straight in my washer. And my son is annoyed by me. He hates to really come over here because he says, "Mommy, you're making work
He
to
still
do."
calls you mommy?
And yes, he does. And
Oh
both of
my
my son's
God.
girlfriends, that annoys them. They was like, "Why do you still call your mom mommy?" He said, "Because that's what we
Oh,
all."
you know what? I side with the girlfriends.
Yeah, they both call me mommy, and my grandkids call me Mimi.
Yuck.
Mommy and Mimi.
Yuck. So CKJ3, you know the drill. You know the damn drill. Dude, and you better have a case of water too. Now in
Somebody says
carriers, y'all don't
anything that
really.
I take
Hey,
serious,
CKJ3, have you don't go on water hours on a carrier. But on the destroyers, that crew does Navy, the destroyers and frigates.
he
Oh
is
yeah,
a,
you will go on water hours if you're
he
like
is a
in the
low
Persian Gulf
key
or somewhere.
Trump
And
supporter. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
oh, don't worry about Lupin. He's just
I'm not a low key Trump supporter. That's being funny. This is how I have fun on here. No, I'm not. It's because when you get to know people and they know
no.
that literally you're a very
Lupin
loving
is a
person and you're
sharp
not going to ever
political
argue.
mind. Lupin is a sharp political mind. I'm not going to defend what he says. If he says it, it's his opinion, and I don't correct
That was
his
funny.
opinion. It is not my place.
That was funny to me. That's you know what? Some of the arguments on YouTube don't even need to happen because some of the stuff is just funny. But people
Okay, well,
just
you do realize that Stanley versus the World is on YouTube, but it is not of YouTube.
you're funny,
we,
Sandals.
we try and elevate arguments here.
You are. I'm kidding you not. I used to crack up at you, cussing people out, and seriously,
Hopefully I still
honestly,
do.
because it's the way you curse, and I don't think that you really mean any harm. I think that
Oh,
people.
absolutely. Oh, wait, hold it. Let's correct that right quick. When I call you a motherfucker, I literally mean it.
No, you don't.
Oh, absolutely I do. If
No.
I think you're stupid and I call you stupid, I literally mean I think you're stupid. I don't suffer fools gladly. And people who annoy me, and it's not I'm kind of, I'll say what I have to say and be done with it.
What's his name?
I don't
TK?
carry grudges. It's just
TK?
never been my style. But dude, when I say you're making an idiotic point, I'm not kidding when I say that.
He says Stanley loves the sandbox. I'm the sandbox.
What?
That's funny. He says Stanley loves the sandbox.
Okay.
That's
Whatever
funny.
that means.
And you know what? That's what it was. You and Mike. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious. But you know what? I was worried about Mike today.
Why?
Because I think that he was going into honestly, I don't want to say that. But I think he
Say
had
what you want to say. Say what you want to say about Mike.
You can't drink. I think he was getting very paranoid last night. And I think that he was really afraid. I'm serious. And that he
Okay, well, see, and I love the way your maternal instinct actually can work over the internet. I assume if Mike is over the age of 21, and Mike is like, he's not in his 20s, I assume a man knows how to take care of business. Dude, I wasn't even concerned. Besides, hey, I hope everything works out. I'm not that concerned. Why should I
You
be?
know what? When he asked us to pray and you said yes, right then and there that prayer was answered. And when he asked me to pray, I
Oh,
literally
I was kidding about praying.
but when you agreed to pray, you
Oh, I
prayed
just
for him.
said it to make him feel better.
Well, when you
I
said yes,
didn't really
you
pray.
would pray you literally prayed for him. When you said, "Yes, I'm gonna believe God that you're gonna be okay," you literally agreed with
Damn
prayer.
it. I knew I should have made that joke better.
And it was so funny because I don't think he remembered his dog screaming. That was so funny. But the part about the tornado, and the reason why I say he was going through a little bit of paranoia is because I never heard the sirens. And then I was Googling, where is there a current tornado going on? It never said there was ever a tornado. Nowhere at the current time, anywhere. So I thought it was some real bad, severe thunderstorm. But I think it was very, very severely bad to the point where he was very paranoid because the day before prior, he his did you eat chocolate Dubai? Oh, I'm gonna quit looking at Brian because he's just tripping, and he always says hi
He's
to me.
talking to CKJ3. CK, the last time I was in Dubai, honestly, it was like the summer of 1991. The sandbox probably didn't exist back then. But I spent I didn't s- I- we spent like a day in Dubai. I spent 30 days in Abu Dhabi. And I tell you what, it was like 30 days preparing ships to get heavy lift transported back to the States. So, we basically, at 8 o'clock, we push it back to 8, take muster, and that was that. There really wasn't that much ship's work because, you know, there just wasn't. So, usually by lunchtime, we were on Liberty. We'd fucking, be back. You had to be back for muster the next morning at 8. So if you're gone by like midday,
Okay.
that's the whole time you were spending in Abu Dhabi. It was awesome. I loved Abu Dhabi, to be honest. I wouldn't want to live there, but I just
Mhm.
had such a good time. It was just different, little Savannah boy in Abu Dhabi. It was fun.
Yeah. So to me, getting back to our other conversation, to me, it seems like you live out way in the country somewhere, like all
I wouldn't say
alone.
way in the country, but it's out in the county. It's
Yeah, and
my
it seems like
mailing address is the city, but
maybe you ought to go.
I can literally even a walk. I live like a 10-minute drive from cow pastures.
So
I love it.
do you have neighbors?
Yes. I live in a neighborhood. It's a regular neighborhood.
Do you
It's
have like
just
lady neighbors?
yeah, my across the lawn neighbor is a woman.
Have you ever tried to say hi to her?
No. I've
Because
lived here for
normally
damn
it's
near I've lived
normal.
here for damn near 10 years. Well, by the way, she's a lesbian, so, I haven't said hi in that way. But no,
They can change. But anyway,
I've known her
sometimes
for
when a when
hold
a
on. Hold on, let me complete the answer, please.
you did, you said
I've
she's
known
a lesbian.
I've known her for years. Her son is like a year younger than my son. So I moved here when my son was about 9 or 10, somewhere in that range. And they used to get outside and tussle. I remember them tussling when there was snow on the ground, which doesn't happen often in this part of Georgia. So
So
yeah,
maybe you, her, and her lady friend can have cocktails or something.
Why would I do that? I mean, we've hung out on the porch and drank beer, but no, she works. She's a teacher. I do YouTube.
Okay.
I know when she goes out of town, I watch the house and vice versa. It's not, we're neighbors.
That didn't mean anything. You're a man, Stanley.
Oh, it means literally we're neighbors.
Okay. So nothing appealing about her. She's off the. She doesn't look like
Do you
nothing.
think every black man is lascivious like that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me teach you about being a black man. We are not all lascivious. Some of us have morals. Some of us have self-control.
Maybe. I've
Oh,
not met one
no.
that
There
has.
is no maybe. This is not
No, my dad
something.
did. My dad
Okay,
did.
let me help you out. This is not something I'll even accept as maybe. The answer is some of us have self-control, period. My father did, my brother does, my son does.
But I know they
What are you
look.
talking what are you talking about, lady? Black men don't
They look.
have self-control?
They look. You have eyes.
All men look, not just black men.
All women look.
Okay,
See?
and we're talking about black men. Where did women come into this?
They don't eliminate white men. White men look too.
Okay, listen, let me bring you back to my original point and let me know if you want to move on. Not all black men are Rolling Stones. We're not all a Sly and the Family Stone song.
Okay, I'm speaking just to you who haven't dated a woman in a long time. Hasn't dated
I
a
haven't
woman
dated
in a
anyone.
long time.
And
A long time.
And
it's time that you get out there and have yourself some fun.
And it is you who's an authority on when it's time for me to date, correct? You're asserting your authority based on what?
Because I just believe that.
Okay, lady, you don't know me. I decide when it's time, not you. And if I wanted your advice on the topic, I feel comfortable enough to ask it. No need to offer advice that's not needed.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yes, I said what
Trump.
I said. I meant what I said.
So
I didn't
that's what you
stutter.
do to women, Stanley?
Okay, women who are proffering advice that is unsolicited, yes.
So what
never, dude, the worst thing you can ever do to another adult is just offer advice unsolicited. You should never do that.
Yeah, I'm with. Which one is that, KG? What if I wanted to take you on a coffee date or something? And this is you shooting me down.
Wait, hold it. Are you in Georgia?
I can come to Georgia.
Oh my Lord.
I'll take you for coffee.
Well, we can talk about it in the future.
Oh my goodness. Your future is up.
But if we do a coffee date, we're not talking about my dating habits and when I should date and when I shouldn't.
I'm just trying to get you out
Wait,
of that.
Papa was a rolling. Wait, hold it. Was it? I thought that was Sly and the Family Stone, Dawn. Maybe you know what? You're absolutely right, Dawn. I am wrong. My bad. God damn it! I hate it when I'm wrong.
Stanley, I'll be like, can you pull my chair out, Stanley? You'll be like, motherfucker, pull your own chair out. I'll be like, oh my God. What kind of man is this?
Well, you know what? Actually, I wouldn't do that. I'd ask you, are you a feminist?
Cheers or open doors.
I would go, aren't you a feminist?
You don't do that? Weren't you? You should be used to doing that. I don't know how you kept your marriage.
Wait, hold it. Now you're questioning how I kept my marriage?
I'm just
boy,
saying.
you
Are you? No. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Pardon me. Pardon me.
The Saturday.
No.
This is
No.
the
Can I
Saturday
say
where
pardon me?
all lines are crossed.
Here we go. Me and somebody was trying to get us to get on this panel because I think they're laughing at us. Stanley, listen. Let me give you a good talk because this is why
Are you about to give me more unsolicited advice?
I'm about to give you a good talk.
Oh
Because
boy.
I understand your problem.
Black woman mode. Black woman
Oh my
gum
God.
popping.
That's what
Black
you've been
woman gum
missing.
popping mode.
Oh my,
Activate.
you've been missing. You've been missing. You've been missing. Oh my God. You've been missing. Ooh, you've been missing. Stanley, Mr. Cross, you don't even want to know what it means to date a black woman.
Wait, hold it. Do you think I've never dated a black woman? Wow.
The way you're laughing right now.
Talk
I
about
absolutely-
presumptuous.
That laugh.
Okay, let me help you out there, Minnesotan. I've dated black women from the South. I was having a conversation last night. I don't think black people who don't live in the South are black. I think you're all fucking tethers. So be very careful. You
So
ain't
you
black
be
if you
smart.
don't live in the South. I am starting to formulate the book that I'm going to write called You Ain't Black If You Don't Live in the South. You ain't black. You might be African heritage, but you
I done
ain't
drunk
black.
too much tea, and I feel my code is gone, and I'm about to get me some beer because me and you.
Oh,
we
here
need to
it
have- we need to-
goes. Here it goes.
Oh, we need to have a talk, and I'm.
We
Yeah.
need to have a talk about what?
Because I can help you. I can counsel you.
Oh, wait, hold it. So you first
You
off,
know a
why
lot
do you think
about
I need
the world.
why do you think I need help?
Stanley, you might know a lot about
Why do
politics.
you think I need help? Let's stick to that question. And
Because
then
Stanley, I told you the
as an
last
add-on
time. I think
question,
you are a L7.
what help
I don't think you know a lot.
what help can you offer? What are your
I think
services?
you're a square, Stanley. I think you're an L7 square, and I think you just need a
What
little
is an
help.
L7 square?
That means that you
don't even know what L7 means, do you?
Yes, I do.
Did one of your grandkids tell you
L and a 7 makes a square. I just believe that
Yeah,
you're just
okay.
square, you know.
I am a square. Next.
I know you are.
That was a pretty easy thing to discern.
I think that, yeah, I think, and I can help you as a friend. I mean, like you
As a
can work
friend.
out.
Now, when you say friend, does that mean FRIEN without the D? Friend or friend?
Friend.
there's a difference between the two. You my friend, you my friend, or you my friend?
You my friend. Because for real, the Stanley, that's going to be a big hit for you. Stanley versus
wait, hold it. I am
Stanley
61
versus
years
the world,
old.
not his girl.
The world does not care.
Stanley versus the world, but not his girl.
No, it's Stanley. When you say it, it's Stanley versus the WORL. There's no D. It's Stanley versus the world.
Stanley, I believe there's somebody in this universe, in this world, that can make you a better man.
Oh, tell me more.
You can put some French braids in your hair, hook your little hair up, and put on some little swag. I just see you as on the porch, just sitting by yourself with some beer on YouTube, with some suspenders and like a checkered.
With French braids?
No, with your afro and a checkered shirt with some suspenders on, and like magazines and the newspaper and books all around you.
Okay,
And
well, everything you said is correct and has already happened, except for the suspenders. Suspenders are not something that I use.
and then going in the house and like hitting your
And we
newspaper
don't call them checkered shirts; we call them flannels.
and flannels, going in the house and like hitting your newspaper on the table when there's nothing to, like a little dust, like knocking the dust off the table and then sitting down and then blowing off your soup, your bean soup, and taking a piece of that sourdough bread and taking it out and pouring you a cup of coffee out of your tin, them old fashioned tin pot, like setting your beer in an icebox until you drink your cup of black coffee, and then just putting your hand through your hair and just wiping your hair, not brushing it, just wiping it back, and then being like, oh, wonder who's on YouTube tonight. Don't you know, Stanley, you wouldn't be doing none of that if you could just be nice to a woman. You'd be going on the porch like, yeah, what's up? To the neighbor, you'd be like, what's up? Yeah. You'd be going into town trying to look for some Nikes with your twist or your braids in your hair.
This is build a YN.
I know. That's what I'm trying to do.
Is build an old YN? Is that your project?
If I made you my friend, that's what I'd have to do. Build a bear. Yeah. You see how that lady's looking right now? That's what I'd have to do. When I first meet you, how her expression is, that would be our first coffee meeting. That would be my expression. Like, oh my God, I have to work.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to be an old YN.
You already are. You're older.
No, I don't think so. Let me tell you why I
So
don't
you're a
think
cool
I am.
guy, Stanley.
I simply know more words.
You're a cool guy. You're a cool guy?
A what guy?
You're a cool guy?
Cool as in COOL?
Cool as in a guy that doesn't say dude.
No, I'm a good guy. GOOD, not
You're a good
COOL.
man. Well, then you know about opening doors.
Last I checked, that's how I was raised to be.
You're a good man. Okay. I got you. Staying the man. So you're a good man.
And I don't have YN tendencies.
You're funny. I'm just kidding with you, Stanley. You know what? A good man has a good heart. And all of those things that I talk about, I'm only just kidding with you. I can't make you nothing. God will have to make you. From the crown of your head to the soles of your feet. The only thing I could do for you, Stanley, is pray for you and watch God work a work. And you believe me, none of the prayers that I pray will fall to the ground. None of them.
Really,
could agree,
Bobby? Bobby, you are just going to keep that me and Trump have YN tendencies? Damn, dude, you are just hitting below the belt with these comparisons. Stop it, sir.
Stanley, you and Trump have YN tendencies. Yep. I did call you Donald today. But I know your name is Stanley. But you know what, Stanley?
Well, at least you didn't call me daddy.
If I called you daddy, my dad would jump out that sky and smack me on my back. I never, ever, 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 ever in my life would ever call a man daddy. That would be an insult to my great, great father.
I bet I could make you call me daddy.
Okay, you talk a little gaming, don't you? You make me call you daddy. The
I'm
whole
pretty sure I
YouTube.
could.
You can make me call you daddy. Oh, you're
Oh,
good. Now I gotta say, hold on just a minute.
it's just a suggestion, but who knows? I bet I could.
It can make me call you. I gotta call DoorDash and order me
And
some.
not only that, I said it in a fairly deep voice. You know.
I love that. You put some bass in there. You said, I can make you call me. Oh my God, the day that happened. Oh my God. I'll be on my way to heaven because I accidentally
The
prayed
day
out
that
loud.
happens, the day that happens, you will start your own YouTube channel.
The day that happened, you heard me pray out loud. And I'm talking to God because I'm sure not going to call nobody daddy. You can, you got that.
You say that
So
now, but you
know,
call
you
yourself
you the undercover
it's
lover.
my time. It's my time is just an invitation to me giving you that time.
Oh,
It'll be your time when you call me daddy. It's gonna be your time.
I promise you, I would tell everybody. Yeah, he made me do it. The day you make me call you daddy, Stanley, it'll be my time to walk through the heavenly gate. Because that would not happen.
That's what she said.
Exactly
That
what
will
I
be
know
my
for a
response.
true fact. You have a field day with it. The day I call you daddy, you will
See,
stop wearing those checkered shirts.
you're already processing it, preparing yourself. I like this. You are preparing yourself for the inevitability. I like that.
Oh my God. The day that
Yes,
Lisa,
oh my God might
I
be
heard you
something
ask me,
as
can
a
you call me by
preface.
my name the other
Hey,
day?
oh my God, daddy. Yep, that'd be a good lead in.
Oh my God. That'd be like me sitting on that, giving that puppet a lap dance.
It'd be like it.
You know, your show just went over time.
Over what time?
Oh, no, my TV, the timer went off. Because I
Oh
sleep with my
well,
TV.
I think my time. Well, shit, it's at 7 hours. Yeah, it won't do AI clips.
Okay,
But
so
I'll be okay. I just won't
don't
get
want to
clips out
start
of this
another live.
unless I'm.
Just give me like a half hour so I can order me some beer and then we'll come back.
Oh
The part
boy, it's gonna go south from there. Call me Daddy Podcast. You know what?
Yeah.
I'm surprised, Brian, that there's not already a Call Me Daddy podcast.
Yeah,
That's a good title.
that's a good live for the next one. Call me
Yeah, it's
daddy.
a good title for a podcast.
Yeah. And I'm gonna be right there with you on this one because I've been in bed for 3 in 3.5 days, and I'm ready to have some fun.
Oh my Lord. I have brought you back from bed.
You
I
brought me
made you
back to
get
life.
I inspired you, I invigorated you. What else did I do to you?
Part 2 coming up. Okay, end your live and come back in a half hour and let me
Well,
order
you can
me.
go. I'm gonna watch Nkechi.
Are you gonna come back on live?
No, I'm gonna stay online. Why would I leave?
Oh, okay. So give me about a half hour. That's how long it takes to get here.
I will be waiting for you to call me daddy. Just when you come back, just type daddy in the chat and I'll know who it is.
Okay, I'll leave. I don't know what my TV is
Just type
doing this.
daddy. Just type daddy. I'll know it's you.
Okay, I'll leave it on so you can get to watch on.
Oh,
That's what I
okay.
normally do. Even though I don't be watching it, I be asleep. Okay, I'll call back in when I'm done.
Okay.
Okay,
So
Stanley.
folks, while I'm thinking about this, everybody please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the chat, we need to replenish our ranks. I lost some folks because I'm sure I took something too far at some point over the past couple days. But sometimes I do that. Check us out if you're new to the channel. You can always unsubscribe. Support the show by supporting the host. Sovereign Beer Fund is definitely open for investment, but who knows? I might get crazy and actually pay for newspaper subscriptions or YouTube or StreamYard. I might just go wild. So support the show. You can also support the show by giving me show ideas like CKJ3 did. We're watching his recommendation right now. Salute to the Admiral.
For me, for our family, for my sons, but also, like a lot of the work was lost. It was shut down. The police ombudsman commission was shut down. This was used as it's like, is she black or white thing was used as a distraction to shut down the local work of advocacy that was happening. And so I really, as much as I wish that wouldn't have happened, because I feel like it was just so, I don't want to say unnecessary, but it was just so tragic that all that work, 2 decades of work in civil rights, were essentially flushed in the Pacific Northwest of my leadership work there. Hundreds of programs, thousands of people impacted. And it just seemed like, people can disagree on interpretation, but no one can really deny like lived experience. And I really wanted to stand on business for my sister. I wanted to really, hold things together for my kids, for myself as well, for my career. And when that was
when you say
clearly not like happening, it was kind of like, well, let's just, push the work into the background. I never stopped advocating, I never stopped working, but people don't see it as much because everything that I've tried to do in the public eye or that has got media attention has been negative, just gets overshadowed by those
why do you think that
sound bites coming back.
Why do you think that is?
Well, like I said, like headlines are not complex. They're simple and people like to keep their conclusions. And it was, it pokes that bear of polarization between black and white. It, the media loves to dig into that and drive a wedge. It drove a wedge in the Black Lives Matter movement. It drove a wedge. Like there are so many kind of ripple effects that it's not the first time. I mean, this has happened, like some big media scandal has happened so many times to bring leaders down in the civil rights work. So whether it's local,
let me ask you about that.
National,
I saw you say scandal. Would you say that this wasn't a legitimate scandal?
It was a manufactured media frenzy. Like I said, with the private investigator that the police were following me with, met the private investigator that the bio parents were having follow me. They collaborated, and it, like, who cares that nationally and internationally if someone is living their life, doing the work in Spokane, Washington. That didn't need to be national news or if somebody identifies as.
I think for some of us in the activist community at the time,
Mhm.
it was like, if you're, I'll tell you what I thought. I don't want to speak for anyone else.
Mhm.
My thought process was, if you're doing the work, do the work. I'm happy. There are a lot of people who aren't doing the work,
Yeah.
Irrespective of race or racial identity. But that I wanted you to do that work in a way that was transparent and honest. And I think there were people who felt, like myself included, who felt like there was a lack of that. That again, the complexity that you're talking about that comes out in the book, we should know as a community, And I hear
How do you communicate that complexity in like 2 minutes at a grocery store? I mean, it's just, there's no way to tell everybody your whole life story. And so some people.
Let me pause this right quick. Brian brought up greens. Look, I stopped. Actually, my sister still makes greens, kind of the old-fashioned Southern way. I stopped years ago because I like a little bit of, like, even cabbage. It works with any sort of green. But let's watch this right quick, and then we'll get back to my darling Nkechi. So here we go. This is fried collard greens dinner. And I actually think this is a good way to do them.
Let's get it. Yes, sir. What up, fam? It's your boy G Ridge. As you can see right here, I'm gonna give you my versions of fried collard greens, okay? I don't clean these suckers off over and over and over. I got a little mustard greens and turnip green mixed up in there also, okay? Y'all.
And by the way, I actually like kale. Mustard greens, better. Turnip greens, great. It looks like he's using bacon, which this is the method. Get the bacon crispy. I've watched this before, but I can't remember the whole thing. But this is basically frying your greens versus boiling them to death. I've just gotten out of that habit. Now, I like them the old Southern way as well. It's just if I have to do it, this is somewhat quicker besides. And it works for any greens. You can even do spinach, but it's a lot shorter if you do spinach. So this is for you, Brian Nichols.
Already know how we do it over here. Anyway, for the oil for the greens, we're gonna use some bacon. All right. So I'm gonna brown this bacon up real good for y'all. Okay. And then all the bacon gonna make its own grease. So we're gonna take the bacon out. Once it's done nice and crispy, we're gonna take it and put it to the side because we're gonna put it back in there later. Okay, we're gonna leave the oil in there. All right, we're gonna take all the remnants out and leave the oil in there. Then we're gonna go ahead and drop a few onions in there, stir around, make sure they're good and translucent. All right, we're gonna cook those for like 5 minutes. Okay, then we're gonna add the greens, and we're gonna cook the greens in there, stir the greens in there, and we're gonna season them with some salt, cayenne pepper, a little accent. You don't have to use accent. We use it over here. And there's the onions. Okay, and
now one thing I will do is once you get the bacon grease, chopped onion, like smashed garlic and all that stuff, and the garlic always is like the last thing. You don't put it in with the onions. And then you can do dry spices in there. You could take that cayenne accent. You don't need. I don't know. I'm on the fence about MSG and salt. In my opinion, at least the way I taste things, use one or the other. You don't need both. Both are sodium products. The accent is a bit sweeter, so I wouldn't use both. That's my only recommendation.
We're gonna let that cook for like between 25 and 35 minutes. You know what I'm saying? A little above medium. Okay. So so it'll get all the good flavor in there, get it good and get that good dark green color to it, where it can, where it's done all the way and you can enjoy it. All right. It'll be done through and through. Yes, sir. All right. So this is my version. We're getting ready to get started. It's nice, quick, and simple, easy. You see the ingredients I got. All I got is the bacon and the greens itself, some onions over here, and we ready to get to work, okay? So when this heat up and we start cooking this, that's what we're gonna do. So hold on tight. I'll be right back. All right, fam. Look at that. You see that? See how that bacon? Make sure you put enough of bacon in there. You see how many pieces? It got like 8 pieces. And look at the significant amount of bacon grease that's left in there, y'all, sir. All right. Yes, sir. That's gonna be good. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take them and I'm gonna set them to the side, and then I'm gonna break them up in little chunks, in little pieces, while they're sitting to the side. Okay. So now we're gonna go ahead, and as you can see, I added some red bell peppers, so I'm gonna mix them up in there too as well.
Good for him. That's excellent. Those bell peppers add some sweetness. Good for him.
I'm telling you, fam. So I'm gonna sit this over here. All right. Yes, sir. That's good and hot. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna throw some onions in here.
Okay. This motherfucker knows how to cook.
Look at that.
My bad,
Red
folks.
bell peppers. That's one.
He
that's
knows
one
what the
full
fuck
red
he's doing.
Bell pepper cut up, fam. All right. I'm gonna go with the wooden spoon now. Yes,
I
sir.
would
So we're
add
gonna
some
cook this for
garlic
like
though.
5 minutes. Make sure it's good and sauteed real good. Some people like to add garlic to this. A little sugar. No, I don't. We don't put that in our greens. So I'm gonna do it my way. But you can do it however you want to. But this is how you can fry collard greens, and it's gonna be good and seasoned and good and southern style. Where they get that dark green color.
You know,
on it.
I
Yeah,
remember
sir.
some
When you
years
put 'em in
ago,
your mouth.
my wife, her mother, my mother-in-law, used to apparently like cook these vegetables to this is my wife saying this to within an inch of their life. And she actually like I have a thing for cabbage. I love cabbage, especially if you do it like kind of Jamaican or Caribbean style with carrots, and then you put some curry powder in it. But anyway, my wife was like, she actually ate cabbage and she swore she hated cabbage and all this stuff. She paid me a high compliment. It's like these are good, they're kind of crunchy, a little bit of a crunch. I did not cook them to death like her mother did. And my wife was a very finicky eater, and she transferred that. We and I, after this, had to break my son of this weird finicky bullshit. My son would not eat anything green when he was a baby. Like the smashed peas, like green beans or whatever, in the little baby food bottle things. Like you have the pureed peas. He wouldn't eat the shit if it was green. And I literally know that it was green because he would eat carrots. He would eat squash, but if it was green, he just wouldn't eat it. And it was funny, but goddamn, dude, just you don't like the color of the food. So finally, we figured that part out. But my son can be as quirky as his mother used to be. I'm not eating anything green. Really?
They melt in your, soon you put them in there, they're gonna melt in your mouth. Yes, sir. All right, so we're gonna cook this for like 5 minutes in this bacon grease, okay? Then we're gonna come back after that and put some greens in there, and then we're gonna season the greens while they're in the pan, all right? And then we're gonna cook those about between 25 and 35 minutes, depending on how you like them. You like them done all the way like we do down here? You know what I'm saying? Some people like to leave it a little crunchy a little bit. Nope, not no greens. We're gonna cook them all the way through. Yes, sir. So hold on tight. I'll be right back. All right, fam, look at that. They're good and cooked through. Okay, now we're going in. So I'm gonna give a handful of greens. We might not be able to do all these and get all these in here, but we're gonna show you how it's done though.
Now I have to say he's pretty brave. I usually do it in a pot that's got high sides, like a small stock pot or something. Dude is brave. And I've seen this video before. It's been years since I've seen it. He knows what he's doing. This motherfucker can cook. So I'm just saying I don't have his bravery. I don't have his cooking skills probably. It is a brave move. Dude, you know you can motherfucking cook when you're just gonna go fuck it. It's all going in a frying pan, and god damn it, I win. That's some balls.
To cook down as well. We should be able to get most of these in here. As you can see, they're good and cleaned off. All right. So this is how you do it. That's like a nice good handful. You just sprinkle a little salt. All right. You can use whatever kind of salt you want. Here's the cayenne pepper for that good southern flavor. Yes, sir. And this is what we like to use, a little accent. You don't have to use this, but I know a lot of you can't have MSG. All right. Okay.
You know what would actually be nice in there? And this, I'm not improving upon his recipe. I'm just thinking if it were me, I would actually put some fresh mushrooms in there. And I don't know, mushrooms and fresh cooked greens of any sort. They're just fucking delicious. I love mushrooms.
Okay. Ooh, man, that aroma smells good. And you're gonna cook these, gonna turn this down just a little bit and let them cook for like I say, up to like 35 minutes. Nice and juicy.
Now, I wonder if he's gonna have to basically put chicken stock or something in this.
Ooh, family, that aroma. You see how it's cooking down? That's what I was talking about.
I also like that. I also like that he chopped. He went in and diced up those greens. He cut them up. This dude knows what he's doing.
I like to use, I use the regular vegetable oils when I'm cooking boiled greens and stuff with the meat and stuff in it. But when you're frying them, it's best to use some bacon grease. I don't know, it just do something to it, family. Look how it don't cook down, okay? So now we're going in with some more. We're gonna make sure we get a full pan in here, nice and fried. All right, I think that's all I'm gonna use. Okay, do the same thing, not so much this time. All right, that's it. Pinch here, pinch there. Okay, so after I get these mixed up into the other ones, I'm gonna put these bacon bits back in here. Okay, I might even add a little more bacon grease in here. I got some.
Brian, you're probably right.
Oh, look at that.
Especially once he
Might not
crumbles
even
up
need it.
that bacon.
They got to be good and juicy. That's what we want. Okay, so when I get these cooked down, I'm going to
Yeah,
add
it's
these. See, I broke these crumbs. I broke them up in little pieces. We're going to throw them back in there on the top. We're going to put the lid on and let them cook a little bit. All right? Let them cook down some more.
good
Then
for
we're
him.
going to take the lid off of it. Stick with your boy. All right, fam?
Yeah, that's goddamn nice.
Look at that.
Nice. Nice.
Uh-huh.
But
Oh, look
now
at Fam, I taste
I
some of
know.
them greens.
Hey, I need to
Put
do a
some of this bacon
grocery
back, put
order.
this bacon back in here.
I guess I'm gonna
I
be
taste
getting
some greens, fam.
some
Ooh-wee.
some mustard greens.
Man, y'all gonna love this recipe. Y'all gonna love it. Y'all gonna love it. Y'all gonna love it. Y'all put that bacon back in there.
God
Look at
damn
that.
it.
Look how juicy
Now I'm
that is.
hungry.
Uh-huh. You mixing it up. We're gonna let this cook for another 20 minutes, something like that there. And this thing gonna be ready. Look at that. All right, so what we're gonna do now, we're gonna go ahead and take the lid off of it. And that's how you fry it the rest of the way. Yep, without the lid on it. Because you want to get the greens brown. You want to get like burn them just a little bit. Not with it totally black, but we want to fry them a little bit.
You want to
They
caramelize
are
them.
ready to go, family. This looks
Oh,
so
that
good
shit'll
and it
get,
tastes good.
dude, it'll get a little
Season it
sweet
just like I
too.
season it now. Like I say, you don't have to use the accent or what have you, or the cayenne pepper, as long as you put enough salt and flavor in it. All right. Now, you did that part. So what I'm gonna do now, the last 12 minutes on here, I'm gonna let me find my cracked peppercorn, and I'm gonna sprinkle some of that black
Nice.
peppercorn up in that thing. Yes, sir. All right, so here we go with the black peppercorn. Yes, sir. It's good to add this on top. A little bit more flavor, a little spicy flavor. I know we got a little cayenne in there, but this is a little different. Oh, yeah. Man, look at that. I'm not playing with y'all, family. Oh. That's a thing of beauty. Nice and easy. And you all can make it. Sit that there.
You know, something interesting. I am changing my life little by little. I stopped buying like regular black pepper. I pretty much, and I know this sounds so insignificant, but I really just do nothing but the peppercorns and peppermills. Um, it actually makes a really big difference. Um, it's something about, and I'm not a big black pepper fan, but it is just more three-dimensional, if that makes sense. Um, when you use fresh milled spices of any sort. You can also go toast your spices to quote, wake them up. Makes a big difference. So, one of the things that I wish young people and married people, I wish people just had more time to get in a kitchen and cook. Um, dude, I told you about the conversation I had with my father a couple days ago. He was kind of surprised that I cook. I don't cook every day, but I cook pretty much most days. The only time I don't really cook is if they're leftovers. Um, he seemed a bit surprised when I told him that I cook every day or have some form of homemade food. And he's like, well, what do you cook? So I started going into detail, as I will do. If you're that, ask me what I cook and I will go into detail. And I could feel my father's eyes glazing over as I'm telling him the details of how I spice this or that, or so I should have made a joke with him about it. I should have just said, I know you're bored, but Damn it, you're gonna hear it. You asked. Now you will know.
You still awake,
Wake up, 12 man.
Stanley? I'm surprised.
Why would 12th man, you do realize that I usually get somewhere around 8 hours of sleep a night? I literally
So do I.
sleep. Well, good for you. You asked me the question. I don't care how much you sleep because I don't wonder or care.
What are we
So,
cooking?
so
Greens
yes,
and
I am
chitlins or
still
what?
awake. I'm sorry. Say that again.
What's that
What are
look
we?
like? Greens? Is that collard greens and onions or something like that?
Yeah, it's a fried green recipe. Fried greens.
Make you poop?
Okay. That's your assessment, huh?
That'll make you shit, Stanley, eating that.
Yeah. And I bet it tasted good too.
We'll be back.
What you put in his greens? Let's see.
I'll
right,
drop
fam.
the link
There
in
it
the
is.
chat for you, which I
Just
should have
simmer. Look at
done.
that. Oh wow.
You put any bacon in
Turn this
there?
over for you.
Yes.
You see that there? Yes, sir. That's good and done right there, family. Ooh. Look how everything don't cook down and cook together. Ooh wee. It's got that little score. I don't know if you can see it in the camera. It's got that little score look on the bottom, but it's good and fried. Everything. Look at that, fam. Melt in your mouth, not in your hand. So I hope you love this recipe, fam. As you can see, it's nice and easy. Yes, sir. Good old fried collard green. Now here's my finished plate. And there it is, fam. That's my finished plate. Some good old seasoned spicy baked chicken. And last but not least, some fried collard greens. Yes, sir.
Oh, you got
Look at that, fam. We going
fried collard greens and chicken.
Now, that's the thing of beauty.
Got it.
Yes, sir. Nice and simple. Yes, sir. Way to bacon that in there. Put some bacon up in this thing. Hold on, fam.
Yeah,
Hold on,
put
fam.
some bacon up in that bit.
Yes, sir. Get some of that bacon around that thing. Love y'all to life, fam. I hope y'all enjoy this recipe. G Rich out. Another one in your mouth.
He's pretty wild, Stanley. At least he put some bacon in his greens. Scare all the Muslims off.
There was bacon in the recipe, and he's scaring Muslims off. What the fuck, dude? You're still a racist.
Muslims don't eat bacon, Stanley. You know that.
Actually, some do.
Yeah, I met one time. He was a hypocrite.
All right, folks. Well, we're gonna go back to Nkechi Diallo.
Knew
Oh,
that people
shit.
didn't know that about my bio parents, who I was estranged from because I had a chosen family who was,
She wearing a wig?
grandpa to my kids and that kind of thing. Because that's,
Oh my
I hadn't
God!
talked to those
Really?
parents in years. I sued them for child abuse and won custody of my then little brother, who is now my oldest son. And so that that was not my family anymore. So there was like no bond there, no love lost, no surprise that all, that they weren't on my team. But yeah, I mean, I really want to talk about, how to do the work behind the scenes, how to do the work, how to keep doing the work and not give up. Because I think
What do you see as the work?
What do I see as the work?
Yeah, now, like in 2026.
So there are so many ways to get involved. My work, the things that I have found that I can do without being, canceled or shut down or interrupted or whatever. Right now, I became a master gardener here in Pima County, and I've been growing nutrient-dense food, and all the food is donated to young families in youth, a lot of which are affected by ICE deportations and other circumstances. Over 2 tons of food in 2025. My first year was over a ton of food. This is a desert, so it's actually really difficult to grow food here. vegetables.
Oh, and
fruits,
an
but-
actual, like, when you said desert, I was thinking food desert. You mean like it's an actual desert on top of?
Oh, well,
food
there
insecurity.
are food deserts even within the desert. There are like parts of the town that are a food desert, but no, it's the actual desert with cactus. And it's a very challenging climate. We have 119 degrees.
By the way, CK, if you're still out there, she moved to Arizona. She just reminded me with the Pima County thing. So nope.
Arizona sucks.
Maybe it was Bobby who brought. I think Scottsdale's pretty nice. It's up in the mountains. There's some mountain areas that are.
Too many gangbangers down there.
There's some actual areas that are kind of greener. Maybe it's Flagstaff that I'm thinking about. But
gangbangers over there too.
Okay.
Need more ICE enforcement in Arizona.
You're crushingly stupid. I'm trying to motherfucking make a point
facts, motherfucker.
that has no, you're spitting irrelevant facts. See, the funny thing about facts is you should use them when they're relevant. You don't just autistically fucking just spit out facts like Rain Man, bitch. Use facts.
You're funny in a motherfucker.
Use facts when they are relevant. People will appreciate facts when they're relevant to the point they're trying to make.
Well, if you mention
they will be motherfucking
state.
offended when you just bring up random facts.
Arizona sucks.
Rain Man, enough Rain Man.
Tell me one good thing about
Rain
Arizona.
Man. Silence.
Degrees. We have, winters that within 24 hours can range in 40 degrees from, just a 24-hour period. Hot.
No water.
So I not only am growing and donating food to families with food insecurity, but I'm also teaching people in the community how to garden and, quietly, because plants don't care about anybody's complex identity, right? A lot of people are like, oh, master gardener, whatever. But this is one of the things that, if you rewind all the way back in Black history, George Washington Carver was the first master gardener.
Yes.
And that Tuskegee Institute was the first land grant university situation where, coming out of, the failed reparations situation, people needed to eat. And what is more basic in the human rights spectrum than clean food and water? I mean, that is truly the foundation. Civil rights is a specific category of human rights, right? And great. And I fought for that. You fought for that. A lot of people are focused on that, and that's well deserved. But clean food and water are the foundation to all of the rights, because that's the right to live. If you don't have life,
Where's your water well, bitch?
So to
You
me,
ain't got one in
it's just
Arizona.
such a pillar of empowering people to grow food and feed themselves, and getting more libraries to carry free seeds. A lot of people don't know you can go to your public library and check out seeds for free, and grow them. So it's like free food.
I'm like now years old finding that out. So I can go to a public library.
Yes.
And wow.
If they don't have them, then they should be pushed to getting that. But there are many libraries now publicly. There's a movement to have, and the idea is that you check out the seeds, because those are things that are grown in that local environment. So they're, in this case, desert adapted. So they're going to be successful varieties. And you grow those, and then you say it's an okra plant or something, you save one of the mature pods, let the seeds mature, and then put those in a little bag and bring them back to the library. So you're basically replenishing. It's kind of like if you check out a book and you bring a book back. Not
Right.
everybody does that. Not everybody even knows when seeds are mature, and that's okay too. Because there's some of these little gardener nerds like me that are like doing it with multiple plants and filling up those seed banks or seed libraries.
How did you get how did you get to gardening? Why gardening?
Oh my gosh, this is like since I could walk. I was born on the side of a mountain, and we didn't garden out of like some kind of hippie trend or a hipster thing or whatever. Like it was to live. So we lived off of the land. We hunted and fished for protein and had chickens, and then we grew all the fruits and vegetables, canned, froze, dehydrated, pickled, made preserves, all of the stuff. Like just big pantry of canned and canned stuff and big freezers of frozen stuff for eating in the winter and then fresh eating in the summer. So it was, I started with the big seeds like corn and beans and the ones that are easy to plant when I first could walk. And then, you always want to plant a seed twice its diameter.
Wow, you're like really nerding out on this. Like you really know garden. Like this is like you like.
I just like it's almost second nature because I just grew up doing it. However, I did the master gardening program here with the University of Arizona because growing food in the desert was a whole new ballgame. You can actually, one of the beautiful things is
Yeah, 'cause you ain't got no
have
water,
two
bitch.
seasons of every crop here. If you can
Okay,
have tomatoes
let
in the
me,
spring and tomatoes in the fall. You're not.
Let me see if I can remind you of where you are. Stop it, 12th man. If you want to be calling women you don't know bitches every 2 seconds,
Well,
go
you
to
call
another-
me a bitch
Okay.
and you don't know me, motherfucker.
Are you a woman?
Doesn't matter.
It matters. Stop insulting women that you don't know, 12th man. I know it's popular on other channels to just insult women, just, the misogyny thing, the YN misogyny thing. Don't do it on this panel. If you must do it, find somewhere else to go. I need you to absorb this information. Don't use the N word and don't insult women you don't know. Now, if it's funny, you might be able to get away with it, but this bitter fucking spitting agitation that you people want to do all the time, not on my panel, sir. Get with the program.
Not going to eat tomatoes in the summer here because tomatoes shut down their pollination. The pollen burns off if it gets over 95. Well, it gets over 95 for like 2 months in Arizona. In Tucson, like all of June and July, there's no tomatoes.
Wow.
But you can meanwhile then be growing things like okra, peanuts, like all the things that love the heat, peppers of all varieties of peppers, love the heat. So you can grow a lot of stuff just year round, and it's nutrient dense because it's not GMO and it's not like geared with all this like fast growth for profit. It's all, just grown and donated. So it's like really good food. And that's what's missing from a lot of food banks. And especially as we know with the immigration situation right now, like people, are not on necessarily SNAP. Some people are just like not on any, and maybe can't get on any specific programs, but kids need to eat still. And to just have food that's nutritious is important. It's a basic human right.
Wow. This is this is incredibly important work. Do you find yourself in organizing spaces as well?
Not so much in terms of like publicly organized spaces. I've had some people that have been incarcerated that have reached out. Like one guy was in solitary confinement and basically for an insane amount of time, like way longer than he ever should have been. And he was asking for help. All it took was just somebody to call and check on the situation and see if like what was going on. And then he was, sometimes it just takes like one person checking like what's happening here. And then people will, like there are things like that that can affect just an individual's life. And I feel like with advocacy work, and one of the programs I ran in North Idaho is Young Advocates for Human Rights summer camp. Everybody can do advocacy, whether you are just helping one person, which we can all do with a meal, a car ride, something, or whether you're helping a group, a family, a local community, or even like state, country, international human rights, whatever. Like we can all do something. And yes, we can protest, and that's important, but there are things to do behind the scenes that don't garner a media moment. They don't even garner a social media moment, but somebody's life was still affected. And at the end of the day, that is what matters. What I could care less about, people think I'm black and white or black or white or whatever, and people think all kind of things. I care about the work. I care about building. I care about human rights, advocating for others. And as a kid who grew up with a lot of trauma and pain in my childhood, I care about advocating for other kids, like my siblings. I care about my kids, obviously, my sons, but other people. Like I want to protect others from that pain because I know what it's like to have nobody there.
How are you dealing with your own trauma and pain, both from childhood and from the last decade or so of craziness? Like,
yeah.
What are you doing?
Well, really, I've turned to wellness for, fitness, wellness, because I developed Hashimoto's, which came out of chronic stress and trauma. I think a lot of people are kind of starting to discover that autoimmune diseases are not that uncommon, because your immune system gets stuck on, like in the on position, and from trying to defend the body from all this stress and trauma and PTSD type of scenarios where you're constantly in fight.
You froze up for a second. I have not. Dude, do you understand that it is your equipment? Anyway, I was gonna add that
I don't have Obama internet.
Okay, I don't know why the fuck you're talking when I'm talking, but it should cease immediately. You'll know when to talk when I'm not talking. I was gonna go.
You have Obama internet?
You are literally motherfucking interrupting me when I talk. Is this gonna be something you're gonna keep doing?
No, sir.
So where I was going with this, she is a rare bird in that she's a victim of white supremacy too. A victim of her white parents. We're fucking okay, bitch. If you interrupt me again, you're out of here. Do you understand this part? Do you understand?
Yeah.
You know what? You're just gonna interrupt. You're just gonna motherfucking interrupt just to be white. So, her parents were kind of out there, and she is suffering, trauma. And look, I'm not really into psychology and all that stuff, but she's obviously in extremis or pain or whatever. Let the woman be. And dumbasses like 12th Man, motherfucker, she's never been shot. Dude, it is the worst of the worst, like Chris M, who want to make all these fucking jokes when they are the problem. Chris M, you are the problem. And apparently YouTube is your palliative. So I've had enough beer in me to just goddamn be cruel. The time has come. The time has come. Truth time is here, bitches.
Maybe she ain't got enough black in her, Stanley.
She doesn't have any.
Maybe that's what's wrong with her.
She does not have any black in her.
Oh, wow. What's she trying to
Motherfucker.
look at?
See, this is typical MAGA low
What's she
IQ.
trying to look
You
like
have
it
no
then,
clue
Stanley?
who this woman is, do you?
She's trying to look like she's
Okay,
black.
this is the typical like motherfucking mule skinner class white boy. You have no clue. You have no clue what you're talking about, but it sounds funny, so you're gonna say it. Motherfucker, lose me with that redneck fucking bullshit.
Mode, physically, to just, want to live and want to go on the next day and not succumb to illness. And so it gets stuck on, and then it starts attacking other healthy tissues. And with Hashimoto's, one of the things the body does in stress is to kind of go into low energy mode, kind of
Yeah, I
withdraw.
was gonna say energy mode, fatigue,
Yeah, and so
hair loss, weight. I mean, weight gain. All those things are possible because it's
brain
like our
fog.
hypothyroidism. I'm
Yeah.
saying, I know you know. I'm saying for the audience's benefit.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
exactly. Well, those are symptoms, but like what your body is doing is trying to protect itself by conserving energy. But the thyroid is being actually attacked in that process to shut it down so that you can kind of like withdraw a bit and hunker down. But when you're no longer under, in the eye of the storm of stress, your body needs to like not be fighting, because that with that light switch on, all your light bulbs are going to burn out. You have no more energy. Like you said, fatigue, weight gain. I mean, I've fought really hard with wellness, diet, to not be 600 pounds, with hypothyroidism. So to me, that's just like something that is not only important for me personally, but it's something that is important for me to model to my kids too, to take care of yourself. And I think as a young advocate and activist in my 20s and 30s, I'm 48 now. It's over a decade since all this went down in 2015. It's like as I'm getting older and as I'm living now with this autoimmune disease of Hashimoto's, it's like I appreciate that thing.
Stanley, when the last time you walked
So I used to
around
think
the
that was
block,
total crap. Like whatever,
motherfucker?
obviously I'm gonna put the oxygen mask on my kid. What are you talking about? Like I don't have to take care of me. And in our 20s and 30s, I feel like, we feel invincible. We're not tired. We're not stressed. We're just like, go, 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 go. And that energy is really
You
good.
couldn't keep up with that
I'm
girl.
sorry. What the fuck are you saying, son?
When the last time you walked around the block, you couldn't even keep up with this girl. She'd make you have a heart attack.
Do you know who this quote girl is?
Well, she's in shape, lives in
Okay,
Arizona,
dummy.
doesn't have a
Look
lot
at
of
the
water.
chat. Look at the chat, and you'll get where I'm going with this. Uppity whites are usually uppity whites are really why America is failing. Uppity, lower echelon, uneducated whites are why America
Oh, you want to talk
is
about
failing.
echelon now?
I'm talking about you and Chris M. Uppity, uneducated. You think you can talk about any goddamn thing because of the color of your skin. That's why America is failing.
Maybe that's what you think.
No, sir.
You think because you're black that you can talk about
I
anything.
literally think uneducated, the trailer trash
You're a
class
DEI
white,
hire.
the trailer trash whites, that class of people, it's why America's failing.
Is that how you got
If
involved in the
America
natives, the
had better
DEI?
white people, if America had better white people, we might not be in extremis.
Or what was
We
DEI
need better
before?
white people. We need less Donald Trump's 12th mans and Chris Sims. We need better white people.
I am a better white people.
No, motherfucker. Nope. You're the worst of the worst.
I own more
You are
land than you, Stanley.
literally trailer trash You and
I don't
Chris
live in a
M and
trailer.
a
Thank you.
whole bunch of other dumb fucks. It's why America is failing. If America is a white man's country, y'all drove this bitch into the ground. and you are flailing,
Stanley,
blaming
are you
everybody
a
else.
DEI
You're
hire?
blaming everybody else for the white man's failure.
Are you a DEI hire?
Motherfucker, I need you to understand you are the cause of America's demise. You personally are part of the problem.
So were you a DEI
Okay,
hire or
bitch,
no?
I'm talking about you. The topic is the trailer trash class of white man in America. The women are fine.
Don't mind
It
trailers.
is the motherfucking trailer trash class of white boy.
I don't live
That
in a trailer,
it
motherfucker.
has ruined
I
America,
live in a
and
cabin.
we are on a downward trajectory. The trailer trash boys don't have sophistication. They spit tobacco and drink
I don't chew
beer.
tobacco.
They
That's
drink beer
nasty,
in their
Stanley.
trailer, their attached trailer park decks on their double wides and act like they're superior. They have literally ruined their superior's country. There are white men who are superior
Oh,
to
and you're
you.
the superior
There are white
motherfucker?
men who are superior to your trailer trash ass.
Are you
But you don't want to listen
superior?
to them. You don't want to listen to them. You want to ruin this goddamn country.
Are you superior,
You
motherfucker?
and motherfucking you, Chris M, be brave. All y'all trash ass trailer park boys you have fucked up this country, and you want to blame it on immigrants. Y'all fucked it up, not the immigrants.
Open borders fucked it up.
Deport the goddamn trailer trash and keep the immigrants. They work harder. Immigrants work harder than the trailer trash boys.
No, we're gonna make you pay more for
Trailer
vegetables.
trash
Fuck that.
boys are lazy fucks who are high on their oxy. Keep the immigrants, deport the trailer trash.
Okay, try that again. How's that gonna work?
Motherfucker, I don't have to try shit again. What you need to do is self-deport, white trash.
For the movement, but I also, and I'm
Calm
talking about
down,
liberation,
Stanley.
justice, equity. So, but it's also like when you get older and you realize, okay, I got to take care of me, or I'm going to have nothing to give. You know, like
And in that vein of taking care of you, you talked about wellness. I know you do fitness, you're dieting. Do you see a therapist?
I have seen therapists, and depends on whether it's how I'm doing. Like if I need to,
Oh,
I
now
will.
she needs
not
a
regularly.
therapist.
Not
What the
regularly
fuck?
anymore. I mean, I've done that for years on and off, and actually, I had done that quite heavily leading up, before 2015, to heal from all my childhood trauma and sexual assault, all those kind of things, and then like, boom, the same people that caused all that trauma went on national TV, and my career got ripped apart.
That's a good woman
that
for you,
was
Stanley.
definitely like a re-injury.
Keep talking over
in that
this
sense,
without
and
asking me
even
to
now,
stop it, and I will
these
just
horrendous things are coming out in the
deport you.
Epstein files,
Like you
and
should
it's just
deport
like there are
yourself.
so many people who are vulnerable that need somebody to advocate for them.
Yeah,
And
it's
so
a crazy world.
that's
Did you
yeah.
did you ever talk to therapists about
Your
how
mom
you
should
were
have
navigating your racial
advocated.
identity?
Yeah, definitely.
And
I'm sorry, what?
Her mom should have advocated for her.
Why are you talking
Now,
about her Why are you talking about her mother? Why are you talking about her?
because she obviously didn't have one, and
Okay,
she needs
12th
a
man,
therapist.
you must think this is one of those motherfucking like Bob's channel sort of places. Dude, I don't have patience with racists. You are not in that space right now.
I love you too, Stanley.
I don't love your racism.
I'm not racist, motherfucker.
Yeah, you are. You're about as racist a fuck as John Galt is.
You think so?
I know so.
I thought someone else was coming up there for a minute.
What, to defend your weak ass?
I'm not weak. I own everything.
Dude,
there they
you
are.
are literally weak tea.
Who's that?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Come back up. Hey there.
Hey, 12 man. You better behave yourself.
Yeah, I know. I'm excited to get a new puppy, so I'm
Nobody
excited.
gives a fuck about your puppy.
I'll send you a picture of it, Stanley.
Well, please do, but the puppy's not
Already
here right
did
now.
in the email.
The puppy is not here right now. I haven't checked
Not
my
yet.
email.
I sent you an email with a picture of the puppy.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it when I check my email. You know, this Chris M guy, who is the dick sucker.
Whoa.
He's a dick sucker of CTs. Thinks that he
Man.
can come into. Yeah, I you know what? He wants to yank my chain, so I'll go yank his motherfucking chain. I bet he has a belly ring with a chain attached to it, and he fucking belly dances.
That sounds like fantasy, Stanley.
Don't know why you're talking when I'm talking, 12th man. Why do you feel comfortable doing that, you racist? When a black man talks, you gotta correct him? Is that how this works?
Has it been good?
Dude, you better stop that shit.
I don't want to get to the privacy of your therapy.
I'm sorry, what?
Has it been good?
Have I been good?
No. Has the video been good?
Nothing that interesting, to be honest.
Therapy sessions, but did your therapist sort of agree with you with the kind of where you landed in terms of your identity?
Yeah, I mean, there weren't any it really wasn't that crazy. Like a lot of people, again, this is something that was framed as deception and crazy and wacko. But I taught race and culture studies for a decade as well at the university level, and there's nothing scandalous about racially identifying as human and rebelling or resisting the race worldview. And culturally, yeah, there's a line in the sand. Just like with politics, you're left or you're right, you're black or you're white, you're this or you're that. And there's no I'm like in this nuanced position here. You have to pick a side, and on forms, in moments.
Okay, you used the word bullshit. What did you disagree with specifically?
Like, there are black and white, and she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Okay, you don't know what she's talking about. What specifically?
She lives in
bitch, when I'm talking, you don't talk. Listen, and then you can respond. Maybe your white people didn't teach you how white conversations go. What specifically did you disagree with that she said?
That she thinks there's gonna be all this wonderful, joyous, hoopty la
Okay,
dee
you
da
have
da
no
da.
motherfucking clue what she said. You didn't understand it. You're
Yeah,
making
dude,
it
I
up.
know
You're making
exactly
this.
what she
You're
said.
making this up. Do you want me to replay a little bit so I can refresh
Yeah,
your memory?
rewind it.
Yeah, I thought so, bitch. Why didn't you just ask me to do it in the first place?
Rewind it, bitch.
Okay, dude, you know better than that. That's your one strike. You only get one.
And crazy and wacko.
Nope,
But
one.
I taught race and culture studies for a decade as well at the university. And there's nothing scandalous about racially identifying as human and, you know, rebelling or resisting the race worldview. And culturally, yeah, there's a line in the sand. Just like with politics, you're left or you're right, you're black or you're white, you know, you're this or you're that. And there's no like, oh, I'm like in this nuanced position here. You have to pick a side. And on forums and
Yeah, she sounds like she knows Chris M and motherfucking 12th Man personally. There's no nuance in their
Fuck you,
brains.
Stanley.
Why
Don't
would
do
you
it,
want to do
Stanley.
that? That could be.
Don't do it, Stanley.
What is he? Why is he so mad?
Don't know.
You are mad.
Let him have fun.
No, fuck that. I don't have to let him do shit. Again, where I was
Hey,
going
Stanley,
with this,
did you see
where
my
I was
puppy?
going with this.
Did you just cuss at me?
What?
Did you
I
just cuss at me?
Did I curse at you? No.
Yeah.
I
Better
don't
not,
know that I was
Stanley.
even talking. Oh, of course I can curse at her.
No,
The
he
fuck?
cannot curse at me.
Oh, absolutely I
That's
can. This is
right.
my goddamn panel. You want me to practice?
Don't
Let's
curse
see how
women, Stanley. That's
I
bad.
double dare you.
let's see how this might go. But let's do some
Don't
test
you
cursing.
dare
You're
cuss
supposed
at
to
me,
curse
Stanley.
Oh,
women.
I will do what the fuck I want to do on this panel.
Ooh, Stanley, you're wrong.
Don't ever tell me what I cannot do on my own panel.
Okay.
What you might want to do is be demure.
Okay, you're
and
drinking
not
beer.
re-
I'm drinking
okay,
tequila.
okay, ma'am, you're going
Stanley
too far.
drunk.
I'm drinking tequila.
I'm not
for his
okay.
beer.
What I need you to do is realize your boundaries. On my panel, I do what the fuck I want. All the time,
Stanley, I can't believe you
100% of the
doing that.
time. No one gets to tell me what I can and can't do, including you, lady.
So I come back, and this is what you're going to do to me.
Yes, you literally cannot tell me what to do. I'm not doing
Because
anything.
you know what?
I'm telling you what you can't do to me.
No, I don't feel like
do
cursing.
not bring that gum popping to me.
I don't feel like
I'm
cursing
not doing
is
it.
ladylike.
I'm not doing anything to you. Don't do it to me.
I don't
That's
feel like
warning.
cursing is ladylike, so I'm not going to curse back at you.
Well, good for you. Don't gum pop either.
Don't gum pop.
You know what gum popping is, right?
No.
Like pop the balloon, Stanley.
Oh, well, God damn it. That is literally something that everyone knows. There was a
And you know, by the way, you
nice,
had your one
okay, I
right
don't know
too.
why you're talking while I'm talking. I'm trying to tell you a
Because
story.
I'm talking.
Yeah, okay. I'm talking. May I finish my story, please?
Now, yeah.
I will explain the gum popping comment. Quite some time ago, there was a younger black woman who I actually like these days. Haven't talked to her in a while. She motherfucking clicked the link and she thought she was gonna come in hot, and I had to tame her. I told her that neck popping, gum popping bullshit doesn't work with me because I will make it a point to embarrass you. So don't gun pop with me.
No
Don't
wonder no
neck-
women
don't
go
neck
out with
roll,
you, Stanley.
don't neck roll, don't gun pop.
Stanley can't get no dates because he's a jerk.
That's the very reason why.
Hey, my wife was not. My wife knew how to neutralize the shit. If you're not that smart, don't apply. If you're not that
I can
smart,
get a date
don't
with black
apply.
women. I can
I'm
get
sorry,
a date
what?
with black
Okay,
women,
motherfucker. We don't
Latino
care.
women.
Wait, hold it.
I can
Why
get a
do we
date with all
care?
kinds of women. You
Motherfucker,
can't get no date.
you know what, 12th man? If I felt challenged at that declaration, dude, you are sad.
I get
We
native
know,
women.
we
I
know,
get
we
Latino
know, we
women.
know, we know where you are. We know your predicament, so we will have mercy on you.
Predicament?
Yes,
But you have more money in the
you
bank
are,
than you
you
do.
literally have to get a puppy because you're that lonely.
Yeah, I love dogs.
You need to get a puppy.
You have to
Yeah,
love
you
on
need a
dogs.
puppy,
I
don't
bet
you,
you
girl?
love on dogs too.
I love puppy. I love rescuing
You love on
helpless
puppies
animals.
too. That's my point. You love on them as well.
I pet them, give them lots of love
Oh,
and treats.
I bet you do pet them.
Yeah, I know.
He needs a dog doning lady.
I have a thing about taking proper care of my animals. So no, I don't need a dog.
Yeah, you
I
can.
might.
You don't even take proper care of your own ass.
I'm sorry. I don't do what? Say that
Yeah, I
again.
wouldn't trust you with a dog.
I am
come to think of it.
literally wondering. I don't take care of my own what?
Ass.
You know,
You
do
can't
you know
even
how?
take care of
Do
your
you
own ass,
know?
motherfucker.
Do you know how gay you caring about my ass sounds?
Do you know how weird it sounds that you're jumping on me and when you were waiting on me to come back?
Okay, I literally was talking to 12th man. Where do
And I
you come
literally
into
jumped
this?
in and I'm
And
picking
you
up.
literally interrupted a conversation
Answer her
between me.
question, Stanley. And don't
Don't interrupt
stutter,
a man's
motherfucker.
conversation, man. Ma'am.
Answer her
12th man and I were talking. I'll get to you in just a sec. But don't pretend I'm jumping on you when I'm talking to 12th man.
That's right. And next time, apologize.
Okay, I know you want to talk, but let me finish up with 12th man. So 12th man,
You
are we
don't
done
deserve
now?
a good animal, Stanley. You wouldn't even know how to
That
deal
is
with it.
not something I will dispute. I don't, because I don't have time to take care of one.
This is what's not going to happen tonight.
Okay, so
No,
you're gonna
I'm
come
not
up to
talking
my
to you,
panel
Stanley.
and pretend to be offended?
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this person. Stanley's sitting amongst a
Oh,
room
wait,
full
hold
of
it.
guards.
Which person?
Stanley's sitting amongst
Wait,
a
hold
room
it.
full
Don't
of
you have
guards.
a wrench?
I
Ma'am,
know. I
you
know.
got a wrench.
I know.
Deal with the
Where's
man.
my
Deal with
wrench,
him.
bitch?
Now it's my
When do
time.
I get a
You
wrench,
have.
motherfucker?
It's my
I
time.
don't want to drop him. I'm going to give him a fair warning. You're not going to
Okay.
fuck
Well,
with me.
I expect you to handle that business. You got a wrench. I am not going to object to your judgment or your action. That part we do know. You decide and you take action.
No, I give people a fair shake. I'm just letting them know I'm not here for your bullshit tonight.
Well, hey, take
And
action.
I'm sipping right with
Just
Stanley.
don't block him permanently. Is
No, I'm
you know
not gonna
without
block him at all.
consulting
I'm
me.
gonna let him stay
No,
right
hold on.
there.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can take action up to ban him for 24 hours, but don't block him permanently. Without letting me know.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't hide them
That's
from the
that's the
channel.
only
Basically.
rule, man.
Yeah, I feel like
Don't hide them.
I'm not gonna be mad at him or I'm not gonna be offended.
Well,
That's how people.
he is literally someone you should pity.
I know. I don't wanna block him. I feel like he can talk a little shit, but when you get to talking about I'm garbage, then
hold it. He called you garbage?
He did.
Wait, hold on. I haven't really been paying attention to.
You time him out,
Okay.
Danny, for calling her
12th
garbage.
12th man.
Let him go, like you let 12th man go. But the next time you call,
no, if he called you garbage, he's done.
No, don't do it. Give him
out, Stanley.
Give him one more chance.
Okay, Chris M. You got one
That's
more
a
chance.
grandma. She ain't garbage.
Why are you talking? Courtesy of a very good-hearted young lady. Fuck with her again and you're done. And you might be done permanently because you're not you don't make good jokes, Chris M. If you're gonna be a racist, make me laugh, bitch. So let's start this video again.
Moments, and if you don't pick a side, people are gonna pick your side for you. So as you remember in my book, like I kept trying to tell her, like I have white parents. Oh my gosh, your mom must have had an affair, whatever.
Oh,
We
and
know
by the
you're mixed
way,
with this or that.
it's my time. Let me handle Chris, because there need I'm watching him now.
What's he saying, Stanley?
I am so sorry that I really wasn't paying attention to what he was saying.
Well,
But if
'cause I
he's
don't
offended
know.
you,
You know,
I
you
no.
know he didn't.
That little motherfucker needs to be dealt with harshly. So
I don't know if he's your friend or I just feel like that was a rude.
He is a YouTube person that I know and generally have no problem with, but apparently he's made it his mission to piss me the fuck off tonight. That's why I want to deal with him. I want him. I want him to know that when the hammer drops, it's Stanley dropping the hammer. I don't want him to blame you.
So like it's just like the person that gets called like the statement is like, oh, you talk white, like you're not really black or whatever. And like, what are we saying with these kind of things? Because I feel like it's when it's convenient, then we're like, well, no, black is just melanin and you don't have melanin, so you're not, and I feel like there is an awareness of the Pan-African diaspora and an awareness of our shared humanity, and that technically we are all members of the Black human race because we all go back to Black mother eventually. But yeah, that was nobody wanted to hear that, right?
Of course, right? Because
that's kind of where, like, for a therapist though, like that's not all of that isn't an issue. For somebody on the outside with social media or this or that, like, yeah, of course they're gonna, hop on the headlines, and it's all been talked about ad nauseum at this point. So,
but it's someone who studies race and class as you do. I mean, if someone we all come from Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the mother of civilization, as it were.
Right.
But we understand the social meanings and significance of race in certain ways. So if a person who is of a ancestrally white background is going for a Black scholarship or is identifying as Black in a social circle, there's a certain collective understanding we have as a society about what that means. And so at some point it becomes misleading. I mean, do you in retrospect feel like you misled anybody?
Like I said, I stand by the life that I continue to live and the relationships I have and the work that I've done. I think that when you're talking about, oh, we all know that race is real. Well, no, we don't. That's been a social construct that we can deconstruct, and we don't have to agree with the race worldview. We don't have to just continue to, walk in lockstep because that's what everybody else is doing. I think that cultural identity is important. Cultural allegiance is important. That's not biological, but it is there. And I think that, religious allegiance is also another important part of identity. People are all in different opinions about gender fluidity or whatever, but I think that when it comes to race, the human race doesn't meet the zoological requirements for separate races. And so I don't feel like anybody can require somebody to make a statement for their own self-awareness that fits into that social construct that is really a false construct.
I'm asking slightly different
Dr.
question.
Ann Martin said,
I got you on that. I hear you on that, but I'm asking
it's
slightly
like
different.
you can't lie about a lie. Like race is a construct. We are the human race. So she's like, that's not, she wrote The Nature of Race, which is another great textbook.
Right, but I'm asking a slightly different question. What I'm saying is, I get rejecting the racial paradigm, and certainly the black-white racial paradigm, which is very narrow and it's not very helpful, particularly in other places around the world. I guess what I'm struggling with, and then we can move on. What I'm struggling with is if a person hasn't if you know that a person has constructed race in a particular way, whether you believe in it or not, you're not saying, if you say to someone, I am black, or someone says, are you black? And you say yes, you know what their understanding and expectation is. And you're not saying to them, well, yes, because I am rejecting the
Stanley, are you black or half white?
We're kind of just saying yes. And so when we
I'm sorry, what?
Are you sure you're not half white, Stanley?
Well, that's a question only a racist would ask. Why does it matter?
Well, you seem way too smart.
Let me
ask you a question. Are you black? Because you seem
I might have some black in me. Be honest.
Is that why you're dumb?
You have black, 12 man.
I think so.
You just might be. Let me share something with you, 12 man and Stanley. First, I want to say thank you. While I've been in bed sick, I was supposed to be in Springfield today.
Springfield, Missouri?
No, I'm from Springfield, Illinois. My cousin passed away. And today they're letting doves loose and balloons, and they're putting him next to his mom in the ground today. And I didn't go and my son didn't go, but we sent them off with some, finances and stuff. But I was having a 3 terrible days because I couldn't go because I didn't want to get anyone sick.
Did you have COVID?
No, I just got sick because the weather was going from 80 to 30 and I just got sick.
So you're blaming being sick on the weather?
I think it's just the weather when it changes like that, and you're in and out and it's rainy and and you're wearing sweat jackets instead of putting on your coat and you think it's okay.
I wonder if I might have a hot mic moment.
If you have a what?
Oh, never mind. It was a hot mic. Sorry.
No, I just caught a little cold because if it was anything worse, it wouldn't have left in 2 days, 3 days. But I did just get over the flu like a month or 2 ago. My granddaughter, myself, and my son, we had flu slash the
Well,
COVID.
you might be around kids too much. Kids are
Probably,
little,
and on my birthday,
okay,
you're
well, when
probably
you get
right.
old, you need to minimize that sort of being
You know
around
what?
little kids.
You sure are right. I did just have a birthday party, and it was a kid. It was all a
Yeah,
lot of kids.
old people need to be old.
Call me old people. But anyway, I thought I was going to be laying in bed just looking at TV. I wasn't going to get on the panel, but I've had so much
Do
fun.
you ever read books when you're in bed?
I do. I have a bookcase in my room, and I
Good for
journal.
you, dude.
I
That I
journal.
didn't ask you if you had a bookcase.
I do. I have one in my
I
bedroom,
literally,
and
I
I read the
literally
Bible.
asked you if you read a book, not whether you have a bookcase.
Yeah, I journal. I write. I'm actually writing a book.
Gotcha.
So I was feeling
What's your
so
book name?
bad
What's
that
your book name, Grandma?
I'm not your grandma, number one. You were
Oh,
making
don't
Well,
worry.
you are
Don't
a
worry.
grandma.
His grandchild,
grandma. You can call me grandma.
is a pupper.
You can call me grandma. But my grandkids call me Mimi. But I was literally
Or
feeling
how about Mama? Can I call you Mama?
I was feeling really, really bad. But not so much sad because
How's that tequila
Or
working with
Meemaw?
cold symptoms?
you know what? I've just drunk like about 3 shots so far. And I'm good. But I
And you're
feel
thinking there might be a coffee date in the future?
that's my drink of choice.
I
I
need to make some more coffee.
coffee. You're drinking coffee? I doubt.
Well, I don't think 12th Man gets that inside joke, so
But yeah, I was not feeling good. I was kind of mourning and sick. So that's why my son was coming over. But when he came over, I told him that I was on the phone and I was having fun with my friends. And he said he was going to take Jermila to the show. So I was packing up food. That's what took me so long. And getting him out of here so I can have my own fun.
is Jamila a man's name or a woman's name?
Jermila, my son's name is Jermaine and her name is Jermila. And then his son's name is Jermaine. So I have 2 juniors, Stephen and Jermaine, and my son's name is Stephen and Jermaine.
I've heard Jamila is
No, her name is
a
Jermila Ray, and
female's name.
my middle name is May.
Well, hey, Stanley, why did they take Aunt Jemima? Why did the liberals take
Don't you
Aunt
go there
Jemima off the
again.
Bible?
Oh no, let me
When Uncle
tell
Ben
let me
tried,
tell 12th Man why. Because
Call me
Aunt
and Uncle
Jemima,
Ben's right, we
Aunt
can't get
Jemima.
that no more.
Okay, bitch, I'm giving you an answer. Because Aunt Jemima ain't your slave anymore. It finally got to Pearl Mills that slavery was over. Make
Her
your own,
son
make
said
your own goddamn,
differently.
make your own goddamn pancakes is why you don't have Aunt Jemima anymore.
That was going to be Stanley in time versus your ass. If you keep on.
Well, Aunt Jemima's son came out and said that he disagrees with wiping
Who
black
gives a
people like
fuck?
Uncle Ben.
Why is this important?
Jemima.
See, you're used to being on that Bob CT, John Galt, anti-black. Dude, I don't give a fuck what Aunt Jemima's son said. Is his name?
Why do they want to wipe their own kind off the face of America?
Okay,
my cousin
12th
grew
Man,
up with me.
please let me speak.
My cousin grew
12th
up
Man,
with me.
12th Man, it's about to get cruel if you keep up this racist bullshit of yours. I don't give a fuck what Aunt Jemima's son said. I told you why make your own goddamn pancakes was the rhetoric.
Isn't
Okay,
Jemima
do
an
not go
anti-black
farther.
black?
Do not go farther. You don't understand American history well enough to even ask about Aunt Jemima.
Who was Uncle Ben?
You
You know Uncle Ben?
literally are one of these trailer trash whites who thinks your skin makes your IQ high. You don't
And I
know.
like Uncle Ben's
You don't
right.
know about your own country. I do. Shut the fuck up
Can find Uncle
before you
Ben
piss
in
me
the
off. Dude, I don't like dumb white boys asking me stupid questions.
You know about Uncle Ben?
I do not like dumb white boys asking me stupid questions about a country made for white men. Why do I know more about the white man's country than you do, white man?
Because this is what
Maybe
black
because
people.
you're obsessed with it. You want to be
No,
white.
I'm obsessed with actually knowing shit. And because you're white, your skin has let you skip to your loo. Any
I
other
thought we was
idiotic
friends,
questions you
Stanley.
have for me, dumb fuck?
I thought we was friends, Stanley. Knock it off.
We are. That's why I'm being honest with you. I am being honest with you because you're my friend.
You're my friend too, 12 man.
Yeah, be nice. Granny's on the line.
Oh, so see, this is something my son used to do. You know, when my son was very young, 3 or so, kids are weird. Like, I would chastise him or his mother would chastise him. So he would look to the dog and just like he would take his frustration out on the dog. And I had to talk to him
That's
about
terrible.
that. Oh, well, once I counseled him, like, dude, suck it up. Don't take it out on the dog. The dog didn't do shit to you.
Yeah.
Daddy did. Daddy.
Dog is nice.
Okay, I don't know why the fuck you're talking when I'm talking. Stop it.
He's the only child.
Son.
Spoiled.
And by the way, I'm comparing you to a 3-year-old child. 12th man.
I figured.
Yeah, well, it
You
figures
why
because
do you always
it
have
figures
to be
because I'm right.
insulting, Stanley?
Dude, so as soon as I tell you about yourself, you want to hop and engage with it's
Why are
my
you
time?
such an
Dude,
impulsive
you are a
motherfucker?
3-year-old future failed white boy.
Okay. I'm retired. Move on.
You are a failure of whiteness.
Oh, really?
The only reason
What
you're
makes you
retired is because you're white.
I have more
If you
money
been-
than
if
you, motherfucker.
if you had been black, motherfucker, you'd be dead.
I have more money than your black ass.
Hey, and you are so classy, you want me to whip out and compare checkbooks. That is not a classy move. If you were actually rich as a white man, classy white people don't ever talk money. Okay, again, let me help you out. Classy white people don't ever talk money because it's gauche. Dude, you are a
I have
failure.
lots of land.
Like I told you just now, classy whites, of which you are not, don't ever talk money, dude. That's gauche. That's
You
low
never
class.
even leave your house.
That is
in quiet,
low
Stanley.
class bullshit. Dude, I was listening to something earlier, and if I can think of where it came from, dude, it was all about them low class whites. You know, it was Imperious. It actually was Imperious. And you know what? That motherfucker nailed the point. Dude, and I'm going to play this video. I'm going to go see if I can find that point Imperius made. Dude, he was spot on about the low-class whites.
Imperius?
Better watch
Yeah,
out. Me and Imperius are buddies now.
I don't give a motherfuck what you and Imperius do in the dark.
It's an assumption you're making that I'm just saying that every moment of my life it was.
No.
just
I'm not.
You're kind of like making it. You're boiling it down to like you should
No, this
say.
is an example. I'm using it as an example. I'm not saying that's what you're doing. I'm
Stanley
giving an example.
mad
My
because
question
he's
is
half white.
how you respond to this idea. So what I'm saying is, if in a conversation I'm saying, for example, someone calls me and says, "Are you white?" and I say yes, it could be for lots of reasons, right?
Mhm.
And some of them could be legitimate. Some of them could not be. Who knows? But the point is, if I understand the person on the other side of the phone constructs race in a certain way and has a certain understanding, as we kind of do as a society, then I'd be misleading them. My question for you was,
I don't think again, you're talking about a hypothetical, like a phone call where you can't see each other, this, that, what hypotheticals. I don't think any of these things are helpful to the actual core of the matter, because all of those hypothetical scenarios, if I was like this, I would have done. Well, you didn't live in my shoes, and so if you were me, you would have done the same thing that I did.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Were there moments where you felt like you did that? That was my question. Was, are there moments where you felt like you did have where anyone was misled by how you understood or articulated your racial identity?
Well, I feel like that was for sure the way it was portrayed, right? And that's what people think now. So whether I say
I hate the media, though. I don't trust the media. That's why I wanted to talk to you, because I don't trust the media. I want to know from your perspective.
Well, my perspective is, as I just said, I racially have always identified as soon as I knew. And as you said, you read my book. So like in my college years is when I read Race in North America, Origin and Evolution of a Worldview from when I was at Howard. And Dr. Smedley was actually the chair of my thesis committee. And it was his mom that wrote the book, Audrey Smedley. But yeah, I mean, he was like, you need to read this book because, it's just like you're carrying a whole burden you don't need to be carrying, basically. Because I was going around being like, people like, oh, she's albino or she's mixed or and I was just like, okay, I'm from Montana. My parents are white, blah, blah, blah. People are like, no, you're not. Like, whatever. Like, we know. I have a red bone cousin that looks just like you, blah, blah, blah. My Creole aunt, you have the freckles, you have the green eyes, you have this, that. So it's just like, those were more how the conversations went. It wasn't like, so are you?
Let me tell you something. Green eyes are beautiful. Maybe I need to reconsider.
Black or white, and like you're just like, I am black. Like that was not like a moment that was like that robotic. But this is the thing. And again, when you say like, what is the movement, or what is it? What is the work? Similarly, I think intentionality is huge. And I took the good with the bad. And when it comes to that, like as I was director of education for the Human Rights Education Institute, when that was, that recommendation was given by the outgoing white male director, he's like, she's a color gal, and she could probably you could probably pay her like half, and she probably work for it because she's got the passion of she's a single mom and whatever. I got paid half.
Jesus.
Of what he made. And I didn't say, excuse me, I have white parents. Hello. Give me the full paycheck. I knew what it was. And what I was about to do, stepping into that.
Full would have been 70 cents on the dollar. I said full would have been 70 cents on the dollar.
Well, 50 cents. Well, for black women to white men.
No, I was saying.
We're not talking about just women.
No, I know. I was saying you said that even if you said you didn't say, "Hey, I have white parents," but even if you have white parents, women still would get underpaid even as a woman, just as a woman.
True,
you know what I mean?
True. But I didn't get that paycheck.
Yeah.
Either. But like what I was about to bring into that role was obviously I summa cum laude from Howard University. I taught
Oh
Africana
shit,
studies at
Summa,
Eastern. I taught
Summa cum laude.
race and culture studies. Like, I came with a pro-Black perspective, and that's what I was bringing into the job of director of education. I brought a lot of Black history programs. The first Juneteenth celebration ever to happen in North Idaho, way before anybody cared about it being a national holiday. Like, I knew what I was bringing into role, and really, isn't that what he was kind of saying as well? Like, she's got passion. She cares about the community. And so if somebody's like, oh, I'm this, then all of that kind of also dissipates as like, oh, well, maybe she's not really down for the cause because she has white parents, right? Because I think that we do that a lot. We just flood the situation. And that's where prejudice and stereotypes come in. We expect you to, what, I should be twerking and talking all cash me outside type of whatever. And there was no like box where I fit. And it still kind of is like that in life. Like, I don't feel like there is just a place where I can relax.
Is it harder for you to find community now?
It is, except for like, the people who love plants, they don't care. Again, like people that are in that kind of nerdy space of there's like, you're amazing. Oh my gosh. Like, I learned so much every time or whatever, because it's just, nobody cares. That it's gardening. So I go where I can thrive in terms of public spaces, because I'm not here to create controversy. I'm not here to cause anybody to have, indigestion or whatever. I don't like conflict. I actually really am much more comfortable bringing people together and being that bridge. And that's kind of like what I've typically done in my life. And so I tend to like pull back because I don't want the work to be assaulted.
Yeah.
Along with everybody like coming after me. And that's what happened when I helped get past the Crown movement in Arizona with Katie Hobbs, the governor. Everybody's like, oh my God, it just blew up into this big fake Black woman, Rachel Dolezal, and Katie Hobbs passed this hair anti-discrimination bill that's so like offensive, blah, whatever. It's like, okay, come on, people. Like, this is something that is a good thing, but it's going to be tainted in the media and therefore in people's minds just because
did
my
12th
name
man
is
leave?
Like,
Oh, hey, Chris M., your boyfriend 12th man went somewhere else. You want to follow it? Let's see. This is real. The work, Idaho, Juneteenth celebration is absolutely hilarious. Dude, Chris, you are literally. Hey, can you hit the link, Seymour? I was just about to watch a portion of your show that I woke up to last night. Hit the link. It's pinned. Something that I want to address trash motherfucker 12th man about. He doesn't seem to be able to understand his yes, it's Rachel Dolezal. Hey, salute speak. Motherfucker, you hit the link too. Been a while. So anyway, it is a Saturday night. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the channel, fear the Reaper, because you will subscribe like I ask you to, and then you will leave because sometimes it gets hot. This channel is nothing but hot takes from you gotta duck because you never know where the hot take is gonna be shot at you. But subscribe anyway. It might be okay. You might motherfucker. You might be able to dodge a goddamn bullet. Who knows?
And I'm on Stanley's side.
I know. Hey, I know when to duck. What's up,
and
CM?
I almost said my name.
What's up,
Stanley
motherfucker?
Time versus the world. Can I say that?
You can say whatever you want. Just don't
Yeah.
use the N word. I
Oh,
think
I would
the
never.
N word is the only thing I get offended by.
I don't.
So CM, at some point, I wanted, I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't get back to sleep. So you and Imperius, and I think it was Ponder, and he got to talking about how rich white people are actually, they don't care that much about black people, but they have a problem with white
Oh yeah,
trash.
the poor, yeah.
And
That's
I
true.
fucking, dude, that is my experience.
I watched
Seriously.
I watched them all night.
Okay, well, let me tell you, and I know why
Appreciate it.
they get annoyed. It's because you got fucking racial advantage and white skin and you wasted it. Motherfucker,
you have
you
said that
got white
before.
skin. You could have been not white trash, but you did it anyway. You just fucking dude, if white people, if the white race is superior, white trash is obviously of course it's going to be an irritation or a reminder that white people are not superior. They're white trash.
Yeah, it's kind of impossible to do when you really think about it.
Can I ask a
Impossible
question,
to do
Stanley?
what?
Stanley, you
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
consider her white trash, do you?
Probably I do.
You know what, Stanley? I disagree. I like her. I feel like she made a bold. She just stepped out and she just said, I I don't agree with them, and I am who I am, and I just rather be on the side that I'm more comfortable with. Maybe I could be
Well,
wrong.
maybe you have convinced me I should refine the point to white trash raised white trash and she's transcended.
I don't think she's
But
trash.
she transcended because she married into a good and honestly, I don't know this. This is all conjecture. I'm going to tell you right
Wait
now.
till you see her documentary.
Okay, I need you to let me finish this point, please.
Here we go, Stanley.
Yeah, here we go. It annoys me when you interrupt.
I'm okay. I apologize. 'Cause I
Please
did.
don't interrupt. Let me finish my point, and I will
Okay.
make sure to let you know when I'm done. I will
Okay.
make it a special point to
Okay.
let you know. I think Rachel Dolezal is brave, and I don't particularly have a problem with her. I think that her parents, it was a tough it was a tough road she had to walk. I don't have a problem with her as a person, and I think she transcended the white trash part. It's because she somehow or another married a man who made her a better woman. One of the rare cases. Her family, her 20 years of marriage, whatever it was, she came out better than she was when she went into it. So, yeah, she's white trash, but, she managed to figure out how to elevate herself. There's some white trash like 12th Man who just fucking stay down.
Yeah, so you feel like they're worse than a black, like generic
I
black.
don't really care about any of that bullshit. She, as a person, I actually think she came out of the experience better than she was when she went into it.
She looks
You
black.
can criticize her. You can do all the normie criticisms. I admire her.
She looks black.
I wish she would stop trying to look black. That might be my only criticism.
Can I say something?
Please do. I'm done. Oh, I'm sorry. I am done. I'm sorry, dear. I forgot. My bad.
I think that she seen something that some people that are not of color do not see in us. And she's seen something in our in us as Black people that some white people can't see. And she
How did she come to see it?
divine connection. Maybe
That's
maybe it was God. You know,
You
maybe
don't
God.
think it was marrying a black man?
No,
You don't
maybe
think it was going you don't think it was going to Howard?
I think that she no. I think that she just genuinely just seen the ugliness in some racist white people, and she just desired to not be like them. And when she desired to Black families, I'll just put my family. When like I said, Hannah, my daughter-in-law, when she came to my family, no one greeted her with "Hi, Hannah." We greeted her with a hug, and we kissed her, and we loved her, and we welcomed her, and she loves our family, and we love her family. And some people not of color, they're not like, they're standoffish. They want to know your business. They want to know where you came from.
Are we anywhere near territory that I was
No,
talking
I'm just
about?
saying.
Are you gonna
Some
drift off into something
No,
that
I'm just being honest. Some white people can be
honest about
nosy.
drifting off?
No, some white people can be nosy, Stanley. And even down to our hair. Like I
Okay.
wear dreadlocks.
I'm thoroughly
Okay.
confused. I
I
wasn't talking about white
and
people and hair.
they'll be like so nosy to be like, "Oh, how did you get those? How do you get those in? How do you
Oh my
wash them
God.
out?" And we be like, "Why you got to be so nosy?" And
Why
she sees that ugliness.
Why is Gordon Lightfoot drifting through my mind right
Well,
now?
I'm just being honest. Maybe she's seen the ugliness of
Honest
white
about
people, and
anything
she
that's
sees
relevant?
the love in
Okay,
Black people.
being honest and drifting off into space is being honest, but come on
White
now.
people, white people are just as loving as.
Bring us back to the point.
Okay, she's seen the love and um the care and what we have as a Black generation. We're very
Okay, which black generation are you talking about?
we're very hospitable. Black people are very
We
hospitable.
are very hospitable. Oh wow.
And you said you're from the country, so you know
No,
about.
you are no, I never said I'm from the country. I need you to focus. Focus
Okay.
on a point.
Okay.
Pick a point
I'm
and
saying,
focus
I'm
on it.
only using what I came from. We're very hospitable. We like to cook. We like to
Who
have
is we?
my family. We like to have our fish
Okay.
fries and our backyard
But
parties.
you know how I feel. I see Moxie Wits here, and Moxie is gonna bring out the devil in me.
But
So
do you
your
understand what
family,
I'm saying? We were just down to earth, really cool people.
okay? Do you think your family is prototypically Black American?
No, my family is a blended family.
Okay. I thought you meant the family you grew up with. My bad. I don't care
No,
about your current family.
no,
I'm actually thinking.
literally
I'm
my
actually thinking more historically.
historically. I told you my dad's mother, not my grandmother. I mean, not my great grandmother. My dad's mother's name is Margaret Chin.
And I care because.
You don't have to care. I'm just letting you know that. I
Well,
mean,
okay. What are you letting me know? If
she
you're
was
letting
not.
me know,
She was
that
not an
means I
all
need to
full black
consider it,
woman.
if
He
not
was.
care
He
about
was
it.
not a all full black woman. And my mother's father was Native. And if you look at the pictures of my mother
Native
on my
what?
YouTube,
Albanian?
Stanley, I'm done
Native
talking to you.
native what? American?
No, we're just used to just just embracing and loving whoever. We're just not into
So you're you're native hippie.
whatever I am, Stanley. I'm just a person that I know God loves me, and if I can love everybody, and there's nothing they can do about it but love me back. You know. And if I share my love with you, ain't nothing you can do about it but love me back. You can do all that.
Oh, I'll love you back at that coffee shop. I'll even pull out your chair.
I know you will. I know
But
you will go above and
what
beyond.
you're not gonna do is give me advice.
I can give you advice, Stanley.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I can give you advice. It might not be. I give you constructive criticism, actually, right here and
I
now.
think your criticism is, I don't even consider it criticism, to be
It's not
honest.
because I'm too nice to
It's
you.
just random. Is factotum a
I'm just too
word?
nice
It's
to
just
you, Stanley.
random shit.
Because you know what? I can't be mean to you because I'm not a mean-spirited
Well,
person.
we need to give you some practice.
I'm not getting ready to be a YouTube person. I'm not getting ready to be like the people on YouTube that talked about people. I listen to the contents, but I'm not about to be talking about people and saying, "Oh, I seen this on the other channel." So I see stuff all the time, but you'll never ever hear me talk about no one. And I know you have not, and no one can ever say that I brought up anybody's content because I will never do that. I think it's really not right to do.
Well, speaking of bringing up someone's content,
You
let
can
me
do it
let
if
me
you feel like you want to be shot
let
down.
me
You can
bring
do
up
it.
Seymour's content.
You can do it, but you already know they're coming for your head.
Well,
I'm right
he's
here.
right here. Wait, he's right here.
I've seen him
Seymour
kill. I had
Seymour is here.
Seymour.
I'm happy
Look
that it's
at
here.
when I like your thing. I don't talk to people ever. I never talked. I only talk on Stanley's panel. At
Oh,
this
yeah, okay,
point,
thank
that's
you.
the only panel I ever get on
Well,
and say anything. And I'm the
well,
only
my
person.
darling, it's my time.
Yeah, that's the
I
only
really
person.
actually
But
it was a
I
point
had you
you
on all
brought
night
up.
because I sleep with the TV on. And literally, I gave you all those watch or hours until this
And on
morning.
those,
Thank
when
you.
the TV's on, it's my voice soothing her
And he was
while she's
very
asleep.
fair. I would have to say that. He was very, very, very
It's
fair.
the Stanley voice, motherfucker. that just sends her into paroxysms of
No, because you
orgasmic
make me
energy.
laugh, Stanley. You make me laugh. And I like Stanley. But
Motherfucker.
everybody thinks it's something else between Stanley and I. But
Stanley and me between is a
no,
preposition.
it's just
It's
I just
between
like Stanley.
Stanley and me.
Stanley is my
Object of the
age, and all the
preposition.
other
Father
people are
Brian taught
young, and
me
they call
that
us
in
old
10th
heads.
grade.
Stanley, they talk about it because we old. And you're the only person on
Do they
that I
really?
know.
People really think that I deserve you? Oh
Whoa.
boy,
You're just my age,
definitely.
Stanley.
They
I'm just rocking in
definitely
the rocking chair
overestimate.
beside you, old guy. we're just the old people next to all the young people in the while they're kicking it, we're in the rocking chairs.
Wait, you're not upset, are you?
No, I'm just saying we're just the old heads of the panel. You and
We're
I are
not old.
Yes, we are.
No,
Face it,
we're old.
Stanley.
We're old-ish.
We just don't look old.
We are old-ish, madam.
I still got it. So can't nobody do nothing about me. I told you I'm conceited.
Okay,
So
I need you to put your favorite short. Put it in the back chat. We can worship you, goddess.
honey, I'm all over my.
Oh, now I'm your honey?
I'm all over my little channel with nobody there. I'm on there all the time.
I just need you to pick your favorite short, put it in the back, and we can all admire your very beautiful face.
I put one on there.
Would you do that? Would you do that for me, honey?
Well, pick the one I put up today.
No, you put it up. I want you to choose. I want you to choose.
I don't know how to do
your best
that, Sandy.
features.
I'm too old.
So
I don't know how to do
we
that.
can worship.
I don't want you to do that.
I need you to do it, honey. It doesn't work, dear.
I put one on there today. Saying I didn't come to compete.
Pick it, if I can't be that kind of old YN, I need my honey
want you to do
pick
that.
her best.
I don't want you to do that, but I did. I uploaded a short today.
Well, can you just drop that link in the back chat?
I don't.
We'll
know
look
how
at it
go
because I
to
want to
that
talk to CM about Imperius and his points. So I think CM, I think Imperius he hit a home run with that point.
Yeah, did you see the white Hebrew Israelite?
I don't give a fuck about any of that. The point I'm trying to make, and it obviously a very short point, is white people don't give a fuck. What they do give a fuck about is their fellow bottom feeder whites embarrassing the white race. He was absolutely right. And dude, I went to school with these people. I motherfucking went to a very exclusive school. I scholarshiped my way in because of course I'm as smart as they are. So he hit a home run with that point. And to be honest, I was kind of in and out of sleep, but I heard that part. Don't remember your in Ponder's responses, but what did you think of that point? They don't have a problem with rich white people or white people, or I'm sorry, they don't have a problem with rich black people or black people who make the measure. They might be racist, they might not be, but it's the poor whites that are the bigger problem.
Yeah, and the poor whites are the most racist every time. So they can't be in the top tier.
Absolutely they are. Dude, if you got $1 billion, why be racist? if you are a billionaire and your next door neighbor is a black family and they're a billionaire, there's your race. Your race is billionaire.
Stanley, you gonna pull the whole 12 hours or what?
I don't care. Maybe, maybe not. 12 hours is not my goal. Having fun is my goal.
You already at you only got a couple hours left.
Okay, dude, what does it matter?
No, I'm saying I just woke back up, from a nap. So
Okay, please don't think you and I are in a competition about who can stream longer.
why you said that?
Please don't think I am not. I When I get bored or tired or hungry, I'll end it. I wasn't thinking of you. I was just glad because honestly, I thought that was one of Imperius's better little colloquies or whatever the word
No, I'm saying I'm
is.
I'm about to get up and go get some blunts.
You're gonna get tired or bored.
Have
with my
fun. Go get your blunts then.
All right,
Actually, I just want your permission to play this part of your show. That's why I'm happy to see you.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm gonna come back after I get back from the store.
Cool. They sell
Go
pot
ahead.
at the store? Is it a dispensary?
No, I'm just going. I already got the pot.
So-
Just need the blunts.
You sound so white.
They sound so old.
Didn't he? He
I already
sounds
got
so old and white. They sell pot at
Wait,
the
hold it.
store.
Who sounds old and white?
You said pot.
They sound pot. Who calls
I haven't
weed
heard that in a
pot?
long time.
Who says pot anymore?
You know, Speak Radio.
That's
you
why
are
I'm back on
that
here,
is
because I'm
such a
trying to teach
salient
you
point.
some things, Stanley. I'm trying to bring you up.
I don't need you to bring me up. I do what I want.
need to bring you up,
I am
honey.
that grumpy old man that doesn't
You're
care about
gonna
rules
change.
because I literally don't have to care about rules.
I'm going to change him.
If I call it pot, that's what they used to call it back when I was cool in college.
That was in the 60s, honey. It's 2025.
And I
26.
care because why?
Stanley,
Yes.
they call
Yes,
it blunt.
ma'am, I'm listening.
They call it blunt now.
Who cares?
You will.
When's the last time you had some weed, ma'am?
Stanley, I don't share stuff like that on social media.
Has it been in the last decade?
I'm not on AA and says, "Oh, I've relapsed in the last week." I don't do
Okay,
that.
I don't
I'm
really
drinking
know why
tequila.
you're prevaricating
I'm
like this.
drinking tequila.
Have you smoked weed in the last 50 years?
In the last 50 years, I didn't smoke weed when I was 13 or no. I didn't smoke weed when I
Okay,
was
have you
13.
done it in the last 40 years?
Don't embarrass me. I've smoked weed in my life. And it was good. I smoked
Good.
it, but I didn't inhale it.
Have you had weed in the last 20 years?
I smoked it, but I didn't inhale it.
Okay, well, I have not had weed in the last 40 years. So I don't
Well,
smoke
then when
weed.
we go
Don't
to
have the
do our
desire.
coffee,
Listen
we're
to
smoking
what
a
I'm
blunt.
saying before you interrupt.
You want to smoke a blunt?
I
Stanley?
am absolutely sure that at some point for pain or something, it will be prescribed. But
oh man, me and Stanley
weed,
gonna, me and Stanley's
I'm
gonna
okay
smoke a
with
blunt.
calling weed pot because I haven't smoked it since I was in college.
Well, me and you, we're gonna smoke a blunt.
Yeah, I don't know that we will. I live in Georgia.
Well, we're gonna smoke a blunt and have a cup of coffee.
Georgia has not legalized it yet.
We're gonna
And
smoke a
quite
blunt.
frankly, probably won't in our lifetimes.
Well, probably we won't. I
And
mean,
I'm
you're the
fine
one
with
asking
that.
me, did you smoke weed? Stanley, I'm a
Yes,
grown
dear.
ass.
I asked you the question for a very specific reason. I'm not getting with a pothead.
A pot? Oh my gosh. My head is
This
not
is
full
your
of pot.
brain Remember those commercials? You're old
This
enough.
is your brain on drugs? No, it's not that.
That
I'm drinking
fried egg.
tequila.
Are you that fried egg?
No, I'm not the fried egg, but I will bring you a joint.
No, don't do
If I
that.
was to smoke weed,
Trump's
I
America will arrest your ass.
no, they can't. Weed is legal here.
Oh, you don't think they can? Have you? You do exist in 2026, right?
Stanley,
Yes,
let
ma'am.
me walk you through
Take
this.
a deep breath before you answer. I know I've upset you.
No, you have not. I'm free. He who the Son sets free is free indeed. I am not worried about you wondering if I smoke weed. If I smoke weed, you shall know it. I am 63
Well, the
years.
reason I brought it up is your joke about me calling it pot. Yes, I am old fashioned. I have not dealt with that sort of stuff in 40 years. And, there's no rush for me to do it now.
I
That's the
know, and
whole
your
reason I
son could be
brought it's the
listening.
whole reason I brought it up.
Don't you ever wonder if your son's listening?
No. Dude, my son thinks I'm stupid. Why would he listen to this shit?
My kids think my kids think my kids, they bring their friend around and my friends
Oh,
are like,
you don't know my son, do you?
listen, my sons
Dude.
bring their friends around and they're like, that's your mom? And my son's is like, why do you say it like that? And I'm like, Jermaine, come on now. He's like, no, why did he say it like that? I'm like, because they probably don't think that I look old enough to be your mom.
Well,
Man.
let me put it to you this way. You can rest assured my son, I don't even know that he knows I have a show. I've mentioned it, but I've never I've never sent my son.
I'm probably
I
the
have
coolest person
literally
you ever
never
meet.
sent my I've literally never sent my son the link and asked him to subscribe. I don't want him to. He would be sorely disappointed.
So I know all the latest dances. I know all the latest styles. I have all the latest purses, shoes, wardrobe. I keep up with all the latest hairstyles. I go to a spa every 2 weeks. I go get my nails done, my feet done, head to toe. I do all of that stuff and I don't ask no man to do it for me. And I'm very, very a kept woman and I'm kept by God, but God gives me the finances to keep myself very, very happy. I
Are you
work out.
32?
I keep myself in the gym. I work out consistently. So
What's the last book you read?
the last book I read, I'll show you. I mean, I won't show you, but I'll tell you. The last book I read, my mailman gave it to me in my last address. It's called Moments with God by David Jeremiah.
Okay, I'm okay, good. You read.
Yeah, and my journal I got for Christmas is called my journal, because I'm in my room in my bookcase right now. It's called I Know the Plans That He Has for Me. And it's not halfway filled, but I get up and God speaks to me and I just write whatever I have. And sometimes I share it on Facebook. I shared something real interesting on Facebook today. It was about family and love. So I write a lot. And this guy is called Apostle, I can't think of his name, but he took all of his Facebook writing and he put it in a book and it was the #1 seller. But I need what I need is a person to just help me put my book together. because I have a very outstanding testimony of my life and everything that I accomplished in my journey in all of these 32 years that I've been in Minnesota. And it's really going to be something when it gets done. You can probably help me, Stanley, because you're really smart. I can use you for some things.
Oh, when you say you can use me, I don't want to feel used.
Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't?
Why would I want to be used?
You have books inside of you.
Why would I want to be used? That's your word.
Why would I be with someone that I could not use?
Okay, well, you lost me there.
Stanley, it's vice versa.
I don't want to be used.
If you see something in me,
dude, you seriously use the word use.
Stanley.
That is black man repellent.
If there's something in me that you
Dude, what would our Saint Kevin Samuels say about this?
If there's something in me that you could use.
Saint Kevin would not be pleased.
Oh, yeah. Saint Kevin would have loved me to come on his panel.
You think?
Yeah, because I know that the Bible says he that find it. And we were going to skip the other little word that it says, finds a good thing and finds favor from God. So there's something that would be.
Okay, well, something's happening on that phone.
No, it was my phone was ringing. That could be utilized. That you could benefit from. That because when two people meet each other, if you can't bring together a partnership in a business and two business minds.
Let me stop you right there, please. I need you to keep the energy. Let me talk about the business. I'm not a business person. I don't work to live.
I am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't live to work. I work to live. I don't want a relationship to feel like a business.
I need to work.
Any other, I literally, if it feels like work to be with a woman, she's not for me.
No, can you calm down and
do you think I'm upset?
Can you calm down?
Seriously, no. What you're gonna do is you take a deep breath. You're the one that's upset. I literally said I'm giving you the philosophy of my old age life. If it feels like work to be with a woman, I'm good. I don't need her. Don't mention business. I'm not even, unless, who knows, I might be interested in your business. But if business and relationship are mentioned between some man and woman,
you know what?
Okay, you're interrupting when I don't want to be interrupted. There should never, business and a woman or a man, it's not a triumvirate. It's not like marriage is not a business. Relationship is not a business. If it is not.
It is.
And okay, well then you and I are just different, and then thank God we've worked out our differences.
Thank God. Stanley, if you see something,
families are not businesses, marriages are not businesses. You and I just see it differently, and that's fine.
Yeah, that's That's cool. If you see something in a woman, like
I
say,
don't see a business opportunity in a woman.
so just say, let's just say, okay, for instance, say you've seen me design a
You do
suit.
realize I'm 61, right?
Okay,
There,
let's just
you will
say,
not be able. Okay, I need you to not waste your time with this.
I'm not going to waste
There
my
is no
time,
way.
period.
There is no way you could possibly
I have no time
change
to
my
waste.
mind. Okay, I literally
I
need
just
you
want to
to
just
hear
share
what I'm
something
going.
with
I
you.
need you to hear what I'm going to say. You're
Mm.
wasting your time arguing this point. You're not going to change my mind. I'm 61. I know what the
Stanley, I'm
fuck
not
I
trying to
want.
even
Okay, I
interfere
do
with your
not know
mind,
why
but
you have to overtalk when I'm talking.
Stanley,
Maybe
I
that's
already
your last
know.
boyfriend or husband, or
Honey, I ain't had a boyfriend since I've
maybe
been
you
in
think
high
maybe
school.
you think maybe you think I'm your son that you can fucking overtalk when he's talking. I'm not your
Please don't
boy.
curse at me.
Nope. Then don't overtalk me. There are things that I won't allow. Again, I don't consider relationships, marriages, families, kids, that sort of thing. I don't consider that business. They can be, but that's not the first thing I think of when I see a woman, a business opportunity. I don't work that way. I don't have to. So I'm done.
Okay.
I like to keep
Now
I
can
like
I
to keep
go?
sh-
You said
I
you're
like to
done.
keep shit short and sweet with the fewest words possible.
I hear you.
I'm done.
I hear you. Speak. Okay, you said you're done, so I can talk. Okay, here's where I'm going with this, Stanley. Now, if you see me, you don't know anything about my skills, right? But if you
I
happen,
don't care about your skills.
I
Why are we
understand that,
why
but
on earth are we
why are
talking
you
about
interrupting me,
I don't
Stanley?
know you. There is no
Why are
equal
you
time.
interrupting me?
This is not a you think this is a democracy?
No, I'm just
I
kidding.
don't care. Okay, let
I'm
me
just
help
having
you
fun
out.
with you,
Okay,
Stanley.
you know what? You go ahead and talk about your skills, but I have a surprise when you're done talking about your skills.
Okay. Okay.
You
Say,
probably know what's going to happen, but go ahead. Tell us about your skills.
okay. Say that you see someone and you see them just a motivated species. You see them just a motivated person and they're doing something so great. And I told you, relationship right now, I don't entertain because I'm busy. And it's the last thing from my mind because I'm busy and trying to accomplish this last thing that I want to do in my life. Okay? Now say that you took interest in and you say, you know what? I really want to support this woman. She's just trying her hardest and she's really doing something great. You haven't seen me put my stuff out there because YouTube turns me off. It turns me off. I have no fear of getting into it, but from the little bit that I've seen, I just don't want I don't want the lashback and I don't want I'm kind of like turned off from YouTube. I'd rather get a website and do what I'm doing on the web instead of YouTube because YouTube is kind of crazy. You know, I'm like I don't want to get involved. So I've been sitting back looking for studying it. studying the channels, and how to grow your channel and stuff like that, I'm like, this might not be for me, because I don't want people doing the things that they do to one another to me personally, because it's very hurtful. I went on someone's channel and I seen someone really dog somebody out that I love very much. And this is her sharing her life and her love. And I don't want to say too much because you'll know who I'm talking about. For something that I share my love for. And I did not say anything on the panel. I just listened. And I'm just like, this is too hurtful. Because in my business, I have a whole conference room. I have everything set up that I need. And if you literally see it, Stanley, I guarantee you'd be on my channel like I'm on your channel, supporting everything that I do. And literally, you would draw nearer because you know what? It's something that you would admire in just the noble task of me just wanting to just do good. That's all. And that's it. But YouTube is so much competition that you really can't even get going because people are so competitive and they're so afraid that somebody's going to do good. And I'm
Do
telling you
well.
that do well. Yeah, you can even correct my
Let me know when
grammar.
you're done.
You can even correct my grammar. I don't
Let me
mind
know
because
when
you
you're
know what? I
done.
can probably use help with that. You don't know what area that I need help in. You can correct my grammar, you can correct whatever you want to correct about me, but if I can utilize it, or if it's going to help me, let it go where it goes. I don't mind. Anybody that wants to help me get where I'm going, but I have some great people that sees some good things in me, you know, and just say that I become that that person that sells 1,000,000 copies of my book, or just say I become that YouTuber that is that one hit wonder or whatever, and I still say, you know what? The only person's channel that I was really ever on his panel or anything was Stanley. But I literally was on CT's channel all the time. All the time. I literally stayed on because CT talked a lot about politics too. And right now, we need to hear what's going on in our world. And I went from his channel to your channel because I need to know what's going on. One, I believe God. And two, I want to know what's going on so I can know how to pray. Because I don't believe that it's over according to the world. Because I don't believe the things that's going on in the world. I believe that God is in control. But
So you don't believe what's going on in the world? What's
I
that
believe
even
that it's
mean?
scripture, but then
Okay,
I know the rest of the
oh my
story.
Lord.
I know the rest of the story, Stanley. Yes,
Okay.
these things are supposed to happen. Stanley, these things are supposed to come to pass. Whether you want to believe what I'm saying or not, but
How drunk are
everything.
you? Let me gauge how drunk you are.
You don't have to be
Because
drunk
what you're
to
saying
know something
makes
that I've studied for 30 years and went to
studied
school for.
what for 30 years?
I can't even do this because then you're gonna hurt my feelings for
Well,
real.
no one's forcing you to do this.
No, because literally, These things are supposed to happen. Everything that's happening right now, Trump does not trouble my mind because everything that he's doing now and everything that is happening is supposed to
I
take
thought
place.
you weren't religious.
I'm not religious, but I
Okay,
know
but
these things are supposed to
you think God has predicted what's going to happen
I
with
think
Trump and
I
everyone
think the
else?
Bible has prophesied
Okay,
these
so
things to
you
take
think
place.
the Bible is a predictive
No,
book,
I think it's
but you're
been
not religious?
prophesied.
Do you ever do a logic check?
I think it's been prophesied by the
I
prophet.
think you're religious.
I'm not religious.
If things have been prophesized and you actually
Well, I mean, if
believe
we
that,
read it and we
what the
study it
fuck
and we
else
see
would
it with
we
our own
call
eyes,
you but religious?
we see
Did
it
the
with our
Bible
own eyes, Stanley.
did the Quran predict this? How about the Bhagavad Gita? God damn it, I can't even pronounce it right. Ma'am, you should be who you are and stop being ashamed of it. You are a
I'm not
religious
ashamed of the
you are
gospel
a
of Jesus
religious
Christ.
person who thinks the Bible has predicted Trump. Just say
The
you
Bible didn't predict Trump.
okay. Has the Bible predicted 2026? Has the Bible predicted what's going on in 2026?
I think the Bible has made me
I think dude, I don't care about you. I asked you,
I
has the
don't care
Bible
about
predicted
you.
2026?
No, I just think that a lot of things are
Okay,
familiar.
dude, the most annoying thing
Dude,
that people can possibly do is not answer direct questions. If this channel ever gets monetized, I'm going to eject. I will literally drop people who can't answer direct questions. I'll give them like maybe 1 or 2 tries. Is the Bible predicting or predictive of 2026? It's a direct question. Please answer it. Well, we can move on. Here we go. Answers don't get connected to questions. Ooh boy.
Looking for clippable moments to strike the channel. No, let it go. You don't like what I said, you don't like what he said, do it later somewhere else.
I'm the one that paid for it, and I agree with OG. Don't. Okay, I'll be nice.
And the only reason I'm being a
I
racist
just heard women aren't supposed to speak.
I'm sorry, you're still talking after not wait. I thought your audio went out. You couldn't answer my question, but you want to talk now?
Stanley, you cannot make me
how disrespectful can you possibly be?
How disrespectful
That
you
is totally disrespectful.
You know,
The
I was
host
just
asks you a question,
and I'm supposed to answer you right away.
Diss the host by not answering, so he goes, "Well, apparently."
I have a
because he
mind and
doesn't-
it takes time to think, Stanley.
How long does it fucking take you to think about whether the Bible is predictive?
It could
when
take
you're
me a day
saying
to
Trump-
think.
You're
And don't
saying
cuss at me
Trump
again.
was inevitable.
Don't take me there.
I don't care where you go.
I just was
Just
hearing that
answer
women
a
aren't supposed to
simple
speak.
question.
That
Okay,
God
I
don't
don't know.
speak to
Do
us.
you expect me to
That
treat
God
you
don't
as if-
speak to us, Stanley.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think black women are smart?
Do you think that your mother was smart?
Okay, I literally need you to answer my question.
I just answered it.
Now
Do you
you're
think your mother was
talking
smart?
about now you're talking about my mother?
You
Oh
just
my
said
Lord.
black women. Wasn't your
This
mom
is
black?
gone all ghetto.
Wasn't your mom black?
Oh my God.
So
This
don't
woman
tell
is
me about black
this
women because your
woman
mother
is
was a black
literally
woman.
bringing she's doing my yo mama jokes.
No, I'm not. I'm doing
Yeah, you
the black
are.
woman joke.
Okay, how did my mother come into this?
When you said black woman, man.
Okay, again, this is some ghetto bullshit. Go ahead, I can do ghetto too.
Let's do it. Because if
How
I
did
came back
my
on here
how did my mother
to
come
do
into this when I'm
you said
asking
woman,
you?
black woman. Is your mom not a black woman?
Motherfucker, I told you
Motherfucker,
you are
fuck
not
with me
my
tonight.
mother. I told you several hours earlier.
Fuck
All
with
of
me
a
tonight,
sudden,
Stanley.
you literally think you're my mother?
I told you earlier, I'm not old enough to be your damn mom.
Okay, then why did you bring up? She's dead, by the way. Why would you do
My mother
that?
is dead
Are
too.
you literally that?
You said black women. Is
Okay,
your mom not a
this
black
is
woman,
literally.
Mr. Smartass?
I am not going to join your business.
And I would not give no damn.
Good. Don't. Hey, you. This is what people do. They can't answer direct questions,
because this
so
is how
they
you
want to
get your
bring my
shit.
ma.
If you're
They
trying to get
want to
your shit
bring
on
my
me,
ma into it. Why would you bring my ma into this?
why would you bring some
Because you're
somebody's
weak
mom
is
too?
why.
Damn it.
You can't
I'm
stand
somebody's
on your
mom
own
too,
two
damn
feet.
you.
So you have to do that ghetto bullshit.
Motherfucker.
Yep. And?
Yeah. Come on, let's get going on it.
Okay, ma'am, you need to know where you are.
You need to know where the fuck
This
I
is
am
not
too.
CT's panel. This is
I'm not on CT's
This is
panel. I'm on
Stanley
Stanley's
versus
panel
the
every damn
world.
day.
This is Stanley versus
Every
the
damn
world.
day.
Do not be the world.
Do not be the motherfucking man.
I'm sorry, what? The
Do not be
man, you have a problem with being a man?
I said, do not be the man.
You have a problem with me being a man?
I have the problem with you.
Let's explore your problem here. I'm a man and you have a problem with that?
Stanley.
Okay, listen to the question. Take a deep breath and then answer it. Do you have a problem with me, Stanley, being a man?
The man.
Okay, don't fucking overtalk me.
Don't fucking overtalk me.
Dude, you are out of control, man. Do you have a problem with me being a man?
No.
Okay,
I
then
don't.
you need to have some decorum on my panel immediately. This is too much. Take a deep breath, calm down. But this is too goddamn much, ma'am. Don't do it.
Reach your fucking hand.
Okay, enough. If you have a problem with a man running this show on this panel, then you can leave. But you will not overrun, overtalk, overbe. You need to know where you are.
Don't just talk shit to me. Say what you mean.
I did. You didn't hear me?
You want me to leave?
Do you want to leave?
No, you just said
I won't
leave.
stop you.
You said I can leave. Don't you invite
Can you?
me to go walk out the damn door if you
Wait,
know your ass
hold it.
don't want me to
Hold
leave.
it. Am I holding you hostage?
No, your ass don't want me to
Well, then
leave.
you need to relax, baby.
Okay.
This is turning into some weird Sidney Poitier movie.
Okay, baby. You look what you're doing.
I am literally
What you doing
trying
now?
to let you, I am literally trying to let you be.
You probably one of the men that like makeup sex and shit.
I'm sorry, what?
You're one of the men that like damn makeup sex.
You don't? Women don't like makeup sex? They don't.
You want to
Maybe
leave? Okay,
they should let
baby.
their
Wait a
men
minute.
know.
Okay, baby.
Apparently,
First
women
you
don't like
you
makeup sex.
fucking
Women
cut
out
me
in
out and then
the
say,
YouTube
okay,
world,
baby.
women don't like makeup sex. Note to self: women don't like makeup sex.
Do they?
You know
Do
what?
they, Stanley?
You and I will never be able to figure that problem out. It's a YouTube issue.
I mean, you just was cussing me out, then you called me baby.
Oh, no. Do you think I regret cursing
You
you
went
out?
from a
You
motherfucker to
need to be,
baby?
ma'am, you need to literally, I don't know which YouTube panels you've been on. I don't know where
Yours.
you've been in your life.
Yours.
But this is literally a
Okay,
place
okay. If I
where
calm
I will
down,
respect.
if I calm down, then you have to
You're
calm down.
talking while I'm talking. Stop that.
Okay.
I will respect you while you're being respectful. Don't give me, I don't know what must be the tequila talking.
It is, right? I told you
get
it is.
respect. You get respect on my panel as long as you're being respectful, man.
Okay. I was baby 3 minutes ago.
Yeah,
Now
I
I'm
don't know. Hey, you're still baby, but don't
Don't call me
overstep.
ma'am. Call me baby.
Don't be disrespectful is my point.
Don't call me ma'am. Call me baby.
I didn't hear a please. Call me baby, please. That's what you meant, right?
No, I said don't call me ma'am. Call me baby.
And I expect
me to say please.
I expect to please. Be polite, ma'am.
This is entertainment. This is only for entertainment.
Is it?
Not if you catching feelings.
I think it's buck breaking. I think I need to tame me a wild woman. A wild woman.
You told me you was we left off where
No, ma'am.
you was gonna make me call you
I am
daddy.
doing the talking. You can
You was
listen.
gonna make me call you daddy.
You can literally listen to what I say, but you can't talk while I'm talking. I think you have been misled about who I am. I will respect you to hell and back, but you're not gonna fucking use your size 10 foot to control
5'10". I don't wear a size 10.
Okay.
Nigga.
You're talking when I asked you not to. Should I respect you and ask you not to do it again, or should I just disrespect you?
Drop that 2 sizes first.
I don't give a fuck about your shoe size. I think you wear a size
you'll be
10.
buying me
I think
some
you
Louis
wear a
Vuitton-
size 10.
Louis Vuitton
You
shoes
have
in the next
taken
3
that
weeks.
size 10 up some yo man's asses, but I'm not yo man. Don't do that.
Louis
I
Vuitton.
will motherfucking embarrass you and laugh when I do it.
You ain't gonna never
Take
embarrass
that
me, Stanley.
size 10 and keep it on the ground.
Boots on the ground, baby.
Yeah, well, you probably wear a size 11 in boots.
No, I wear a size 9.5 in boots, but 9 in regular shoes.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck. I said what I said, and you'll take it.
Whatever, baby.
As long as you're calling me baby, we're fine. So anyway, see more, hit the link.
Tell Stanley to be nice to women.
Oh, I'm always nice to women. Women
Before
who
you leave.
deserve to be treated nice. If you're not my wife or my relative, I don't owe you niceties. That dude, funny enough, one of the few things that I agree with the Kevin Samuels about is if you want equality, accept the equality. If you want chivalry, be deserving of the chivalry. I am and maybe it's due to my age. I understand the difference. You will not be a 63-year-old woman acting like I owe you shit. You either deserve it or you don't. And I am not going to pretend to be an old YN. If you want it, deserve it. Period.
Okay, baby.
I just said you're gonna do this, and you're just fucking projecting. I'm not fucking imperious.
Brother, I'm not gonna do this. I actually want to debate somebody. Okay, I lost, but I'm not gonna debate you on it. I'm not gonna talk to you on it because you're a snake.
If we're in court, you would.
Listen, seeing as how there is some.
And I have no idea what this fucking shit is.
I know, because you're interested in me.
No, I'm interested in Imperius's point. Someone is
Be
looking at
careful.
a.
It's a trick.
Okay, I
Stanley.
don't know why you're talking at the same time I'm
I'm
talking.
just reading.
I do not understand. Well, you don't understand the one mic. I'm talking, ma'am. So I was trying to go through and maybe CM, because I saw him in the chat. Hit the link, CM. You and I do need to have a chat, but I did listen to your show, and there are other issues that need to be hashed out. But anyway, there we go.
I thought I timed you. Or let me make sure you're timed out.
Who, me?
No, Ricky's. I know how he keeps coming back.
No, don't time him out. Don't time Palomino out. He's fine, dude. Don't. Just like, dude, this is what I'm saying. Like, and look, I don't even care if I agree with the chat or what.
So this is Imperious.
Don't you let Mariah and let what is this other lady's name? Why don't you let them come up?
They're not trying to come up.
I mean, they're talking.
You do realize this isn't like a Star Trek movie where I can just beam them up. They have to click a link to come up. I can't just say, "Oh, hey."
Mariah
you're on
said
the
there
channel.
isn't a link. Won't you bring her
There
up?
is literally a link that is pinned, I think.
He said there isn't a link. And the last time I was on here, the women
The
was like,
link is
"This was
pinned.
treating me so bad."
Let me send an engraved invitation. The link is pinned. I see it. I'm looking at it on my phone. The link is pinned. But let me do y'all an old grandma favor. This is grandma, it's my time's favor. There it is. Okay, Grandma, the link is pinned.
I guarantee you, Stanley, I would never ever look like your
The
grandma.
link is dropped, Grandma.
I guarantee you will look like my grandfather.
And he must have been a handsome dude.
He was.
Did you
He was
love him
my
like that?
daddy. I loved him dearly.
Good for you. And don't worry about Dawn. Dawn is Dawn. I pinned it a while ago, but don't worry about it.
Nothing's ghetto about this.
She is such a sweet woman. If I literally, Dawn is my I don't know. I don't know how to describe her. My friend, I guess would be the best way. But Dawn, one of these days we need to talk about your music. I would love if we could do a show about your art and your work. You do know I've been wanting you to do that for quite some time. I think we talked about it, or I asked you. Please consider it. I know, but I would love to do a Saturday show. So there's a email link thing. There's an email address, Stanley versus the world .gmail.com. Spell out the verses. So what were you saying, ma'am?
Oh no, you were talking.
And where are you, Sim? I thought you were gonna bring your rusty ass up here. Now, this fool, don't be careful. It's a trick, so what the fuck is even? Why would it be a trick? Ryan, is it a trick when you click the link, pussy? Let's see, I sound like knightish. Because I am getting a little Ryan, you can click the link too. Don't be scared. So anything before I start this again? Because I actually thought this was a good point. Ma'am?
Oh yeah, it is.
But dude, the whole universal thing about what I hold to, the only one real rule of YouTube is people can say what they want as long as you interact with it. Like people can say whatever they want around me, with me, or to me, as long as I get to refute it or say something back. If the chat's talking to you and you're talking back, just let it go forward. Don't block one side and let one side talk. To me, that is like that's what I'm saying. Don't do that to Palomino. Let him say what he wants to say in the chat. Like,
let me say one thing to Dawn. Look, I way back in my teenage days, I used to read about shit. Dude, I was a huge James Joyce fan. Like seriously, James Joyce fan. That whole Paris thing. Look, there was Richard Wright there. I wish I could do what you do, Dawn, in Paris. It just seems like a dream. And and you're an artist. That's the other thing. An artist in Paris, it seems like a motherfucking dream. So that's kind of why I even bring this up. Josephine Baker, motherfucking Picasso. Who else? I'm thinking of Alice B. Toklas and what's her name? I can't even remember the major
Don have a
author's
page
name.
so I can subscribe.
I'm sorry, what?
Don, do you have a page so I can subscribe?
Well, that's a good point. anyone who has a page or any art or stuff they want folks to participate in, subscribe to, all that stuff, if you got a wrench, you can do it. You don't need my permission. So salute. But Dawn, especially, because I think that Dawn knows I've really wanted to talk about her music. So
Hopefully everybody has a
with
rent. I started
trepidation, because
subscribe.
Dawn is actually accomplished. She actually does shit. I am some little YouTuber. I pale in comparison.
That's why I try to get with the YouTubers that know a little bit about YouTube, so I can just listen and learn.
Oh, I don't care about learning. I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
'cause when you're on here, you
No,
have
I
to
seriously, dude, this is seriously
you
me
have to
having
learn
fun.
because you don't know what you're getting
What
into.
do I need to learn from YouTube, ma'am?
I'm saying, I'm talking for me, Stanley.
Oh, okay, my bad. Please continue. What do you need to learn from YouTube?
You can't get into anything
Van Gogh. We don't call. Hey, Brian, not Van Gogh. It's Van
learning from
Gogh.
your channel. I'm learning from your channel. Trust me.
Oh, you're learning too much then.
I'm learning just
You are learning how to not do a YouTube channel. You need
that's
to
the
ignore.
That's the discouraging. But you know what? Things that discourage us sometimes pushes us.
Who is us?
People that
us?
are you know what? I can sit back and wait on it. I
Okay,
can sit back and
are
wait on it.
literally one
Because
of
you
these
know what?
people.
From what
See,
I've
you
seen,
are Jordan Peterson.
I am
Vague
it's my
answers
time.
can never literally answer a goddamn yes or no question.
I don't have to say
What
yes
are
or no.
you
I can
learning from
expound.
YouTube, ma'am?
Oh, come on. You're so argumentative.
No, argumentative. They're like what? 3 syllables, 4 syllables? And there are a bunch of T's in the word.
Good one.
What's up,
learned.
CM?
I'm learning.
Apparently, this is just going to become.
I'm learning a lot. Trust me.
And I want you to learn all you can learn from this channel, ma'am. I might not be the
But you know
channel
what?
for you.
Your channel pushes me to be greater. You know what I'm saying?
Greater at what?
At everything that I'm going to do
You
on
be spec-
YouTube.
My channel is making you be a greater
Content creator. Content
There's
creator.
ellipses. Every sentence you say automatically
It's
comes
going to
with
make me a
ellipses.
greater content creator.
Really?
It really is. And you know what? I'm going to give homage to you whenever I become that. I'm not going to just act like I never knew you. I'm literally going to say, you know what? This man I've watched and watched and watched and watched. And I can count on my 3 fingers how many times I've come on
You
your
only
channel.
have 3 fingers?
I have 10 fingers, but 3 times I've come on
Well,
your
you mentioned
channel.
3. My bad.
I came on your panel 3 times. And each
Yeah,
time,
you're counting
the
them on
first
your
time
fingers.
people were
I
like,
get that
don't
part.
treat her like that. Don't do this, Stanley. Don't blah, 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 whatever.
Oh
You
my
know,
God. What in the fuck?
nobody has to save me from you, Stanley.
Okay, let's let CM hop in here.
Please, Sam, hop in here.
Wait, he's on the panel. Can
Go
he
ahead.
say something?
Please do hop in here. Because I know that I'm not wrong.
Rescue
I ain't
this
wanna,
woman.
I ain't want to intervene. I seem like I had good chemistry.
I'm not
No
being.
chemistry.
I know I'm not wrong about Stanley.
No, wait, wrong about what?
I know you're a good person, Stanley, but you just try to
Okay, did
hold up
I
this big
ever say,
ass
wait, hold it.
wall. You
Then
hold up
we
this big
agree.
ass wall
We
with women,
agree. I
and you
think
know
I'm a
what?
good, okay, my God, this
Why are you
woman
holding? Why
wants
are
to
you
talk
got this big ass
constantly.
wall
She
built up?
thinks she has something that is interesting to say.
I
Yes,
have a lot
we
interesting about me,
agree. We agree. I think I'm a good person too.
and I think I'm a good person.
We were talking about you?
I'm talking about me because I feel like I'm
Okay,
interesting.
I thought you were talking about me. You said
I can
Stanley.
talk about you too,
Okay, my
Stanley.
God, am I you?
I'm in
Am I
the
you?
world,
Are
but I'm
you
not
me?
of the world.
Where in the fuck
What in the
is this going? Are you me? Are you wait, hold it. Have we joined? Have we joined each other at the hip?
No, we're friends, Stanley.
Are we?
I think we are.
Ooh, buddy. Okay.
I think we're friends, even though the panel might not agree, but I think
I
we're
have no
friends.
clue. There's only
I
one
just
other
think you
person on
have
the
this
panel.
big wall up and you just
There is no wall, ma'am.
why don't you let someone piece you back together? Your brokenness is horrible.
Oh my God. You think I'm broken?
Fuck yeah.
What in the fuck are you even talking about? Let me be blunt here and CM. I need you to witness this. And something Ponder said the other night. I want to develop that point, but listen to what I'm going to do to this young lady. I am not broken. I am put together, and don't you ever disrespect me, ma'am, like you just did. You don't have the brain power to even understand how to put me back together. I have a family, and I am together, ma'am. You're making a lot of assumptions. Maybe you've dealt with YNs on CT's
I deal
panel
with
or
men that
okay, you are inter motherfucking rupting me
roughing
with
you.
okay, I will drop your ass
I
like
would
a
not give
sack
no
of
fuck.
oatmeal. I'm talking. You're the one who's broken, not me. Stop acting like I'm broken, like your mans, like your mans, like your sons, like
Thank you, Bobby.
dude, you are the broken one. Don't pretend like I'm fucked up. I'm willing to let you be, but don't you pretend your problems are mine. Ever. Ever. Hopefully you understand where I'm coming from because I got more firepower after this. So CM, that part about Ponder, me being verbally abusive, I thoroughly disagree with that point. Um, I am very truthful. I will say what I say. I will tell you what I think. I'm not verbally abusive. I speak the obvious. Any comment on what I just said, sir?
I can't believe you let Ponder chase you away.
Look, I like Ponder, and there are just some things I'm not. It would Ponder.
Still, you ain't been back since you and Ponder had your little back.
No, dude, you motherfucking tossed me off that panel. That is the problem.
I want to hear a woman's voice.
You let Ponder tell you what to do is
No, I
the
didn't.
problem. I was chased away by Ponder because she controls your panel.
Can I talk Trump?
Channel. Honestly, CM, I don't have a problem with you. I do not want to piss off the Ponder.
Ponder does not run my panel, dude. Don't say that.
Okay, well, all I have to say, did you not toss me off that goddamn panel? And when I came back up, because I thought it was some computer glitch, did you not? I was there. Well, Stanley, you're not coming up right now because, dude, I'm not. Look, if you and Ponder have a good relationship and she's kind of your co-host, I honestly don't have a problem with that. I don't know why she's so pissed off at me, but I am willing to let her be. I think she's a wonderful woman.
I think it's the motherfucker.
I'm sorry, what?
I think it's the motherfucker that got her.
I have no clue what that means. If Ponder doesn't want me up on your panel, I'm going to have to live with it.
My panel has nothing to do with Ponder. I'd rather have you there.
He whooped your ass like a potty trained baby.
Right?
Sorry, what?
I run my panel.
Hey, hold it. You whip
potty
babies?
trained your
Do
ass.
you whip babies? What the fuck?
He potty trained your ass.
Why do you whip babies, ma'am?
He potty trained your ass. She said, didn't I tell you to use that damn... Did I tell you to put your shit in the toilet, nigga?
Oh, shit. Now she's using the N-word.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am sorry.
You don't use the N-word.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
What in
Stanley.
the hell?
I'm sorry.
This woman's out of control.
What did you call me?
I never called you the N-word.
What did you just say?
Not the N-word.
I know you didn't.
Create something.
No, you didn't.
Ma'am, the people I respect, I try to not.
He whooped your ass like a potty trained baby, wearing a pull up, but you shit in your pants.
What are you used to?
I'm used to a damn man treating a woman.
I think you're used to child abuse.
No, I'm spoiled.
Okay.
Actually.
The idea of spanking a baby while they're potty training, that's not something
What
I
else
could
you gonna
even
do, Stanley?
That's not you brought it up, man.
What the fuck else you gonna do?
You literally brought it up.
My baby, after he shit 10
No,
times,
you spanked
you're
your
gonna get
goddamn
fat.
baby. Every time your baby pissed on the floor, you whipped the shit out of him.
No, Bobby, I don't
And then you
fucking
put him on a
Coke 45.
toilet. Okay, that's that ghetto way.
No, I don't drink no fucking Coke 45. I don't literally I don't have to drink Coke 45. Now, do I have to cam up around my home and let you know I'm not that low?
Okay, I need to say hey to some folks in the chat. Lawrence, salute.
Yeah, fuck whoever thinks.
Okay,
You know,
I
people are
don't know why you're
they
talking
are
while
so
I'm
quick
talking.
to call.
Do I need to
that's
put
why I
you in
got
the
on
back,
earlier,
you wild
because a
black
person
woman?
was in the
Are
chat
you
talking
going
about
wild?
fuckery.
Are you going
I only
wild?
got on
Are you
I only got
Lawrence, salute. I don't know why she's going wild. Must be that tequila.
No, let me talk. Stanley, for
Oh,
real.
no, I
Because
will
I'm
put your
defending
ass in the
myself.
back if you can't figure
Well,
out
then put
who's
me in
running.
the back,
I
Stanley,
am
and I would never
running
come
this
back up
panel,
again.
lady, not you.
Don't fucking me ghetto
Okie
shit.
dokie. You want to go into the back?
And you,
I
I'm
need you
done for
to
the night.
understand.
I'm done
All
for
I
the
need
night.
you to
They
understand
drop.
who is running the panel. I need you to say Stanley when you come back up.
Disrespect me in this chat, and I can't not
Oh, I
respond.
can disrespect you in ways
No, I said, don't you let nobody
don't know how I
disrespect
can
me in the
disrespect you and
no in
laugh
the
when I
chat.
do it.
Stanley,
You think
Stanley,
you're being
in the
effective.
damn chat.
You think you are being effective, and you are not being effective.
No, fuck that.
I literally can make, dude, don't make my day funny. I will do it and make jokes while I do it.
I would not give no fuck.
Calm down.
I would not give
Take
no
a
fuck.
hold. Take a hold of your sanity and then proceed. Are we calm down now?
Somebody said, get ready for the real fuckery. That's when I
Stop
first came
watching
up for the panel.
Well, I understand why that might upset you. Don't look at the chat.
And you know what? I never did even deal with that.
One
That
thing
went over
that
my
I
head.
thought, okay, understood.
That went over my head. I thought we were going to have some fun
Okay,
tonight.
okay.
But when
You
do
can
that other
pretend.
bullshit, I don't have
Okay,
to
here
look at
comes the
nobody shit on
self-righteous
YouTube.
bullshit.
I told you there's people that get 1 million views that I
You
can look
don't
at.
get. I don't give a
That's these
fuck about
little
people
ass
who get 1
panels.
million views. I'm not one of them.
I can look at people that get 1 million views.
Good for you. Go watch them.
And I might decide to now drop me.
So, everyone, make sure you hit the like. If you're new, subscribe. Support the show by supporting the host.
Yes, Lawrence. That's exactly what
And
happened.
what I want to say is, dude, I have collected.
I'm not going to deal with that
collected
bullshit.
a panel. I'm sorry. I've
They
collected.
got the right night to
Okay,
insult me.
I don't know why this woman is talking
They got
about.
the right night to insult
This is
me.
the height of a black woman disrespecting a black man.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to the people
Well,
that
motherfucker,
talking
you're
shit.
talking on my panel while I'm
Motherfucker.
talking. What else could you possibly be doing? If a black man is talking on his panel and a black woman is talking, I'd call it disrespect. What would you call it?
I
Feminism?
call it, you know what,
Would you
Stanley?
call
It
it
has nothing to
feminism?
do with me and your. You know what?
You call it feminism.
And if you let them come in between you and me, then
It's
that's
the
you.
chat,
But I'm not
baby.
talking
It's
about
the
you.
chat. Let them chat.
Okay. Okay.
You
gonna
have
use,
a
you gonna
wrench.
use me to
If
get
you
these
are pissed
people,
off at
and
the
they ain't gonna come
people,
back the next day.
okay, this silly
They ain't gonna
woman,
come back the next day.
you got a wrench. What have you done with your wrench?
I don't do that shit. Because you know what?
Oh my
Let 'em
God,
talk.
you don't
But give
use
me the
your wrench. You
opportunity
just
to
need to
respond.
trash a black man?
No, give me
So
the
you won't,
opportunity
yeah,
to
no.
respond.
I
And
need to figure this part out. You got a wrench to control the chat, but you would rather abuse a black man on his own show, on his own panel? Let's talk about this one. Don't be, you know what? I think you are going too far, ma'am.
Fuck you,
got
Bobby.
You
And
got a
don't say
wrench.
shit else to
You
me
got
no
a
more.
wrench.
Fuck you,
Use
Bobby.
the wrench. Use the power
Fuck
I
you,
gave you.
motherfucking Bobby. Fuck
Use
you,
the
punk.
power I gave you.
I don't want him to drop. I want him to know I said, fuck you,
Oh
Bobby.
my God. Now I can hear the upset in your voice.
You damn straight. Because you know what?
Damn Skippy.
Now I'm gonna
I
go
like
in
it
on these
when a woman says
motherfuckers.
damn Skippy.
Now I'm gonna go in on these motherfuckers.
Okay, motherfucker, she's gonna throw that wrench at you.
No, I'm gonna go in before I drop them. Fuck you, Bobby. You wanna fuck
Here
with
we
me?
go.
You wanna
Here
fuck
we
with
go,
me?
Bobby. Look
You got
out,
the
Bobby.
good. You got the good night. Now fuck with me, Bobby. You want to speak to me and greet me, and now fuck with me? Fuck you, Bobby. I ain't did shit to you, you motherfucker.
Oh, dude, the way you pronounce that ER,
just like you.
I think I'm in love with you now. Say
You
it
taught me
again.
how to do
Call
it.
Bobby the motherfucker. Say it the way you said it. Bobby, you are
Bobby,
a. Go ahead
motherfucker.
and say it. Go ahead and say it. Get it out.
Motherfucker.
Yes. I love it.
I've been nice to everybody on here. I've been trying to be courteous. I speak to everybody when I come in, go out. I do everything that a person with a wrench should do. What have I done to these motherfuckers? All they do is try to compete and compare. You know, it always got to be, it ain't even nothing happy on these panels unless somebody's fucking with somebody. Fuck with me.
Are you making this panel happy right now?
No, I'm just letting them know I'm not the one to fuck with. I will be respectable when you're respectable with me. When you're respectable with me, I'm going to be respectable back. And yes, I love God, but you know what? He ain't through with me yet. Now fuck with me. And yes, I'm an older woman, but live to be 63, you motherfuckers. And then look at my videos. And look for a motherfucking wrinkle. Why you calling me old, you motherfuckers?
I'm listening to this. Be right back like a minute. Gotta nature's calling.
I'm not worried about none of you motherfuckers on nowhere. I respected all of you. You know, yes, I'm an older woman and I'm somebody's mother. You motherfuckers need to mind your motherfucking manners. I ain't did shit to y'all, but you know what? Enough is the motherfucking enough. I ain't got to be on here fucking with none of y'all. I'm on here to support Stanley. Ain't nothing between us. I'm just on here to support Stanley. And why are y'all trying to throw a wrench in between him and I? When we're just on here just having fun. Some of the women I really love, I love to pieces. But I always got to be a motherfucker. And yeah, I'm already grieving somebody. So don't fuck with me tonight.
Can I give one little piece of advice though? Look, every one of these motherfuckers in the goddamn chat.
Motherfucking grandma.
Okay, hold on. Let me say this. I don't fuck with some of these people when it comes down to brass tacks. They are effective trolls, and you're feeding into their trollerism. Don't be. They are good at what they do. don't feed into their troll energy.
They don't want to fuck with me.
I'm begging you. I'm begging you.
I'm begging
don't
you.
beg-
Because
I
you know
don't
what? If
beg
this is my
panelists.
last night on
I do
on
not beg
YouTube,
panelists.
if this
Oh
is
my
my last
Lord.
motherfucking night on YouTube, I'm going out with a bang. Now fuck
Oh
with
my
me.
Lord.
Come on.
Please
Because
don't
I
do
could have
it.
been a part of the beef
Please
sector.
don't do
Come
it.
fuck with me.
Please,
Fuck
no,
with
they'll
me.
stop fucking with you if you
No,
stop
fuck
fucking
with
with
me.
them. Don't fuck with them and they won't fuck with you.
Fuck with me.
Oh my God. Don't fuck with them and they won't fuck
Who
with
tied you on?
I'm
Ain't that what
on
YouTube's
your
about?
side. I'm
Ain't that what
literally on
motherfucking
your side.
YouTube's about,
Oh my
Stanley?
God. Now I'm
Who damn
the
motherfucking
enemy.
side you on? Ain't that what it is? Get on
Okay.
somebody's
I
motherfucking
have no
side.
idea where this is going, but stop fucking
That's
with
what
me.
it is, Stanley. Get
Stop
on somebody's
fucking
motherfucking
with
side,
them.
or they'll kick you out.
What?
That's how YouTube is. Get on somebody's motherfucking
What
side.
the fuck did YouTube do to you, lady?
No, that's how YouTube is. I peeped it for years. They got their own little motherfucking circle.
Okay, I need you to take a deep breath and understand that the most of these people in the chat I've known for a bit. They're all good people.
Too. Stanley,
Oh
I've
my
been on here
God.
longer than you.
This what? Oh my Lord, where is this going? Please don't go there.
Your motherfucking ass is nuts.
Oh my God.
Motherfucker.
Now it's my motherfucking ass.
No, I'm talking to the chat. I'm looking at everything that
Just
they're writing.
relax.
And I
Just
know the
wait, hold it.
motherfuckers I'm never going to fuck with.
Hold on one sec.
And every time you come up here, I'm going to fuck with you.
Oh my God.
You're nuts. Your mammy's nuts, bitch.
Bobby, I don't know.
And you ain't got no wrench, I'll drop your motherfucking ass and block you.
Well,
now
I think
say it
you
again.
might not want. I think you don't want to be dropping
Say it
people right now.
again, you motherfucker.
Please don't make rash decisions. I'm looking at the chat. I've seen nothing that's droppable.
It says this lady is nuts.
And you're gonna drop someone because they said that?
Fuck that motherfucker.
Oh shit.
Whoever it is in the motherfucking ugly ass glasses.
What did Jet
Probably
Clampett
ain't even
used to
got a
say?
woman. Probably ain't even got a dick. You motherfucker. Play with yourself.
No, God damn
dickless
it, Moxie.
motherfucking bitch.
Moxie, stop encouraging this.
You motherfucking dickless ass bitch. Fuck you, punk.
Most
now
bitches
fuck
are
with
dickless.
me. Now let's go. I'll beef sector your ass to the motherfucking ground. Fuck with me.
Hey, CM, you got anything to add?
Yeah, fuck with me.
This
you
has gone way left where I thought it was gonna go.
I mean, I'm not gonna mess with the matchmade in heaven.
Motherfucker, see,
My bad.
look, if
Child
you
abuse. Child abuse.
let me say this to you, CM.
I don't know who this
I
motherfucker
don't want to
is.
be dropped just because I'm Stanley on your panel. That's really my only beef. If Ponder has a problem with me, just let her have the problem.
That channel's called C Holiday, not fucking Ponder.
Okay, understood. But Ponder, look,
I
Ponder's
know this
mad.
ain't CM that's saying this.
don't.
And I said and watch you all fucking night. I know that ain't CM.
Ponder, CM, Ponder, I will let her simmer. I'll defer to her. If
No, let me
she's
go.
a part, okay.
Let me loose. Let
Okay,
me
I don't-
motherfucking loose.
I'm willing to defer to Ponder, and I don't defer to a whole lot of people.
No, let me loose, Stanley.
Hold on. I'm talking to CM.
Yeah, talk to him.
It's okay, CM. I'm not mad at you. let Ponder just. I really want to come in there, but I actually respect her in a weird sort of way. Just ask her if she. I just need to know what the fuck I did to the woman.
You didn't do anything, Stanley.
Oh.
What the fuck did I do to them?
Well, it was something about me being verbally abusive, but compared to you,
no way
compared to you, ma'am, I don't feel
You
so
have not
verbally
did
abusive.
anything to me, Stanley, but treated me with kindness. You haven't did anything to me, Stanley, but treated me with kindness. And if anybody says anything otherwise, well, then I'm not even going to be concerned with it. I don't let people persuade me into shit. You haven't did anything to me.
Well, I was talking about Ponder, another woman who seems to think that and she didn't even say, I think she just doesn't like my demeanor. She does not like my bluntness and my sense of humor. She has told me back in the John Galt days that I used too many curse words and all. I understand her what would I call it? Her self-righteousness. She's a very self-righteous woman, and she is literally someone who's annoying with that moral bullshit. She's also very passive aggressive. She'll do some egregious shit as long as it's not a curse word. So she has her own problems. However, when she allows me back up on your panel, when you
Can you stop saying that? Stop saying that you're not funny.
when Ponder gives me her blessing to come back up on your panel.
You're funny. Stop saying
I'm
that.
just motherfucker. I'm just making a joke.
All right, motherfucker.
Hey, motherfucker, you can't take a joke. What's up, Mike?
I know it's in line with you.
Motherfucker, hey Mike, have you subscribed to CM's channel, by the way?
I don't rock with him.
Motherfucker, what did you just, dude? That
Then who you rock with then, Mike? 1, 2, 3.
no, CM's channel is right up your alley. Y'all will get along famously.
No, he thinks
Don't start asking me questions, G. Just
he thinks
cut
I'm
him down.
because I'll be playing with him. And he gets mad. You'll be okay, Mike. Just take your tampon out.
Hey, Mike, they let me up on the panel. And you know
That's a them and you problem. It's not a Mike
Hey,
problem.
Mike, seriously, they let
You want me to squash the beef? Let's
oh my
squash the beef,
Lord!
Mike. Let's
Now
shake
they're
hands.
fighting on my panel.
Let's shake hands, Mike.
Mike, if they let some old man like me up on the panel, you're like cool. You're young. You're hip.
He's a dork, but he's cool.
Well, Stanley, let me just say this.
dork?
You know, I'm
Is
not
that
here
what
to
you
make friends with
fucking said?
nobody, G.
I know, Don. I'm glad Mike's okay. I'm glad to see you here, Mike, tonight.
It's my time. Nice to meet you.
Nice
How
to
you
meet
doing,
you.
Sugarfoot?
Nice to meet
I'm
you.
good.
You just
I'm
talked
good.
to her last night.
Yeah, I was praying for you, Mike.
Yeah, man, it was horrible, and it's still bad out here right now. I don't know what the hell going on with
I
the
was
weather,
hoping
man.
everything was okay.
Oh yeah, I'm straight. I appreciate it.
I was
Did
thinking
you have to mow your grass today or what?
I got people to mow my grass for me.
Yeah.
Okay, were they able to do it today?
And we don't get into my personal lawn care business.
Okay,
and,
motherfucker, don't you tell me about personal and be on my panel. Just say
Look, you already disrespected my old lady
this is
last
how
night.
I need you to respond to messages like that. Mike, all you have to say is, I'm a pussy. I don't want to answer your question because I'm not a man. I need that response.
Oh, you know for sure you got Mike fucked up, G.
Just say it. I need you to repeat after me, pussy.
It's my time. I appreciate you, ma'am. These motherfuckers giving you any problems up here?
No, God is good and prayer
Hey,
works.
Mike, when
God
I
is good all
ask you
the
a
time.
question and you don't want to answer it, what is the response I just instructed you?
I'm just glad you're okay.
Hey, Mike,
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Sugarfoot.
Dude, hey, when you don't want to answer Stanley's questions, what is the standard response, sir?
I'm talking to this lady that really respects Mike
Motherfucker, and I'm
123.
talking to you. How did I instruct you to answer?
You didn't instruct me to do a motherfucking thing because I'm not
Motherfucker,
in lecture.
then let me repeat my orders. If you don't want to answer my question, your response should be, I'm not man enough to answer your questions.
Well, evidently the question didn't warrant a response.
Stanley, you said it took a long time to
I
get.
need you to respond, Mike.
Stanley.
Evidently
Okay,
your
I'm
question
talking to
wasn't
Mike
warranted
now.
enough for a response.
Okay, Mike, your instructions are to answer. Stanley's ahead of my life, and I'm not worthy.
It's my time. You can
I'm not
complete your
worthy
statement that you were
to
going to make. You
answer
can
his
complete that. Don't
questions,
let this
but
baboon
Stanley
speak over
is
you.
ahead of my life.
He
Hey,
always
somebody got an echo.
Oh, motherfucker, it's Mike. And
It
that's
ain't me.
intentional. I'm offended that you have an echo.
Stanley
I'm the
said
head
it
of
took
your
him
life, Mike.
it takes
Mike,
somebody a long
I'm
time
the
to get
head
in
of
his
your life.
driveway.
Am I not?
Stanley said it'll take a long time to get in his driveway. So if a tornado hit in your
Okay,
yard,
I have no clue what my driveway and Mike's tornado have to do with
I'm just
anything.
saying you have a
But
big
I
field.
think we can safely go that nothing that you've said makes sense.
I'm
Mike,
just saying if a tornado hit in your field, he was
Mike.
panicking. He was
Oh my
under
God, this
panic.
woman's just gonna talk.
I'm just saying he was panicking. I'm just glad to see him
The
here tonight.
motherfucker's a pussy.
He's a man.
Hey, I appreciate that. This my time. I won't respond to stupid shit from these motherfuckers, man.
He's a motherfucker.
He was panicking last night, Stanley.
Well, let me correct the
Are you
verbiage.
saying?
I
Are
wasn't
you
panicking.
saying
It's
that
just
he had
human
a?
nature.
Are you saying that he had a
I
panic
think he had a
attack?
panic attack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he had a
Your
panic attack.
diagnosis, I concur with that diagnosis.
Yeah. I mean, we all should be happy because you said you would pray for him. And
Motherfucker, I was
I've never, and
joking.
me too.
I
I've
don't.
never been in a tornado, and we don't know what that feels like. When he said the shed just blew off,
Actually, I do know what it feels like.
you
I
said
live
you
in
prayed for
Georgia, man.
him, and like I
Okay,
said,
this is where your inadequate explanation
I'm not
for
inadequate.
explaining my point kicks in. I know what it's like to be in a tornado in tornado weather. Don't you tell me what I'm
Oh,
not
she
gonna
has every
experience.
right to tell you. What the fuck is you talking about,
Okay,
G?
do I need to do a 2-for-1?
Well, you got to do what you got to do if that's what you're thinking.
Here you go again, Bobby.
You know, Mike ain't gonna accept that shit. You talking to the lady like that.
Mike, when I'm talking to you, I'm talking to a lady.
Okay.
See, now you start with this queer shit. Come on, G.
That's all I
There are
told him. Now he hates me.
ladies. There are two ladies on this panel.
No, because I'm not trying to be interested in Bobby's shit.
Mike, why does everybody treat you like this?
Hey, let me tell you something. CM, whoever the fuck
Number
you
one, I
is,
don't
let me
drink
tell you
Coke
something.
45.
Let me
you
just
motherfucker.
by the way, let me just make a pronouncement. Bobby's safe. Don't fuck with Bobby.
Bobby don't fuck with me.
Okay. Bobby's a day one.
Bobby can fuck with me, Stanley.
Okay, I don't care about any of that bullshit.
Bobby
Bobby's
can
a
fuck
day
with me.
one. Bobby shall not go. He's a day one.
I'll go.
No, you don't have to go. Don't let these motherfuckers run you off. I'm standing up for you tonight. And every night. Fuck these motherfuckers.
Motherfucker, you can't even stand up for yourself.
People will use you for content. That's some bullshit.
Hey, it's my time. Don't worry about it. Hey, I got your back. You ain't gotta run, you ain't gotta leave. Fuck these motherfuckers. Tell them. Fuck them.
Hey, he wants to rub your back.
That's a lie. That is a lie. Don't put those type of projections on Mike 123.
You know you want to rub
I'm not
her
simping
back.
for these ladies. I just stick up for what's right. You up here bashing
Well,
this lady.
just stick up for what's right.
Yeah.
You're a good feminist.
Bobby's gonna make you lose the people that want to be with you.
And I do got to give a shout out to Donald Trump, who's ahead of my life.
Oh my Lord! Is Donald Trump your Lord too?
Well, politics, it don't negate the fact that I'm gonna stand up for the woman. I don't care what you believe.
Melania Trump is ahead of my head.
I'll let him have his day one.
I'm just sick and tired of people like CM, they get up here with all this bullshit, want to ask me questions.
You know what? I'm just in a weird, capricious mood.
Yeah, well, let me talk to him. He's all offended. Let me talk to him.
Insult CM
You
either.
got your big panel tonight, and I'm happy for you.
Motherfucker, I never have big panels on this.
Motherfucker.
I am literally the smallest but
I'm
most
not your
obnoxious
motherfucker,
channel
Stanley.
on YouTube.
That is correct. You don't speak to her like that. Don't call her a motherfucker. She's not a
Oh,
motherfucker.
you'd be surprised at
Don't
what I
speak to
can
her
do.
like that. You need to
You
apologize
little
to her.
pork chop.
Apologize to her.
You are a little pork chop.
He ain't got to. He does not have to.
This lady been respectful ever since I've been here.
Hey, pork chop. What's up, pork chop?
He don't have to apologize.
I demand an apology from Stanley Cross.
Because when I'm done, I'm done.
Oh wow.
Stanley motherfucking Cross. I demand an apology to the lady. She haven't did nothing wrong to you, G.
I don't have a.
But let me address CM real quick. You know,
45.
CM
Fuck Bobby. He's trying to be damn funny.
Bobby, you done
Little
crying yet? I don't know
bullshit.
what I did to you. I just made a couple jokes at you, and you want to start crying.
All right, folks.
let me address CM. It's gonna take me a
Getting out of
second or two.
control.
So CM, let me
It is 1
let me get
o'clock in
one
the morning.
motherfucking thing straight. Let me get one motherfucking thing straight, CM. Don't
Saturday
fucking
night,
address
I'm
me if I don't
63 years old.
address
I can do
you.
what the fuck I want.
Oh shit. I think I heard the F word from this lady.
You right. I said I'm 63 years old. I can do what the fuck I want. If I chose Bobby to drink Coke 45, I can afford it, you motherfucker.
Goddamn right. It ain't their
Motherfucker.
business. It's not their business. Why they so
No,
worried about the next
motherfucker.
person's business?
I can afford it. I can DoorDash whatever the fuck I want out the liquor
Goddamn,
store.
what? They
But I
mad 'cause
really
they
drink
can't
Don
afford it.
Julio Reposado, you motherfucker.
They just
All
mad
right,
because they
well,
can't
folks,
afford it.
let me say, everyone, please make sure that you have hit
Thank
the
you,
like
baby.
button.
Thank
If
you,
you
baby.
are new,
Thank you, Lawrence.
if
Yes.
you are,
Yes.
if you, okay.
Lawrence, you're my
Every time I
number
talk,
one. You're my number one, Lawrence.
I can't do a commercial.
Like
Hell
Lawrence
no,
said,
fuck your commercial.
63 and looks
Oh my Lord,
40, you
this
motherfuckers.
woman is taking over.
I'm just acknowledging Lawrence.
Yeah, she
63
acknowledging
and
somebody,
looks
let her speak.
40.
You been blabbering on all this fucking time. Let the lady speak.
And I know it. Coke 45, but looks 40. What the fuck you look like, Bobby? Show
Oh,
your
shit.
motherfucking face. bitch.
Probably on that Steel Reserve 211.
What did you do to her, Bobby?
Like CM. They drink that Steel Reserve.
I made the peace with Bobby, but he want to come back.
I don't drink.
Come your
Mike,
motherfucking ass back,
that's what
Bobby.
you drink.
Nigga, don't ask me, do I drink? I'm not a female. You
Okay,
ask
we
females
don't do
this.
the N word on this panel.
Well, I apologize, G. When I'm speaking to people like him, I use it.
Okay, but not on this panel.
Well, I apologize it.
Thank you, Lauren.
So back to CM. Let me get something clear with you. Don't come up here asking me all these
I
goddamn
want to talk
questions.
to Lawrence.
Go ahead and speak to Lawrence.
Thank you, Lawrence, sweetheart.
You know, Lawrence is
Mike, who the fuck you talking to, motherfucker?
Lawrence has actually been up on.
Hold on.
on,
I ain't even said nothing to
okay,
this crybaby bitch.
this is different in many people talking. Stanley talks. Everyone else, just give me a minute.
Yeah, I don't conform. That's all you've been
I
doing. You
don't
won't let
know
nobody
why
speak
you're
it.
talking while Stanley's talking.
Yeah, I am, because you don't let nobody finish what the fuck
must
they trying to say.
cease.
You gotta
Cease
do
and
what you gotta do, pimp, but you
Cease
gotta let
and
people finish what they
desist,
gonna say.
bitch.
You gotta let people finish, and all
Cease
you've been doing
and
is blabbering on.
desist, bitch.
We got your own
Cease
channel.
and desist.
Just don't have a
bitch.
panel if you don't want nobody to talk.
Okay. You know,
Do what you gotta do, G.
Lawrence has been up on a panel before, maybe a couple times. So Lawrence, you don't have to be, anytime you want to come up on one of these panels, feel free to do so. I enjoyed know you've been up at least once or twice.
Shout out to Miss Moxie.
Mike, who the fuck you be talking to? Because you're not talking to me.
Nigga, that talk I gave you has been there and it was over.
Full of passion.
He's
full of motherfucking tequila.
You waited to now to address me on that, what I told you. So you weak. You weak. If you couldn't address it at the time, you weak.
Talking to me.
Oh my God, this is so disorganized.
I can block him from talking to me.
Okay, Mike has an echo, which is thoroughly annoying. He needs to figure this part out.
Mike's a little crybaby bitch.
Call me what you want. You're not gonna do nothing.
Mike, if you don't fix this echo,
no, the fuck
it's gonna be rather problematic when I drop your ass like the cold. You're not even a hot potato. You're a cold potato.
Do what you gotta do, G.
Okie doke. I don't like. Let me put it to you this way. If I hear another echo from your phone, I'll drop you. So fix it. Or
hey, it is.
Okay, there's an echo. Stop it. God damn it. I told you to fix it. Whoo boy. Is it fixed?
But you don't tell me to do
Is
anything.
it
You can
fixed?
ask. You can
Is
ask.
it fixed, bitch?
You can ask. But
Is
you don't
it
tell me
fixed,
nothing.
bitch?
I'm gonna look at my
Answer.
remote so I can block this fucker out of my way.
Why would you wait? Who
I
you
can
trying to
block
block?
him from talking to me.
Who, Bobby?
Yeah, I'm not gonna drop him or anything. I'm just gonna block him.
Oh, well, that's your right. That is your
Yeah,
right.
I'm just gonna block him from talking to me because I have nothing to say to him at this point.
I understand, Bobby. You done went too far. Bobby, be nice.
I wouldn't give a damn if whoever's going for you is going for you. They've been with you, and I can't.
You do realize that you are
Yeah,
just
I can't. I
you
can't
are just
divide.
putting
You
fuel
know.
on his fire.
No, I'm done with him.
All right. Well, it is your right to block him. Bobby, you scoundrel.
You bitch.
Bobby is a scoundrel.
I don't give a fuck which women
He's a rap
like
scallion.
you. Fuck the motherfuckers that go with you, because you know what?
Yeah.
Well, CM, he's the same way.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
and the
You're gonna
motherfucking
be-
women that should stand up for the women that these motherfucking men disrespect. Fuck you,
Oh my
bitches
lord.
too. Now come for me.
Go
Why
for
would
it.
they?
I got
Why
your
would
back.
they
I don't.
come
I like
for
the
you?
ladies.
Fuck you, motherfucking bitches too.
Oh my lord.
Now come for me.
Oh shit! They're
If
coming
she
for
didn't
you.
send for you, don't come for her. She didn't send for it, don't come for her.
That's what I'm saying. If I didn't send for you, don't come for me. But if you want to come on.
Can I ask a question? When they come for you, what you gonna do?
Let them come. You will see.
And CM, see, I don't understand why you keep letting people like CM, he gets up here and talks all this goddamn hateful shit to these women, and then you get mad like it's the woman's fault.
Well, no, I got
Bitch, get my dick out your mouth.
Women on these other panels.
Hold on.
And
Get
they
my dick
weak
out your
as
mouth, bitch.
shit.
Quit saying my name.
They
Motherfucker,
weak
we
as
don't
shit.
hold on my panel.
They wanna look pretty on these other panels,
Oh
but
my
they don't
god,
look like shit.
it's a bunch of rogue talkers.
Like motherfucking road
It's
brokers. Fuck
like
them.
it's like
Motherfuckers.
all these talkers had just gone over the rail.
Fuck them. Let them come for me.
Okay,
Mike,
They
I
ain't
you
gonna
just said
come
my
for
name
you.
1, 2, 3
They're
many
not
times,
gonna come
Mike.
for you. I got you.
You just said my name 1, 2, 3 many times, Mike.
The
Keep my fucking name out your mouth.
It's my time. I got you. They not gonna come for you.
Moxie, help! Motherfucker, I have put on my life vest and I'm abandoned ship.
You need help?
These motherfuckers mind go to queer every time they talking to a man. Mind go to queer.
Oh, Stanley, wait, did you
He
just
just
use
told
why
Moxie
did
to
this
help him
motherfucker
after she went for me for
what
talking
did
to
you just
Bobby.
say? Mike, you just used the Q word.
I did. I used the word queer.
But I see her on other panels.
Why is that the first thing you think of?
But I see her on other
It's the
panels.
first thing I think of
But I'll
because
get
of the
her ass.
statements that you guys make.
I think you're queer.
Well, you could think it all you want, but I'm telling you,
Oh, I don't think
you
about it
got
a
your
lot.
opinion. That's your
But
opinion.
every time you
You
talk,
love this.
I think queer.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
Okay,
You entitled to it.
last night when you were fretting,
You love this.
you were literally fretting over weather. I think that's queer.
I don't play with Mother Nature, G. Neither should you
Oh,
or
you
anybody.
don't play with Mother Nature because you're her daughter.
She's up in a God-fearing panel.
You're a
And
motherfucker.
she says,
You
I
are
love
her
this. That's
daughter.
why I don't believe in these
Okay, I don't
God-fearing
know
women.
why you're talking when I'm talking, ma'am. I'm talking
I'm just
to
looking at
queer
the
boy
chat.
here.
This
I'm
bitch is
talking
talking
to
about, I love this.
I'm talking to the queer star. Queer star. Queer star, you there? Well, apparently there's another tornado.
Yeah, you gonna watch how you address me, G.
Oh,
Real quick.
motherfucker, I said exactly
You address
what
the name on
I
the screen.
wanted to
Let me get
say
off so
to
I can get
address you,
on a roast
queer
this bitch.
star.
But regardless of the fact, CM, you gonna respect it, G. Real shit.
Oh,
Mike, you
motherfucker,
said my name 1, 2, 3 many times.
CM, please do
Fucking
me
hoe.
the honor of calling him queer star. You're the Dallas queer star.
Yeah. What he said.
So I don't respond to stupid shit. You know it. You
Mike,
trying to
why
get
why
a
why you arguing
aroused out
about
of me.
gay
You're
stuff?
trying to make me go left, you know, and I don't roll like that.
Mike, are you not comfortable with your sexuality?
To be on a God fearing panel one night and be
I
on
don't fucking.
another panel the next.
You don't question my fucking sexuality. If you got,
playing
you don't
football
question my
at
sexuality.
Star
That's one thing you're not
Stadium.
gonna do. And I ain't gonna let you slide with asking some stupid shit like that.
Ain't no apologies. I'm gonna get you, bitch.
Hey, Mike, who's your favorite Cowboys all time? Who plays
I'm not
ball the
here to
best?
be interrogated. You just shut the fuck
I'm
up and
not
stop
here
asking
to
me
be
dumb questions.
interrogated because I
Shut
don't
the
like
fuck up and stop
football.
asking me stupid questions.
The Cowboys, I don't know who the legends are.
I'm asking Mike who plays ball the best.
That star on my
Same
helmet
panel
is
she's
just a
on.
queer star.
I will get that bitch.
See, and that's your problem, you know. Y'all running around like
No, it's
everything
not
to you.
our problem.
You can say whatever you want to say to people. You can't do that.
Queer star.
Fuck you, Bobby.
What on earth?
Hey, Bobby. Hey, Bobby needs to stand the fuck down. Real shit. Bobby needs to stand the fuck down.
That's actually a good question. I have legends of the Dallas Cowboys. I got 3. Actually, maybe probably about up to 10.
He like Tony Dorsett, Emmett Smith. I guarantee you, Deion Sanders. That's what he's gonna name.
No, actually, Emmett Smith wouldn't make the cut.
Oh, you done lost your fucking mind.
Oh, you done lost your fucking mind. Motherfucker, take the
I know
dick
you
out of
fucking
your
lying.
mouth.
I
Take
know
the
you
dick
fucking
out
lying.
of your mouth and speak English.
I know you fucking lying.
I knew you fucking lying.
So, Mike, are you still scared of the tornado?
Hey, CM, don't address me, P, until I'm ready to speak to you.
No, shut up, bitch. We're on the same panel, you fucking starfish booty.
I didn't say anything to you. Stop asking me stupid questions, P.
No, you start saying my name then, Destiny's Child.
I'ma say whatever I say, and I stand on it.
Bitch.
And I stand on it. Call me what you want. You and Stanley, y'all, and a lot of you other motherfuckers, y'all good with calling people all these names when you're running.
What do you mean?
It's a sign of running.
You call us fucking
You're trying to act tough, but you're not tough.
You're not tough. You're like the Cowboys. You fizzle out every year at the end.
See, and now you got to use an analogy when you're addressing me. Don't do that.
You addressed me first, bitch.
And I did. It was over and done with.
No, it wasn't. I didn't get the
I got what I needed from it.
It's not my show, bitch.
I got what I needed from it.
You're a punching bag.
Call it what you want.
I'm gonna call you fucking.
Okay, and how is that gonna make you better in life?
No, I'm better.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I hope you do even better.
You wear Wrangler jeans.
Well. See, now you want to dive into something that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Something, you fucking weirdo.
You don't even know what the fuck you saying.
Why
right
you
now.
trying to dive into something, you fucking weirdo?
Well, you don't even understand what the fuck you just said, dude.
You're a bitch.
I thought so. Okay. And yeah, these people need to stop attacking.
I agree. He's a bitch.
Call it what you want, but these people got to stop attacking this lady up here.
Hey,
I'm not a horse. Hey is for horses.
I'm sorry. If you call him Mike, he doesn't often respond to Mike.
Whatever the
Call him
fuck your
queer
name
star.
is, cartoon ass bitch, suck my dick.
Oh shit! Wait, did you just say suck your dick?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, well, you know what? I cannot even talk after that. I don't know where to go.
Yeah, I told Maxie, suck my dick, bitch.
God damn. That is some hard ghetto shit.
And now you want to use the term ghetto. Why does she have to be ghetto?
Me out my doghouse. Fuck
When
Maxie.
I hear a woman go suck my dick,
Suck my dick, bitch.
That doesn't mean she's
First
ghetto.
thing I think of
You should have
is
just
the
said,
You
ghetto.
want to talk about God
First
on the
thing
panel
I
1 minute,
think of
and then you
is
want to
the
come in
ghetto
and
and
talk about other
men like
bullshit.
Queer
Mariah,
Star
you
who
ain't
will suck
shit.
her dick.
You fucking bitch.
Mike,
Fuck
Mike,
it's
you,
my
bitch.
time.
And
Mike,
Hold
I can't
you
on.
wait
Slow
want
to
to
get
your
on
suck
the
roll.
her
Slow
panel
your
dick.
with
roll.
you when
Mike,
you
Slow
talk
your
you
about
want
roll.
to suck
God.
her
It's
You
my
dick.
time.
motherfucking
Slow your
low
roll.
life
Tell her you
ass
want to
bitch.
suck her dick.
You low life ass bitch.
It's
Now
my
come on.
time. Slow your roll. It's
Fucking
okay.
let me and
It's
Mariah
okay.
come
Slow your
in.
roll.
Let me and Mariah come in.
Nah, I
You
like Mariah.
motherfucking
That's my
low
girl.
life
I like
ass
Mariah.
or
This is
Maxie, whatever the fuck your name
this
is.
is
Oh,
going
Low
Moxie.
life
way
Yeah, you
ass
don't want to
bitch.
you don't want to fuck
okay.
with Moxie. It's my
I'm
time.
sorry, Mariah. Maxie, you
Moxie, that's
fucking
my girl. I'm not
freeloading
gonna let you
ass
fuck
bitch.
with it.
Hey, Moxie, you are. Oh my lord, you're Mike 123's girl.
Maxie,
See, now
I
you
had
making it into
no
something,
idea.
Stanley. That
come on in.
now you making it into something
Come
like
on
I'm
in, you
like
bitch.
No,
I
I'm
will
you know what?
roast your
simping for the.
fucking ass.
I thought Moxie was
Yeah, keep
I'm
smart.
not.
putting your laughing
I don't have
emojis
no.
up.
I don't have
I
no
thought
You
intentions on
bitch.
speaking to
Moxie
Moxie.
You
was
God
smart.
fearing ass bitch.
If Moxie is your girl, okay.
I
No,
don't have any
Moxie,
intentions
whatever the
on
fuck
talking to
her name
Moxie in that
is.
manner.
Let
Oh,
that
have
little young ass bitch come
intentions.
for me.
Wait, I
Just
bet.
because I defend her don't mean I want to talk to him or sleep with him. I
Oh,
just do
yeah, it
what's right.
does. You want to. She might not want to, though.
See, Stanley, you done lost your fucking mind, G. Not every
No, I
man
don't
gets
lose
up
my
here and wants to
mind.
talk to these
You wanna
women like
come
that.
for me? Let her come for me. Let her come for
I'm
me.
sure she's happily married and successful in life.
Yeah, you're
Moxie, I respect
sure,
her.
but you're still talking shit. You
I
don't have
respect Moxie.
respect. You don't have respect for married women.
You don't know what the fuck I got respect for.
You're calling her your girl when you know she's married.
I
You
ain't even got no op
Okay, let
on
me
YouTube.
motherfucking level set some
Well,
shit here
Nate,
because
you trying to make
I
it.
am literally tired of this bullshit. Motherfucker, part of respect. All you fucking manosphere idiots. Dude, if you are so manosphere and you're so pro male and all this shit, one thing you don't want to do, you fucking macaroni brain idiot, don't disrespect a man's wife. If you know she's married, she's not your girl. Mike, you are going too far. I think you're a moron. Don't disrespect a man's woman, you fucking failure of manhood.
Well, you drug it, Stanley, and you dragged it all through the mud. I used a figure of speech, and you drug it.
Bitch, I dragged you through
You
the
drug
mud.
it through the mud, and
I
I'm not trying
dragged
to get with
you
these
through the
ladies. I say that all the time.
I dragged you through the mud, Queer Star.
I'm not trying to get. I just stand up for the lady because that's what's right.
You
That's what's right.
stand up for nothing that is manly.
That's your opinion.
You
That's
do
your opinion.
not disrespect
I didn't
another
if
man's wife.
she thought I disrespected
Okay,
her, she
bitch,
could have
I
corrected
gotta
me.
put
If
you
I
in the
disrespect,
back again. Don't disrespect another man's wife on my goddamn panel, you pussy. Don't ruin another marriage.
Moxie, did I disrespect you?
Motherfucker, do you think Moxie controls this goddamn panel? Or my opinion of dude, Moxie has nothing to do with this. I'm telling you, pussy, what to do. Moxie has nothing to do with this. You need to learn from an actual man, you pussy.
How did she not have nothing to do with it and you brought her name in it?
Motherfucker, I'm not bringing her name in it other than you disrespecting her. She's not your girl. Let's start from there.
I never disrespected
Is
Moxie.
she your girl, bitch?
It was a figure of speech, and I
Motherfucker,
will.
find a different figure of speech, you bitch. I found your figure of speech offensive. You do not disrespect another man's wife, you whore.
That's a you problem. You found it.
No, it's a you problem, Mike. If you're going to stay on this panel, it is a you problem. You can leave. If it's a me problem, motherfucker, accommodate my instructions, my preferences, my morality, if you will. Yeah, it might be a me problem. Motherfucker, you better acqui goddamn S. Acqui goddamn S, bitch, on my panel. Don't you ever disrespect another man's wife on this panel. Do you understand, Mike?
I don't think I was disrespectful.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what you think. I think you were disrespectful, moron. I'm not asking you what, dude, the stupidity of some of these responses is stunning. I didn't ask you what you thought. Dude, you are literally low IQ with that response.
Well, you could call it what you want. I just
I don't
only
care
thing
what
I
you
said so
think.
we clear.
You
So we clear.
have
Only
your
I said my girl as if in the figure of
Okay.
speech. Figure of speech.
Okay. I don't give a fuck. On my panel, stop doing what you do, bitch. Stop disrespecting other men's wives.
I'm sure she didn't take that this.
I don't give a fuck what you're sure of. You have your instructions. Shut the fuck up. You know what to do now.
Instructions don't trump the laws.
Okay. This dumb fuck wants to keep acting like he has a point. What the fuck is wrong with these little boys?
My point is, and I never disrespected Moxie ever, and since
I motherfucking said you did. We can move on now. You have your instructions.
we're not gonna move on like that after you.
Oh, motherfucker, we're gonna move on because I said so on my own goddamn panel. Mike, remember where you are. I'm gonna take a deep motherfucking breath and act like you didn't just say what you said. Motherfucker, you're gonna do as I expect you to do. You have your instructions.
Well, when you make accusations against
Motherfucker, fuck the accusations. Let's move on. Move on, Mike.
it, don't get that good.
Move on, Mike.
It don't get that good. I'm just trying to say
Mike.
it. No, it don't get that good.
Move on, Mike.
You want people to agree with what the fuck you said,
I
and
don't give a flying fuck who agrees.
you trying to have a one-way goddamn
No,
issue here.
I'm trying to put a foot up
And that's
your
not that. I'm not trying to get with Moxie. I don't
ass.
know her. Why would I get with somebody I don't know?
Disrespecting other
I
men.
never disrespect her.
You are disrespecting other men. Stop it.
So you speaking for all the men,
Yes.
and you're a goddamn fool. You a goddamn fool.
Motherfucker, you gotta get rid of that goddamn echo.
And CM, you know, you sitting up here all fucking quiet and shit, and you done pissed me off too.
Who knows I'm right, you dumb bitch?
Why you keep saying my name? You said my name 1, 2, 3 many times.
Yeah,
Shut up.
he needs help.
Now I'm just tired of you goddamn fake flukes out here.
I'm just tired of you goddamn fake. Motherfucker, you better get rid of this echo. That echo is ahead of your life.
You know goddamn well you trying to look for content. You gonna click
Stanley's
that and make
voice in an echo is ahead of my life.
You gonna make it like I disrespect you.
Stanley's ahead of my life. I like hearing his echo.
Yeah, I'm tired of this
I
nigga
love
CM
Stanley's
with
voice so
bullshit.
much. I like the
Bitch, quit saying my name before I
the
roast your bitch
echoes
ass.
ahead of
today.
my life.
You got one more time to say my name when I'm not talking to your bitch ass.
So CM, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Southside Aggressive. Let me ask you a question. You very aggressive, very aggressive.
Motherfucker, and you are a pussy. You are not aggressive.
So are you speaking for CM, Stanley?
Someone has to be aggressive, pussy.
Are you speaking for CM, Stanley?
I'm speaking for Stanley versus the goddamn
The question
world.
was directed to
Don't be the
CM.
world, bitch.
It was directed to
Don't
CM,
be
not
the
Stanley.
world, bitch.
Not it wasn't
You
directed
are
to
the
SC.
world,
SC.
and I am
CM, SC.
annoyed,
Long way
bitch.
away. Y'all do
What-
have the
what
same
you
C,
want?
so I'm kind of.
Mike, are you the world?
I am the world and everything that's in it.
Shut the fuck up. It's versus.
But the question wasn't directed to CM.
Who gives a fuck about your question?
Whether he wants to respond or not, that's it.
CM,
That's
do
a
you
him
want to
problem.
respond to this question?
What was his question? Like,
The motherfucker doesn't know.
he can barely.
If you have to answer the question, you only hear to engage in what Stanley tells you to engage in.
Question.
He just spoke to you,
Question.
and I did notice y'all have the C in common in your names. You have the C in common. I did notice that. I find that unique.
Motherfucker, why are you so worried about men?
Well, I'm not. I'm worried about your mental health. I'm worried about your mental health.
Why are you worried about? Are you sentimental about me?
Dude, you're worried
Do you care
about
about me, Mike?
someone else's mental health?
Yeah, I'm worried about it. And Stanley, I'm worried about it. I think you need what they call them tests, the T-grass, I think they call it.
You do know that I still hear the echo?
Well, be quiet when I'm speaking. That's all that means.
What the fuck?
I hear it echo on your phone.
You wouldn't hear it if you be quiet when I'm
You
speaking.
need to go fuck a tornado if you keep this shit up.
What the fuck did your mind come
You
to?
heard what the fuck I just said, correct? I hear an echo.
I'm trying to help you
I'm
with what
not
you said.
able to deal with echoes.
So CM.
Shut the fuck up. You're not out of the woods yet. I hear an echo.
Fuck the goddamn wood.
Okay, dude. Take care of the echo. Stop it. I don't want to hear an echo. Do you understand?
It's not my problem.
Motherfucker, you're right. It's not. And now it's not mine either. Fix the goddamn technical issue. Dude, what is it with these fucking YNs? You know what? I'm about to wrap this motherfucker up because I'm tired of dealing with your YN-ness, Mike.
I ain't no fucking YN, G.
Motherfucker, you're an old YN.
That's incorrect.
Why are you so combative, Micah?
And CM, let me tell you this. I'm not combative. All I'm saying is you have to understand the shit that you say and the shit that I hear and I respond to. You take it that way. That's a you problem. It's not a Mike problem.
I mean, you're the one always emotional.
I stand on everything I say.
You didn't say nothing.
Wait, if you that's a you problem. You don't think I said nothing? That's
How
what
that
that got to do with me. I said what I wanted to say, and I said it.
No, motherfucker, you're the one talking and saying shit.
And you're calling me a motherfucker like it's gonna change the narrative. It's not.
That's why you wear Wrangler jeans, bitch.
Calling you a motherfucker can actually change the narrative.
Well, that's untrue and it's not founded.
Oh, it's absolutely true,
It's not
motherfucker.
founded.
I can change the narrative right now, motherfucker.
It won't be grounded or founded.
Ask Stanley if I can't change the narrative right now, motherfucker.
I'm not asking you a bitch ass thing. I'm talking to CM, whatever the fuck his name is.
I need you to ask me, can I change this narrative right now?
I don't have any questions for you. I'm talking to CM, whatever the fuck.
Motherfucker, but I'm talking to you, bitch. I just changed the narrative. Bitch, be careful. This is a little presumptuous pumpkin.
Nah, but CM, you gotta quit playing with me, G. Real shit.
Oh, motherfucker, you think I'm playing with you, huh?
Stanley, ain't nobody fucking talking to you. Stand back.
Wait,
Stand the fuck back.
who else could you possibly be talking to?
I'm talking to. I'm addressing the person I'm
No,
talking.
bitch, you're picking the easy target. You're dealing with the big dog, and you got an echo on this goddamn panel. And I keep asking you to fix it. It's too much, sir.
So you use the words, I'm picking on an easy target, so you calling them a pussy. Like I've been calling them. So what's the difference?
The fucking
What's the
echo
difference?
on your end.
I'm just asking, what's the difference?
Fix the echo on your end.
You said he's a soft target, so it means he's a pussy. Well, I've been calling him.
You address my point. Fix the echo.
Okay, just shut up and the echo won't you won't hear.
You don't, motherfucker. Dude, I'm not gonna shut up. No one else has a fucking echo but you.
Dude, I went to the phone shop 3 or 4 times and they said nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong.
About your travails. I don't give a fuck about the phone shop. I don't care. Fix it.
There's something on your end. Nothing is wrong with my phone. I've been there shop 3 or 4 times.
Motherfucker, I'm sorry you bought a track phone or whatever. Walmart can maybe give you a refund. Bottom line is it's not my problem. No one else fucking has an echo like you. Couldn't be on my side, sir.
Don't fucking call me, sir. You call me general. Call me general. I'm your fucking general. And you're gonna address me
You
as
know what?
next.
I'm gonna go and answer nature's call. Motherfucker, you better have this echo fixed by the time I get back.
Hope nature don't take you on in.
You have your instructions.
Yeah, I'm gonna address CM while you. Damn, let me hold back on that. I talk to CM. CM, let me ask you. Don't come on here with all that bullshit, G. You gotta respect the game, pimp. You gotta respect the game. Don't come on here like you all hard and all this. I don't like. See, I read people like you.
You said you want me hard?
See, look at your gay ass. Yeah, that's where your mind float.
Why
Gay.
you want me hard?
All y'all think about is gay. I have nothing further to say to you.
Dude. Now I'm
damn. Nature called that fast and that quick. God damn.
Nature called you to be hard.
That was quick. What you do? Piss on your bed? Did you piss on your bed?
Mike, just submit like the woman you are.
This is turning into some type of queer shit here, and I ain't with that.
Motherfucker, you turned it into your own trad wife fucking journey. You were the trad
I asked him a fucking question and his mind wandered off to gay shit.
Dude, you're gay. We know this.
I'm strictly man.
We know, Mike.
Hang time and all that. Whatever.
Mike,
you know.
don't make me be mean.
Oh, you got to do it. That's what you queers do. You want to be mean because you can't confront your sexuality.
Your personal business and all that. But I have questions.
Wait, question whatever you want it. You ask me, I'll tell it.
I will do it when you get rid of these echoes.
Well, once again, you said nature was calling? It seemed like you pissed on your bed. You was back in the flash. What the fuck happened?
You know what? You know where you want me to piss, right?
See, these motherfuckers, and y'all think this shit is funny and cute. This shit is not funny and cute. You know it.
Dude,
if that's where your
I
mind comes
see
through.
nature's calling, why are you dwelling on it?
Well, if your mind, when somebody make a statement and your mind automatically go
On
to that
my
type of
panel,
stuff,
I
mental health
ruled
issues. You know, a
I
lot of mental
ruled
health
that
issues
I
needs to be
ruled that
addressed.
what you need to do is not get your panties in a twist, curtsy, and be quiet.
Yeah, these mental health issues need to be addressed. But back to what I was saying, you know, something is wrong with you two individuals. I'm just trying to pinpoint it. I pinpointed it here, you know, but you two individuals need some mental health counseling. Go see a therapist. It might work for you guys. I think you two individuals need to see a therapist, or a lot of mental health issues. You know, you can't overlook it or brush it off. You got to address these type of situations.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Hey, Stanley.
I see you're back. What happened?
Nothing. My phone went dead.
Okay, did you get it charged up?
I did. Hey,
Good,
Stanley.
good. And let me address you real quick. It's my time.
I'm trying to speak to the host. Hey,
Well,
Stanley.
could be. But don't take nothing from these motherfuckers. You know, you ain't got to sit up here and, you
I'm
know.
trying to speak to the host right now, Mike.
No, don't address the females. You know, I like these ladies. I'm not gonna let you do
I'm
that.
just trying to speak to the host. Hey,
I
Stanley.
like these ladies. I'm not gonna let you drag them in the dirt. You know.
And if you don't want to talk, I'm ready to be out again.
Who
Because
you
I
calling a
respect
lady,
these
bitch?
ladies.
What?
Mike, who you calling a lady?
What you say?
Talk to Mike. Who you calling a lady?
Well, she said she wanted to talk. She was talking to Moxie and Mariah, all these
No,
people.
I was saying I was speaking to the host because I came back in.
Oh, you said you were speaking to the host, the hoe. I thought you said hoe, and all this time you was talking about Stanley.
Come on, Mike, you heard me.
I didn't hear the T on the end. I thought I just heard hoe. Real shit.
No, I would never call him that.
Okay, that was my bad. I can respect that. That was my bad. I didn't hear the T. I didn't hear you pronounce the T. I can respect that. I was wrong. And CM, don't you ever fucking question me, G.
Bitch, don't fucking tell me what to do.
Stanley, are you still up here?
CM needs one of those. It sounds like he's having a hard time breathing. Can we get him some type of tension
Get
asthma
out of here.
treatment or something?
If he's not here doing the panel, I don't need to be here.
Oh no, I'm in control. He left it over to me. I'm the co-host tonight.
Wait, hold it. What? I left what in control?
I was just saying I'm the co-host tonight. I'm taking over.
Motherfucker, you
I
have
was letting you know, Stanley, I was
weird.
back. My phone went dead.
I heard that.
Yeah.
See how you talk about the ladies in the chat because you want to be a bitch?
No, Mariah, don't accuse me of that. I'm not just
down in the next stall with
See,
him.
I didn't hear the T pronounced, and that's what I thought she said. I
in the
came
next
up here to
stall with
talk to the
him.
hoes. That's
Your
what I
panel
did.
is really lit tonight, isn't it, Stanley? Your panel is lit up tonight, isn't it?
Not so much.
Yeah, too much.
No, I have had panels that were.
Oh, you
way
addressing the
more-
panel now
Oh,
when you say that. What that
don't
mean?
know the Stanley versus the world like lore Oh, it's been way more lit than this. This is actually fairly tame.
Yeah. Thank you, Lauren. And the one lady was asking what had happened.
Ryan B, before you start, this my time. I apologize for cutting you off, but I gotta address this comment real quick from
Man, shut
Ryan
the
in the
fuck up,
squad.
bitch.
I call him Ryan B. I call him Ryan B.
What
Ryan
the
B,
hell
you
did
stand the
she
fuck down, G.
What
You
the hell
already
did
know
she
what it is, P. You want to address Mike? You hit the link.
Oh my lord.
Bitch, who you talking to? Don't talk to nobody I know like that, you little fucking cuck.
This little junior pirate wants to sound all tough.
See, you saying sound all tough like I'm a sissy. Dude, come on, Stanley. You gotta recognize who you talking to, G.
Wait, hold it. You just caught that? How long did it take you to find? Oh my God. Dude, you are a junior pirate.
You are a sissy. You sound like a little weasel. Little whack-a-mole.
And you're a fucking wackadoodle.
You said you whack-a-doodle.
Well, you know, that's kind of cute in the nerdy sort of way. He called you a wackadoodle. Come on now,
I'm tired of this dirt talk from Stanley. Stanley, you need mental health counseling.
Let him have wackadoodle.
What a bitch.
Yeah. You're going to be gone again.
Yeah, so let me control this shit real quick. Let me get some shit in order. We're gonna get these ladies to speak first. And Stanley, you go last. CM, I think about letting you speak.
This motherfucker just wants to organize shit.
Let's let it's my time air what she has on her chest. Let's let her air it out. Oh, did she run? It's okay. She'll be back. She'll be back. So go ahead, CM, air this shit out. Whatever you got on your chest, air it out, P.
You said you want it on your chest?
I'm not gonna that shit wasn't funny. If you laughed at some shit like that, Stanley, that was not funny, G. And he not gonna continue to speak to me like that. Not gonna do it.
I'm gonna allow him to speak to you like that because I think it's funny.
That means you agree with the
apparently you don't know how to fight back.
It's not. I don't have to fight back on queer. I don't. Why would I fight a queer?
You actually have to fight back.
Why would I fight somebody that's not comfortable with themselves?
Dude, I don't have the impression that he's not or he's uncomfortable with himself.
I got a piece of pussy ass substance.
Fight back like black men have always done throughout American history, son.
Oh, now you're bringing the black and white issue.
Absolutely, I am wielding black history like a motherfucking sword right now.
If Black history was so great, why didn't y'all band together and have a lot of Fortune 500 companies?
Black history
if it was all that important, why didn't y'all
Black
do that?
history know how to wield it like a sword.
Well, Black history is important as you say.
Black history is important, but what?
If it was so important as you say it was, why didn't you motherfuckers have all type of Fortune 500 companies and all this type of stuff?
That's that weak ass fuck. Oh, dude. You know what? Let me tell you why.
Well, you brought it up.
Okay. Enough of your dumb ass. Dude, go back and read American history and you will understand why. God damn it, Mike, you need to stay in timeout. You're taking that weak ass CT bullshit and John Galt's weak ass shit. See, they think that you can build a Microsoft in 60 years. The reason is hundreds of years of suppression of black talent, black intellect, black culture, etc., etc., etc. And little pussy white man dick sucking bitches like you and CT and John Galt are the reason. Because you let it fucking happen.
Hey, I would prefer if you not compare me.
Motherfucker, you disgust me with that question. As a matter of fact, you're done for the night. I can't deal with that kind of dick sucking, white man dick slurping, fucking pussy question. You think CT makes a point? You think John Galt makes a point when they ask that fucking ignorant question? You're a self-hating bitch. Motherfucker, you're done for the night. You're not coming back. Dude, I cannot tell you how fucking annoyed I am with that question. You thought you were gonna motherfucking get away with it on my goddamn channel? Motherfucker, I do history, you bitch. Ooh boy, that fucking shit. Sorry, I had to vent.
Hey, Stanley.
Hey there.
I did time Moxie out
Why?
because I just needed a break and I just needed to
Let her back. How long did you time her out for?
30 minutes.
No.
I mean, I
don't
just,
approve of
I
that.
just needed a
Look,
break.
let me just say this. You have taken action. I'm not going to reverse it, but you might want to look less at the chat and more about you've made your decision. I'll just support it, but
Thank you.
don't abuse that wrench. I've known Moxie for quite some time.
I'm not
Okay,
gonna do
I
that.
need you to motherfucking listen to what I'm saying right now.
Okay.
Don't abuse the power. I've known Moxie for quite some time. I wouldn't. You might want to ask me before you time people out from this point forward. There's certain people I don't want timed out.
Well, I
No,
felt
there is no well. You might want to ask me before you time people out.
I told you I would never do that. But you
But
know
you
what?
did, and I understand that you did. I'm
And
okay
he's
with
back in
that.
the chat again.
My requirement
He's back in the
is
chat again.
okay, I don't know why you're talking while I'm talking. You might want to ask me before you time people out because you're fairly new. You don't know some of these people the way I think I do. Just run it by me, okay?
Okay.
CM, what you got?
Shit, I'm just enjoying the show.
I can't imagine why you're enjoying this.
Stanley.
Wait, you gonna post the next live on you, huh?
This is like a tragedy wrapped in a clown show wrapped.
You gonna come back to the show? You ain't been back since. You next time I do a live, you gonna pull up?
Depends on when you do it.
I'm tired. I just like tomorrow night probably.
If I'm awake, I will. Just ask Ponder to have mercy on me.
Oh no, you didn't. I knew I was about to go there anyway. What's her name?
And I promise I will be nice to her unless she pisses me off.
Ponder is nothing like your first lady, so.
Okay, let me say this.
Oh shit! What did you just? Oh shit, CM! You're in for it now.
Let me say this, Stanley.
Yes, ma'am.
As far as her and I,
She and I.
yeah, she and I just,
Who? Wait, hold it. Who are you talking about, Moxie?
Ponder.
yeah, I'm just being fair. I just felt as if he was,
Okay, you don't have to explain your decision.
yeah. But I
I'm
think
just
somebody
asking
brought
you.
her back
Okay, I
when I
need
made the
you to
decision
take a deep breath.
to
It
take
does
up.
not take 8 days to figure out a simple problem.
Yeah,
I understand you. There is no reason for you
but then
to
she came
apologize.
back and was
Okay,
like
this woman
haters.
is just gonna overtalk.
Then she
What
came
on
back
earth
and
is up with this? It's okay. Your decision is okay. I will ask you, please let me know before you decide to time people out.
yeah, I think that
Okay, you're just going to keep on with this bullshit, aren't you?
I
It's
see.
okay. What you did, you don't need to explain it. I understand. The only thing I'm going to ask you to do is before you time someone out, let me know before you do it. You don't have to explain. You made a decision. That's fine.
Okay, check out the chat. That's all I can tell
I
you.
look at the chat when I think I need to.
Please look at the chat.
Now?
Yeah, look at the chat.
Is there anyone I need to pay attention to in the chat? Because there are several people writing in the chat.
Yeah, I mean,
Is there anyone you would have me look at specifically?
mockery of coming back and making these clown and these
Oh Lord.
emojis of I
Do you
came
want me
back.
to read what you want me to look at what Moxie wrote, don't you?
I do. I do. And you know what? If it, if it's like that, I'm not gonna allow that.
Oh, okay. You're telling me what you're gonna allow?
Because I mean, just look at it.
I see popcorn. She's written like she put like popcorn emojis.
I love popcorn.
Okay, so what's your problem with her emojis?
I don't even have the energy to
Okay, I'm thoroughly confused. What
I'm just
specifically
gonna
is
just
the
say this.
problem with the
I can go
popcorn
back in the chat
emojis?
and just I can just be normal because
Okay, let me help you out because
I
maybe
don't even
you
have
don't
the
quite.
energy
No,
this big.
ma'am. Let me explain something to you.
I
Moxie's
see
always been
her.
okay. I do not motherfucking know why I can't get a word in edgewise, dear. Dear. Moxie has always been nice to me.
There's another channel she goes in on, and it's
Okay, I don't care.
I'll
I
get
know
her
she's
there.
okay. Holy Jesus.
Yeah, it's a holy
Let me
Jesus channel she
motherfucking
goes
get
in
my
on.
point out. Sweet Jesus. Without interruption, preferably.
I'll get that bit.
I know she's on other channels, but what the fuck does that have to do with this channel? I don't care. I know she's on CTs. I know she's on other channels, but she's on this channel right now. And quite frankly, I'm glad that she is. Stop thinking that I can't think for myself, ma'am.
Okay.
Popcorn emojis, you need to explain why you're upset. Okay. You were upset over popcorn emojis. I guess I guess it will be a mystery forever.
No, I'm not upset over a popcorn emoji.
Okay, what are you upset over? Something that happened today on this channel in this chat?
No, I timed her out and
Okay, are you literally fussing over
and
something that
I
happened
timed
on
her out
another
for 30
channel?
minutes. And how did she come back?
I did not do anything. I didn't interject, interact, counteract. Who knows? Are you sure you timed her out for 30 minutes?
I did.
Is 30
Because
minutes?
I don't want to argue with anyone.
Okay, you don't want to argue with what?
I don't want to argue with anyone.
Good. So this is over. We can move on.
Yeah, we can.
Good. So, Moxie, whatever you're doing, stop, please. Whatever you're doing. And I know you're a troll. I can't ask you to stop trolling, but whatever you're doing, don't put any more bees in her bonnet. Don't put more bees in It's My Tom's bonnet. Please, Moxie.
And I would suggest that you take that very carefully. Don't put no more.
Are
Don't.
you telling me to
No,
take?
I'm
Okay,
telling her,
no,
like
no.
you told the person
Are you
earlier,
talking
don't
to
poke the
me?
bear.
Are you talking to me or the
No,
chat?
I'm talking to Moxie. Don't poke the motherfucking bear, bitch.
Okay, I don't fear bears.
No, I'm telling her, don't poke the motherfucking bear, bitch.
Oh Lord, where do you know her from?
I don't know her at all. I just
What?
seen her
Wait,
on a.
hold it.
I seen her on a.
You
I
said
seen her
she
on a
was in
panel.
other people's chats.
I seen her on a panel
Right.
a panel where we were talking
Wait,
about
hold
God.
it. Moxie was on a panel?
We're talking about God on a
Wait,
panel.
hold it. Moxie was on a
panel
oh my
talking
God,
about
she was
God.
on a panel?
Listen
I've never
to
seen
me.
her on a
Listen to me.
panel.
Please listen to me. We're
Okay.
talking about God. This woman is talking about God. And she comes on this panel. And she's acting like a ignorant ass, fucked up ass bitch.
Okay, let me ask you a question. She talked about God in a way that
Talking
you don't.
about God.
Okay, you're over talking me, and I'm trying to get a question out.
And then I'm not going to say anything.
Okay, I'm talking. So she talked about God in a way you don't approve of?
Not when I see what I see today.
Okay. She talked about God in a way that you don't approve of.
And I'm going back on that panel.
That's a you problem.
I'm going back on that panel.
People can talk about God any way they choose to talk about God.
I'm going to
even to a point that they blaspheme. That's their prerogative.
Yeah.
I can't imagine that
I can't do it here, but I know what
she talked about God on my panel.
No, not at all.
Okay, then why is this a problem if it didn't happen here?
It didn't happen here, but I just seen her.
And my question is, why is it a problem then? If it's a you and Moxie problem, try and do that girl fight thing on off panel.
Off fakeness.
Channel off. I don't know how to solve this girl fight.
It's not a girl fight because I don't even know this bitch.
Well, then why are you getting wrapped around the axle?
I'm not. I'm done with it. Because I timed her out
Seriously?
and somebody
You
brought her
timed,
back.
okay,
I don't know
you
who brought her
timed her out because you weren't upset?
I timed her out because I just wanted peace.
Oh boy. It's certainly not bringing me peace.
I know. I'm sorry. I apologize, Stanley.
You got peace, but you brought
No, because she was back and like in 3 minutes.
who brought her back?
I have no idea.
Did you actually time her out for the time
I
you
timed her out
thought?
for 30 minutes and she's like,
I don't think you
what? I
did
don't know what
because
happened.
other than me, no one else could bring her back, I don't think.
I don't know how she got back.
Could it be because she's a saint?
She doesn't have a ring.
Could it be that she just has magical saintly powers?
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe she does. I did not bring her back. You say you timed her out for 30 minutes. I don't think anyone who's not a managing moderator could bring her back. And quite frankly, I don't know. Shit, I have no clue if she's timed out for 30 minutes how to bring her back earlier.
He was like, what happened?
I think this woman, Moxie Witz, is actually, she might have powers I don't know about.
He's a fucking witch, son.
I don't know about witch, but I would say she I was gonna make a joke about mysterious ways we don't know.
Yeah, probably so.
I was actually thinking about an old U2 song. She moves in mysterious ways.
It doesn't matter.
It's all right. It's all right. Oh, wait, hold it. Mike says he was here to represent Ms. Moxie. Mike, you representing a woman, that might be a prelude to disaster. I have no clue. I don't really time people out that much, Yeti. So who knows? Hit the link, and this does need to end soon because I am getting a bit tired. Or we can go back to this. Mike, make this quick.
Well, I'm Moxie's acting attorney. I wasn't retained or anything, but I'm doing this out of a courtesy on this case. So I am attorney Mike 123. I am here representing my client, Miss Moxie, and I think the allegations made by It's My Time is just speculation and jealousy. Your Honor, I would ask that you rule It's My Time. I would ask that you ban her from the panel for approximately 4 days.
Well, guess what? You lose.
My client has done nothing wrong. It's just speculation and jealousy. Your Honor, I am asking for a goddamn order right here, right now.
Mike, shut the fuck up.
So, Miss Moxie, we clearly won the case. Don't worry about it.
You heard what I said, Mike. Shut the
Moxie,
fuck
we
up.
won this case
Shut the
flat
fuck up
out.
or be held in contempt.
Well, fuck the contempt. I'll take that. I'll take that. But my client is just all she's doing is speculating. It seems stalking. What's the case number for stalking?
I'm not.
What's the statute?
It is case number 123.
What's the statute for stalking? That's what it seems like. It's my time should be held in contempt, and she should be held off the panel and chat for her actions for timing my client out.
Bitch, if I say there's a fucking tornado, you'll be done.
Well, on behalf of my client, I would like to say, Your Honor, this is a bitch shit that you did, and I would hope Moxie does the same, and I don't usually tell my clients to do this, but we won the case outright, and Your Honor, we will be filing federal charges against you. Poor decision making from you.
Does anyone
Poor decision.
like chocolate covered crickets?
Thank you.
Poor decision making. This is a jealousy case, and it's not founded on any grounds. She has shown no proof of anything. It's not founded. So you let her time my client out. She timed her out and made all these accusations against my client. It's not right.
Moxie, it's actually good to see you in the chat. It is look, you are kind of like an elite chat person. There are some people that I've known over the couple years or 3 years or whatever. They wander into your chat. It's like, well, goddamn, I might be doing something right or remotely interesting. So I want to thank you for being here. You're an elite chatter. So
also, I want to bring up a witness, Bobby Perkins. Bobby Perkins, raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the
Jesus
truth?
Christ.
My client, your case is dismissed. Don't worry about it. You don't have to worry about nothing. It is all jealousy. This is a case about jealousy, and sometimes you don't need to respond sometimes, and we'll leave it at that. But it's my time. I think
I didn't think I could actually be bored at this time of the night. But
well, this is the court. This is the court. It comes
you have literally managed to bore me.
It's okay.
At
It's all
motherfucking 2:11 in the morning. I'm bored. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Well, you need to apologize to my client.
Dude, you need to apologize to the toe of my boot going up your ass.
And you need to tell this lady it's my time that she needs to stop
up your ass that I will
stop making these accusations and against,
Does it hurt that Stetson boot going up your ass?
And it's my time. If you ever need somebody to represent you, holler at attorney Mike.
Don't call boot up his ass Mike.
If you ever need somebody to represent you, just holler at Mike 123. I'm the attorney. It's all free.
You actually think this shit is funny?
My time attorney, two-faced attorney. No. You know what?
Hey, if I'm representing you,
I can make this short and quick. Moxie, you did do some things that I would not have thought that you would have done. I did not ever. I don't even know you, but you did some things that was very disrespectful. And I timed you out because I was having a good time, and you was disrupting the good time that I was having. So because I didn't want to argue with you,
Is this an apology?
yeah. I mean, it could be. I don't mind. I don't have pride like that. I have the good kind of pride. I have pride in knowing that I'm awesome. But Moxie, I don't have anything against you. Like she said, Moxie has said, I don't even know what I did. But just look through the chat.
No,
I do respect respect the
Dude,
decision
stop.
on.
I'm fucking bored with this.
Mike,
bullshit.
shut the fuck
Okay.
up.
Thank you for apologizing.
Stop. If you
Yeah,
don't
tell
know,
Mike to shut
no,
the fuck
why
up.
should someone have to go? You know what? That comment alone.
Thank you, Moxie. She said it's all
Okay,
good.
no.
I say it's all
If
good.
someone motherfucking offends you, you don't tell them to figure out why they offended you. Tell them specifically and exactly, or shut the fuck up. There's nothing that annoys me more.
Moxie,
Dude,
press
okay,
it's
don't
my
talk while
time.
I'm talking.
Moxie, go into my
Don't talk whilst I'm talking. Either be specific about why you're offended,
I don't have no
or
dress
just
secret.
shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you're not gonna speak to the lady like that.
Okay, motherfucker, I will speak the way I want to speak on my goddamn panel, P.
And no regrets for
The
me.
fuck? No, don't ever tell someone this YN motherfucking unspecific way. Dude, your mother will do that. Like my mother used to do that. Like, oh, I'm pissed off, but you need to figure out why I'm pissed off. No, motherfucker, this is not your parent. You are not Moxie's parent. No one gives a fuck while you're pissed off. Be specific or be gone. Don't ever do that on my panel again. My time. If you have a specific problem with someone, just tell them direct. Don't tell them to go back to chats on other shows. Don't bore me that way. And I am dead goddamn serious.
It's all good.
Don't do it.
It's all good.
Ever on my panel. Find a way. The fuck?
So my client, I did.
Bitch, you're a pussy too. Stop it. I'm uninterested.
You can call me what you want. It don't negate the fact
I
that
motherfucking called you what I want. Thank you for noticing I did what the fuck I wanted to do.
Well, thank you for your ruling.
Mike, I am all self-righteous.
I kept up with my lady.
You can take your fucking ass. You can take your fucking ass with the lady. Stop being one.
No, it's my time.
Don't motherfucking come up to my panel talking about someone or timing them out or any of this bullshit. Be specific about what they did to you. Don't tell me what they did on another show or another time. That's just pettiness. It's petty fucking bullshit. Be better.
As I stated, I think.
Okay, bitch, you don't understand. Shut the fuck up. You know what? Just stay gone. I need to end this show in any case. It's gone on too long. Don't care whose feelings I've hurt. If you have a beef with someone, please be specific. Don't go, oh, they need to know or they need to think about a show they did. Be specific, period. That's not how I work, and I get bored quickly.
I think I did an awesome job representing my client tonight.
I
I
think
appreciate
what
you.
you need to do is give us your last thoughts before I
Okay,
end.
the last thought is people have to stop getting triggered and jealous because they don't like something somebody says or like the way they say it. People have to stop doing that. And you know, you're a prime example of that. But I'm not gonna dive no further into it.
Oh, motherfucker, dive so I can sink your goddamn battleship.
But you are the perfect example of that. But you know, regardless of the fact
What, bitch?
of you make stuff seem.
Let me tell you why I'm annoyed with you right now, because you're wandering. You are, dude, you can't motherfucking make a point. My patience is lost with your weak and dumb ass.
Well, you asked me for last words and then you
literally don't know how to make a point. You're wandering.
Okay, so what I'm getting at, and I'm gonna make it short and nice. What I'm getting at is people have to stop being triggered, upset.
Motherfucker, what people? Which people?
These very people, like It's My Time, you and a lot of you other people.
Did you just say I?
Yeah, I said you, It's My Time, a lot of other people.
You should have just avoided bringing me into your argument.
Is that the first time you heard me say you when I was talking?
It's the last time you're gonna do that.
So are you gonna let me finish or what?
No, I don't think I will.
Okay, I respect it. But yeah, man, but you just gotta remember.
Goddamn direct or don't fucking talk.
You just have to remember.
Don't say you have a beef with someone if you cannot name the beef. You remember yesterday, or remember last week, remember this show or the other, doesn't work here. Do it on one of the other YN channels. Don't do it on my channel.
But why did you allow her to do that?
I just pronounced. Did you understand what I said?
I don't understand that. I heard it.
Did you understand what I said, you fucking bitch?
I heard it. I didn't understand.
Motherfucker, if you have a problem, be specific about what the problem is.
Are you practicing what you preach?
My problem is with you right now.
Are you practicing what you preach?
Yes. I think you are dude, you are a fuzzy piece of cotton.
I respect your opinion, but it doesn't.
You're soft, you're white, and you can't talk.
I respect your opinion.
If I went out and picked a couple cotton bowls, one of them would be Mike.
And I don't know.
You are a white piece of fluff.
Okay, and what does that change? The fact that you can't allow people to get triggered, and you want to drop somebody because they
triggered. Why would I care?
Because you want to drop somebody.
Why would I fucking care if people are triggered?
Well, you do it all the time. You drop people when they trigger you.
Okay, motherfucker, it's my show. I can do what I want.
And then you let people come up here and coerce you into dropping people.
I let people up. I am a capricious. When people say capricious,
but you let people come up here and coerce you to drop other people. I don't understand it because they're triggered.
The god of capriciousness.
That's a them problem, and you're not understanding it.
It is a them problem from my perspective.
So stop letting people come up here saying drop this person and do this.
You're telling me how to conduct my goddamn show?
Yeah, because you're not conducting it right. You just said it.
You're telling me how to run my show?
I'm giving you suggestions on how to run your show.